the scene just now. Bai Ruoxi's eyes were bright. She lightly opened Tanko and said, "There are many people here, so let us go to my company first." Yifei smiled. "Wait, first ask who took the video of me and Chen Luo just now, and give me a copy." The video of Chen Luo and Yifei's fight just now is very important, and Yifei intends to get it first. This video is evidence that Chen Luo first started, and more importantly, the content of the video recorded Chen Luo's tragic situation, but to be used to severely disgusting Chen Luo, Yifei also thought of a certain method at the same time. Next, he will retaliate fiercely against Chen Luo, breaking Chen Luo's arm first. Chapter 134 Yifei wants fierce revenge. Yifei quickly got what he needed. Just now when Yifei and Chen Luo fought, some people around took out their mobile phones to take pictures and video, and they also recorded the moment when Chen Luo started. The tragic situation of Chen Luo being beaten by Yifei was also recorded. The photographer of one of the videos was a pretty girl, and Tufei got this video with little effort. With this video, it is easy to handle. Yifei thanked the girl blushed and shook her head, staring at Yifei with her big eyes twinkling, and she was watched by Yifei. He was a bit speechless. Yifei laughed dumbly. He got the video and walked to Bai Ruoxi's side. "Go to my office first, your body injury is not light, I will help you apply medicine," Bai Ruoxi whispered. Good, Yifei was not hypocritical either. He agreed. He was indeed injured. It was a head-to-head fight against Chen Luo. Chen Luo's strength is also very strong. It is impossible not to be injured. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi entered the office building of the Bai Group. Along the way, Bai Ruoxi's employees continued to have good conversations with Bai Ruoxi, and Bai Ruoxi's position in Bai's group is almost the same. The right to speak is too great. Under the leadership of Bai Ruoxi, soon the two arrived at Bai Ruoxi's office, located on the upper floor of the Thai building of the Bai Group. Bai Ruoxi made a call and ordered the female assistant to get the medicine oil for traditional Chinese medicine, and then invited Yifei to take a seat. Yifei sat on the sofa in the office and looked at his surroundings. Bai Ruoxi's office is elegant, with a clear-color mahogany county, antique, and a calligraphy master hangs in the center. The characters of Hai Na Bai Chuang are written on it, which is quite magnificent. Your office is different from what I imagined. Yifei smiled. Bai Ruoxi was silent for a moment before she whispered softly, "This is actually my father's office. Since his death, there has been almost no office in this office. There are changes, and the items are displayed in the same way." I see. The death of her father was an unforgettable shadow for Bai Ruoxi. She vowed to find the real murderer. The furnishings of this office haven't changed a lot, and Bai Ruoxi wants to remind herself. Bai Ruoxi seemed unwilling to talk more about this topic, but she was a little curious about the contradiction between Yifei and Chen Luo. "You and this Chen Luo. What is going on? He seems to hate you to the bone." "I have ruined his good deeds several times." Yifei briefly explained what happened, from Luo Weiyu's story. Rise. After hearing what Yifei said, Bai Ruoxi had a worse impression of Chen Luo. Bai Ruoxi whispered, "I never thought that such a person turned out to be the disciple of the genius Dr. Wu. It is really just a mere expression. But Chen Luo hates you so much, you have to be careful." At that time, Yan Du received the favor of Wu's genius doctor. Bai Ruoxi kindly reminded Yifei. "I know." Yifei smiled, "But now it should be Chen Luo being careful. I don't need him to deal with me, I will take the initiative." Pay him, waiting passively for Chen Luo to deal with himself. "Don't be kidding, this is not Yifei's character." "Then how are you going to deal with Chen Luo?" Bai Ruoxi asked. Yifei raised his eyebrows. "You care about me so much?" Bai Ruoxi's complexion remained unchanged. Whispered softly, "We are allies, aren't we?" "That is right, it seems that choosing you to be an ally is a very correct choice." Yifei smiled. Chen Luo currently relies mainly on his senior. Duan Qizhang Pharmaceutical is a domestic first-class pharmaceutical company. Duan Qizhang transferred his shares to Chen Luo equals part, and also let Chen Luo become the vice president of Qizhang Medicine. I plan to start with Qizhang Medicine. Yifei must first defeat Duan Qizhang 1. Duan Qi is Chen Luo's most important helper, and former Chen Luo is the hardest and most iron backer in Yandu. It is Duan Qizhang. Because Duan Qizhang had been greatly favored by the genius Dr. Wu, he was accepted as a named disciple by the genius Dr. Wu. Duan Qizhang faced Chen Luo that really heart and lungs, ask for money, VIP to others. If it is not for Duan Qizhang's support, it is impossible for Chen Luo to be so prosperous in Yandu. So Yifei must first prepare to defeat Duan Qizhang. Duan Qi is falling, it is tantamount to Chen Luo breaking an arm. This is the real breaking of his hand. Bai Ruoxi thought, I also know that Qizhang Medicine is Su's biggest competitor. Qizhang Medicine and Bai S also has some business contacts. Bai Ruoxi and Duan Qizhang also have business contacts, so Bai Ruoxi is fairly familiar with Qizhang Medicine. This is also one of the reasons why Chen Luo approached Bai Ruoxi, because the two had cooperated. If necessary, I can help you deal with Qizhang Group, Bai Ruoxi said softly. Yifei. Bai Ruoxi was slightly surprised. Yifei. Bai Ruoxi was really curious, how did Yifei deal with Chen Luo and Duan Qizhang? After all, Qizhang Pharmaceutical is Xuanwang's first-class pharmaceutical company in China, with a market value of tens of billions. The door, but also, should not be underestimated. What would Yifei do? Yifei saw Bai Ruoxi's curiosity, he deliberately sold it, and said, before this, Chen Luo will be disgusting and disgusting. You mean that video? Bai Ruoxi asked. Yes. Yifei's mouth curled up. Chen Luo has a small heart and takes his face extremely seriously. This video. If it spreads to the internet, he will see his embarrassed and ugly side, and he will definitely be smashed by Deshichao. Bai Ruoxi couldn't help smiling. Although Yifei's description was a bit exaggerated, it was true. Equals 8. This video was posted on the internet. Chen Luo couldn't be ***** off. This is also the purpose of Yifei equals the beginning. He took the initiative to provoke Chen Luo this time. It was also the result of his careful consideration. Equals come, he wants to test the strength gap between himself and Chen Luo, and want to see how much the strength difference between him and Chen Luo good money is. What? The result made Yifei very satisfied. Although he took advantage of his attack this time, Yifei's strength was almost the same as Chen Luo's. The soil is close to the group. In addition, Yifei wanted to take the opportunity to make Chen Luo lose face in front of Bai Ruoxi. The possibility of Chen Luo and Bai Ruoxi completely cut off. The result also made Yifei satisfied. Bai Ruoxi had no favors with Chen Luo from the beginning. At the same time, Yifei also got this video of Chen Luo's embarrassment, just to retaliate against Chen Luo. It is time to take the initiative and let Chen Luo suffer. Chapter 135 Revenge begins. Yifei chatted with Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi's female assistant quickly brought medicated oil for the treatment of bruises. President Bai, the medicinal oil is here. The female assistant handed the medicinal oil to Bai Ruoxi, then quit the office obediently, so as not to disturb Yifei and Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi looked at Yifei and whispered, let me wipe the medicine for you, take off your coat. Okay, Yifei took off his jacket and shirt quickly, revealing his upper body. Suddenly, Yifei's figure was fully revealed. Yifei's figure was just right, not full of muscles, but take a closer look. But he can see that his figure is by no means ordinary. Not the kind of complete muscular man, but every two muscles are just right. The 8-pack abdominal muscles are well defined, plus the waist, abdomen and back without any fat. This figure is really attractive to women. Bai Ruoxi's eyes moved slightly, although she also noticed that Yifei was in good shape, she inevitably looked at it more. But Bai Ruoxi could see more clearly. It was the bruise on Yifei's body. Yifei had bruises on at least 3 places on his arms, legs, waist and abdomen, and the bruises turned purple. It seems even a bit shocking. Your injury is more serious than I thought. Bai Ruoxi was slightly surprised, only to realize how Yifei's confrontation with Chen Luo was just now. The danger. 413. The match between Yifei and Chen Luo also made Bai Ruoyao realize Yifei's strength. His strength value was so exaggerated. Although the fight between Yifei and Chen Luo was short, it left a deep impression on her, and it was like making a martial arts movie. The man in front of me. Is there any unknown secret in the body? Yifei shrugged. He felt that Bai Ruoxi's fingertips touched his skin and he was applying medicine. My injury is nothing. Chen Luo is much more serious than me. Yifei smiled faintly. How can there be no injuries to a man? This level is really nothing to Yifei. Bai Ruoxi's fingertips were gentle. She didn't use too much force, she needed the bruises for Yifei. The temperature of the palm spreads to Yifei's skin. Yifei's heart moved slightly. The two were very close, and Yifei could also smell Bai Ruoxi's faint body fragrance. Yifei chatted with Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi's female assistant quickly brought medicated oil for the treatment of bruises. President Bai, the medicinal oil is here. The female assistant handed the medicinal oil to Bai Ruoxi, then quit the office obediently, so as not to disturb Yifei and Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi looked at Yifei and whispered, let me wipe the medicine for you, take off your coat. Okay, Yifei took off his jacket and shirt quickly, revealing his upper body. Suddenly, Yifei's figure was fully revealed. Yifei's figure was just right, not full of muscles, but take a closer look. But he can see that his figure is by no means ordinary. Not the kind of complete muscular man, but every two muscles are just right. The 8-pack abdominal muscles are well defined, plus the waist, abdomen and back without any fat. This figure is really attractive to women. Bai Ruoxi's eyes moved slightly, although she also noticed that Yifei was in good shape, she inevitably looked at it more. But Bai Ruoxi could see more clearly. It was the bruise on Yifei's body. Yifei had bruises on at least 3 places on his arms, legs, waist and abdomen, and the bruises turned purple. It seems even a bit shocking. Your injury is more serious than I thought. Bai Ruoxi was slightly surprised, only to realize how dangerous Yifei's confrontation with Chen Luo just now was. The match between Yifei and Chen Luo also made Bai Ruoyao realize Yifei's strength. His strength value was so exaggerated. Although the fight between Yifei and Chen Luo was short, it left a deep impression on her, and it was like making a martial arts movie. The man in front of me. Is there any unknown secret in the body? Yifei shrugged. He felt that Bai Ruoxi's fingertips touched his skin and he was applying medicine. My injury is nothing. Chen Luo is much more serious than me. Yifei smiled faintly. How can there be no injuries to a man? This level is really nothing to Yifei. Bai Ruoxi's fingertips were gentle. She didn't use too much force, she needed the bruises for Yifei. The temperature of the palm spreads to Yifei's skin. Yifei's heart moved slightly. The two were very close, and Yifei could also smell Bai Ruoxi's faint body fragrance. In an instant, the atmosphere in the office became settled. This is even more true for Bai Ruoxi. This is the first time that she has been so close to other men. Especially Yifei is different from other men. The relationship between him and Bai Ruoxi is also very special. Bai Ruoxi appeared expressionlessly applying medicine to Yifei, but he was a little strange in his heart. Use a little bit of strength, otherwise you always feel that you are taking advantage of me. Yifei only felt that Bai Ruoxi's movements were too soft, close to caressing. Touched, then laughed and teased. Bai Ruoxi's slender jade hands paused slightly, and Yifei glared at her beautiful eyes, then added gravity to massage Yifei. This guy, who was taking advantage of him. Bai Ruoxi deliberately added gravity, but he did not know that this kind of force massage was just right. Yifei, calmly enjoying this Yandu no. 1. White Fume massage. Let Bai Ruoxi massage him. That is the treatment that countless men in Yandu dream of. Apart from anything else, Bai Ruoxi is the well-deserved richest woman in Yandu. Her pair of jade hands is usually used to sign those billions of dollars. 10 billion contract, but now it is for Yifei massage. Although Bai Ruoxi's massage movements are a bit rusty, the soft and boneless hands feel good. After a while, Bai Ruoxi applied medicine for Yifei's massage. Yifei put on his clothes and tidied them up. Thank you very much. You are welcome. By the way, there will be a drag racing in Bayou Mountain in the next 2 days. Are you interested? Bai Ruoxi collected the medicine. Asked casually. Why, do you want to go? Yifei asked with a smile. Well, there have been a lot of things recently, and I want to take the opportunity to relax next. Bai Ruoxi whispered. She was checking the Violet organization recently. There was also the murder of his father, Empress Mu's murderer, which made Bai Ruoxi really face a lot of pressure. However, playing the piano recently has been difficult to release her inner pressure, because the way the piano relieves the pressure is too gentle. So Bai Ruoxi wanted to release her pressure by racing. Since the last time she experienced Yifei's racing, she has fallen in love with that. The feeling of speed. No matter what happened, Yifei did not refuse. If you have time, then go. Yeah, after a few more chats, Yifei got up and said goodbye. Then I'll go first. Bai Ruoxi sent Yifei out. This scene was seen by the female assistant in the office area, and she was immediately stunned, allowing President Bai to send it out in person. There are very few customers. Obviously Mr. Bai attaches great importance to this young Master Yi. Gaokai Beishi Group building. After Yifei got in the car, the first thing he did was to carry the phone to the person in charge of Brilliant Entertainment. The person in charge of Brilliant Entertainment is named Zhang Minli. He is a professional manager who is responsible for Brilliant Entertainment as affairs. Brilliant Entertainment usually manages two little things, and Tufei is only responsible for the handling shopkeeper. Yifei called Zhang Minli. As soon as Zhang Minli received Yifei's call, his tone was respectful. Mr. Yi, hello. Well, Lao Zhang, do something for me. Mr. Yi, you say. Yifei said, I sent you a video file to help me hype this video on Weibo, forums and major media outlets. Smell, I want to make the person in the video notorious. He is the vice president of Qizheng Medicine and his name is Chen Luo. Do you know how to do it? President Yi, wait a moment, I'll watch the video. Zhang Minli answered quickly. Yeah, in less than 2 minutes, Zhang Minli immediately replied to Yifei, Mr. Yi, this matter is left to me. Isn't it just hype? I am good at it. After Zhang Minli watched the video content, he silently mourned Chen Luo for 3 seconds. Poor guy, I don't know why I offended Mr. Yi. Not only was he beaten with a bruised nose and swollen face. This video will circulate because of this. As a professional manager of brilliant entertainment, John Minley is well versed in the hype in the entertainment industry. It is not a joke that Shai has a specialization. John Minley only spent half a day. I bought it through Weibo, short-sighted. There are a large number of official accounts and marketing accounts on the internet, such as video platforms, forums, and post bars. In just half a day, this video of Chen Luo provoking Yifei went viral. Chapter 136 Musician S Emoticon Pack. In just half a day, the video of Chen Luo and Yifei's fight went viral all over the internet. John Mingle is really well versed in the hype in the entertainment industry. He soon posted this video on Weibo, forums and other hot search lists. The comprehensive playback volume of this video soon broke tens of millions of seconds. Various data such as comments and forwarding are also very strong. Yifei had just finished taking a shower in his private villa at this time. Lie on the bed and scan Weibo. Video of Yifei and Chen Luo fighting, ranked 5th on Weibo. The hot search keyword on Weibo is Vice President of Qizheng Medicine beating people. Qizheng Pharmaceutical is also a well-known listed company anyway. The news that Chen Luo is the Vice President beat others, of course, has also caused a lot of onlookers of people eating melons. Many people who eat melon have watched this video too. In the video, anyone with a discerning eye can clearly see that Chen Luo took the first shot against Yifei, and Yifei was forced to take action against Chen Luo. In the video, the shot between the two people is very clear. The entire video content is actually not long, just 2 minutes. Especially in the end, Yifei gave Chen Luo the punch and directly kicked Chen Luo's arm and broke Chen Luo's arm. Chen Luo's face was swollen, and his appearance was very miserable. Suddenly, this video spread widely. Yifei just clicked on the comments and saw various comments from netizens. FCK, is Nima performing martial arts? These two men are a bit scary. Laugh me to death, this is the Vice President of Qizheng Medicine, write what is his name instead, he was beaten as a pig for provoking. It seems to be called Chen Luo. I saw him once in the live broadcast, and that time was also very funny. Only I noticed that the other little brother is handsome and stylish. It has the type 1 like. The comment area is very active. This video of Yifei and Chen Luo's hands-on work has attracted the attention of the masses of people who eat melons. John Minley specifically mentioned that Chen Luo was the Vice President of Qizheng Medicine when he was making a hype. I also smeared a stranger by the way. Medicine, as a well-known pharmaceutical company, news of high-level beatings is undoubtedly the negative news among the negative news. Has become a rather bad influence. On that day, Qizheng Pharmaceutical's stock suffered a severe setback and even once fell by a limit. In the videos circulating on the internet, Chen Luo not only did it first, he was also beaten up by the vomiting lesson. Chen Luo has a blue nose and a swollen face. Many netizens made various emoticons for their ugly appearance and ridiculed them on various forums. Chen Luo became an emoticon. His picture with a swollen nose and a swollen face was made into an emoji package with text. For example, come solo, what to see. Haven't you seen a handsome guy? Then accompanied by ugly photos of Chen Luo embarrassed, began to circulate on the internet. Chen Luo takes his face very seriously. The reason why he broke with Liang Jie is precisely because Su Qingzu's attitude made him feel bad. Being humiliated, you can hold back your face. Speaking of use. And compared to his bumping into the wall at Su Qingzu, degree this video of him fighting Yifei was posted online. These photos are made into a table. Love bag, that is the real humiliation to him. This is the real face slap. And in the same way, this pair of Chen Luo's reputation is also a huge hit 2371. Chen Luo is also a close disciple of Wu's superb doctor anyway, and now he has a face in Yandu. These photos and emoticons have been spread out. After that, he will surely become a laughingstock in the upper circles of Yandu. This is inevitable. When Yifei saw Chen Luo's emoticons being used all over the internet, he immediately felt more refreshed, and things were developing more smoothly than he had imagined. Yifei couldn't wait to know Chen Luo's reaction. While Yifei was browsing the mobile news, his mobile phone was slightly shocked at this time, and Yifei saw that Musician had sent him the news. Yifei and Musician haven't seen each other for a few days. Yifei saw the news sent by Musician and saw that what Musician had sent was a video link between him and Chen Luo. Yifei couldn't help laughing. It seems that this video is spreading fast, even Musician knows it. Musician sent a message and asked, did you do something with that Chen Luo at the same time? Musician added a moon stun dog emoticon pack. So cute. Musician likes to use emoticons when chatting online, and his emoticons are a bit cute. It was transferred to me by shouting, Chen Luo's martial arts level is good, but you still win. Lin Zijin posted another. I was so scared that my little fish fell out emoticon pack to express surprise. Yifei couldn't help but smile when he saw the emoji. Well, I just ran into him today, so I just started it. Yifei explained briefly. After a while, the part of Bairuoxi was omitted. Musician is still very clear about Chen Luo's identity, and she also knows that there's a contradiction between Yifei and Chen Luo. She noticed it the last time Chen Luo and Yifei consulted for her grandfather. You still don't sleep at this late? Yifei looked at the time, it was almost early morning. He couldn't help asking Musician. Yifei knew that Musician's work and rest were very regular and simple. She hardly stayed up late, and went to bed early every time. Today is an exception. Sure enough, Musician sent another emoticon pack, which was a tearful expression of a cartoon little monster with the text I am too difficult. Musician sent a message and said I haven't slept yet, my stomach hurts a little and I can sleep. Stomachache. Well, the minor problems that have fallen before will be fine in a while. Musician replied, again with a pitiful expression. It happens to be tomorrow that I will be acupuncture from Yu Lao. I will help you to see the stomach disease. Tu Fei replied. Although stomach disease is a minor problem, it can easily lead to serious illness if the stomach is not raised in time. And, good. Musician replied readily, seemingly a lot lighter. Yifei chatted with Musician for a while, and the two talked mainly about martial arts topics. Musician to the domestic martial arts community. The situation is over, there are more solutions than Yifei, and Yifei also wants Musician to help him judge Chen Luo's martial arts strength. According to Yifei's description, Musician judged that Chen Luo should be a martial artist with great internal strength, and he is considered a slight master in China. There are usually a dozen elite players. They are not necessarily Chen Luo's opponents, they are almost equivalent to martial arts masters. And Yifei is almost at this level. He is no less inferior than Chen Luo, and he even has the upper hand in this confrontation. Chapter 137 Chen Luo is so angry. Musician sent a message to remind Yifei, I think Chen Luo is very careful. He must hate you this time. You want to stay. Be aware of his movements. Perceiving the concern in the message sent by Musician, Tu Fei responded with a smile, well, I will pay attention. Musician talked with Yifei again, the two people will end the chat, and Musician sent a message, I will go to bed first, and you will also be earlier. Sleep, good night, good night, good night. Yifei turned off the phone too. Lying on the bed and slept beautifully, it was dawn. Early the next morning, Yifei was about to get up to eat breakfast, but I heard the doorbell from outside. Yifei put on his clothes and opened the door and saw Luo Weiyu standing in front of the door. The weather is a bit cold, especially in the morning when the wind was very windy. I saw Luo Weiyu wearing a long white coat with thick soil on her feet. The tights, simple and elegant, set off her curves. Luo Weiyu's small and exquisite ears are red, her face is clear and beautiful, her skin is like snow, her 5 palaces are like jade, and her skin can be broken by blows. Outside moving Miss Luo is Lu trot over. Therefore, his face was slightly flushed after exercise, which was amazingly beautiful. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, I made ribs porridge. Luo Weiyu's face was red, and she was carrying a pink insulated lunchbox. Luo Weiyu is here to bring her breakfast specially. When Yifei saw Miss Luo bring her breakfast, his heart was suddenly warm, overflowing with an indescribable feeling. Although Luo Weiyu's foot injury was healed, it was not convenient to move. What is more, it is so cold early in the morning from Luo Weiyu's residence to he. It will take at least half an hour to fly. Seeing Luo Weiyu carrying the heat preservation box to deliver it, Yifei could imagine that she deliberately got up early to cook porridge. Then trot the scene said by Lu. Oh, how can you not like it? Yifei said come in, cold or not. It is not cold. Luo Weiyu smiled sweetly. Yifei reached out and took the girl Liang's palm and pulled her into the villa living room. Luo Weiyu felt Yifei's concern, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up, saying, actually, I exercise like this is quite good. It is not cold, and I am sweating. You eat quickly. Otherwise, I am afraid the porridge won't taste good when it is cold. While talking, Luo Weiyu pushed the ribs porridge in front of Yifei. The insulation box works well. This pink thermal insulation box is very new, like I just bought it these days. Yifei can imagine Luo Weiyu's mind when he went to buy an incubator. Yifei was eating ribs porridge. The ribs porridge was still warm and tasted quite good. Luo Weiyu's cooking skills are good. Yifei eats very well, and soon he drank this bowl of porridge. From beginning to end, Luo Weiyu just held his chin and smiled slightly as Yifei finished eating the porridge. Then Luo Weiyu took the heat preservation box to wash it naturally. After washing the insulation box, Luo Weiyu asked with a smile, what do you want to eat tomorrow? I'll bring it to you. Yifei said, it is too hard for you to run around like this every day, so why don't you just stay here to save trouble? No. Luo Weiyu blushed. Although the relationship with Yifei has changed qualitatively, Luo Weiyu is still a bit shy. Yifei didn't force him to know that Luo Weiyu's thin-skinned face and cohabitation would definitely be difficult for her to accept for a while. Looking at Luo Weiyu's red face, Yifei said, it is better than I buy you a house nearby. It just so happens that you should also live in a house. Luo Weiyu's current place is not far from Yangtze Street. It is an old house left by her parents. The conditions are very simple. Yifei had long wanted to change Luo Weiyu's suite. Given the current relationship between the two of them, it was not abrupt for him to make such a proposal. Luo Weiyu shook his head and was about to refuse. Yifei insisted, don't refuse, that is it. I had an obligation to make my woman live more comfortably. Luo Weiyu opened his mouth and saw Yifei's tough attitude. When he refused, he swallowed again, blushing and nodded slightly. But one word by one came up in Jinwu Zhangjiao. It will be his really from now on. Luo Weiyu blushed and thought. Yifei said, that is it. I'll send someone to the house tomorrow. Tell me what you like. Move in as soon as possible. Let us live closer. You can often look after the flowers in my yard. And, as if thinking of the future life, Luo Weiyu's eyes became bright, full of longing. After that, Yifei sent Luo Weiyu to the flower shop on Yangtze Street. Luo Weiyu started a new day with a happy flower shop and waved goodbye to Yifei. But Yifei was going to Mu's compound. Before going to Mu's house, Yifei went to the big pharmacy in the central city to buy a few boxes of stomach medicine, Wei Kangshu. This is Yanglong Country City a month ago. The best stomach medicine in the world, but this kind of stomach medicine is very popular, and there are really no small pharmacies. You can only buy it in major pharmacies. Mu Zijin had a stomachache yesterday, and Yifei also remembered it, so he bought the stomach medicine. After buying the stomach medicine, Yifei immediately went to the Mu family courtyard. At the same time, in the private villa where Chen Luo lives. This private villa was given to him by Duan Qizhang, and Duan Qizhang still had nothing to say to Chen Luo. Although this villa is far inferior to Yifina. The villa is luxurious, but it costs at least tens of millions. In the villa, Chen Luo had a gloomy face, and Duan Qi was sitting next to him with an ugly expression. Chen Luo's face is covered with gauze, and his left arm is also bandaged. He is extremely embarrassed, completely different from his usual chic. 2 states. Chen Luo fought against Yifei yesterday, and after leaving the Bai group, he immediately dealt with his injuries. Although Chen Luo's medical skills are very good, in the face of such a serious injury, it will take him equals months to fully recover his left arm. Before that, his left arm was useless. Chen Luo was furious in his heart, so he was so furious in the villa that the housekeeper and servants were so frightened that they were silent. After Duan Qizhang learned about the 5.2 incident, he came to visit and comfort Chen Luo early. But as soon as Chen Luo calmed down, Duan Qizhang received a call and learned that Qizhang Pharmaceutical as stock had encountered negative news and even suffered a tragic limit. And this negative news originated from Chen Luo. It was only then that Chen Luo knew that the video of him and Yifei had spread so widely, and even he was on the hot search list for a time, and he was also made into an emoticon by taking screenshots of Guangdai netizens. 2 at night, Chen Luo discovered that he had become the object of everyone's ridicule, and he had become a laughingstock. Chen Luo was so angry that he could barely see the smoke. Chapter 138 Mu Zijin sends God assist again. Chen Luo was so angry that he was so angry. His left arm was injured and he couldn't use force, and his right hand slammed on the sofa. The leather sofa was directly grabbed by him a hole too. Duan Qi was seeing this from the side. Knowing that Chen Luo was moved, it was really angry. Duan Qizhang sighed, this Yifei is really ruthless, so I am afraid of you, junior brother. Duan Qizhang sighed again and again, I know that my younger brother has really planted this time. And it was terrible. As soon as this video was released, and the spread on the internet was so widespread, even if you wanted to delete it, you couldn't delete it. This black material will be direct companion. With Chen falling, Chen Luo will become the laughingstock of all Yandu's upper-class circles. Chen Luo saw himself swollen in the video and pictures, as if he was beaten into a pig-ass head, and his heart was irritated and unspeakable. Damn Yifei. Chen Luo was trembling with anger. Blue veins appeared on his face, his hands clenched his fists tightly. Hey, junior brother, you are so moved. Duan Qizhang sighed. Chen Luo's face was pale, his expression was ugly, and it took a long time to say, this time it was indeed my carelessness. I know Yifei will be able to go, but... Unexpectedly, his skill was so good. Junior brother, Yifei is really so strong I know your level. He can beat you like this. 27 Duan Qizhang was shocked. Incredible. Duan Qizhang knows exactly how powerful Chen Luo's skills are. He said unceremoniously that Chen Luo should have seen him except for Master Wu. The person who goes to the best in external power. But he fake and beat him like this. Chen Luo's eyes were dark. It was me who took advantage of the loophole and seized the opportunity to fall into the disadvantage. However, Yifei's strength is indeed very strong. His level is almost the same as mine. I really don't know how he practiced martial arts. In fact, Chen Luo couldn't believe that Yifei's force value was so terrible, and it was not inferior to him. Chen Luo was too arrogant this time. He just determined that Yifei was not his opponent. He wanted to teach Yifei and by the way make Yifei ashamed in front of Bairuoxi. But reality gave him a loud slap in the face. Chen Luo clenched his fists, trembling with anger. Seeing Chen Luo's gloomy expression, Duan Qizhang said hurriedly, "Junior brother, please rest at ease first, and don't you worry about the mess during this time. The 8th news, let us take care of the injury first. You can only do this first. Brother, I must make this Yifei 8,000 swords, so that the Yi family can never stand up, you have to help me." Attack Chen Luo hated Yifei to the extreme, and he wished to smash Yifei into pieces now. Of course I will help you. It's just the Yi family has strong wife, even if I help you. It's difficult. Duan Qizhang sighed. Yi family tree is too deep-rooted. In Yandu, he is an absolute wealthy family. Want to bring down Yifei? How could it be that easy to bring down the Yi family? Chen Luo sneered and said many people in Yan still owe Master S favor. It's time for them to do their best. I can only visit those two. Duan Qizhang was stunned, he didn't know what else Chen Luo had. Although Duan Qizhang and Chen Luo were brothers in the same school, Duan Qizhang is only a nominal disciple of the supernatural Dr. Wu, and Chen Luo is the direct disciple. The status of Westerners is very different. Chen Luo's eyes were gloomy and he was forced by Yifei to be too helpless. In Yandu, 2 elders once owed his Master Wu, the doctor, the favor, and it was a great favor. When the time comes, he really wants to deal with the Yi family. It is only possible to ask those two for help. Before this, it is best to bury a few chess pieces inside the Yi family. Chen Luo thought gloomily. Duan Qi was seeing the look of his junior brother equals his face was obstructed. He sighed, always felt that it was not the right decision for junior brother to fight Yifei. Certainly, since the younger brother provoked Yifei, it seemed that he hadn't taken advantage of it. However, Duan Qizhang saw Chen Luo's anger at this moment, with a gloomy expression on his face. Knowing that Chen Luo would definitely not listen to his advice, he could only sigh lightly. New family courtyard. When Yifei arrived at the Mu S Taiyuan, he happened to meet Mu Zijin in the morning exercise. Only see Mu Zijin's long black hair tied up, equals body in a plain white sweatshirt, pretty unparalleled, and extremely beautiful. She is practicing against the stakes. Shi Wing Chun saw Yifei coming. Mu Ziyang slowly closed his fists and then smiled at him. You are here, there's a good tea over there. You can pour it yourself. Mu Zijin was not polite with Yifei and said with a chuckle. Yifei shrugged. He poured himself a cup of tea. After drinking the tea, his mouth was full of lingering fragrance. Drinking Mu Zijin's tea is really a treat. Yifei asked, where's Elder Mu? Mu Zijin smiled. Grandpa is watering flowers in the backyard, I will take you to find him. Soon, Mu Zijin took Yifei to find Mu Lao. Mu Lao really watered the flowers and plants in the backyard. He not only planted flowers and plants, but also planted some vegetables such as garlic and peppers. It is also a hobby of the elderly. Seeing Yifei's arrival, Mu Lao was very happy to greet Yifei. After this period of diagnosis and treatment, Yifei and Mu Lao are close to each other, and Mu Lao admires Yifei's younger generation very much. Mu Lao, let me help you with acupuncture first. You lie down on the recliner first. Yifei still respects this old man. Mu Lao is the country. Dedicated to life, his body is too small and there are countless scars, and he is indeed an old man worthy of respect. Well, Xiao Yi worked hard for you, Mu Lao said with a smile. Yifei smiled. He rolled up his sleeves and devoted himself to acupuncture for Mu Lao. After a while, the acupuncture is over. Yifei slowly closed the needle and said, Mu Lao, it's all right. Huh, every time Xiao Yi comes to acupuncture in Moxibustion, it is a kind of enjoyment. After acupuncture in Moxibustion, you feel lighter than 867. Mu Lao praised again. After a few words of Yifei's medical skills, he suddenly noticed Yifei's arm and was taken aback. Xiao Yi, your hand is this. When Yifei applied the needle to Mu Lao just now, he rolled up his sleeves and exposed his arms. Yifei has bruises on his hands from yesterday's fight with Chen Luojiao. Although it only showed a corner, it was discovered by Mu Lao. Mu Lao, it has nothing. It has just a little bump, Yifei said lightly. Mu Zijin also noticed the injury of Yifei's arm at this time, and Mu Zijin's eyes fluttered. Dai's eyebrows frowned slightly, and her red lips lightly opened. This is the injury you left when you played against Chen Luo yesterday, right? You were also injured. Lao Mu frowned. Xiao Yi, you and Chen Luo did it. What is the matter? Mu Lao's expression became serious, and the old man was full of aura, not angering himself. Yifei was startled. He didn't want to say more. After all, there was a suspicion that he would deliberately discredit Chen Luo if he took the initiative to mention it, but now Mu Zijin has taken the initiative to say it. This is another asterisk assist from Mu Zijin. Chapter 139 Healing Mu Zijin. Mu Lao looked serious, not angry and pretentious. What the asterisk is going on, Xiao Yi, tell me. Yifei smiled. Mu Lao, it is just a small matter, you can disturb your old man. Old Mu stared, naughty. Look at the injury on your hand, can this be a trivial matter? The silb on Yifei's hand has not subsided, although to Yifei, this was only a skin trauma, but it still looked scary from the outside. Mu Lao and Yifei. Concern, it is really a trivial matter. Yifei seemed unwilling to mention it more, and said, Mu Lao don't mind, I and Chen Luo had shouted abruptly. Already, seeing Yifei, Mu Lao insisted not to say. His brows were furrowed and his power was more powerful. Although the old man has silver hair and deep wrinkles, he can still vaguely see the majesty of galloping on the battlefield. The momentum is amazing. Mu Lao Ju is at the top, with extraordinary momentum. Mu Zijin spoke on the sidelines and smiled. Grandpa, don't blame Yifei for not telling you. I think the relationship between Yifei and Chen Luo. You are also responsible for contradictions. Old Mu's brows furrowed even more. Zijin, you mean? Mu Zijin's eyes were watery. She whispered softly, Chen Luo has a small heart. You didn't choose him, but he's Yifei to treat you. His heart. I am afraid that Yifei has long been jealous. Old Mu was slightly startled, his expression unchanged, and he said solemnly, Xiao Yi, is this really the case? Yifei waved his hand. In fact, it is not exactly like what Zijin said. I was also a bit contradictory with Chen Luo before. Lao Mu snorted and said, you don't have to excuse Chen Luo. I never thought that the disciple of Dr. Wu was so narrow-minded. I thought he was good at it before. It seems that Dr. Wu has a very ordinary vision for picking apprentices. Mu Lao's impression of Chen Luo plummeted, and he was very dissatisfied with Chen Luo. Yifei saw this. I can't help feeling. Musician, this is really a assist. What if this girl intentionally or unintentionally let Mu Lao? The impression of Chen Luo has become very bad too. Although Yifei didn't want to ask Mu Lao to help. But as Mu Lao, if he didn't have a good impression of Chen Luo, it would be Yifei too. Very advantageous. At least when he and Chen Luo conflict in the future, the Mu family is likely to be on his side. There was a light smile on Mu Zijin's face, and her agile eyes looked even more beautiful. She blinked at Yifei, those. The big eyes seemed to be able to speak. Yifei immediately understood that Mu Zijin was actively helping him. This woman was being smart, and her words made Mu Lao's impression of Chen Luo plummet and helped Yifei. Mu Lao turned to Yifei and said solemnly, Xiao Yi, you have wronged you about this matter. If Chen Luo dares to trouble you, I will take care of this matter. Bottom, why? Yifei said, Mu, don't worry. Actually, Chen Luo has troubled me this time, and he has suffered a loss. I am just a small injury. Yifei still doesn't want to bother Mu Lao to help him. When he needs Mu Lao's help, it must be the final word, so that Chen Luo can never turn over. Mu Zijin also said in the sidelines. Yeah, don't be angry, Grandpa, Chen Luo is suffering this time, Mu Zijin said. I briefly talked about the fight between Yifei and Chen Luo, and by the way, I also talked about the current situation on the internet. Hearing Mu Zijin's words, Mu Lao was really interested. He also watched the video of Chen Luo fighting Yifei and said in surprise. It has really good work, Xiao Yi, your kung fu is better than I thought, and it has not bad compared to Zijin. Mu Zijin smiled lightly. Yeah, I want to learn from Yifei. Mu Lao smiled heartily. You young people should communicate more. Mu Lao groaned a little, and then said, Xiao Yi, you and Chen. I want to mix things up this time. If Chen Luo troubles you again, you can tell me at any time. Okay, thank you Mu Lao. Yifei thanked him. Mu Lao waved his hand. You were polite, I still make Chen Luo hate you. I am also responsible for this matter. Old Mu really thought that he was the fuse of the conflict between Yifei and Chen Luo, and felt a little guilty to Yifei in his heart. Yifei was about to answer, but Mu Lao said, I will water the flowers and plants in the backyard. You two young people are talking, I won't bother you. With that, Mu Lao smiled and got up, leaving Yifei and Mu Zijin a space to be alone. Yifei laughed dumbly. Mu Lao seemed to faintly match Yifei and Mu Zijin together, which was a bit interesting. Yifei and Mu Zijin looked at each other in the yard and smiled. Yifei did not thank Mu Zijin for her help just now. Sometimes it is okay to know things by yourself, and it is boring to say something wrong. Is your stomach pain better? Yifei asked actively. Well, it is basically okay. In fact, this is an old problem in the past and it hurts occasionally. Mu Zijin said softly. Looking at the plain face in front of him, but still the pretty face of Ching Cheng, Yifei could probably guess why Mu Zijin had stomach problems. Mu Zijin had served in the army before. The training and work and rest in the army are all high intensity, and he also requires fast meals when eating. Easy to get stomach problems. Yifei said, Uptak, let me take a look for you. Although the stomach disease is small, we must pay attention to it. Yifei guessed that Mu Zijin's stomach disease should not be mild, otherwise with her character and endurance, she wouldn't be unable to sleep. Mu Zijin lightly tapped his head, the white and slender gooseneck was delicate and moving. The yard was not suitable for Mu Zijin to see a doctor, and Mu Zijin led Yifei to her residence. Mu Zijin's residence is also a small courtyard, but it is more refined and elegant, and Mu Zijin's room is also classical and elegant. But something special is that there are no cosmetics, brand name jewelry, bags, and other things that girls love Wang Haojiao in her room. Room without cosmetics and luxury goods. Yifei secretly sighed in his heart, this woman is so good to support and blow. Sit down first, and I will help you get your pulse. Yifei said. Mu Zijin sat beside Yifei, reaching out for Yifei to diagnose her pulse. A serious look appeared on Yifei's face, and he diagnosed Mu Zijin's pulse. After about a few minutes, Yifei frowned slightly and said, your stomach disease is very serious. Have you never seen a doctor before? Mu Zijin's stomach disease is more serious than she thought. Chapter 140. Mu Zijin's stomach disease is more serious than he thought. Yifei took the pulse from Mu Zijin, and with his medical skills, he could clearly tell Mu Zijin's condition. Mu Zijin's stomach disease was indeed better than. He imagined it was more serious. Is it serious? Seeing Yifei's calm expression, Mu Zijin asked in a low voice. Yifei said seriously, you have had stomach problems for a day or two, right? You haven't been to the hospital for treatment. It should be a long-term or regular diet. The direct swallowing of hot food and other reasons. At least 2 or 3 years. Mu Zijin fluffed up her hair and replied softly, it has been a few years. Have you never been to the hospital? Yifei frowned. Yifei's expression was serious. As a doctor, Yifei had no distractions, and now Mu Zijin is his patient. Mu Zijin's head drooped slightly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. She said, I think it is a small problem, just endure. So she didn't go to the doctor. Hospital. Forbearance. Mu Zijin is really not a woman like this. Although stomach pain is not the kind of extreme pain, it is always a dull pain. The pain is very long, and ordinary people are very painful. Unbearable. Yifei shook his head and said, although the stomach disease is small, it is difficult to treat. Especially if you have had stomach disease for a long time. Now. Delayed treatment time. Question 340 will only get worse. You were so painful that you couldn't sleep anymore. You still don't go to the doctor, really? Seeing Yifei's serious expression, Mu Zijin blinked her eyes like water. She pursed her lips and said, I know, so this is not for you. Yet, Yifei said, as the saying goes, stomach disease is treated by 3 separate treatments and soil is nourished. Conditioning is very important. I will first help you with acupuncture and massage. Well, besides, I bought some medicine this morning, so you can take it first. Yifei took out the boxes of Wei Kongshu he bought, which was the best medicine in Zhanhuang's country for the treatment of chronic stomach diseases a month ago. Seeing the boxes of stomach medicines that Yifei bought, Mu Zijin was slightly startled, and the light became soft. Are you going to buy me medicines on purpose? Yifei shrugged. He didn't say that he was the stomach medicine bought in Kongzongcheng district, but simply said, the big city just opposite your house. I bought it by the pharmacy. Remember to take this medicine 3 times a day according to the course of treatment, and take it after meals. Mu Zijin nodded gently. Yifei said, your stomach is prolonged for a long time, so in addition to taking medicine, you also need to massage the acupoints. You sit down first. I help you massage the acupoints. Oi but good. Mu Zijin sat obediently, sitting upright. Yifei couldn't help but laugh at this, because Mu Zijin's sitting posture was a bit cute, and he felt like sitting in rows and eating fruits. How come there are women who are not only charming, but also sometimes have cute attributes too? Yifei saw Mu Zijin sitting dignified. He was also sitting beside Mu Zijin, smelling an elegant fragrance. Yifei can confirm. Ding. Mu Zijin didn't spray perfume, but her body fragrance. Smells good. Raise your hand, Yifei reminded. Bull. Mu Zijin raised his slender wrist, palm up. Yifei grasped Mu Zijin's slender hands and brain. His skin was slightly cool, but as delicate as jade. Yifei grabbed her hand, grabbed Mu Zijin's. In the palm of his hand, Yifei's ***** and ring finger were brought together, and then he pinched the Niguan point on Mu Zijin's wrist. The Niguan point is about 2 inches away from the direction of the wrist to the hand, between the 2 bones and 2 tendons in the middle. Yifei's kneading strength is not small. In an instant, Mu Zijin's pretty Lu Mei frowned, but she held back the pain and bit her silver teeth slightly. No words were spoken. Yifei whispered, "It will be a little bit painful, please bear with it." This pain is nothing to Mu Zijin, she just frowned slightly. Yifei massages Niguan acupoint for about a minute. Niguan acupoint has many functions, the second of which is to relieve bloating and regulate qi. Machine spleen and stomach. After massaging the Niguan point, Mu Zijin's expression eased slightly, and she seemed to feel a lot more comfortable. In addition, there are Zhongwan points that need to be massaged. Yifei said. Mu Zijin asked, "Where's Zhongwan point?" On the belly, Zhongwan point is 4 pairs of midline on the belly button. Yifei said. Mu Zijin's cheeks are slightly red. Doesn't this mean that she has to be massaged by Yifei? Mu Zijin's eyes are smart, and her cheeks are slightly red, with a touch of shyness in his heart. This guy. Mu Zijin glanced at Yifei. I saw that Yifei said seriously, "Doctors don't means men and women. Zijin, you can treat me as a doctor. Just get rid of the disease." Mu Zijin hesitated slightly before nodding slightly. Yifei let Mu Zijin lie flat. Mu Zijin's long hair scattered, lying on the bed, beautiful. Seeing Mu Ziying lying down, Yifei's index finger, middle finger, and ring finger were put together, and his 3 fingers were put together, squeezing the Zhongwan acupoint on Mu Ziying's abdomen. The strength is neither light nor heavy, kneading the belly and abdomen for Mu Zijin. The touch in Yifei's hand was as silky as milk. Mu Zijin closed his eyes, his face was only slightly red. Yifei kneaded and massaged Mu Zijin's stomach for a while, and the acupuncture points he massaged were precise. The strength is moderate, and it will end after about 15 minutes. How do you feel now? Yifei asked with a light smile. Yifei has absolute confidence in his medical skills. Mu Zijin's stomach disease is indeed very serious. Although Yifei massage can be cured immediately and has an immediate effect, it has a relieving effect. It should be obvious. Sure enough, Mu Zijin stretched out her beautiful Louis eyebrows, and joy flashed across her bright eyes. It is much more comfortable, it doesn't hurt anymore. Yifei said you have to massage these 2 acupoints frequently. In addition, you should pay more attention to eating. Eat less and more meals, avoid spicy, no. Eat hot food, Yifei reminded Mu Zijin. Feeling Yifei's concern, Mu Zijin's eyes were a little softer, her water-cut pupils and Yifei looked at each other, saying well. Thank you, Yifei. Mu Zijin's eyes reveal a hidden tenderness too. Not only did Yifei bring her stomach medicine, but he was also very careful in massage treatment for her. Almost everything, Mu Zijin felt right. This salty sleep is very comfortable. Yifei smiled at a trivial matter. Just remember to take medicine on time, then I'll go first. Then I'll take you off. Mu Zijin got up and vomited to fly away from the US yard. Yifei waved goodbye to Mu Zijin. As he left, a system reminder sounded in his ear, and his experience value rose again. Chapter 141 The beginning of destroying Chen Luo. Yifei received the system prompt and his experience value has risen again. Ding, congratulations to the host, Mu Lao's impression of Chen Luo has decreased, and his experience value has increased by 200 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, Mu Zijin's favor with the host has increased, and his experience value has increased by 100 points. Another 300 experience points have been received, Yifei's heart happy. This time I've gained a lot from US house. Yifei took a look after he got on the car, seeing his own experience value, his experience value has already been there. 2,600 points. 2,600 experience points, enough for Yifei to upgrade to advanced skills E. But Yifei had no idea of upgrading skills for the time being, he wanted to accumulate experience points to upgrade advanced skills. Upgrading the system as advanced skills to master skills requires RMB 100 million in cash, plus the skill proficiency to reach full value. 1 billion in cash is easy to handle, and Yifei is not short of money now. But the skill proficiency is a bit troublesome. A month ago, the 2 most important skills, vomiting, medicine and martial arts, were only 30. Around percent, distance from 100% proficiency it will take a lot of time as. But according to the system as prompts, if Yifei uses experience points to upgrade, then it doesn't you need more proficiency. It takes 5,000 experience points to upgrade the skill to Daishi level 1. Yifei accumulates experience points very quickly. In just 2 months, he already has 2,600 experience points. I believe that in the future, the accumulation of experience points will definitely be faster. After leaving the US yard, Yifei was not idle either and drove back to the private villa. The first thing to do is to give a long time no contact. Li Xiangyan. It is time for Li Xiangyan this chess piece to come in handy. Yifei wanted to attack Chen Luo. Of course, it was more than just posting the video of Chen Luo fighting him on the internet discussing Chen Luo. To hit a snake is to hit 7 inches. A month ago, Chen Luo's wife and Yandu relied on Duan Qizhang. As long as Duan Qizhang fell, Chen Luo's life will never be easier. Therefore, Yifei is targeting Duan Qizhang's Qizhang Pharmaceutical Group. Qizhang Pharmaceutical is a listed pharmaceutical company with a market value of tens of billions. It is also a well-known pharmaceutical enterprise group in Yandu. What Yifei had to do was to overthrow Qizhang Medicine and let Chen Luo lose this reliance. And Li Xiangyan, an important chess piece buried in Qizhang Medicine, will finally come in handy. Yifei contacted Li Xiangyan and asked Li Xiangyan to pay close attention to several new drugs and tonics recently launched by Qizhang Medicine, and by the way, follow the trends of Qizhang Group. After seeing Yifei's request, Li Xiangyan immediately responded to Yifei's text message, saying that there was no problem. Yifei deleted the text message, and found Black Friday again. He is deeply trusted by Yifei as Yifei's full-time bodyguard. Only the Black 5 man Gao Matthew, dressed in a black suit, walked up to Tufei. Shang Tufei lowered his head and said crudely. Xiao Yi, you were looking for me. Yifei faintly smiled. Well, I came here to let you do something. Say Yi Xiao, you send someone to closely follow Duan Qizhang and other Qizhang Group executives and leave Chen Luo alone for the time being. I need Qizhang Group. A lot of intelligence, Yifei said lightly. Since the decision has been made to suppress the Qizhang Group, it is necessary to know oneself and the enemy, and intelligence resources are indispensable. Relying on Li Xiangyan is certainly not enough, not to mention that Yifei does not completely trust Li Xiangyan. Of course, he has to keep an eye on him. Yi Xiao, don't you worry, I will immediately ask my brothers to do this little thing, report to you immediately if there is news. He Wu's face was serious. The way, okay, let us go. Yifei raised the corner of his mouth. Black Friday hurried away. Dante looked at Hai Wu's simple appearance, but he is coarse and fine, and he is very reliable, otherwise he would not be Yifei's confidant. Before Yifei could mobilize elite bodyguards like Black Friday, there were probably 2 natives, who could guarantee loyalty, and it would be more appropriate for them to follow and monitor the Qizhang Group executives. After doing all this, Yifei just waited to close the net. In fact, based on Yifei's understanding of the original book, he knew that Qizhang Group would soon encounter a crisis in the future. This is also his great opportunity. Of course Yifei will not miss it, this will be the beginning of his destruction of Chen Luo. Time passed, and it soon arrived at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, in the evening. Yifei was busy dealing with Chen Luo and Qizhang Pharmaceutical Group. In the MUS compound, Mu Zijin had just eaten dinner, and she drank yam porridge at night. She obeyed Yifei's instructions and drank yam porridge to warm her stomach. After drinking the porridge, Mu Zijin decided to go for a walk nearby. Mu Zijin walked out of the yard, walked on a quiet street, and walked to the door of the big pharmacy across the street. Mu Zijin couldn't help thinking of the stomach medicine Yifei had bought for her, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. But although Yifei bought her a stomach, but she didn't buy many stomach medicines. After thinking about it, she went to the big pharmacy and planned to buy a few more boxes of stomach medicines. When you walked into the big pharmacy, a staff member from the pharmacy came up to greet you. Hello, what kind of medicine do you need to buy? This staff member is a young girl. The moment she saw Mu Zijin, she was lost for a while and even felt ashamed. So beautiful. Mu Zijin's smart eyes flowed. Looking at the staff, she said softly, hello, I want to buy a few boxes of stomach comfort. Mu Zijin remembered that Yifei had said that he bought the stomach medicine in this big pharmacy. The staff member heard that Mu Zijin wanted to buy white gongshu, and he was taken aback, and said, excuse me, we don't have this medicine like white gongshu. No two different colors flashed in Mu Zijin's beautiful eyes. Didn't Yifei say that the stomach medicine he bought in this big pharmacy, how could there be none? The staff explained this medicine was more expensive and better on the market before the month. So it sells very well. There are no general pharmacies. You may have to go to the big pharmacies in the central city to sell it. I recommend you to buy it. Several other stomach medicines are not as effective as wei kangshu, but they are also good. Only the big pharmacies in the central city can sell it. Mu Zijin's heart moved, as if she understood something. She looked at the medicine rack, and there was indeed no wei kangshu, this kind of stomach medicine, on the full medicine rack. It turned out that he bought the medicine specially in the downtown area, but he told her that he bought it at the drugstore across the street. Mu Zijin's eyes became gentle. She blinked her eyes, her jade hand pulled her hair lightly. Think of Yifei's way of speaking lightly in the morning. At this moment, her bright eyes are like water, her head is hanging slightly, the corners of her lips are smiling, and the light insects are endlessly gentle. Chapter 142 The Four Great Illusion of Life. In the evening, Yifei was in a video call with Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu wore silk pajamas against her snow-white skin, bright eyes and white teeth, and thin lips. Under the night lights. Extraordinarily touching. However, Su Qingzu's expression was very serious, and the exchange between Tufei and Su Qingzu was also a matter of business. Yifei told Su Qingzu that he was going to take action against the Qizhang Group and wanted the Su family to cooperate. Su Qingzu naturally agreed without saying a word, and she acted proactively. Su Qingzu was extremely disgusted with Chen Luo, Su clan. It was almost because Chen Luo caused the crisis that her beauty company was driven into desperation by Chen Luo. After the video call between the two was over, Yifei hung up the communication. Yifei's layout is basically settled, everything is in place, only Donfei knows it. As soon as Su Qingzu's video communication was hung up, he received a message from Mu Zijin. I saw Mu Zijin send a cute cat expression, and then added the text, thank you, 0 Yifei was a little unsure, so suddenly thank me for what I am doing. Thank you for the stomach medicine. You bought it at the pharmacy in the central city. Mu Zijin sent a message. Yifei was startled slightly, but was discovered by Mu Zijin. Yifei replied, well, I bought it in the morning. He also said that I bought it at the opposite pharmacy, so I made a trip for nothing. Mu Zijin's tone seemed to complain, but in fact it was soft. This guy really bought it from the pharmacy in the central city, and he deliberately didn't let her know about it. All of Mu Zijin's suitors were all eager to show off in front of her, like a peacock on the screen, trying to impress Mu Zijin. But Yifei is not the case. Tufei and Mu Zijin never deliberately show it. But in the details, Yifei's meticulousness and gentleness can be seen. Mu Zijin's clear eyes looked at the screen of the phone, with a small smile at the corners of his mouth, fair vortexes appeared, and his complexion was ruddy and delicate. Yifei did not expect to be discovered by Mu Zijin, and immediately replied, don't thank me, I still want to do good deeds without leaving a name, but you discovered it. Is my stomach still hurting tonight? 3. The effect of massage and stomach medicine is very good if it doesn't hurt. Mu Zijin matched it with an emoticon pack of this fairy is coming back to life. It looks a little cute. That's good, go to bed early. In the past few days, try your best to drink porridge and eat liquid food, and remember to take medicine on time. Yifei ordered a few words. Seeing Yifei's instructions, Mu Zijin raised the corner of his mouth and quickly replied, I know Mr. Genius Doctor, then I will go to bed first. Good night. Good night. The next day, Yifei spent leisurely, and he ordered his subordinate Zhang Minli to look at the house nearby. He was about to buy a high-end commercial house for Luo Weiyu. However, buying a house still needs to be carefully selected. In the end, it depends on whether Luo Weiyu likes it or not, so Zhang Minli carefully selected a few alternatives. Yifei wrote down these options, and prepared to let Luo Weiyu pick them at that time. During the day, Yifei had just gone to a private gym to finish martial arts. He was full of heads and he only felt that he stretched out after exercising. Since this time, Yikeji has been practicing martial arts every day, with good results. At this time, Yifei found that several group messages popped up in the WeChat group. It turned out that the group My Little Friends and I is a circle group of the top rich in Yandu. Bai Bao who signed up for Baiyu Mountain Racing 2 this evening. So handsome to break through the galaxy, Bayushan Racing I want to participate. I will bring a girl over in the afternoon, absolutely punctual, let you see and see. So handsome to break through the galaxy is Yang Zimo S. I am here, count me, I will drive out my modified dashing tomorrow. Yes, I can finally show off my car skills. I also signed up. All of a sudden, the WeChat group became lively, and these rich second-generation people were very excited and expressed their intention to participate in the Baiyu Mountain Racing competition. When Yifei saw the group news, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bai Ruoxi had already issued an invitation to him the day before yesterday, asking him to go racing in Baiyu Mountain. She unexpectedly collided with Baiyu, Yang Zimo and others. When Yifei was feeling a coincidence, he found that Baiyu in the group was without himself. Yishao, can you come? Come, Yifei said concisely and sent a group message. Yishao, do you want to bring that iceberg beauty in your family? Let us all take female companions. Yang Zimo sent a message to Yifei. This group of top-rich second generations like racing with beautiful women, which is also essential. Yang Zimo wanted Yifei to bring Su Qingzu to Yifei and smile. He was not bringing Su Qingzu this time, but Bai Ruoxi. When the time comes, these wealthy generations are afraid that their chins will fall in shock. Let us talk about it then. All right, see you this afternoon. The group quickly became deserted. Time passed in a flash, and soon it was 2 p.m. Yang Zimo and Baiyu both arrived at the Baiyu Mountain Racing site early, and they gave Tufei a phone call and urged Yifei to come soon. and Yifei drove a silver Lamborghini sports car. This Lamborghini was modified. The performance is absolutely top-notch. Yifei first sent a message to Bairuoxi that the two met at Baiyushan Circuit. Then he drove these two Lamborghini, very. Soon we arrived at the racing venue of Baiyu Mountain. The area of Baiyu Mountain belongs to the boundary of Yandu suburbs. There are very few vehicles coming and going here, so it is designated as a drag racing venue. Yifei arrived. Bai Bao, Yan Zimo, and a few other brothers came early. These elder brothers and rich second generations are very familiar with each other. There were a total of 20 or 30 people at the scene, and several top luxury cars were parked around the venue. Bai Bao, Yan Zimo, and others were accompanied by a beautiful woman. After Yifei got out of the car, he immediately became the focus of the audience, especially the women in the audience had their eyes equals bright, fixed on Yifei's body. Yishao is here, but didn't he bring her female companion? Could it be that your iceberg beauty abandoned? Yan Zimo teased. Yifei glanced at Yan Zimo, and he smiled faintly. My female companion equals in a moment. Yifei looked at the beauties next to Yan Zimo again. Although they looked good, they were far from the stunning beauties in his eyes. Yifei smiled and said, didn't you say you want to bring a punctual beauty? Hearing this, Baiyu immediately stroked his palms and smiled. Haha, if you vomit less, stop sprinkling salt on Yan Zimo's wound. He was let go of pigeons today, and he is sad. Yan Zimo glared at Bai Bao. She just happened to be unable to come today because of something. The relationship between the two of us 2.1 is good. This girl must be interesting to me. Next time I will bring it to you. Yifei smiled and joked, young master 2, you're the 4 major illusions in life. What do you say about the 4 major illusions in life? Baiyu came with interest and laughed. Yifei glanced at Yan Zimo and said slowly, the 4 major illusions in life are that stocks will rise, house prices will fall, the national football team can win, and she likes me. After Yifei said this, everyone laughed. When Yan Zimo was teased by Yifei, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his deputy was very injured. Chapter 143 The sun has come out from the west. Yifei teased Yan Zimo a few words. These rich second generation, son-in-law brothers laughed twice. At the same time, there are 2 generations of wealthy sons coming one after another. It seems that this Baiyu Mountain racing feast is really attended by many people. Among the many rich second generations, there are those that Yifei is familiar with, and others that Yifei is not familiar with. Yifei, Baiyu, and Yan Zimo are the centers of these rich second generations that Yifei is familiar with. The other 2 groups are far away. At this moment, Yifei's moonlight condensed slightly and saw a familiar figure. Baiyu and Yan Zimo also noticed the figure, and both their complexions sank. Lei Haoran. I actually ran into Lei Haoran here. One he drove a red Ferrari with a beautiful woman in cool clothes and walked out of the car slowly. Lei Haoran calculated the 3 of Yifei at the Dark Knight Rose Bar last time. If Yifei were not strong, Baiyu and Yan Zimo would be sure to suffer. Seeing Lei Haoran at this moment, Baiyu and Yan Zimo were startled at first, and then their enemies met, extremely jealous. After Lei 30 Haoran got out of the car, he also saw Yifei's 3 people. Following Lei Haoran were surrounded by a few rich second generation and younger brothers, forming a small circle that faintly opposed the small circle of Yifei and others. Peng Tai, the power of the Lei family, and Lei Haoran, as the first heir of the Lei family, certainly had a lot of people who flattered him. His mother, Lei Haoran, is here. Yan Zimo's face was equal Shen. He was palpitated in the last incident, and he was full of hostility and disgust towards Lei Haoran. The same is true for Baiyu. He sneered, I haven't found a chance to fix him last time. He has come to Baiyu Mountain now, and this is just right. Yifei glanced at Lei Haoran lightly. Lei Haoran must be dropped. In the original book, Lei Haoran is Chen Luo's firm ally. Is one of the culprits who destroyed the Yi family. Yifei and the others formed 2 distinct small circles with Lei Haoran, surrounded by many younger brothers and rich second generations. Yifei chatted with Baiyu and Yan Zimo without a word. At this time, the racing competition will start immediately. On the Baiyu Mountain S lanes, the referees of every key track were ready to take their positions, and 2 sports cars were started and even blasted. Song. Yan Zimo looked at Yifei at this time. He looked curious and said, Yishao, where's your female companion? Will it come or not? This game is about to start. It has started. Yes, where's your female companion? Bai Baoye was puzzled. Although no one stipulates that drag racing must bring a female partner, but almost everyone in this group of rich second generations has a female partner, and some even bring a female partner. 2 or 3, just to show off. Yifei's mouth curled up and said, it should be here. As soon as the voice fell, a black Maybach drove slowly in the distance and stopped in front of everyone. Seeing these 2 Maybachs, Baiyu was slightly stunned and blurted out, how come this car is a bit familiar? What familiar? Yan Zimo asked strangely, and then he glanced at the person coming down from this Maybach, and was stunned. Baiyu, it is your sister's here one. The woman who walked down from this Maybach is of course Bairuoxi. Bairuoxi is wearing an orange mid-length coat, her legs are flesh-colored, and her silk stockings set off the straight and slender lines on her legs. Wearing short boots, Yingqi wears her graceful figure perfectly. Today's Bairuoxi dressed up a little and drew a delicate light makeup, only to see her eyebrows are picturesque, her facial features are fair, and her face is transparent. Red, charming and charming E. This woman is full of spirit and grace, equals immediately attracted everyone's attention. Bairuoxi is here of tact. With her appearance, she immediately compared all the beauties in the audience. The other beauties are beautiful, but she lacks the beauty of Bairuoxi. Shenyun and Lingsho. There was a commotion in the crowd. What is the situation today? Did the sun come out from the west? Bairuoxi would come here unexpectedly. Baiyu, why did your sister come? I had known that she was coming. I would not bring a female companion, so as not to reduce my image in your heart. Yan Zimo was taken aback, and then said with an annoyed look. Baiyu looked at Yan Zimo with a look of contempt. Gun thing. However, although Baiyu looked at Yan Zimo with contempt, he was also very puzzled. He shrank his neck and hurriedly greeted him with a flattering smile. Sister. Why are you here? A faint smile appeared on Bairuoxi's mouth. Can I come? Of course not, I didn't mean that. Baiyu smiled and scratched his head. He was obviously respectful and afraid of Bairuoxi's sister. Bairuoxi walked to Yifei's face and smiled lightly. I invited Yifei to this drag racing. I didn't expect you to be there. Bairuoxi fell too far and told him frankly. What? Yan Zimo suddenly stood blankly on the spot. What Bairuoxi meant in these words. Is she Yifei's female companion? And it seems that Bairuoxi took the initiative to invite Yifei to participate in the Baiyu Mountain racing. This is simply E. Yan Zimo continued to worship Yifei Shang. He remembered the words that Yifei had said to him before. I have a special kind of talent is called bubble. Under the full moon, these rich second generation brothers saw Bairuoxi standing next to Yifei, and the 2 were like golden boys and girls. Man Yushu faces the breeze, handsome, and women are graceful and graceful. The 2 immediately attracted the moonlight of the audience and became the most watched existence. Including Lei Haoran, who was not far away from 840, saw this scene. Lei Haoran's expression changed and his expression became ugly. Thunder. Haoran had also madly pursued Bairuoxi, but Bairuoxi refused. And now Yifei and Bairuoxi actually stood together, and they looked so matched. Bai Ruoxi is a well-deserved goddess in the upper circle of Yandu. She has many auras, such as the richest woman in Yandu and the head of the Bai family. People wait, what is more rare is that she herself is also a classical graceful woman. Bai Ruoxi walked to Yifei's side, and she said softly, there are so many people, it is really stubborn. Yifei faintly smiled, yeah, these guys heard that there was a drag racing, both of them were very restless. Are you confident in today's car race? Bai Ruoxi chuckled, having experienced Yifei's driving skills last time. Bai Ruoxi felt that Yifei's level of skill was very high, but he didn't know how powerful it was. Yifei said from the channel small meaning. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi talked if there was no one next to them. Seeing Bai Ruoxi's Xiao Yanren, the rich second-generation brothers on the scene looked at Yifei with admiration. Chapter 144 Yifei did too beautiful. Staring at Yifei, she even dared to wink at Yifei. Yifei looked at these expressions of A, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, chatting with Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi didn't like the excitement a bit, and she subconsciously frowned when she looked at everyone. Why don't you get in the car first, the race will begin soon. Yifei said. Well, then I'll get in the car first. Bai Ruoxi was about to walk to the Lamborghini that was spinning out, and at this moment he saw Lei Heiren. Came with his female companion. Lei Heiren's female partner looks pretty, she seems to be a very famous star. It can be regarded as an 8-pointed beauty, even on weekdays. It is a rare beauty. Unfortunately, in front of Bai Ruoxi, he was completely crushed. A woman like Bai Ruoxi not only has an alluring appearance, but her temperament is unparalleled. Lei Heiren's female companion saw Bai Ruoxi. There was a flash of jealousy in his eyes. Lei Heiren took the initiative to greet Yifei. Young Master Yi. Long time no see. Master Lei was joking. We only met once at the Dark Knight Rose Bar last time, so forget it too, Yifei said with a smile. Yifei's words meant that he knew what Lei Heiren did in the Dark Knight Rose Bar, and it was also an implicit warning. Bai Bao and Yang Zimo also looked at Lei Heiren coldly. Lei Heiren's expression changed slightly, but he concealed it well. He laughed and said with his arms around the beautiful woman. Really, I remember. There seems to be such a time. The last time I ran into Master Yi at the bar, he didn't have time to say hello. It is rare to meet Yi Gongzi here today. Equals yes. Why don't you treat me for a drink? Yi Fei simply refused. It is fine to drink, and the ways are different. Lei Heiren equals stunned, and then his expression also went cold. Yi Gong now seems to be very cool recently. There's a beautiful woman by his side. Shunfeng. Smoothly. It is okay, better off than you, Yi Fei said in a breathless tone. Lei Heiren was taken aback, and he couldn't answer these words. Both Bai Yu and Yang Zimo beside them couldn't help but laugh, and Bai Ruoxi couldn't help but smile. Yi Fei always didn't play cards according to his routine. Lei Heiren's expression was slightly obstructed, but he could bear his temper and said lightly, Young Master Yi. In the next few moments, are you interested in racing? Not interested. Yi Fei refused directly. He was too lazy to compete with Lei Heiren. Yi Fei's current drag racing skills unceremoniously said that it was definitely a professional level. He also knows Lei Heiren's drag racing level. This group of elder brothers is pretty good, but compared with his current drag racing skills, that is not enough. Lei Heiren saw that Yi Fei did not give Fei so much. He squinted. Yeah, Yi Gongzi is accompanied by a beautiful woman. This is the competition. Wanted. Yi Fei glanced looked at Lei Heiren, deliberately glanced at Lei Heiren's female companion again, deliberately said with emotion, yes, there is a beautiful woman around me. Companion, it is Mr. Lei, your eyesight is not good, this female companion is not good enough. Yi Fei sighed with emotion, equals Deputy Lei Heiren, your look is too bad. Lei Heiren frowned and said solemnly, Young Master Yi, what do you mean by this? The meaning of Yi Fei's words, Lei Heiren, is actually clear. Look a woman's taste, you can look at her clothes, items, and first. Decorations and so on can be seen. The taste of a man depends on his woman. Yi Fei made it clear that he was mocking Lei Heiren's bad taste. Yi Fei ignored Lei Heiren, but slowly chatted with Bai Yu and Yang Zimo beside him, between women and women. There is also a difference. Just use the fruit metaphor. Very few women are like cherries. They are not only good looking, but also rare and precious. Bai Bao smiled and said, it is interesting, Xiao Yi, are you comparing women to fruits? Yi Fei's metaphor is a bit fresh. Not only Bai Yu and Yang Zimo, but also the other young brothers and rich second generations around are very interested. Listening vigorously, even Bai Ruoxi looked at Yi Fei with beautiful eyes. He wanted to hear what Yi Fei said. Yi Fei continued, some women are like grapes, they look good on the surface, but they taste sour, so they don't taste good. It makes sense. Yang Zimo smiled, seeming to feel the same way. Yi Fei glanced at Lei Heiren, and then said, there are also women who are like pineapples. They may look good, but they may be better. Eating depends on luck. Bai Bao and Yang Zimo were more interesting to them, but they couldn't figure it out. Yi Fei said these and the female companion beside Lei Heiren. What is the relationship? Yi Fei Saran equals laughing. He spoke slowly, pointing to the female companion next to Lei Heiren, as for the girl next to Lei Heiren. Companion, if you really want to describe a metaphor, she is a tomato. Tomatoes, what do you mean? Yang Zimo stunned, curious and puzzled. Others also looked at Yi Fei. Yi Fei spoke unhurriedly and said, people. Tomatoes mean you think you are still fruit L. Puff. Hearing Yi Fei's words, everyone couldn't help laughing. Yang Zimo and Bai Bao laughed happily. Bai Ruoxi also covered her mouth and chuckled. Yi Fei, there are so many fallacies and heresies, but it is still a bit interesting. Lei Heiren's expression was ashen, but he couldn't refute Yi Fei. Compared with Bai Ruoxi next to Tu Fei, his female partner was inferior. Too much, it is a world of difference. Bai Ruoxi's face covering her mouth and chuckles is very bright and moving, and her smile blooms, which is even more eye-catching like a pearl. There was a lot of laughter from the younger brothers and the rich second generation present. Lei Heiren was mocked by Yi Fei in public, and Yi Fei mocked mercilessly. Lei Heiren's vision for finding a female partner is too bad. Lei Heiren felt very shameless, but he didn't have any attacks. Lei Heiren knew that Yi Fei's force value was terrifying, and Yi Fei and Chen Luo fought against each other. He also saw the video. Mano Zhao knew that he was definitely not Yi Fei's opponent. Lei Heiren immediately walked away. His female companion stomped her feet and stared angrily at Yi Fei, and then quickly followed Lei Heiren. Lei Heiren hid in his Ferrari in a desperate manner, and was furious by Yi Fei. On the other side, as the drag racing started, Tu Fei and Bai Ruoxi also entered the Lamborghini. Bai Ruoxi was sitting in Lamborghini as co-pilot. She blinked at Tu Fei and chuckled, you can make Lei Heiren so angry this time. Ching, looking at Lei Heiren's sullen look was really relieved. Bai Ruoxi's senses for Lei Heiren were extremely bad, and Yi Fei was stunned by Lei Heiren this time, and she couldn't see it. Chapter 145 Yi Fei is amazing. A faint smile hung at the corner of Yi Fei's mouth. Lei Heiren has pursued you before. Mentioning this, Bai Ruoxi frowned slightly and said, well, after he was rejected by me, his methods were very disgraceful, and he even wanted to get involved. The Bai group was taught a little lesson by me. Yifei knew it, and immediately knew that Lei Haoran's impression in Bai Ruoxi's heart was definitely not so bad. In Bai Ruoxi's heart, the Bai group is the most important legacy left by her father. Bai Ruoxi is always guarding the Bai family collection. Lei Haoran pursued Bai Ruoxi and was rejected. Actually, he still wanted to get involved with the Bai group. Bai Ruoxi's impression of him must be extremely poor. The Lei family has been doing a lot of small movements recently. Last time the Su group was the one who made trouble from it, right? Bai Ruoxi asked softly. Yifei nodded and said, well, the Lei family is not worried, I have a way to deal with it. Regarding the Lei family, Yifei had already made arrangements. Bai Ruoxi was curious about what Yifei said, but there weren't many, because at this time Baiyushan's car race was about to begin. The rules of the Baiyu mountain bike race are very simple. From the starting point to the Moon's land, a total of about 40 kilometers is 957. Cross a section of winding road. There are also various narrow corners, which are definitely a contest of courage and wisdom. There are a total of 8 cars in the field, and only 5 cars can be started each time, divided into 4 starts to compete for the final winner. The first place in the car has a cash prize of 1 million to show honor. Of course, 1 million is not a big deal for these wealthy sons, and the registration fee for the Baiyu mountain bike race is 100,000. Sitting in the Lamborghini, Yifei is the driver of the third batch of cars. Lei Haoran, Baiyu, and Yang Zimo are all the first cars in the batch. I saw 5 racing cars lined up one by one, standing side by side on the starting line, and 2 enchanting racing girls standing on the left and right. At both ends of the starting line, waiting for the on-site referee to order the start. The car roared low, and in all the cars on the scene, almost all of them were cars of the level of Ferrari and Lamborghini. Drivers and cars are ready, the scene is restless, in the warmth of the roar of the car, everyone is adrenaline rushing. Shang, looking forward to the advent of the drag racing moment. Since Bai Ruoxi was the first racing car to experience this situation, she pursed her lips, her inner tension and expectation coexisted. Yifei seemed to notice that the beautiful woman around him was slightly nervous, so he proactively bent over to set up his seatbelt for Bai Ruoxi. Confidently said warmly. Don't be nervous, it's just a racing game, just release the pressure. Bai Ruoxi heard the words and looked at the profile of the man close at hand, infected by Yifei's strong self-confidence, she whispered, good. During the conversation between Yifei and Bai Ruoxi, the referee raised the starting gun. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of the starting gun, almost instantly, the 5 racing cars started to accelerate instantly, like lightning. The track rushed out Qian. Lei Haoran, Baiyu, Yang Zimo and others have already started, and 5 world-class sports cars are galloping on the road at amazing speeds. Start Hurricane. Generally speaking, the racing car of the first batch of cars is the most advantageous. After all, they are galloping at the forefront. It is easy to take an advantage and block subsequent cars. As the driver of the third batch of cars, Yifei has at least a local car ahead of him that needs to be overtaken. 20 seconds after the first batch of cars started, the second batch of cars started, another 20 seconds later, and the third batch of cars was ready to start. The roar of the engine rang through my ears, and at the moment the starting gun rang, I stepped on the accelerator. This silver Lamborghini. It sprang out like an electric switch, speeding on the highway. Equals instant. With a strong sense of pushing back, Bai Ruoxi felt that these 2 RMB Bogini were speeding up wildly. In just a second or two, Yifei's Orbit speed soared, and he took the lead. In the third batch. Among the 5 cars in the country, is the ZTH position. Yifei possesses systematic advanced driving proficiency. At this time, he is almost comparable to a professional racer, and his movements are more relaxed and easy to lift. Violent soaring speed. The wheels rushed across the road, leaving only an elegant afterimage on the spot. At this time, if you look down from a high altitude, this Lamborghini. It is almost like a silver arrow, driving fast on the road. In just a few seconds, Yifei easily used the other rich drivers to drive the distance. Then Yifei was still accelerating. The fast racing makes Bai Ruoxi look ruddy. The snow-white palms were sweaty, not afraid. It is the natural response of the body. In fact, Bai Ruoxi has been tracing the news of her father's death that year, because the matter is important and involves. There are many, so Bai Ruoxi's pressure during this period is not small. Equals on the other side is the Bai clan group, and on the other side is the real murderer of his father's enmity. The investigation puts her under a much heavier pressure than ordinary women. At the moment when the car was racing, Bai Ruoxi felt nervous and excited, but the pressure in his heart began to release. Her heart beats fiercely, her adrenaline soars, Lamborghini's slamming sound mobilizes every cell in her body. This kind of experience is unprecedented. Yifei drove a Lamborghini continuously to speed up. Continuous drift. Bai Ruoxi only felt that this intense and exciting experience made her more excited than the previous drag racing in Qiashan at night. Equals car after car was easily left behind by Yifei. Yifei's expression was always relaxed and free, although serious, it seemed to have golden power. Bai Ruoxi looked at the profile of the man in front of him, and saw that Yifei completed a series of operations almost instantly, driving this Lamborghini. Ni was galloping on the road. Overtaking in a curve. Hairpin overtaking. Bai Ruoxi felt that Yifei was overtaking. Bai Ruoxi didn't pay attention to how fast Yifei was. She had only one feeling, that is, Yifei almost didn't slow down, except. In addition to the necessary slowing down when cornering, he never slowed down, and he was overtaking all the time. Soon, Yifei had caught up with the 5 cars of the first batch of cars. He took the corner with ease, surpassed Z cars in the corner, and maintained his momentum. All the cars behind Yifei only eat his car exhaust. There are only 4 cars ahead. It is only a matter of time to pass them. This is a race without any suspense. Bai Ruoxi looked at Yifei, 2 bright eyes filled with surprise. Only after the comparison did she know that Yifei's car skills were so superb. The man in front of him was really too mysterious. He is so proficient in racing cars that he is absolutely amazing. Chapter 146 Life and Death Crisis. Yifei drove this Lamborghini. The Lamborghini was fully throttled and the center of gravity shifted. There is more than one more car on the curve. This time Yifei surpassed Baiyu. Bai Bao ranked 4th, and his level of drag racing was not bad, but of course he was incomparable with Yifei. This silver Lamborghini easily surpassed Baiyu's car, and only left in place a silver Phantom Saw Lamborghini. Leaving in front of Baiyu's eyes, he made continuous turns. The outline of the car gradually became smaller until it disappeared. Bai Bao controls the car, muttered to himself, this is Yifei's car, shit, is he crazy he is driving so fast. Bai Bao stared too hard, recalling the scene where Yifei was drifting while driving a Lamborghini just now, just watching Lamborghini's turn. The speed of the car made him thrilling and scream. The female companion sitting in Bai Bao's co-pilot was even more pale with lingering fears. Inside Yifei's Lamborghini, Bai Ruoxi's complexion was ready, to felt the backfire of the Lamborghini engine, and with the extreme speed, Yifei was also. It easily surpassed Yang Zimo and another rich second generation on the Pension Highway. Lei Haoran actually ranked first, it seems that he has some ability. Yifei noticed that in the former car ranked first it was Lei Haoran. Lei Haoran's Ferrari was less than 100 meters away from Yifei, which was not worth mentioning to Tufei. In Dante look at Lei Haoran now ranked first, but because Yifei started 40 seconds behind the first echelon car. Therefore, Yifei is already the actual number 1. What's more, this distance of 100 meters is nothing in Yifei's eyes. Bai Ruoxi blinked, and she witnessed that all the cars along the way were easily surpassed by Yifei. Sure enough, as Yifei said, drag racing was a trivial matter to him. Bai Ruoxi's mood gradually relaxed amidst this rushing speed, and the pressure in his heart was released, swept away. This hurricane speed is indeed an ultimate experience. Bai Ruoxi couldn't help but look at Yifei. At this time, Yifei said lightly, sit down. Bai Ruoxi nodded subconsciously, even if Zan felt a strong feeling of pushing her back. The speed of this Lamborghini is increasing in a straight line. Yifei steered the Lamborghini, the silver car traversed a beautiful arc, and the wheels turned extremely fast. The roar of the engine echoed in the ears. Yifei stepped on the accelerator, Lamborghini galloped, getting closer and closer to Lei Haoran's Ferrari. The front is a continuous curve of winding roads, which requires extremely high driving skills. When driving on such winding roads, especially in continuous bends, the speed of the vehicle needs to be slowed down a lot, and it is difficult to drive close to the bend. Of course, the same is true for Lei Haoran. His speed has obviously slowed down, and to prevent accidents, Lei Haoran didn't dare to post. Drive in an inward curve, otherwise it is easy to cause problems in continuous curves. Good chance. Upon seeing this, Yifei smiled at the corner of his mouth. He slammed the accelerator, and almost instantly kept pace with Lei Haoran's Ferrari. Immediately afterwards, Yifei, who drifted with his tail, and Zhu Yifei's body that quickly passed the bend against the inward curve, was like a second phantom, surpassing Lei Haoran with ease. Without any challenge. Perhaps Lei Haoran could still be Yifei's opponent in other forces. But he is too far behind on drag racing. Yifei is a professional level. Only saw Yifei smoothly cornering, continuously walking through the inner bends. In a blink of an eye, Lei Haoran was used so that the rear of the car was invisible. Lei Haoran saw the galloping silver Lamborghini in front of him, and an unbelievable look flashed in his eyes. This is Yifei. Car, how? Lei Haoran couldn't believe the facts in front of him. Kaifei's level of drag racing is so terrifying, this is not the same level as him. Lei Haoran's car skills can only be regarded as the better in the second generation of Zifu, but Yifei is professional. It is almost like a full-scale large-scale slaughter novice village in an online game equals the feeling. Lei Haoran was extremely shocked, and at the same time he felt fortunate. Fortunately, he didn't compete with Yifei just now, otherwise he would be ashamed. Even now, Lei Haoran was extremely aggrieved, and he felt like being abused by blood. In the car, Yifei easily won the first place, and a faint smile was drawn from the corner of his mouth. Now we're the first. Awesome, Bai Ruoxi exclaimed sincerely, and lightly opened her red lips. Your driving skills are much better than them. It is not a level of comparison. No wonder you dismissed Lei Haoran just now. Yifei focused on driving a Lamborghini. He still didn't mean to slow down. In such high-speed driving, Yifei quickly. Near the end of the game, compared with Yifei's about to reach the end, Lei Haoran and others were far behind by Yifei. They were still one step away from the end. Some distance. As Bai Ruoxi said, 2 is not a level of competition at all. The final finish of the race is a straight track, and there's a timing referee waiting at the finish. Yifei did not slow down, easily broke through the finish line, and then flicked the tail with an extremely handsome drift to stop the Lamborghini. The group of rich generations and beauties who were waiting at the finish line early had a carnival because of Yifei's drag racing. Broke through this group of rich too. The record of racing in Bayou Mountain, and it is nearly 2 minutes higher than the record. For drag racing, how much can you walk in 2 minutes? This is simply incredible data. Before the finish line, everyone cheered frantically. Some people shouted Car King loudly. The scene was very lively, and everyone cheered frantically. However, Tufei ignored the people as carnival. He looked at Bai Ruoxi and said quietly, the drag racing here is still a little bit of a meaning, there is no challenge. Let us go somewhere else. Yeah, good, Bai Ruoxi agreed. After the drag racing just now, she was completely relaxed. As soon as Yifei stepped on the gas pedal, regardless of the cheering rich second generations, they went straight away. It wasn't until a few minutes after Yifei left that the car of Lei Haoran and others arrived late to break through the end, but at this time even Yifei's shadow was gone. Yifei drove Bai Ruoxi away from Bayushan Highway and drove towards another highway. But Yifei didn't drive far. Stop at the mountainside, there's a pavilion on the mountainside, here is picturesque, it is very suitable to sit and chat and enjoy the scenery. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi got off the car, they sat in the pavilion and they looked at the mountain scenery. Apart from admiring the scenery, I occasionally chatted a few words. Bai Ruoxi really enjoyed the feeling of enjoying the scenery and chatting, only feeling that his mood was unprecedentedly relaxed. Yifei smiled and chatted with Bai Ruoxi. Suddenly at this moment, Yifei's heart was alarmed, with a bad premonition, dangerous. And it is extremely dangerous. The hair on Yifei's whole body was erected, and he felt the approach of death almost instantly. Yifei stood up like a conditioned reflex. Chapter 147 Death Threat. It was almost out of instinct that Yifei's hair started to rise, and he felt extremely dangerous. Yifei even felt the threat of death. Get down and get up. Yifei reflexively got up, hugged Bai Ruoxi, and threw Bai Ruoxi down. Immediately afterwards, a dull gunshot sounded without warning. Before the gunshots came, Yifei and Bai Ruoxi had already laid down, and Bai Ruoxi's bright eyes showed a slight panic, but they calmed down quickly. Bai Ruoxi is not a zigzag woman after all, although Bai Ruoxi did not scream in surprise, but her face was slightly pale. Assassinate. These 2 words appeared in Bai Ruoxi's mind. She immediately realized that this was 3 assassinations. The question is this assassination aimed at Yifei or Bai Ruoxi? Several thoughts came to Bai Ruoxi's mind, but between life and death, she couldn't take care of that much. Yifei hugged Bai Ruoxi, and the 2 of them rolled over, and the first thing that Fei did was to find shelter. The gun just now came from a sniper in the distance. If it weren't for Yifei's quick response, death's sickle must be greeted him. You must find a cover, otherwise Yifei and Bai Ruoxi will become live targets for snipers. Yifei squinted his eyes, calm, and realized that the crisis was coming. At that moment, it was almost the closest to the asterisk of death since Yifei's crossing. If he was a little careless just now, maybe it has become a corpse in a county. Fortunately, Yifei's current strength value is extremely strong, and through systematic transformation and enhancement of his physique, Yurg's 5 senses also have extreme powers. Ascension, he could foresee the coming of the crisis just now. Run, go to the woods in front. Yifei half pulled and half hugged Bai Ruoxi, 3 steps and 2 steps, and then he pulled Bai Ruoxi to a forest not far away. Yifei knew that there were snipers among the assassins, and this wood was a good cover to avoid sniper shooting. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi rushed to the woods quickly. Kaifei pulled Bai Ruoxi out of the irregular zigzag pattern. This is also the most effective hiding. Ways to avoid snipers. The two of them just arrived at the edge of this forest, and from the corner of their eyes, they caught a glimpse of the Taoist shadow cluster suddenly appearing, and they rushed towards Yifei and Bairuoxi. The man is dressed in black and is a male. The figure does not look tall, but he is very strong. He covered his face with a mask, leaving only a fierce pair. Ruthless eyes are out. The man's eyes were full of killing intent, and he held a three-sided knife in his hand. The groove is used for bleeding. This kind of knife is extremely dangerous, and the stabbed sergeant may die because of excessive blood loss. It's another killer, and a professional killer. Yifei's heart shuddered, and he immediately made a judgment. In addition, two assassins appeared in the past. Someone used a sniper rifle in the distance. The other person was assassinated in close quarters. The target was Bairuoxi. This killer came for Bairuoxi. Bairuoxi's cheeks were slightly pale, and she was obviously aware of this. The assassin quickly approached the three-sided knife and slammed towards Bairuoxi. With the strong wind, Bairuoxi even felt the threat of death approaching. It is too late to say, then soon. Only to see Yifei also outrageously shot at this time. The assassin wearing a mask came and turned fiercely, Wang Lingdao turned, and violently stabbed Bairuoxi, as if he was determined to win, and he was bound to take Bairuoxi's life. At the same time, Yifei stabilized his figure, flew up his feet, and suddenly only heard the sound of the air breaking through the air. Yifei, his foot was heavy. Bang! This foot sinks at a very fast speed, and kicks directly at the killer's heart. The astonishment flashed in the murderer's fierce eyes, and he obviously didn't expect Yifei's reaction so fast, and his strength was even more terrifyingly tyrannical. Yifei kicked the key part of the killer. If kicked, the killer would definitely be hemiplegic. The killer noticed something bad. Change the action now, roll sideways Z, avoid spit flying this equals foot. Yifei did not take it, kick the small tree next to him. Just listen to the click sound that the small tree was directly kicked off by Yifei. The assassin caught a glimpse of this scene and suddenly felt cold in his heart. He really met a master. If this kick hits him, his life is definitely gone. Immediately, the killer made a judgment immediately. He changed the target of the attack. Although the main target of the killer was Bairuoxi, but as long as there is interference from Yifei, it will be difficult for him to complete the assassination. So this killer. The hand decisively locks the target first, Yifei, who is only capable of fighting. As long as Yifei is killed, Bairuoxi will also die. The assassin's body rolled, avoiding Yifei's critical attack, and then rushed towards Yifei, the three-sided blade in the assassin's hand. Sharp and unmatched, they stabbed at Yifei one after another. Yifei had reacted long ago. He knew that the power of this triangular knife was amazing, and he must not be stabbed by the triangular knife, otherwise even Yifei would be seriously injured. Yifei's figure quickly dodges, avoiding the slashing and stab of the triangular knife. This assassin was also extremely fast with a three-sided knife. Almost all his knives were aimed at the vital parts of Spitfei. The knives were deadly. Fortunately, Yifei was responsive, and only heard the three-sided knives making continuous wind noises in the air, and he dodged. During the fight with this killer, Kaifei was also very calm. Yifei knew very well that as long as he was a little careless, his life was definitely hanging by a thread. The opponent was an organized and planned assassination, obviously carefully prepared. There is a sniper in the distance, and a fierce killer is buried nearby. Under normal circumstances, even if Bairuoxi has a bodyguard by his side, it is just too much fortunate. The two assassins came at Bairuoxi, but Bairuoxi had never encountered such an assassination in the original book. Yifei's thoughts changed sharply. Through his fight with the masked killer, as well as the simple judgment of the history of his mind, the identities of the two killers were actually ready to come out. Yifei can almost conclude that these two killers should be the killers sent by the Violet Organization. Such a well-trained killer in 3.0 should be the Violet Organization from the East Sakura Kingdom. While Yifei's thoughts turned sharply, the movements on his hands did not stop at all. Yifei fought close to the killer, so there was no need to worry about the sniper in the dark for the time being. After all, first of all, Yifei already had the woods as a shelter, and coupled with Yifei's close combat with the killer, the sniper had lost its effect at this time. While avoiding the assassin's fierce offensive, Yifei finally caught a gap. He started to fight back. Chapter 148 Killing, must let him die. This killer had a fierce offensive, his knife was deadly, and the three-sided knife in his hand was extremely powerful. Such a deadly weapon made Yifei be careful. Dodge. After all, no matter how strong he is still flesh and blood. Just as Yifei was fighting the killer life and death, Yifei caught two gaps. The killer struck him with a knife, stabbed at Yifei's left kidney, and was spit face sideways equals dodge. Chance. Yifei's hands are quick, and he uses Mao to catch it. Yifei was proficient in Gong, so it was natural to catch his hand. I saw that Yifei changed his fist to grasp, his hand was quick and his eyes were quick, and he directly clasped the assassin's wrist. Yifei's hands were extremely strong. While clasping the assassin's wrist, he violently used his hands, moved his hands and pressed his backhand, and he heard a crisp sound. Click. While breathing, the assassin's arm was grabbed by Yifei, and his arm was fractured, only to see Yifei grabbing this name. The assassin's arm joints and shoulders left very heavy scars on his body in these two places. The assassin's clothes have been torn apart. Red, swollen or even purple skin is faintly visible. The assassin's right arm is dead. His right arm was completely broken, and his right arm was twisted and bent weirdly, and this arm was useless. This killer has good strength, but according to the division of martial artists, it should be the strength of the entry of inner strength, and Yifei is the master of inner strength. If it hadn't been for this killer to rely on the three-sided knife, he would have been killed by Yifei a long time ago. The killer's right arm was scrapped, but Yifei still did not relax his vigilance. Because Yifei knew very well that the killers of the Violet Organization were all well-trained elites. Not only were they strong, but they were simply killing machines. These assassins are trained to kill people, and the various organs on their bodies are likely to become their weapons of killing. So Yifei did not relax his vigilance at all. Sure enough, even though the right arm of this killer was scrapped by Yifei, and the three-sided knife in his hand fell to the ground, he gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, kicked out his right foot, and kicked at the vital part of Yifei. Come. Yifei's heart shuddered, his movements were not slow at all, at the moment when the killer kicked hard. Yifei also kicked out. With a heavy force, he kicked the assassin's joints fiercely. Click. Accompanied by the crisp sound, Yifei's kick was also on the killer's knee. This assassin was already injured and slow to act. At this time, he was definitely not an opponent of Spitfei. Yifei's kick was as heavy as Mount Dai, and the killer groaned and almost screamed, but he forcibly held it back. Immediately afterwards, Yifei punched out again. Said net. Half-step collapse fist L. Yifei used the Bangquan and Xingyiquan. His body moved half a step, his strength was concealed, his short distance quick hair, short assault, both. Quick and strong, and penetrate the viscera. Bangquan is one of the most famous boxing techniques in Xingyiquan, and the characteristics of half-step Bangquan are not only vigorous and heavy. It is swift and thunderous. Haoran seems to avalanche. Yifei is proficient in national arts, and this punch is extremely vicious, equals the power of his fist penetrates the viscera, and blows in the heart of this killer. Suddenly, the killer snorted and finally fell softly to the ground. Yifei just breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed very dangerous just now, and Yifei felt extremely dangerous. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. And Bai Ruoxi, who had been watching Yifei nervously and concerned, let out a sigh of relief. She knew that Yifei had finally solved the killer. This assassin's skill is quite terrifying, and the elite special native soldier is by no means his opponent, not to mention that he still has a triangle in his hand. A weapon like a knife has an advantage in close combat. Fortunately, Yifei is next to her today. If she changes to be the bodyguard next to her on weekdays, she is afraid that it will be too bad for her. Ms. Bai, let us hide in the woods first. There are snipers outside, so be careful, Yifei reminded Bai Ruoxi. It seems that this time there were two killers, one shot from a distance with a sniper rifle. Once the sniper was defeated, another killer hiding in the dark would immediately appear and assassinate Bai Ruoxi. The assassin in front of him had already been beaten by Yifei and lost his combat effectiveness. The snipers in the distance had also been exposed. This assassination operation had already been declared a failure. Bai Ruoxi tapped her head lightly. Listening to Kang Yifei's words, she and Yifei used the woods as shelters to hide in the woods. The two were temporarily safe. Yifei was holding the assassin who fell to the ground. He could almost conclude that the assassin was sent by the Violet organization. The killer was in a state of fainting, and his right leg and right hand had been fractured. The killer's state is very miserable. Yifei was between life and death just now, and every move was a ruthless move, causing this assassin to almost completely lose his combat effectiveness. Yifei said to Bai Ruoxi next to him, Ms. Bai, you call Bai Yu and your bodyguards and ask them to investigate around. After confirming that there are no snipers, we will go out of this mountain forest again. Okay, Bai Ruoxi immediately took out his mobile phone and prepared to make a call. At this moment, the mutation is reborn. At this moment, Yifei's grasping Shimao suddenly opened his eyes suddenly. This killer still had the last trace of strength. He exhausted the last strength and full Z-stroke, with fierce eyes, slammed into Bai Ruoxi from the side. Although he or Fei grasped the killer, the incident happened suddenly, equals time was hard to stop. This killer hit Bai Ruoxi with all his strength. On his arm, Bai Ruoxi's foot is 150 equals crooked, his body is leaning back, and his footsteps are slippery, and he rolled straight down the forest. Bai Ruoxi rolled down from the mountains and forests. This killer seized the last chance and wanted to kill Bai Ruoxi. Yifei's eyes were angry, and he kicked the assassin's back, and the assassin suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, completely devoid of vitality, and fell softly to the ground. This time the killer was completely dead. This assassin actually counterattacked before he died, deliberately retaining a trace of strength. Yifei's intention was to leave the killer's mouth alive to spy on the information of the Violet organization. But now it seems that these assassins are real magnates, and in the end they have to fight against Bai Ruoxi in the end. Keeping them will only cause trouble, so Yifei simply killed him. After killing the killer, Yifei couldn't think about it. Right now, Bai Ruoxi was rolling down the forest, and the situation was extremely dangerous. Upon seeing this, Yifei jumped, and then quickly slid down the mountain forest. Bai Ruoxi rolled down from the mountains and forests. The situation was extremely dangerous, he must act. Chapter 149. When Yifei saw Bai Ruoxi rolling down from the mountains and forests, he also followed down the mountain and slid down, followed closely behind. Bai Ruoxi is facing extreme danger right now. A slight carelessness may cause an accident, and Yifei must quickly rescue her. Bai Ruoxi rolled down from the mountains. Yifei's sliding speed is also extremely fast. This feeling of falling from a height makes his whole body sinking. Feel the endless thrills and excitement. Yifei slid quickly, closed the distance with Bai Ruoxi. I only saw Bai Ruoxi's pale and small face. She also kept calm in the panic, trying to prevent herself from rolling down quickly, but this mountain forest. The terrain is too steep, and it is hard to stop the fall in one day. Yifei knows the danger of this situation, especially the road in the mountains and forests will inevitably bump into each other, one or hit the rocks and trees. It may even be life-threatening. Because Bai Ruoxi was preventing herself from falling, Yifei quickly caught up with Bai Ruoxi by using the speed of the descent. Yifei stretched his hand to hold Bai Ruoxi. Gently pull Bai Ruoxi to right the position of Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi was originally in a state of intense weightlessness, her eyebrows were frowned, her long eyelashes trembling lightly. I keep it in my heart. Calm and sensible, but she obviously didn't know how to deal with this situation. At such a critical moment, she only felt a pair of big hands hold her. These big hands are powerful and warm, making Bai Ruo. She's heart moved slightly. Bai Ruoxi looked up, only to find that Yifei also slid down. It was he who held him. Suddenly, Bai Ruoxi's heart was filled with indescribable emotions, and then she heard Yifei's voice coming, hold up. Me, Dante, let go. Bai Ruoxi nodded vigorously, and at this moment the two of them held hands tightly together. Then I saw Yifei force pull. He forcefully pulled Bai Ruoxi to his side, and then the other hand hugged Bai Ruoxi. During the period, the two have been falling, and the strength of the fall is getting too much, but fortunately the two didn't encounter too much rock. There are only some gravel and branches. For this reason, Bai Ruoxi also felt a piercing pain. Rolling all the way down the mountain and bumping, Bai Ruoxi didn't know how many branches she broke, but compared to her initial roll. The way of falling now is undoubtedly safe. At least Bai Ruoxi felt her being pulled in her arms by Yifei, and Yifei protected her in this way. Bai Ruoxi couldn't tell how she felt. I don't know how long the two of them rolled down, and finally rolled on the muddy ground of the platform below in the dry forest. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi fell and felt pain all over their bodies. Yifei was okay, although he was injured, but such an injury was nothing to Yifei. In contrast, Bai Ruoxi was injured much more seriously than Yifei. Yifei glanced at Bai Ruoxi, only to see a lot of tears on her coat, and one after another scratches appeared on her clothes, her pants. Z is also worn out, her hands and feet are also bruised, and her whole body is covered with dust. Bai Ruoxi's eyes were still closed, and the last impact just now was too strong. She seems to be in a state of fainting. Although Bai Ruoxi is exceptionally talented in business too, his physical fitness is just ordinary people. At best, it is better than ordinary people. Yifei slowly got up, he patted the dust on his body, and let out a long breath of relief. Only then is it truly safe. Then Yifei patted Bai Ruoxi's cheek lightly. Bai Ruoxi's face is still as delicate as ever, but her hair is unruly, her eyes closed, her eyebrows frown. Yifei patted her a few times, only to see Bai Ruoxi opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, Li's eyebrows were even more tight, and the eyebrows were full of pain. Yifei held onto Bai Ruoxi and asked in a low voice, Ms. Bai, how do you feel about it? It hurts. Bai Ruoxi frowned slightly and then recalled the thrilling scene just now, and said, it was really thanks to you just now, otherwise I might this time. Bai Ruoxi recalled the thrills just now. First he was assassinated and then rolled down from the mountains and forests. After the catastrophe, Jin Chang's fortune came to life spontaneously. Yifei shook his head and said, stop talking about this. Can you still stand up now? Yifei first had to determine Bai Ruoxi's injury. Although Yifei was injured, his injury was not too serious, and his basic mobility was still okay. In contrast, I don't know what is going on in Bairuoxi now. Bairuoxi clenched her silver teeth, and she whispered I will try. Danti rushed to use force. First try to see if there are any injuries in various parts of your body. Then use force slowly, Yifei reminded. Okay, according to Yifei's words, Bairuoxi tried to get up, her eyebrows suddenly became shank, said. My foot seems to be hurt. Yifei glanced at Bairuoxi's feet and asked, left or right? Right foot, Bairuoxi whispered. Don't worry, I'll hold you up and try if you can stand up. Yifei gave Bairuoxi a reassuring look, and then said. Yeah, Bairuoxi is not an ordinary woman either. Her character has always been extremely strong, especially after the death of her father. The two of them have supported the entire Bai family. Although physically injured, Bairuoxi still tried to stand up. Bairuoxi barely got up with Yifei's support, vomiting a lot of Bairuoxi's physical injuries, and found that Bairuoxi's elbows, knees and various joints were seriously injured, and the white and delicate skin also bleeds. Seeing this scene, Yifei also realized that Bairuoxi was seriously injured. The most serious is Bairuoxi's right foot. Bairuoxi injured her right foot and couldn't go to the ground, and she could only rely on Yifei's support while walking. Yifei frowned slightly and said, you are not injured, Lilias, please call Bai Bao and the others, and let Bai Yu lead someone to pick us up. Yifei and Bairuoxi rolled down the forest, and they were quite far from the mountainside. They really needed Bai Yu and others to help them. When Bairuoxi heard the words, she touched her pocket, and then suddenly paused, saying I was knocked down the forest by the assassin when I was calling, and the phone was taken off. Bairuoxi's phone is gone. Yifei also quickly touched his trouser pocket, and he found that his mobile phone had been crushed by the worm during the process just now. This is terrible. The two of them have no communication tools, seeing the sky gradually darkening. In this old forest, lonely men and widows live together. Chapter 150. Yifei and Bairuoxi had their mobile phones broken, and lost their mobile phones. Both of them lost contact with Gongxiang County. Even worse, the sky has dimmed. Before in Baiyu Mountain drag racing, it was already in the evening, and after this assassination, the sky had already become extremely dim, and it was already dark. As the winter approached, it was getting dark early, and there were still many blocking clouds in the gradual darkness of the sky, and it seemed that it was about to rain. Yifei and Bairuoxi looked at each other with intent. Although they got rid of the crisis, they faced another problem. In the case of loss of communication, what should we do next? It is getting dark. It is obviously impossible to go up the mountain, especially given Bairuoxi's current physical condition. Yifei still has to take care of her. Before I was pushed down by the assassin, after dialing my brother's phone, he should know that we were in an accident. Bairuoxi said softly. Yifei's jaw slightly, this is the only good news. Just now before Bairuoxi was pushed down the forest by the killer, she had already dialed Baiu's phone, but was knocked down the forest by the killer. The phone is also lost. But since Bairuoxi dialed Baiu's phone, Baiyu would definitely be able to detect that Bairuoxi had an accident. And down from Baiyu Mountain, there is only one winding road. If this is the case, Baiyu should be able to spot the Lamborghini parked by the two on the side of the road, as well as the dead body of the killer in the forest. He can guess that they fell into the forest. I hope Baiyu can realize that we are in trouble as soon as possible. Two-Face said lightly for 10 days, but he was not very anxious. After all, Yifei was very bold. Boom. Just as Yifei was thinking about it, there was a thunder in the sky. Immediately afterwards, Dudai's raindrops also fell, and the air became humid, and the rain poured down like a broken string. Keep falling. It is raining. It is raining heavily. It was raining at this juncture, and it was raining again at night, so even if I wanted to climb the mountain, it was difficult for Two-Face. After all, it rains on a dark night, which will cause the soil on the mountain to be very soft. If you pick it up straight, ACBC, please go. The mountainside is still very dangerous. What is more, there's Bairuoxi beside Yifei. Bairuoxi's right foot was injured, and it was difficult to even walk, let alone climb a mountain. As the rain fell violently, Bairuoxi shrank subconsciously, feeling very cold. And Yifei took off his coat and put it directly on Bairuoxi's body, saying, you hold on for a while, if it rains, we will find a place to shelter from the rain before discussing other methods. And Bairuoxi nodded vigorously. She looked at Two-Face, only to see that Two-Face's face was still full of composure in the face of this situation. Without any panic, Bairuoxi suddenly felt a sense of security. Yifei took Bairuoxi to find a place to shelter from the rain, walked for a while, and finally saw a small cave. Said it is a cave, it is actually a deep cave with only 2 or 3 meters of space inside, which can barely allow Yifei and Bairuoxi to shelter from the rain. Yifei and Bairuoxi hid in the cave to take shelter from the rain. Two-Face helped Bairuoxi sit down slowly, and Yifei smiled and said, if it doesn't work, just do it. For the worst, let us wait in the cave for one night, and when the rain stops tomorrow, we will find a way to climb the mountain. Well, this can only be done first. Bairuoxi looked at Yifei beside him. Because the cave was small, the two sat very close together, almost close to each other. Bairuoxi smiled slightly and said this is the first time I hid in a cave with a man. Yifei smiled, it should be your first assassination. Speaking of the assassination, Bairuoxi lowered her head, yes, I almost did it just now. Yifei's eyes flashed with cold light, and said, these 2 killers should be from the Violet Organization. I guess so. Bairuoxi had already guessed in her heart. She whispered softly, it seems that it was mostly my investigation of the Violet Organization recently, and it was discovered by the people of the Violet Organization that it provokes them. Bairuoxi had been investigating the Violet Organization in Two-Face recently. After all, the death of Bairuoxi's father was caused by the Violet Organization, and the culprit was the core killer in the Violet Organization Black Crow. Yifei nodded slightly, it should be the case. The people of the Violet Organization act very quickly, and their intelligence network is also very strong. It is indeed very likely that you will be targeted by them when you investigate the Violet Organization. The Violet Organization is very powerful, and the 2 killers sent this time are also elites. If Pai was with Yifei by his side, Bairuoxi's situation would definitely be more auspicious. Because of this, Bairuoxi was almost taken away by the killer before he finally died. Bairuoxi looked at Yifei and said softly, thank you, Yifei. Yifei waved his hand, indicating that Bairuoxi was not polite, and then said, after this time it is safe, Ruoxi equals you must carry a few bodyguards with you. I suggest you train a group of female bodyguards. Bairuoxi said, I will pay more attention, and you must also be careful. After this incident, Yifei and Bairuoxi can be said to be a friend of life and death, and the two can indeed be said to face life and death together. Yifei also changed Bairuoxi's name from Ms. Bairuoxi. Although the relationship between Yifei and Bairuoxi was good, due to Bairuoxi's character, the two could only be regarded as allies before. Although they are far closer than ordinary friends, the relationship between the two is far from being a relationship between men and women. But now, the relationship between the two of them between life and death has been quickly pulled closer, and the relationship between the two is also rapidly heating up. Yifei nodded, and he said, let me take a look at your foot injury. I can do a little bit of medical skills. Your foot should be sprained. I will help you treat it. Bai Ruoxi's bright eyes focused on Yifei's body. She gently took off her short boots and her silk stockings. Bai Ruoxi's legs are slender and straight, and her calves are white as jade, but at the moment her ankle is red and swollen. Her left ankle is as white as snow, but her injured right ankle is completely red and swollen. This should be the ankle bone dislocation, Yifei whispered. Chapter 151. Don't think about it. When Yifei saw Bai Ruoxi's right ankle swelling, he could probably judge her current situation. Bai Ruoxi's 10,000 is caused by the dislocation of the ankle bones. No wonder it was not convenient to walk just now, and he could only be supported by Yifei. Yifei said, I'll help you fix your bones, please bear with me. Bai Ruoxi lightly tapped her head and said, well, you can come. Bai Ruoxi put her calf in front of Yifei. She turned her head and did not look at Yifei. Yifei looked at the white and tender feet in front of him, the skin like jade feet, gently shaking in front of Yifei. They were a bit cute and playful. Yifei grabbed Bai Ruoxi's ankle. Bai Ruoxi's body trembled slightly, feeling the warm hands grasping her feet. Two warm currents seemed to hit her ankle. Although Bai Ruoxi had prepared, she was still a little caught off guard. She clearly felt the temperature of Yifei's palm and the masculine atmosphere on her body, which made Bai Ruoxi's cheeks hot for a while, and her heartbeat could not help speeding up. At the same time, Yifei grabbed Bai Ruoxi's ankle, and he suddenly exerted force. Suddenly, Bai Ruoxi felt a piercing pain hit, and the wangzu on her forehead fell, her complexion slightly pale, her silver teeth clenched. With only a crisp sound, Bai Ruoxi's ankle was fixed by Yifei's bones. The pain after the dislocation of the bone is heartbreaking, and Yifei forcibly fixes the dislocation of the bone, and the pain is self-evident. Bai Ruoxi clenched her silver teeth and insisted on not yelling. Bai Ruoxi's character Shang Jian is strong. She was able to take over the Bai group with one person at the beginning, resisting all the pressure. Her character can be seen. Yifei looked at Bai Ruoxi. I saw Bai Ruoxi's black hair hanging down like silk, and her slender willow eyebrows set off her starry eyes. After coming out, the cheeks are rosy and the lips are moist and moving. Yifei put down the jade-long calf. In a low voice, okay, you can move around and try. Bai Ruoxi nodded lightly when she heard the words. She moved the lower ankle, still felt the piercing pain, but the ankle was already able to move normally, and it was no longer swollen as before, or even unable to move. Well, it has done. Your medical skills are very good. Bai Ruoxi frowned slightly, and then stretched out. She lightly admired. Yifei smiled, and said, don't use force at will, otherwise it will still be a little troublesome. Well, I see. Bai Ruoxi closed her feet obediently and didn't move. Both Yifei and Bai Ruoxi fell silent, and both of them were silent for a while. After a while, Bai Ruoxi first spoke. The assassination of the Violet Organization was directed at me. This time I am the one who caused you. When it comes to the violet tissue, Yifei squinted his eyes, the chill in his eyes unabated. Zanchuang Xiao. The assassination of the Violet Organization completely angered Yifei. Ling Bu. The Violet Organization is in the original book. A strong and secret killer organization, the Violet Organization's methods are extremely cruel. Nothing. Do not use extreme. Fortunately, the headquarters of the Violet Organization is in the East Sakura country, otherwise the Violet Organization will definitely not only send 2 killers this time. Yifei squinted and said, we are allies, so how come Lianyi said? It is just that the Violet Organization failed this time. We must give them a warning, lest Violet really think we are soft persimmons that can be pinched at will. The Violet Organization, like Chen Luo, was also on Yifei's must-do list. For this kind of organization that can threaten him and have a great contradiction with him, Yifei certainly does not want it to exist in this world. What do you mean? Bai Ruoxi whispered. Yifei said, the sniper should have fled, he must be caught, it is best to catch him. It is a pity that Yifei and Bai Ruoxi were trapped in this cave and couldn't catch the sniper in time. But despite this, as long as tomorrow. Out of trouble, Yifei thought that the probability of catching the opponent was also great. After all, Yan belonged to the Yi family and the Bai family, and it was not too difficult for the two to work together to catch a killer. After we get out of trouble, the first thing is to catch that sniper. Bai Ruoxi said decisively. Violet tissue is also one of the real culprits of Bai Ruoxi's father's death. Bai Ruoxi spared no effort. Well, I think so too. Yifei agreed. The dark night enveloped everything, the torrential rain was falling, and there was no tendency to stop at all. At the same time, the cold wind poured into this cave, making people shudder. If it weren't for the relatively high terrain of this cave, it would have been flooded by rain. Rao is so, the inside of the cave is also very humid, the two are very uncomfortable, especially Bai Ruoxi, her clothes are almost completely wet. Although she looked embarrassed, she still couldn't stop her beautiful face, she was still beautiful and unparalleled. When Yifei saw this, he couldn't help laughing when he saw Bai Ruoxi's appearance. What are you laughing at? Bai Ruoxi stared at Yifei's body for a while. Yifei blinked. I am just thinking that no one has ever seen you so embarrassed. Danti say, you deserve to be the first white and rich girl in Yandu. It is surprisingly beautiful in this state. Yifei was easing the atmosphere. As night and rain approached, the weather became colder and colder. Yifei also noticed that Bai Ruoxi was shaking slightly because of her cold body, so Yifei spoke to ease the atmosphere. Bai Ruoxi's pair of stars like stars and light fixed on Yifei's body. She said, Yandu is the second white and richest. Well, that is what they call you. Yifei shrugged. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Bai Ruoxi's mouth. She looked at Yifei and said, actually, you are also very handsome now. It always feels like we are blowing each other in business. Yifei smiled. The two chatted without a word, and Yifei also noticed that Bai Ruoxi's cheeks were getting paler and paler, his lips were slightly pale, his body trembled, and his whole body chilled. When Yifei saw this, he sighed, knowing that Bai Ruoxi was cold all over. If this continues, Bai Ruoxi will definitely catch a cold or even a fever tomorrow, and illness is inevitable. Yifei's physique is different from ordinary people, he can tolerate the cold, but Bai Ruoxi can resist it. Thinking of the slight movement of Yifei's body, he approached Bai Ruoxi and took the initiative to hold Bai Ruoxi in his arms. He felt that Bai Ruoxi's body became stiff in his arms, and then softened again, equals a faint fragrance lingered between Yifei's mouth and nose. Bai Ruoxi's hands and feet were cold. Bai Ruoxi only felt that the man's full feeling voice rang in her ears. Don't think too much about it, it is just that it is easy to keep warm, otherwise you will definitely have to give birth tomorrow. Yet, Bai Ruoxi's voice was so small that almost only he could hear the mountain. Chapter 152 You were so bad. Yifei asked Bai Ruoxi not to think too much. But how can she not think about this situation? Bai Ruoxi's hands and feet were cold, and his body was chilly. She can only hug Yifei tightly to keep warm. Compared to dry Bai Ruoxi's cold hands and feet, Yifei at this moment was like a ball of flame, and his whole body was warm. This is also related to Yifei's physical strength. He is now a martial artist with great inner strength. After reaching the great inner strength, Yifei's inner breath is stable. His hands, feet, limbs and body are always hot. It is like a too warm stove. Bai Ruoxi clung to Yifei, feeling extra warm. Originally, Bai Ruoxi's teeth were still trembling slightly, but after holding Yifei, her body became warm. She shrank and gave Yifei the feeling of a kitten. The two cuddled up together. Yifei's voice came to Bai Ruoxi's ears again. 2, 2, 3. He only listened to Yifei's warm words. Or go to bed first. It's raining so hard. Bai you and the others will be there for a while. I can find us. I can only wait for tomorrow. I can sleep or let us talk. Bai Ruoxi whispered. Alright, Yifei agreed. Bai Ruoxi was silent for a while and said, every time I'm with you, I will have a very novel feeling. Yes. Well, for example, the last time you drag racing in this encounter. I still experienced the feeling of racing once, and also the first time equals hiding in. Spent in the cave. Bai Ruoxi smiled lightly. Yifei shrugged and said, it is also the first time I spent the night in a cave. Bai Ruoxi pulled her hair lightly, and said in a low voice, in fact, this is not bad. Why is this so good? Yifei said. The surrounding environment was so bad that it couldn't be worse. It was cold and humid, and the cave was very small, and neither of them could lie down completely. Bai Ruoxi whispered, I am not talking about this. Although the space in this cave is very small, I am more free, at least. There is no need to consider the affairs of the Bai's group, no need to read financial statements, no meetings, no need to care about the company's stock price and other acquisitions and mergers. Yifei was silent. Among all the girls Yifei knew before, Bai Ruoxi was definitely the busiest. Although Su Qingzu also wants to manage the enterprise, the size of Hongyan Company is not the same as that of the Bai group. Bai Ruoxi, a person has to hold hundreds of billions of capital, and her daily busyness and pressure can be imagined. Yifei can imagine that when Bai Ruoxi had just graduated from university, when he learned of his father's death, he carried the entire Bai's group. A heavy burden, a person is always strong in the face of pressure. Bai Ruoxi is indeed not easy. When Yifei looked at Bai Ruoxi's cheek, she was a classical and graceful girl like Zhang Yanshufa, with a graceful and charming temperament, and her graceful feet, Jiren. On that face full of exquisiteness and beauty, with the perseverance that made him admire, this strong woman is not only admirable but also pitiful. Actually, you should take a break occasionally, put aside the trivial matters of the company, and learn to enjoy life. Yifei enlightened her. Bai Ruoxi's gooseneck is beautiful, she taps the chick. Sometimes I envy you, your life is wonderful. Yifei whispered, as long as you want, you can have this kind of life anytime. Bai Ruoxi whispered, in fact, at the moment that the killer hit the mountain today, I thought I was going to die. When Bai Ruoxi recalled that scene, he was still a little scared. That was what everyone would have in the face of life and death. Today, when the assassin gave his life to Bai Ruoxi, he was truly thrilled. Bai Ruoxi said again, at that time, there were a lot of regrets in my mind, not because I was afraid of death, but I felt that there were many things that I had not done yet. For example, to avenge my father. For example, to see the Bai group go on the right track. For example, to talk equals field love. Bai Ruoxi whispered. Yifei smiled slightly and said, I can do anything else, but I can help with your last wish. Yifei's words were too daring. Bai Ruoxi's eyes glared at Yifei. With the two of them standing in front of each other, feeling the body temperature from Yifei's body, Bai Ruoxi's face flushed slightly. Bai Ruoxi was silent for a while before saying, Xie. You thanked me several times today. Kai Fei said. Bai Ruoxi and Yifei looked at each other, and there was actually an inexplicable emotion in her heart. Yifei is indeed very special to Bai Ruoxi. If it weren't for Yifei, Bai Ruoxi would never see the hope of revenge for his father. There were also racing, encounters with killers, etc., which made the two of them become friends of life and death, and their relationship quickly warmed up. Bai Ruoxi's feelings for Yifei are also very complicated too. If it were to be another man, Bai Ruoxi would definitely not be able to snuggle in the arms of other men. The two of them were silent for a while, only listening at this moment, for Bai Ruoxi's stomach uttered a cuckoo cry, and the sound was pretty good. Ring. Yifei was startled, and then he saw Bai Ruoxi's blushing face and turned his head, seemingly embarrassed. What sound? Yifei asked. Bai Ruoxi's face was slightly red, and she didn't look at Yifei. I was hungry and didn't eat dinner. I was very hungry. Yifei had already guessed it, and he laughed blankly. Actually, I am hungry too. I originally planned to eat Quanju bake tonight. For the duck, think of Quanju's roast duck, which is tender, rolls with dipping sauce and side dishes. Grunt. When her face was vomited to say that Bai Ruoxi's stomach screamed louder, she was silent. Yifei said again, there's also mutton steamed bun. I originally planned to eat it tonight. Actually, I know there are not even a street snack bar. Wrong, the mutton steamed bun is delicious, the mutton is tender, the steamed bun is fragrant, and it tastes top when it is dipped in the soup. Bai Ruoxi could not help but swallowed 5.4 saliva. Yifei gave a smirk at the corner of his mouth, and the smile was even greater. In addition, I know that there's a hotel that does a good job of jumping over the wall. A dozen ingredients such as abalone and sea cucumber are boiled into juice and added to the broth. Simmered. You still said it. Bai Ruoxi couldn't help but stared at last. Yifei said as he swallowed his saliva. This guy is so grotesque that he talks about food at such a time, and he is almost greedy and crying. Yifei, seeing Bai Ruoxi's movements, couldn't help but smile, let alone Bai Ruoxi at this time was a little cute. Chapter 153. Let us talk about Chen Luo first. Of course, Yifei said this deliberately. Under his description, Quanju roast duck, mutton bubble steamed bun, Buddha jumped over the wall and other delicacies. The elephant simply jumped out, and saw Bai Ruoxi couldn't help swallowing, his stomach growing even more. Bai Ruoxi's starry eyes were bright, and Yifei cast a white glance. He looked very charming. Yifei looked amused, and felt that Bai Ruoxi's drooling eyes were a little cute. Bai Ruoxi looked at Yifei with an angry look. It was really bad, but because he described the food as delicious, it made her feel even more hungry. In fact, there's also the pan-fried buns on Chunming Road, which is also delicious. A bite is full of soup, and there's no aftertaste. There is also a special one. Yifei, just about to say, was directly covered by Bai Ruoxi's mouth. Bai Ruoxi said angrily, don't say it. The more she said, the more hungry she got. Bai Ruoxi kept groaning in his stomach. Tufei, this guy is really bad. Hearing Bai Ruoxi's words, Yifei also looked at her with a narrow smile, with an innocent expression. What is wrong? I am just talking about what I want to eat. Bai Ruoxi said angrily, you did it on purpose. Your face smiled. Just kidding, it will refresh you. I am so sleepy as you told me now, and my head is full of Buddha jumping over the wall. We're stuck in lamb steamed bun. Bai Ruoxi faintly. Yifei couldn't help laughing. Dare you laugh? In order to apologize, when we get out of trouble tomorrow, I will take you to eat roast duck, eat lamb bun and Buddha jump over the wall. Yifei suggested. There are also fried buns. Bai Ruoxi couldn't help but said another package. Yifei. The two reached a consensus. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi chatted a few more words. Bai Ruoxi, still obsessed with food, and said, I have never eaten mutton steamed buns, nor have I eaten raw buns. Lamb buns and pan-fried buns are street snacks, and it is normal for Bai Ruoxi to have never eaten them. It is just two kinds of snacks. Don't have a flavor. You all know it then. Yifei smiled. It is late. You go to bed quickly. Let us save our energy and get back to rest. We may have to go up the mountain by ourselves tomorrow. Although Bai Yu had mostly sent people to find Yifei and Bai Ruoxi, Yifei couldn't pin his hopes on others. He had to plan for the worst. Hearing what Yifei said, Bairuoxi had no objection, but said in a low voice, I can sleep when I think of those delicacies. Bairuoxi was helpless. It's all caused by this guy. Yifei hugged Bairuoxi's body tightly. Bairuoxi noticed it, her face couldn't help being red, and she didn't know what Yifei was going to do. Yifei said why not, I will hum a piano tune for you to help you cultivate sleep. Do you think you were singing a lullaby? Bairuoxi couldn't laugh or cry, but did not refuse. Yifei immediately hummed. He hummed the piano music A Wedding in a Dream, and Yifei's magnetic voice rang in Bairuoxi's ears. The body was close to each other, and between the ears and temples, Bairuoxi was also full of strange feelings. After this whole day of emergencies, Bairuoxi was actually mentally exhausted, but it was strained. In Yifei's arms, she quickly relaxed and fell asleep. The next day, early morning. It's 6:30 in the morning. Yifei looked at his watch. His watch was intact in yesterday's accident. Know the time at this time. The rain last night has stopped. Although the road is still a bit muddy, at least the rain has stopped. Bairuoxi also woke up quietly. Did you sleep well last night? Wake up. Bairuoxi heard Yifei's faint voice. Bairuoxi and Yifei looked at each other. Her eyes were watery, and there was a little smile in her sway, and said, I slept very well. It was the best sleep quality I had in recent months. Yifei glanced at the sky outside the cave and let go of Bairuoxi. Before that, Bairuoxi was always in his arms, and the two of them slept tightly together. Leaving Yifei's embrace, Bairuoxi actually felt a sense of melancholy. She felt that since his cheeks were slightly hot. Let us go up the mountain, and can stay here anymore? Yifei said, more delay equals minutes, it is very likely that the violet group. The killer weaving had one more chance to escape. Well, I see, let us go. Bairuoxi's expression also became serious, and she nodded vigorously. In any case, Yifei's goal is to catch the assassin of the Violet Organization first, and then use this to knock them out and shake the tiger into their Roland Organization. In addition, Yifei still has a lot to do. Such as dealing with Chen Luo. He didn't want to wait for a moment anymore, he had to cheat Chen Luo and talk about it. Yifei and Bairuoxi walked out of the cave. Although Bairuoxi's ankle misalignment was successfully cured by Yifei, the redness and swelling did not get rid of that quickly, and it was still painful. She acted still inconvenient, so Yifei supported Bairuoxi. The two began to climb all the way up the mountain road. Halfway through, Bairuoxi was slightly weakened. Yifei simply said, I'll carry you up. Are you carrying me up? Bairuoxi couldn't help but glance at Yifei with concern. Your physical exertion is a lot, right? It's okay, this is nothing to me, sighed Dish. Yifei smiled faintly. Well then, please. Bairuoxi was also not hypocritical. Her feet were still painful indeed. Yifei said nothing, carrying Bairuoxi on his back to the mountain. Bairuoxi is actually very light. He is holding Bairuoxi's two slender legs, and there's a delicate touch on his back. Yifei couldn't help but feel a little bit distracted. And Bairuoxi's face was also slightly red, her hands hooked her neck, and the two of them maintained this posture. Yifei carried Bairuoxi on his back, and the speed of the two people going up the mountain was indeed much faster. About 10 minutes later, Yifei heard a noisy sound while climbing. Yifei's spirits lifted up. He looked up and saw that even if he saw that in the mountains and forests not far away, a few people from the soil were searching everywhere, while shouting the names of Bairuoxi and Yifei everywhere. It's from Baiyu. Baiyu was also among them. He heard Yifei's shout, and he was very excited. Soon, Yifei finally joined Baiyu. Sister, Yifei, what is the matter with you? Baiyu saw Yifei go up the mountain with Bairuoxi on his back. He was excited and caring again, and asked again and again. Chapter 154. He wants to be your brother-in-law. When Bai Bao saw Yifei and Bairuoxi, he was pleasantly surprised and puzzled. Yifei and his sister had lost contact all night. Bai Bao noticed that the two had an accident. He was very anxious and sent dozens of people along the mountains and forests to look for Yifei and Bairuoxi. In addition, Baiyu said more than a dozen people, look for the two from the foot of the mountain. As he saw the assassin's feet in the forest, Baiyu didn't dare to be careless. He didn't alert the relevant personnel, and all he sent were his own. Yan Zimo was also among them. He also contributed a lot this time. Upon seeing this, Yifei put down Bairuoxi gently, and then said, Baiyu, you ask the security personnel of the Bai group to be summoned immediately. Block Yandu Airport in various places, and track down suspicious persons. Bairuoxi also nodded lightly, well, just leave us alone and do this first. Bai Bao saw that Bairuoxi and Yifei looked serious, he could only nod his head again and again. Yifei faintly described some of the problems and details of sniping now. Almost all the assassins of the Violet Organization were from the Dongying country, and as the assassins, they also had some obvious characteristics that could be identified. It was only one night since the assassination, and there is still hope to catch the killer. Yifei also called his cheat father. He asked Yi to help him dispatch the security personnel of Tujia to investigate the killer in all major areas of Yandu. When Yang Zimo saw this, he also helped to mobilize the security personnel of the Yang family and some relationship forces. The three major commercial families of Yi family, Yang family, and Bai family have joined forces to create a network of heaven and earth. These three companies are well-deserved wealthy consortiums in Yandu, with big and deep roots, and their joint efforts are enough to shake Yandu city. Almost every person from Dongying country who leaves Yandu will be strictly controlled and investigated. After doing this, Bai Bao hurriedly brought water and bread to let Yifei and Bairuoxi eat to cushion their stomachs. Yifei and Bairuoxi were also hungry, and the two of them were eating and answering Baiu's various questions. Bai Bao learned that his sister and Yifei had been assassinated. Both Yifei and Bairuoxi kept silent about the Violet Organization. Just said it was an assassination. Bian Shang Baiyu explained the situation clearly. Bairuoxi took out 2 bottles of water and handed them to Yifei, and whispered, you are eating too fast, drink more water. Yifei smiled at the corner of Yifei's mouth. Thank you. Just now Yifei was climbing the mountain with Bairuoxi on his back. The physical exertion was indeed not small, plus yesterday. The sky didn't eat anything, so it was indeed a bit of a mouthful to gobble it up. Yifei drank the water, while Baiyu and Yang Zimo looked at each other. Especially Baiyu, he was even more puzzled. When did Yifei have such a good relationship with his sister? Bai Ding noticed something was wrong during the drag racing this time. Looking at it now, the relationship between Yifei and her sister seemed to be closer. Yang Zimo felt the same way. He was shocked when he saw Yifei carrying Bairuoxi up the mountain, and then he saw Bairuoxi take the initiative. Water was given to Yifei. My heart suddenly pulled out the cold. Speaking of which, Yifei and Bairuoxi here. Yang Zimo had been pursuing Bairuoxi before, of course Bairuoxi was ignoring him. In Yang Zimo's heart, Bairuoxi is a well-deserved goddess. It is a pity that Bairuoxi has always treated him with true colors, and Yang Zimo was deeply hit. However, although Yang Zimo pursues to like Bairuoxi, he is also a playboy and there is no shortage of women around him. After the delicate relationship between Bairuoxi and Yifei, although Yang Zimo was lost, he could only accept it. Anyway, Yifei was also his friend, and even saved Yang Zimo's life. Of course, Yang Zimo would not have any resentment towards Yifei. However, there was still envy in Yang Zimo's heart. Taking advantage of other people's attention, he pulled Yifei and asked, Yifei. Yida. If you don't go to school, I am completely obsessed with you. There is Su Qingzu in the front and Bai Ruoxi in the back. You are really good at this method. You are really talented in picking up girls. Please teach me a few tricks. Yang Zimo almost worshipped in his heart. Yifei jokingly told Yang Zimo before that he has a talent called picking up girls. At first, Yang Zimo sneered, but later saw Su Qingzu's attitude towards Yifei. Suddenly was suppressed. Look at Bai Ruo now. The situation between she and Yifei made Yang Zimo worship him. Yifei shrugged. Do you really believe that I have a talent for picking up girls? Believe, of course, I believe everything you say now. Yang Zimo nodded firmly. Yifei couldn't help but smile. Actually, there's no secret to picking up girls. If you want to tell the secret, maybe you just point it. What is the secret? Yang Zimo lifted his spirits. Yifei blinked and joked, as long as you are handsome, it won't be a problem. Yang Zimo immediately glanced at Tufei deeply shocked, and sat on the side with sorrow, looking at Yifei with contempt. Don't bring such bullies. In fact, Yang Zimo also knew very well that although Yifei was handsome and correct, a woman like Bai Ruoxi could not be chased by her looks. Yang Zimo turned his eyes, to lean close to equals, and whispered to Bai Yu, I said Bai Yu. Look, Yifei is not kind, you treat Yifei as a brother, and he treats you as a brother-in-law. This is to be your sister, Sima Zhao's heart, everyone knows. Yifei looked at Yang Zimo playing with treasures, dumbfounded. Bai Yu stared. Yang Zimo, faintly said, I don't know about others, but Yang Zimo, you always wanted to be my sister, right? Unfortunately you have no chance. As for you, forget about my sister's business, I can take care of it. Bai Bao looked at Yifei's intention to say a few ruthless words, suddenly shrank his neck, and glanced cautiously Bai Ruoxi. Bai Bao was very afraid of his sister Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi is in the Bai family. It is not necessary to say that he has the status of Juting for money. He has no right to choose Bai Ruoxi and Yifei. Yang Zimo's provocation failed, and he immediately sat aside sadly, looking like a lifeless look. At the same time, the investigation of the Violet Killer by Yi, Bai, and Yang has also begun, and Yandu has simply laid a net of heaven and earth. In response to the clues about the first line Violet Killer provided by Yifei, finally in the afternoon, there was an intelligence message. In the afternoon, Bai Yu said excitedly, Yifei, the Dongying Kingdom killer seems to have been found. Our people have already controlled several suspects. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi are both refreshed. They are waiting for this moment. Chapter 155. Caught the killer of the Violet Organization. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi looked at each other, and they were refreshed. And Yifei immediately said, take me now. After saying this, Yifei immediately called the chief daddy Yi and told him about the situation. After learning that his son had been assassinated, Duhei was also furious. The security company under the Yi family was dispatched to spread the net in various places in Yandu. Yi personally greeted the relevant departments. To the Dongying people who left Yandu. Investigate, especially the Dongying people who meet the standards mentioned by Yifei. According to Yifei's knowledge, the members of the Violet Killer Organization have several characteristics. First, they are all Dongying people. Because the Violet Organization has always cultivated assassins since childhood, in order to ensure that the so-called pure blood is pure and there are no foreigners. Second, the person who escaped is a sniper. The sniper usually has thick calluses on his hands, and the scars on his body are also essential. Of course, these are detailed features. Third, Yifei also used his own hacking techniques to invade the system of the Violet Organization and found a copy of the Violet Organization as. The list of killer information, including the appearance of the killer, is also the most important clue. With these clues, it is not difficult to locate this killer. According to these characteristics, there are not many people in Dongying Kingdom. The clue 850 is also sufficient. Especially the three families of Yi, Bai, and Yang worked together, and almost the entire Yan was investigated in full, and it was just to catch the killer of the Violet Organization. Under such circumstances, the Bai family caught 3 suspects. To find the real killer from among these suspects. Yifei's purpose for calling Yi is also very simple. He wants Yi to call a few people for his own use. Yifei has a lot of men. At present, he mainly focuses on Black Friday. There is a group of bodyguards with good strength, and there are about a dozen people. But it is not enough. Since Yifei decided to retaliate against Chen Luo fiercely next, and also smash the Violet Organization, he certainly needed more manpower. Yifei asked Yi for a person, who was also the same character in the original book. He was the security captain of the Yi family. He was stronger than the Black Five and was codenamed Eagle. The Eagle's real name is Lu Zihao. He had a military career in the A's army for several years. In terms of strength, he is at least an internal warrior. More importantly, Yifei had read the original book and knew that this Eagle Lu Zihao was very good at copycats. With his help, he would definitely be able to dig out what Yifei needed. Bai Bao took Yifei, Bai Ruoxi, and a few people to Yandu Airport. The personnel of Bai's family were found in a minbao near Yandu Airport. These suspects are currently under control. Along the way, Yifei and Bai Ruoxi were silent. Arrived at the destination, Yifei got out of the car and made an inviting gesture, helping Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi's right leg was still injured, but at this time, it was no problem after a simple bandage, and he only needed to rest for a few days. Yifei supported Bai Ruoxi, and under the leadership of Bai Yu, the three of them coordinated with their bodyguards to the spot. In a remote private treasure next to the airport, Tufei saw 3 Dongying nationals who were suspected of being a sniper killer, that is, 3 suspects. Yifei used face recognition and iris recognition technology to compare with the database in his computer, and quickly identified the sniper through hacking technology. Seeing Yifei's proficient computer operation, by comparing face recognition, iris recognition and other technologies, Bai Bao and Bai Ruoxi were slightly surprised. Yifei's computer skills are simply incredible. FCK, Xiao Yi, you are a hacker, when have you been so proficient in computers? Bai Yu stared at Yixing repeatedly, expressing incredible. Yifei shrugged. You haven't asked me before. The suspect is locked. It is him. Yifei pointed to one of the suspects. I saw that the assassin that Yifei was referring to was indeed the appearance of the Dongying nationality. He was not tall, even a little thin, about a meter of soil, and there were a few long scars near his neck and the thumb on his hand. There are thick calluses at the joints of the index finger. This killer looks very ordinary. Asai belongs to the kind that has almost no obvious physical features. But Yifei knew that the more ordinary people were, the more suitable they were as killers because they had no obvious features and were not easy to be recognized. Recognized by Yifei, the killer's expression changed slightly, but he quickly became calm. Yifei locked the murderer, and he said I have already sent people over, leave it to him during the interrogation. Yifei's person is of course Lu Zihao, codenamed Eagle. No problem. Bai Yu had no objection. He said this assassin is very powerful. It is not easy to catch him. I was injured. Several talents took him down. You let your people pay attention. Don't worry, I know. Violet's killer is of course extraordinary, and this killer is still a sniper, not a killer who is good at melee combat, otherwise it will be more difficult to deal with. Bai Bao was still very curious about Yifei, and said, I said vomiting less, what is the situation with you even if you were proficient in drag racing, now you can also hack computer skills. Bai Bao was really puzzled. When did Yifei master these skills? Yifei smiled without saying a word. Bai Ruoxi also looked at Yifei with bright eyes. She was also curious. This man, when you thought you already knew him, you realized that he was equals a mystery. Bai Yu murmured again, you two had an accident, you don't know, now the rich second generation of racing bikes in Baiyu Mountain. Yifei, you regard you as an idol. You have raised Baiyushan's drag racing record by nearly 2 minutes, they both call you the king of the car and the queen of the car. The king of the car, the back of the car. Yifei didn't respond. Hearing the name behind the car, Bai Ruoxi blinked her eyes, filled with strangeness. Also, you guys didn't see Lei Hei or Nes black face. It's really funny. Bai Yu saw that the murderer had been determined. He was in a good mood and was chatting with Yifei and Bai Ruoxi. The corner of Yifei's mouth also raised a smile. Not long after, Lu Zihao came. Lu Zihao is a powerful middle-aged man with Confucius and Wu. He is tall and straight, with a Chinese character face and a strong face. The most conspicuous thing is that Lu Zihao's face has a long scar, very awake. Young master, Lu Zihao bowed his head slightly to Yifei with a respectful look. As the security captain of the Yi family, his loyalty is absolutely reliable, and he is Yi's confidant. Yifei nodded slightly. He only said a word to Lu Zihao. He pointed at the sniper and said lightly, I don't care whether you mutilate this person or destroy him. No matter what means, I want you pry open his mouth and use all the means to get him to tell all the information about the killer organization behind him. Yes, Master Lu Zihao's heart stung, and he heard the harshness of Yifei's words. Of course Yifei would not be merciful to the enemy. Chapter 156 Digging a big pit for Chen Luo. As a member of the Violet organization, his information is the most accurate. Of course, the premise is to be able to pry open his mouth. If this killer died without speaking, Yifei wouldn't mind sending him to hell. After explaining Lu Zihao, Yifei also let Bai Yu and his bodyguard stay here to guard, and he went to the Bai group with Bai Ruoxi. Yifei drove to the Bai's group. In the chairman's office, Bai Ruoxi personally brought a cup of Blue Mountain coffee for Yifei. She smiled at Yifei and said, I found that you were really a fan. Really? Yifei said lightly. Bai Ruoxi sat beside Yifei, and the elegant body scent came, and it smelled very nice. Bai Ruoxi said of course. Her feelings were very obvious. Every time she saw Yifei, she would find a different flash of light on him. Points, such as piano, such as drag racing, computer hacking techniques. The man in front of him was indeed too mysterious. At the same time, Bai Ruoxi also understood why Yifei could find a lot of information that she could not investigate, and could give her the I-disc because Yifei's hacking skills were also top-notch. When Gangmu Bai Ruoxi saw Yifei operating the computer, he only felt that his fingers were dancing on the computer. She was completely superb and impressed her. Do you think Lu Zihao can let the killer of the Violet organization explain? Bai Ruoxi asked. Yifei shrugged. It should be fine for the killer to confess part of the information. Let us just wait and rest. In fact, I myself can collect some information from the Violet organization through the internet. It's not anxious. Yifei said lightly. I don't plan to keep that killer alive in the end. Even if the assassin could explain everything, Yifei would at best make him die a little bit easier and ease his torment. That's all. Bai Ruoxi nodded lightly and said nothing. Yifei turned and said, actually, I pay more attention to another thing now. What's up? Yifei smiled. I am going to dig a hole for Chen Luo, let him taste the pain, and break his arm first. Yifei had mentioned this with Bai Ruoxi before. Bai Ruoxi understood the contradiction between Tu Fei and Chen Luo, and said, do you need my help? Our group and Qizhang group have also cooperated before, and they are very familiar with their industry and supply chain. Hearing what Bai Ruoxi said, Yifei smiled and said, actually, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. If you really want to help me, just help me build a fishing boat at that time. Yifei whispered a few packets in Bai Ruoxi's ear. After Bai Ruoxi listened, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes like water. 6 It's that simple. It's that simple. Seeing the confident look of a man, Bai Ruoxi said softly, well, if you need help from other places, you can contact me at any time. Contact me. Well, good. Yifei smiled freely. In fact, in the past few days, EKG has been carefully planning for Qizhang Group. Yifei asked Li Xiangyan to pay close attention to the activities of Qizhang Group. At the same time, Yifei asked the Black Five and others to monitor the Qizhang Group executives. Every move. According to Li Xiangyan's intelligence in the plot in the original book, Tu Fei knew that Qizhang Group had recently launched a new drug. As a well-known pharmaceutical giant in China, it is a normal business practice to have new drugs on the market. This new drug is called Naokong capsules. As the name suggests, this new drug has been effective in several new drug experiments for the treatment of brain diseases. After approval, the new drug was mass-produced, and it was successfully launched a month ago, and sales were high. But Yifei is very clear that there is a problem with the new drug Naokong capsule recently launched by Qizhang Group. Naokong capsule is a good medicine, but the problem lies with the supplier of Qizhang Group. This supplier aims to save money. The quality of the capsules used is very poor, and the leather waste is treated with quicklime and boiled into industrial gelatin production. The capsules produced in this way will have excessive heavy metals. Drug safety is a big deal. It is conceivable that once a drug safety problem occurs, it will inevitably be a catastrophic blow to pharmaceutical companies. This incident, referred to as the poison capsule incident in the original book, was also a crisis encountered by the Qizhang Group. In the original book, Chen Luo tried to turn the tide in this crisis, and he made the limelight. Because Chen Luo made timely rescue measures, At the same time, he also mobilized contacts to save the Qizhang Group, which made Duan Qizhang very grateful to Chen Luo and wished to dig his heart out for Chen Luo. Since He at this moment knows that the Qizhang Group will have this crisis, of course he will not give Chen Luo the opportunity to scratch his reputation. Chance. Not only that, but he wanted to take the opportunity to destroy the Qizhang Group and let Chen Luo break his arm. Therefore, Yifei made arrangements early. He asked the Black Five and others to monitor the Qizhang Group executives and let Li Xiangyan pay attention to the Qizhang Group's movements. This is the reason. Not only that, Yifei also secretly contacted 2 groups of media reporters, waiting for the media reporters to report on the incident and create a blockbuster news. Now everything is in place, only Dongfeng knows it. Yifei only waited for this incident to ferment. Bai Ruoxi didn't know this, she was just surprised at Yifei's confidence. Chatting with Bai Ruoxi for a while, Yifei smiled and said, it's almost time for dinner, or should I take you to eat Danti? You really want to eat lamb buns and pan-fried buns? Okay, Bai Ruoxi readily agreed. The night in the cave is still fresh in Bai Ruoxi's memory. She believes that she may never forget that night. Bai Ruoxi is also very interested in several foods mentioned by Yifei. She has eaten famous dishes like Quanzhou roast duck and Buddha jumping wall, but she hasn't tasted the 2 street foods, mutton steamed bun and shengzhenbao, so she is very curious. Then let us go to Chunming Road. Yifei's mouth turned up. Yifei knows that Chunming Road has delicious pre-mortem bags, the taste is absolutely perfect, he is going to take Bai Ruoxi to try them. And, Bai Ruoxi's bright eyes flashed with the color of Shu, she and Yifei walked out of the door of the Bai family group and got into Yifei's car. Chapter 157. Chunming Road. Yifei drove that cool and flamboyant Lamborghini and took Bai Ruoxi to Chunming Road. Chunming Road is also a remote road at the entrance of Yandu Xiaohudong. The neighborhood is basically surrounded by residents, and at the intersection of Chunming Road, there is a small shop called Ahu Shengjian, which is overcrowded, almost full. Yifei parked the Lamborghini on the side of the road and suddenly aroused a stunning sight. It is here, although the environment is a bit worse, the taste is still good, Yifei said with a smile. Yifei is still very good at food. Picky, even he said it was delicious, it tasted absolutely fine. In fact, pan fried is a special snack in the Magic City area and does not originate from Yandu snacks. But Yifei doesn't care so much, as long as it tastes good. Yifei took Bai Ruoxi to taste the pan fry, ordered 6 pan fried pans, and then returned to the 92=0 car. Seeing Yifei driving a Lamborghini to Bai Ruo fried, the diners around were all stunned, and some diners murmured, I rely on it, driving too to buy the life, really. The beauty just now is so amazing, so pretty. The life of the rich is so unpretentious and boring. Yifei knew that Bai Ruoxi didn't like to be crowded. He took Bai Ruoxi back to the car and took out the packaged sashimi for Bai Ruoxi to taste. When eating sashimi, first bite open a small bite, the soup inside, and then eat one bite at a time. Be careful. Bai Ruoxi nodded lightly, with a slender gooseneck, she gracefully picked up a pan-fried bun, and bite into the small, delicious soup. Overflowing, the mouthful of soup taste remains on the lips and teeth. Bai Ruoxi opened her eyes slightly, and whispered it as delicious. There was food in her mouth, and she was a little vague. When Yifei saw Bai Ruoxi's appearance, he really felt a bit of a foodie. Bai Ruoxi ate the pan-fried buns very quickly, but the appearance was very elegant. She finished eating quickly only pan-fried buns, and then handed it to Yifei, you eat too. Bai Ruoxi handed the chopsticks to Yifei. Just now the two of them only took a pair of chopsticks, and now they share a pair of chopsticks. Yifei picked up the chopsticks and ate the pan-fried buns without hesitation. He acted skillfully, sucking a mouthful of soup, and enjoying himself with a pleasant expression. The taste is as good as ever. Yifei praised the package. Seeing Yifei's movement of holding chopsticks, Bai Ruoxi suddenly thought that the two of them now share pairs of chopsticks, which is considered an indirect relationship. Bai Ruoxi's face blushed slightly when he thought of this. I'll give it to you first, it won't taste good when it is cold. Let us go to another store to eat lamb buns. Yifei smiled. Okay, Bai Ruoxi readily agreed and took the lunchbox. Immediately afterwards, Yifei took Bai Ruoxi to the street to eat the mutton steamed bun. The two attracted the attention of the people around, but they both paid no attention to it. After Yifei practiced martial arts, he had a lot of appetite, and he ate 2 bowls. Seeing Yifei eating food like a cloud, Bai Ruoxi also had an appetite with her chin, and she ate much more than usual. If he goes out to eat a few more times like this, I am afraid he will be fattened by him, Bai Ruoxi secretly said. Bai Ruoxi's eyes flowed, Yeren smiled like water, and Yifei's shadow was clearly reflected in her eyes. She thinks eating today is the most comfortable meal she has eaten recently. Although it is only a street food, it attracts her more than the delicacies of mountains and seas in those high-end hotels. When you eat, the most important thing is not what you eat, but who you eat with. Bai Ruoxi suddenly thought that he had seen it from nowhere before. To a large extent, you can see his attitude towards you when a man takes a woman to dinner. For example, if a man takes a woman to a high-end Western restaurant for dinner, it means he wants you to be his girlfriend. A man takes a woman to the hotel to show that he treats you as a lover. Now Yifei is driving a supercar and taking him to eat at a roadside stall on the street. What does this count as her? Bai Ruoxi's eyes waved, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she didn't know what she was thinking. After eating, Yifei carried several phone calls, contacted Haiwu and others, and also contacted several reporters. Yifei had already sent a reporter. An unannounced visit to the Qizhang group, which went well a month ago, was only waiting for the poison capsule incident to break out too much. Yifei planted this time a time bomb aimed at Qizhang medicine and started directional blasting. In the original book, this poisonous capsule incident was caused by a problem with the supplier of Qizhang medicine, which caused heavy metals in the medicine capsule to exceed the standard. Since the drug Naokong capsules is already on the market, a small number of patients ate Naokong capsules and were hospitalized. Duan Qizhang did not know about all this. In fact, as the head of the group, Duan Qizhang is not very clear about this matter. This is a problem with the procurement department of the Qizhang group. But it doesn't matter to Yifei, he just wants to use this incident to dig a big hole for Chen Luo and Duan Qizhang and bury them both. He wants to fix Chen Luo and Duan Qizhang to death. Yifei called and was not in front of Bai Ruoxi too. Seeing Yifei hung up and walked back, Bai Ruoxi seemed to be in a good mood, she couldn't help saying, seems like you are in a good mood. The corner of Yifei's mouth turned up, yes, with beautiful women, I'm in a good mood. Bai Ruoxi was about to speak, when she lightly opened her red lips, Yifei's cell phone rang again. Yifei saw that it was a call from Lu Zihao. Master, this assassin has already revealed some problems he knows. Would you like to come and see? Lu Zihao's voice was low and short on the phone. Yifei was slightly surprised. Lu Zihao actually opened the mouth of the Violet Killer. Sure enough, he is a talented person who is proficient in the interrogation room. Tu Fei looked at Lu Zihao highly. He originally thought that Lu Zihao would need at least a period of time, but the result was faster than his phenomenon. This Lu Zihao has good abilities and is an individual talent. It can be of great use. Yifei told Bai Ruoxi about this. Bai Ruoxi and Tu Fei went to the private treasure that held the killer. In Minbao, Yifei smelled a faint **** smell of 4.4, so he asked Bai Ruoxi to stand in place, don't he come here yet. After Yifei arrived at the scene, Lu Zihao and Bai Yu came to pick up Yiko. Yifei noticed that Bai Yu's face was pale, as if he had lingering fears. But Lu Zihao looked as usual and said to Yifei, Master, according to your instructions, I used a heavy sentence. This killer confessed some information about the Violet organization. Yifei nodded, he glanced at the killer. I saw that the killer looked extremely miserable, his whole body was covered with scars, and there were various Xinjians on the ground, which showed the sadness of the killer just now. Chapter 158 Shock Yandu. Yifei looked at the Violet Killer. The Violet Assassin was covered in blood, lying on the ground, eyes blank and weak. He was covered with scars all over his body, and I can see the coarse salt sprinkled everywhere on the ground. Yifei's heart shuddered, knowing that this was Lu Zihao's way of interrogating this Violet Killer equals. Just sprinkle rough on his wound. Salt. As the saying goes, sprinkling salt on the wound, but the real practice knows that the pain in it can be described as suspicion of life. Few people can hold on to such pain. In addition, Yifei also saw the electric shock equipment. I was afraid that Lu Zihao also used electric shocks on the killer. Electrocution is also a punishment that can cause extreme pain, and the pain the killer has just suffered must make him worse than death. In addition, it is estimated that Lu Zihao also used a lot of punishment, which successfully forced the killer to reveal the information of the Violet organization. Lu Zihao is proficient in punishment and trial, which is not capable of being cruel. During the penalty trial, the interrogated person is likely to commit suicide by this, and the Zidane penalty is too heavy. The interrogated person may even die, and the gain is not worth the loss. Liu Zihao is obviously very experienced and has a set of interrogations. Seeing the assassin's dying appearance, Du Fei's expression was cold, he had no sympathy for the assassin. Yi Fei looked at Liu Zihao and said, "It's a good job, what did he explain?" "Here's a simple information, please check it out, master." Liu Zihao's interrogation was a separate interrogation, and even by you didn't he know what happened to him. Yi Fei read this information, and his heart leant, even though he knew something about the Violet Organization's information before, but after seeing this information, Yi Fei had an intuitive understanding of the Violet Organization. This information includes part of the personnel, organizational structure, etc. of the Violet Organization. Yi Fei checked this information carefully and wrote down its. "Good job." Yi Fei patted Liu Zihao on the shoulder and said, "You continue to interrogate, don't be soft, if he insists not to say." "Okay, don't worry, master, this guy will leave it to me." Liu Zihao smiled cruelly and confidently. Yi Fei gave Liu Zihao a few more words, then walked out of the interrogation room and handed this information to Bai Ruoxi who was waiting outside. Bai Ruoxi got the information, and after reading it carefully, she said in a low voice, "According to this information, it seems that the killer sent by the Roland Organization this time was a great killer. The Violet Organization also has a stronghold in Baihai City, but if we are late, it is possible that the killer will escape to Baihai City." "Yeah," Yi Fei nodded slightly. "The so-called level killer, which is the rank division of the killer in the Violet Organization. The killers of the Zuluo and Lan organizations can be divided into 3 levels S, A, and B, of which S is the highest and B is the lowest. As for the A level, the killer is considered the backbone of the Violet Organization and generally has the strength of an internal warrior. Take this information," Du Fei said to Bai Ruoxi. Fei Lang. Yi Fei didn't use this information after reading it. He already remembered it completely. Bai Ruoxi collected this information, this is her hope of revenge 9. Yi Fei said again, "The killer hasn't revealed the specific location of the Violet Organization as stronghold in Baihai City. I will let Liu Zihao continue the interrogation. As long as the location of the Violet stronghold is found, it will be easy." Bai Ruoxi's eyes flashed with determination, as long as he found out the location of the Violet Organization as stronghold. She will never stop at all costs and destroy the Violet Organization. The Violet Organization, as well as those behind the hiring of the Violet Organization, are the ones she must revenge. Yi Fei left this information to Bai Ruoxi. The two are separated. Yi Fei finally returned to Z2's villa. Back to the private villa, Yi Fei's housekeeper Ji Yun'er told him that both Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu had come to him yesterday. Yu Gan Yefei's phone broke when he rolled down the forest before, and he just replaced it with a new phone. So there is no time to send messages to Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu. Yi Fei sent a message to Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu and then went on to practice martial arts. Next for a few days, it was calm, but behind the calm and calm waves, there was an undercurrent surging. In the past few days, Yi Fei's life has returned to normal. In addition to practicing boxing, he also went to Mu's home to provide acupuncture for Mu Zijin and Mu Lao. Massage to restore the body. Early this morning, Yi Fei's private villa as. Yi Fei woke up from Wenxiang Nephrite, Luo Weiyu fell asleep beside him. Luo Weiyu lay beside Yi Fei. She closed her eyes and fell asleep sweetly. Last night, she couldn't resist Yi Fei's stay. In the end, stay in the villa. Luo Weiyu was too tired last night, and Yi Fei didn't bother Luo Weiyu. He directly asked the housekeeper to prepare breakfast. Not long after, Luo Weiyu woke up blushing. Luo Weiyu didn't wear pajamas, but secretly wore a shirt of Yi Fei and put it on her body. It looked sweet and lovely and very charming. Yi Fei's eyes lit up, and he pointed at Luo Weiyu. I'll let someone make breakfast. Come and eat. Oh good. Luo Weiyu nodded obediently, and after choosing to rinse, sat beside Du Fei to eat breakfast, taking the initiative to give Yi Fei food from time to time. The two of them ate and talked, just like a couple in love. After having breakfast, Yi Fei took Luo Weiyu to see the house nearby. A few days ago, Yi Fei said that he would give Luo Weiyu near 423. Buy a house. Yi Fei had already told his subordinates to make arrangements for this matter. Yi Fei and the two watched for a whole morning before finally choosing a suite for Luo Weiyu, which is only a 15-minute walk from Yi Fei's villa. Set of high-end apartments. Seeing that Luo Weiyu liked it, Yi Fei paid the full amount graciously. Luo Weiyu's eyes were bright, and she was already looking forward to her future life. When Yi Fei and Luo Weiyu finalized the house, Du Fei received another call from Zhang Minli. Zhang Minli lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Yi, the last thing you brought to my attention has begun to ferment. Today, 3 or 4 reporters have contacted me, saying that they can report on Qizhang Group at any time." Yi Fei lifted his spirits upon hearing Zhang Minli's words. Finally started. Yi Fei's layout finally reached the time of closing the net. Yi Fei had asked Zhang Minli to find a group of reporters who were responsible for unannounced visits to report the poison capsule incident of the Qizhang Group. And now, this matter finally has a result. This will be a big event that shocked Yandu. Chapter 159. The whole network is shocked, thunder means. The handle of Qizhang Group, Z is now firmly grasped by Yi Fei. The safety of medicines is absolutely critical. Before Chen Luo and Duan Qizhang had reacted, Du Fei could seize this opportunity. Put the Qizhang Pharmaceutical Group to death. Let Chen Luo break the arm first. Zhang Minli whispered, "Mr. Yi, as long as you give an order, those reporters can immediately expose the poison capsule of Qizhang Group." Thing. As a professional manager of brilliant entertainment, Zhang Minli is very good at hype and making fishing boats. Therefore, Yi Fei handed over this matter to him. Do it for him. Last time the video of Yi Fei and Chen Luo was posted on the internet, Zhang Minli was also credited with contributing to the flames. The video of the last time Yi Fei and Chen Luo met was spread all over the internet, and Chen Luo became an internet celebrity in an instant. Expression is spread all over the network. Chen Luo's most embarrassed appearance was made into an emoji, which made him even more uncomfortable than killing Chen Luo. Therefore, Yi Fei was very satisfied with Zhang Minli's performance. When he heard Zhang Minli say this, he said lightly, "Very well, you immediately pass. Get to know those reporters and let them report on the Qizhang Group poison capsule incident. By the way, you can say hello to a few TV stations. We should also contact online self-media and marketing accounts to maximize the influence of this incident." "Yes, leave it to me, Mr. Yi, I am sure to put this matter to you and put it in place properly," Zhang Minli said to Yi Fei immediately. Zhang Minli is very good at this kind of thing. If Liu Zihao is an expert in intertrial torture, then Zhang Minli is an expert who is proficient in online hype and making fishing boats. Both of these are good professionals. Unconsciously, there are more and more people available to Yi Fei's side. As Yi Fei's influence and strength grows, his followers will increase. Well, let me know anytime you have news. Don't worry, no problem. Hang up the phone. Yi Fei was in a good mood. A siege against the Qizhang Group has begun, and the hunters are already ready to trap. Just wait for the prey to enter the pit and then hit it. Hanging up the phone, Yi Fei found Luo Weiyu next to him and looked at him softly. Luo Weiyuro said, you still have something to do if you have something to deal with, just do your thing first and leave me alone. What an understanding girl. Yifei looked at Luo Weiyu. The women Yifei contacted all had their own characteristics, but it was most comfortable for him to get along with Luo Weiyu. Because this girl always takes him as the center and considers him. Yifei stretched out his hand and squeezed Luo Weiyu's exquisite Zhang Liang, and laughed in a low voice, the most important thing for me now is to accompany you. And, hearing Yifei's words, Luo Weiyu's face was reddened, her head lowered, her eyes emerged from shame and joy, and the pair vortex was shallow, looking more gentle and moving. Go, let us take a look at how our new house should be arranged. Yifei grabbed Luo Weiyu's little hand and smiled. Okay, I want to design my own outfit. Luo Weiyu's eyes flashed with joy, and Yifei said our new house to the two of them. The distance is closer again. The high-end apartment that Yifei bought for Luo Weiyu was not bad in size, and it was a duplex structure. The house itself is decorated, but it is the kind of ordinary developers who bring their own decoration. If you really want to live in, you need to do the decoration yourself. Okay, what style do you like to decorate? Yifei supported Luo Weiyu very much. Luo Weiyu tilted her head and said softly, let us decorate in Mediterranean style, mainly in blue and white tones. Please come to see it when I finish designing and decorating. Luo Weiyu also wanted to give Yifei a small surprise. Okay, Yifei agreed with a smile, reached out and rubbed Luo Weiyu's hair. After seeing the new house, Yifei sent Luo Weiyu to the flower shop on Yangtze Road. After that, Yifei had nothing to do, until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Minli called Yifei again. On the phone, Zhang Minli said excitedly, Mr. Yi, it's all done. Just watch the news. Yifei is the way. Okay, thanks for your hard work. Zhang Minli didn't dare to bother Yifei modestly and hung up the phone. And Yifei is checking the news on the internet. He searched the keyword Qizhang Pharmaceutical Group with a simple search, and a series of news about Qizhang Group popped up from Yifei's mobile page. The headed one was the Qizhang Group poison capsule incident. Reports from Yandu Evening News reporters and reports from insiders. After several days of visits and investigations, this reporter found that a drug called Nokong capsules appeared in the market. This drug is mainly aimed at patients with brain diseases, but recently, patients taking Nokong capsules were sent to the hospital. After testing, the heavy metal chromium in Nokong capsules exceeded the standard. Yifei clicked to open the news link look, and found that there are texts and videos, and the content is exactly about the report of Qizhang Group. There are more than one report about the Qizhang Group poison capsule incident. After this news, more than a dozen news pages were all similar reports. Different media, different reporters, different TV news columns. However, the content of these media reports is almost the same. It was the reporter who learned that several special diseases had suddenly come in the hospital. People. Under the second investigation, it became clear that these patients have a common feature, that is, they have taken the drug Nokong capsule of Qizhang Pharmaceutical Group. After unannounced investigations by these reporters, they took the Nokong capsules and sent them to an authoritative organization for testing, and found that the heavy metal chromium in the capsules exceeded the standard. These reports immediately caused an uproar. At the same time, Zhang Minli's marketing accounts and self-media also played a role. Begin to contribute to this incident, so that its attention has skyrocketed. With the help of the media, the influence of this incident has grown wildly. The public has always paid a lot of attention to food and medicine, not to mention that Zhang Minli is behind the hype. As a result, almost within a few short hours, this news spread across the entire network at a frenzied rate. The whole network is shocked. Yifei's approach this time was like thunder, fast and ruthless, directly pushing Chen Luo and Duan Qizhang to the cusp of the fishing vessel. This time, the incident is different from the last video of Yifei and Chen Luo fighting against each other. Last time, it was Yifei and Chen Luo's personal grievances, but this time, it was enough to make Qizhang Pharmaceutical Group irresistible. Chapter 160 Squeeze your throat, one strike will kill. Whatever the exposure of this matter, Qizhang Pharmaceutical Group is facing a great crisis. It is like two people fighting. Yifei's fist and every foot is directed at the deadliest wound of the other party. The other party is dead. In Duan Qizhang and Chen Luo, Du Haven T reacted at all. Yifei asked Zhang Minli to contact nearly 10 authoritative media, more than a dozen reporters, to report and investigate the matter. These reporters were also happy to help. Of course, Yifei was too generous and paid a lot of labor fees. On the other hand, this incident was originally too news. These reporters swarmed like sharks smelling blood. The Qizhang Pharmaceutical Group poison capsule incident broke out, spread across the entire network in just a few hours. In the major online communities such as Weibo, Tieba, etc., are full of inquiries and questions about this matter, and news media reports are endless. Not only that, the family members of those patients who ate poison capsules also protested wildly online. Various photos and data given by the hospital were posted. For a time, Qizhang Pharmaceutical Group stood in the wind of U-193 round, and was on the cusp of talking E. This opportunity is really rare. Even the Su family encountered troubles and crises. It did not reach this level. After all, the Su family only had a problem with the drug review, and there was no such extreme negative news. Such extreme negative news is sometimes fatal. For example, in the previous life Yifei experienced, a vaccine produced by a pharmaceutical company was suspected of being counterfeit, which was too problematic and endangered the lives of tens of thousands of children. As a result, this pharmaceutical company was pushed to the peak of fishing boats overnight, and finally went bankrupt, and it deserved it. There is also a well-known milk powder company in the past. Because of the quality of milk powder, it caused a food safety problem that shocked the country. The melamine incident led to a major reshuffle of the domestic dairy industry, and that company also went bankrupt. Facts have proved that there is absolutely no small matter in terms of food and drug safety. Whether it is the mass media, or even high-level officials, they will attach great importance to this. Although the damage caused by the poison capsule incident of Qizhang Pharmaceutical Group is not so serious, after all, although heavy metals exceeding the standard have safety problems and hidden dangers, the number of patients is small, and no one has lost their lives. However, Yifei had already let the media report it publicly, making the incident publicly known. The people naturally understand the whole story of this incident, and they have no affection for Qizhang Pharmaceutical Group. Yifei used Yangmo. He wants to choke the throat of Qizhang Group. One-hit kill station. Qizhang Pharmaceutical Group's poison capsule incident. If Yifei did not contribute to the incident in publicity and reports, it may soon be subdued. At most, Qizhang Pharmaceutical Group apologized for losing money. This is how this matter was resolved in the previous life. Chen Luo came forward in time and gave an amazing compensation to the patients who were hospitalized for eating poison capsules, and then used his contacts to greet the relevant departments and let the Qizhang Pharmaceutical Group escape the catastrophe. But now, with Yifei contributing to the flames, this matter is not so easy to solve. Yifei's careful planning, how could he give Chen Luo a chance to struggle? Yifei cut the most important fishing wheel in direction, that is the media, news and media. After various media reported on the incident, the poison capsule incident was flooded with news media. Almost everyone knows about this incident. Yifei glanced at the hot search on Weibo. I only saw that the hot searches for the 3 keywords of poison capsule continued to rise, and now the popularity has surpassed those entertainment news, ranking 3rd in popularity. It won't be long before poison capsule's hot search will be able to rush to the first. At that time, that will really be a topic of concern to the whole people. At that time, Kijang Pharmaceutical Group will be really troubled, and even without Yifei's action, the fishing reel can crush him to death. Yifei clicked on the hot search and took a look at the comments of these netizens. I don't know, Yifei laughed when he saw it. The comments of these netizens are also very sharp, not only sharp but also mocking. Some of the current pharmaceutical companies really don't have a face. Kijang Pharmaceutical Group, why is this company a bit familiar? It seems that one of their executives has just been searched some time ago. Brother upstairs, are you talking about this emoticon pack? Take it. A netizen immediately sent out 2 emoticon packs with Chen Luo's blue nose and swollen face, accompanied by the text, do you want to single out with me? It is really shameless. It is disgusting to request that this pharmaceutical company be rectified and the company listed. A netizen said immediately. Various comments appeared in an endless stream, and Yifei only read a few of them before turning off the phone. When Yifei saw the wind direction of the fishing reel on Weibo, he realized that the overall situation has been set up. What makes Yifei interesting is that Chen Luo is famous this time is even more so. Many netizens still remember the video of the last time Yifei and Chen Luo fought, knowing that Chen Luo is the high-ranking player of this pharmaceutical company. 2. After all, Chen Luo and Yifei met a few days ago, and netizens still have fresh memories of Chen Luo. Suddenly, Chen Luo's emoticon went viral again. On the internet, news about Kijang Pharmaceutical Group's fishing boats was simply overwhelming. After the negative news broke out, the news of course quickly spread to Kijang Pharmaceutical Group. This time the matter was so big that Kijang Pharmaceutical Group was involved, and it quickly reached Duan Kijang's ears. After Duan Kijang learned of this incident, he was immediately shocked and stood on the spot blankly. Kijang Pharmaceutical Group chairman's office. Duan Qi is sitting on the mahogany sofa in the middle, while Chen Luo and several other Kijang Group executives are sitting on the left and right sides, one by one. His face was dignified, his brow furrowed, and he looked at Duan Kijang. With a bandage tied to Chen Luo's arm, the bruises and swelling on his face have subsided, but there is still a long mark. Chen Luo also realized the seriousness of this crisis. He frowned. Duan Qi was sitting right in the center. He lit a Hedianja cigarette, took a sharp sip, and slowly exhaled it. Then solemnly said, who is it that is behind the scenes? What is going on? Chapter 161. Everything is under control. Duan Qi was sitting in the office. He lit a cigarette and swallowed the clouds and leaves. His expression was extremely depressed and solemn, and he glanced at the company's executives. Chen Luo and Li Xiangyan are among them. Who will explain to me what is going on with the poison capsule incident on the internet now? Duan Kijang was extremely aggrieved. After seeing the overwhelming news on the internet, I immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Big trouble. Maybe it would be a disaster of extinction. In Duan Kijang is also very clear. There is definitely someone behind this incident. It is definitely not a simple drug safety issue. Otherwise, even if there is a problem with his company's drugs, the news will not burst so fast. This has only been a few hours since the news was released, and it has been overwhelming. There must be someone behind this. Duan Kijang said, fiercely slapped the table, glared at everyone, full of anger. Who will give me an explanation? The person responsible for capsule procurement and production. President Duan, we are already investigating. We have stopped cooperating with suppliers and suspended the production of capsules. Wei Nonuo, the director of the procurement department, stepped forward. Duan Qi was very angry and smiled. Now there's a fart for investigation. What do you guys do? How come you have such a big problem? Duan Qi was yelling at everyone in the office. He was so angry that he directly smashed the ashtray on the director of the purchasing department. The ashtray slammed heavily on the director, then fell to the ground and broke. After all, Duan Kijang is the chairman of Kijang Pharmaceutical Group. He is almost one and only and extremely high in Kijang Pharmaceutical Group. The director immediately lowered his head and dared not say anything. Seeing that everyone did not speak, Duan Qi was black and said, where's the public relations department now? The fishing boat steering is extremely unfavorable for us. What about the public relations department as solution? Wei Nuo, the director of the public relations department of Kijang Pharmaceutical Group, said in a low voice, the best way is to reduce the media coverage. In fact, the poison capsule incident is not as serious as reported by the media. If we can ask the patients and their families to forgive us, we will make it public. Apologize, be sincere, maybe. Hearing the words of the director of the public relations department, Duan Kijang's face turned blue and white. He took a puff of cigarette suddenly and said, try this first, and you will do it immediately. Yes, Mr. Duan, the director of the public relations department nodded sharply. And Chen Luo's complexion is always ugly, because Chen Luo knows exactly how much trouble this time is. You go out to handle your own affairs first, and stand by at any time. Vice President Chen and Vice President Li stay behind. Duan Kijang waved. Vice President Chen refers to Chen Luo, and Vice President Li refers to Li Xiangyan. The other executives all left the office, and Chen Luo and Li Xiangyan stayed. Zero cold. Speaking of use, according to Duan Kijang, Chen Luo and Li Xiangyan are the 2 people he trusts most at the moment. Duan Kijang sighed and said, what do you think of the younger brother? Chen Luo took a deep breath, and he also felt deeply troublesome. Now Kijang Pharmaceutical Group was pinched in a fatal throat, feeling out of breath. And in Chen Luo's intuition, his first reaction is that the Kijang Group has been trapped. The second reaction is it Yifei that set off. It is no wonder that Chen Luo was too cautious, because he was bitten by a snake once, and Xinyan was afraid of well ropes. The last time Chen Luo was pitted by Yifei after taking it, Chen Luo hated Yifei, and the 2 of them were completely torn apart. Chen Luo also knew that Yifei would definitely find a chance to retaliate against himself. Put yourself in the position and think about it. If you change Chen Luo to Yifei's position, he will definitely seize the opportunity to start, and the best way is to take the Kijang Group. After all, Chen Luo's foundation in Yandu is the Kijang Group. Chen Luo had this speculation in his heart, and he said, brother, do you think it is the ghost of Tufei? Yifei. Duan Kijang actually had some doubts, but he also had doubts this is not a trivial matter. If it is really Yifei's method, then we are only. Duan Qi's face was solemn. If Yifei has deliberate revenge, this matter would be even more troublesome. It is just my guess, maybe I am worrying too much. Even if Tufei has the ability, it is impossible to predict the issue of our company's drug so accidentally. Chen Luo flickered. Duan Kijang nodded and said nothing. Junior brother, if this matter is really Yifei's calculation, I am afraid it is not that simple. I am afraid that I will trouble you to run away. Kijang Group is my painstaking effort, I don't let it fall. Duan Qi was looking at Chen Luo. Chen Luo gritted his teeth. He also knows how serious this matter is, especially the former Chen Luo and Duan Qi are grasshoppers on the same rope. If Duan Qi falls, Chen Luo will also lose Yandu's biggest backer. Chen Luo immediately stated, senior brother, don't you worry, I will definitely help you with all my strength. Although Chen Luo readily agreed, his eyes flickered, but he was thinking about it in his heart. I only hope that Duan Kijang's matter this time will not be too much involved, otherwise he will have to abandon the car to be handsome. Okay, then I'll ask you, junior brother. Duan Qi was patting Chen Luo on the shoulder. He said to Li Xiangyan again, Xiangyan, go find the patients and family members who have the problem, try to buy them, get their forgiveness, don't be afraid to pay, get this done as soon as possible. Yes, foster father, then I will do it now. Li Xiangyan nodded vigorously and then exited the office. Leaving the office of the chairman of Qizhang Group, Li Xiangyan looked calm but sneered in his heart. Just because you want to fight Yi Xiao. In fact, Li Xiangyan had already received the message from Yi Fei, what made Li Xiangyan surprised. Yi Fei almost expected Duan Qizhang's reaction and sent Li Xiangyan a short message in advance, so that once Duan Qizhang acted, he would tell him the news. This made Li Xiangyan admire Yi Fei so much. Almost everything is under Yi Xiao's grasp. Li Xiangyan is more grateful that he has chosen the right loyal object. As long as he is loyal to Yi Xiao, why can't he be so prosperous? Chapter 162. Li Xiangyan left the headquarters building of Qizhang Group, then took out his mobile phone and silently sent a text message to Yi Fei. At this moment, Yi Fei was driving to Su's house. I haven't been to Su's villa for a few days. Yi Fei went to Su Qingzu's house to find Su Qingzu. Since he was going to deal with Qizhang Group, how could he not notify the Su family? After all, Su's is also a pharmaceutical group, and it is in a competitive relationship with Qizhang Pharmaceutical. The two companies are competing in a variety of drugs. What's more, Chen Luo was also the first to attack the Su family before, and the two new and old hatreds are deep, so the Su family is of course indispensable to deal with the Qizhang Group. Before entering Su's house, Yi Fei received a text message from Li Xiangyan. Yi Fei glanced at the content of the text message and knew that Duan Qizhang had already begun to take action, and he knew it. Everything is as he expected. The corner of Yi Fei as 047 mouth curled up, and he turned and walked into Su's house. Today, Yi Fei wore a cashmere coat, navy blue casual trousers under his feet, and a Vacheron Constantine collection watch, and walked into the yard. Su's villa. Under the leadership of the housekeeper, Yi Fei arrived at the Su's lobby. Su Qingzu and her grandfather Su Xiaoqin are in the villa. Xiao Fei is here, sit down quickly. Su Xiaoqin greeted Fei very affectionately. When Su Qingzu saw Yi Fei's arrival, she looked at Tu Fei with long water eyes with a hint of joy. Su Qingzu is not wearing professional attire today, but what he usually wears. Su Qingzu's upper body is a small crescent white coat, wearing a water blue hip skirt, and a pair of black silk on his legs, wrapped in a slender body. She rolled up her long hair at the same time, revealing her delicate ears. On the slender and white neck, he is wearing two jade necklaces, which reflects the snow-like skin of the society. Su Qingzu knew that Yi Fei was coming, so he dressed up fan carefully. As the saying goes that women are tolerant of themselves, this is true. Seeing Su Qingzu's beauty, Yi Fei was full of appreciation. Su Qingzu poured a cup of coffee for Yi Fei and brought it to Tu Fei by himself. Yi Fei first greeted Su Xiaoqin and then took Su Qingzu's coffee, blinking at her as a greeting. Su Xiaoqin smiled, Xiao Fei, why don't you stay here to eat at night? I will let the servant prepare the food. No need to Su Lao, Qingzu and I are eating out tonight. Yi Fei said hurriedly. He did make an appointment with Su Qingzu to eat in an outdoor restaurant. Su Xiaoqin was taken aback and then smiled happily, look at me, old man, I forgot about it. I want to disturb you young people. Hello, you guys have fun, I'll be fine when you come back later. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Su Qingzu's face was reddened, she gave a light mouth, and then said, I have something to discuss with Yi Fei. Yi Fei had made a video call with Su Qingzu before. Yi Fei told Su Qingzu about his situation against Qizhang Group. The two of them were indeed talking. Su Xiaoqin smiled and said, whether it's a business or not, you two are getting together anyway. Don't worry about me, this old man. Forget it, I am here too. Don't bother you, go now. Su Xiaoqin said with a smile, while talking, he got up and went back to the room, leaving the villa hall to Yi Fei and Su Xiaoqin. Su Xiaoqin's assist was absolutely incredible. Since it is specially approved by Mr. Su, let us go on a date. Yi Fei smiled at Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu's face turned red, and she said, aren't you busy with the Qizhang Group? You still have such a leisurely feeling. Su Qingzu cares about Yi Fei very much. Of course, she has also seen a lot of negative news about Qizhang Group on the internet, knowing that Yi Fei has acted on Chen Luo. Su Qingzu was amazed at this. Yi Fei's wrist was stronger than she thought. In just half a day, Yi Fei found the deadliest point of Qizhang Group. Let Qizhang Group be on the cusp of fishing vessels. This poison capsule incident is like finding the weakest 2 points on the Qizhang Group's commercial fortress and carrying out directional blasting with unparalleled precision. Chen Luo had to peel off his skin if he didn't die this time. Yi Fei's performance far exceeded Su Qingzu's expectations. He can only be described as turning his hands into clouds and covering his hands as rain. Su Qingzu's eyes were like water, looking at the man in front of him, showing sincere appreciation. The Qizhang Group is now under strong pressure from fishing vessels. You can take the initiative to seize the opportunity to seize the Qizhang Group's pharmaceutical market. Yi Fei said simply. Su Qingzu said, well, thank you for telling me the news in time. I have asked people from the company to do it. This time the Su family will definitely gain a lot. As the heir of the Su Group, Su Qingzu has the right to formulate the strategy of the Su Group. Now Qizhang Group is too busy to take care of itself. Su's proactive attack will surely make a profit. This time against the Qizhang Group, Su Qingzu also actively helped to deal with the Qizhang Group and Chen Luo. Of course, Su also benefited from this. It is definitely a win-win situation to successfully seize the pharmaceutical market for Qizhang Group. Yi Fei smiled and said, let us go to dinner and talk while eating. Okay, I know that a restaurant is good. I will treat you today. Su Qingzu smiled gently, obviously in a very good mood. Su Qingzu took the initiative to take Yi Fei's arm. Yi Fei smelled the delicate fragrance of a young girl, and saw the delicate face of the beautiful woman close at hand, the corners of his mouth curled up. Su Qingzu opened up more and more in front of Yi Fei. At this moment, Su Qingzu is just like a girl in ordinary love, and it is hard to tell that she suffers from misogyny. In front of Yi Fei, although the temperament is still cold, but there's always clear love in his eyes. Of course, the side that belongs to Su Qingzu's little woman can only be appreciated by Tu Fei. In front of other men, she is always cold. Su Qingzu took the initiative to invite Yi Fei to dinner. She took Tu Fei to a high-end restaurant, which was a fine French restaurant. Yi Fei is actually not too cold with dishes other than Chinese food, but French cuisine 2.6 is considered top-notch in Western food, and Yi Fei is not taboo. The location of the restaurant is very quiet, not in the center of Yandu. Su Qingzu chose to sit down by the window on the first floor. After the two ordered the dishes, Su Qingzu said, I see the fishing boat on the net is for you. It is very beneficial, but Qizhang Group will definitely take measures next. How do you deal with it? Yi Fei picked up the phone and smiled faintly. You pay attention to the news, you will know it in a moment. Listen to Yi Fei, say so. Su Qingzu was even more curious. Chapter 163 The Tenderness of the Iceberg Beauty. Hearing what Yi Fei said, Su Qingzu was curious, so she took out her mobile phone and opened the news. On Weibo, there are still all kinds of negative news about Kijang Group, especially the incident of Kijang Group manufacturing fake capsules, which has reached the number 7 of the hot search on Weibo. The number of followers exceeded 1 million. Among them, there are 2 Weibo with reporter interview videos, which have more than 5 million video views. The comments below have already exceeded 10,000, and the attention is extremely high. In this Weibo, many netizens reposted and spread the poison capsule incident spontaneously. However, Su Qingzu also keenly discovered that after the search for the poison capsule incident, a part of the negative news about the Guangqian Kijang Group had been deleted. Even on Weibo, there's a group of big fans who began to speak for the Kijang Group, and these big fans have thrown the problem of poison capsules to Qi. The suppliers of the Jung Group stated that the factories that produced the source of the poison capsules were not the Kijang Group, but those suppliers. Obviously, this batch of Taivi was bought by Kijang Group with money, and Duan Kijang's month was also very clear, in order to use the pot to the supplier and reduce the responsibility for the accident. It seems that Kijang Group has made an all-out effort to reduce the influence of this matter. 03. Yifei also noticed the news content of Weibo, but his expression was faint, and he was not in a hurry. He had anticipated the movements of the Kijang Group a long time ago, and also guessed the methods Chen Luo and Duan Kijang would take. Everything is under his control, and the next step is to wait for the curtain to kick off and the good show takes place. The two of them sat by the window and soon served a French meal. The soup is black truffle mushroom soup, the main course is cheese, lobster and herb lamb chops. Although Yifei is not cold with Western food, he is very skilled in using a knife and fork. He elegantly slices the lamb chops and delivers them to the mouth. The taste is not bad. No wonder Su Qingzu likes this restaurant. You taste mine, the foie gras tastes very good. Su Qingzu ordered 2 French pan-fried foie gras. She cut out one piece and put it on Yifei's plate, and said to Yifei, "The taste of pan-fried foie gras is really good, melts in the mouth, crispy and tender, very appetizing." Su Qingzu also took the initiative to add food to Yifei. Watching Yifei's moonlight was very soft, even to Yifei's surprise, Su Qingzu's performance today was even more gentle than Luo Weiyu. What Yifei didn't know was that in Su Qingzu's eyes, Du Fei's reason for dealing with the Kijang Group this time was to help Su Qingzu and the Su family. After all, the Su family had encountered a crisis because of Chen Luo's calculations and faced great danger. Now Yifei is dealing with the Kijang Group. In Su Qingzu's eyes, he is helping the Su family avenge and fight back. Therefore, Su Qingzu's heart was overflowing with emotion. Although she did not thank Yifei, her heart was extremely gentle. She took the initiative to add food and wine to Yifei, and her cold eyes were full of tenderness. I have to say that this is a wonderful misunderstanding. Of course, Yifei actually had this idea, but his most important thing was to deal with Chen Luo. Yifei unceremoniously enjoyed the gentle treatment of the iceberg beauty. At this time, Yifei received a mobile phone text message. He glanced at the phone in the corner of his mouth curled up. "What is the matter?" Su Qingzu blinked and asked. Yifei smiled faintly. "The show has begun, you watch Weibo." Su Qingzu opened his mobile Weibo and glanced at the hot search list, and he saw that there was another hot search news item. The headline of the search news is simple and rude. The door of Kijang Pharmaceutical Group is blocked. This hot search directly rushed to the top of the Weibo hot search list, and also attracted countless attention. Su Qingzu clicked on the news link and saw a video. In the video, several victims and their families of poison capsules from Ertu gathered at the timing gate of Kijang Pharmaceutical Group and surrounded the timing of Kijang Group. In the video, these 24 victims and their families made various crying and miserable screams endlessly, and even victims. The author pulled up a banner with the 8 characters "Unscrupulous Enterprise, Return My Health" written on the banner, which is eye-catching. These patients actually went to the Kijang Group to block the door, and things got worse and worse. "Did you do this?" Su Qingzu couldn't help asking when she saw the news. Yifei smiled slightly. "Forget it, I just made people instigate a bit, and I can only wonder if the Jung Group is unlucky." Su Qingzu's eyes were bright. After these victims and their families went to the Kijang Group to block the door and pull the banner to expose, all the people saw this scene, how can they have a good impression of the Kijang Group? People sympathize with the weak. Seeing the victims and family members crying in the video, almost everyone will sympathize with the victims and despise such unscrupulous companies as Kijang Group. As soon as this video was released, the reputation of Kijang Group became even worse. Yifei, what he did was just inciting emotions, he did not distort the facts. Kijang Group's poison capsule is really problematic. After this video is exposed, anyone who has watched the video will associate Kijang Group with the words "unscrupulous enterprise." In this way, even if the Kijang Group hires internet giants, it will be difficult to be effective. Duan Kijang originally planned to spend money to settle these victims and their families, and wanted to minimize the impact of this incident. But he didn't know that Yifei had arranged one step in advance, and he also spent a little effort to incite these victims and their families to go directly to the Kijang Group to block the door. Seeing the victims crying and reprimanding in the video, hearing the screams of the family members of the victims in 297, and then watching the awake banner "Unscrupulous Enterprise, Return Me Healthy," the fishing reel was spit out and pushed to the highest peak. This time, the poison capsule incident was completely bound to the Kijang Group, and the Kijang Group couldn't get rid of it, and couldn't get rid of it. Fishing boats are on the internet, and more people are full of anger towards Kijang Pharmaceutical Group. Then what do you do next? Su Qingzu's mouth was smiling, and he only felt that Yifei seemed to have responded early on. Next, let Kijang Group sink into the quagmire step by step, and Chen Luo will also be affected. Yifei smiled slightly. I really want to see Chen Luo's face now, it must be wonderful. Su Qingzu was also full of disgust for Chen Luo. Thinking about what happened to Chen Luo at the moment, Su Qingzu was in a better mood. Seeing the man's profile face close at hand, Su Qingzu's eyes were full of tenderness. He took the initiative to pour a glass of red wine for Yifei, and finally said softly, "Yifei, it is nice to meet you." Chapter 164 The door of the heart is only open for you. Su Qingzu has always shown herself in the image of an iceberg beauty. She has never expressed her feelings about men other than Yifei. In front of Yifei, it was her only confession that she revealed her inner world. But now, Su Qingzu actively held Yifei's palm, gently yilu towards him, and even said to Yifei, "It is nice to meet you." Hear the words. The corner of Yifei's mouth is raised equal silk radiant. He enjoys the feeling of Su Qingzu now. The iceberg beauty becomes gentle and pleasant. What kind of experience is this? Yifei looked at Su Qingzu, and only felt that Yifei's shadow was clearly reflected in her eyes. This cold and proud woman had become his little woman. Yifei deliberately teased suddenly, "So gentle, are you planning to take the gentle route?" Su Qingzu's face was slightly red, but he whispered, "I am serious." Of course she said it sincerely. With Yifei, Su Qingzu can always feel safe. Su Qingzu is actually a particularly insecure woman. Due to the obstruction of domestic violence from her biological father since childhood, Su Qingzu suffered from misogyny. Not only did she hate men, but she also felt very insecure. But after contacting Yifei, Yifei turned the tide in her crisis every time, including saving Su Xiaopan and working with Chen Luo. Zhongdao Chuan Hong and Company, Sushi and so on. This time Yifei took the initiative to counterattack. The Kijang Group was trapped in the vortex of a fishing vessel, and Yifei's wrist showed Su Qingzu's unprecedented sense of security. I don't know when, Su Qingzu's heart was only open for Yifei Ren. That's why she said, it's nice to meet you. Su Qingzu lowered her head, her hair was scattered, Yifei saw it, stretched out her hand to pull up her hair, and pulled the wire behind her ears, revealing her tiny earlobes. Yifei's fingertips swept across Su Qingzu's delicate skin, causing Su Qingzu's white neck to glow with a faint pink. Seeing this scene, Yifei felt even more delightful. Su Qingzu was embarrassed. She only felt that the man's big hand stroked her cheek skin, itchy but not itchy, as if it was twitching her heartstrings. Su Qingzu's cheeks were hot and delicate. The scene in front of me was like frost melting, especially intoxicating. Yifei showed a slight smile, feeling very fulfilled, and it was really comfortable to conquer the frosty beauty. After dinner, the two are going to go shopping. Let us go, I'll take you to the night market in the shopping mall. Duffy said warmly. Yifei was not in a hurry about the Qizhang Group's affairs, and now it was Chen Luo and Duan Qizhang who had the headache. He was fully prepared to deal with it and just watch the show. Su Qingzu's lips curled up, and his red lips lightly opened. Yeah, good. The two came to the commercial street in the central area of Yandu and started shopping in the night market. It was the first time she went to the mall and night market with a man, and she felt a sense of novelty. Enet. Su Qingzu was holding Yifei's arm, and the two of them were walking on the street. Su Qingzu stopped and exchanged a few words with Yifei when he saw the things that novelty liked. Although the smile on Su Qingzu's face was not much, it was getting brighter and brighter, and in her twinkling eyes there was only Yifei and no one else. Yifei and Su Qingzu were very eye-catching in the night market. After all, the combination of handsome men and beautiful girls will attract attention wherever they go, especially the appearance of Yifei and Su Qingzu was a bit too high. Su Qingzu walked to the night market stall, and she walked to a small stall selling jewelry. Su Qingzu was very enthusiastic. After careful selection, he chose equals a light blue lace descent. Zhang Yifei said, is this good looking? Yifei personally tried to put on Su Qingzu, only to see that the light blue hairpin was like a butterfly and Su Qingzu's waterfall like silk, superior. To add embellishment to Su Qingzu, it is really pretty. He smiled, it looks good, it suits you. The owner of Yifei's small stall boss, how much is this hairpin? 10 yuan a piece, pick whatever, I am all a small business, very cheap the boss hurriedly replied. The things at this roadside stall are very cheap. The corners of Su Qingzu's mouth were slightly tilted, and he was obviously very satisfied with the hairpin of the soiled dollar. For her, the price of the things was of secondary importance. Yifei couldn't help shrugging when he heard the price. The girls around him seemed to be better than two. Although Su Qingzu's jewelry and accessories are extremely expensive in daily life, he only needs a hairpin for a few dollars in front of him. Yifei said nothing. Pay directly and say, I'll wear it for you. Okay. Su Qingzu's mouth curled up, and she turned her back to Yifei. Wei Wei stood on tiptoe and asked Yifei to put her hairpin on. Dai Hao said it. She stroked this hairpin with her hand. Although it was only worth $10, it was the first gift Yifei gave her. She decided to cherish it. Su Qingzu took Yifei's hand to go shopping and walked. She whispered to Tu Fei, I'll go to the bathroom. Go, I am waiting for you here, Tu Fei said, because. Su Qingzu went to the bathroom in a nearby shopping mall, while Yifei was standing still, playing with his mobile phone at random. Yifei was playing with his cell phone. When he was bored, he heard a beautiful female voice from around him. Hello, gentlemen, may I ask, is this District A of Wanyu Commercial Street? Yifei looked up and saw a young girl who was about 20 years old. She was wearing a pink cotton skirt and jeans. She has a beautiful figure, a snow-white face with melon seeds, sails under her feet, and cloth shoes. It looks delicate and cute, as exquisite as a porcelain doll just like a porcelain doll. This girl is wearing a cap. The hat is pressed very low, equals ordinary people can see her facial features unless they are careful. But here Fei is very close to her, but she can see that she is very beautiful with very simple light makeup, her eyebrows are picturesque, and her skin is like snow, even though. In the eyes of Yifei, that is also the best beauty with at least 9 points. It is just that her big eyes were a little confused at this time, and she looked at Yifei very confused. Looking at her expression, the girl seemed to be lost. Yifei glanced at the girl. This girl seemed to be a little bit crazy and natural. No, this is Area C of Wanyu Commercial Street. Area A is on your right, Li S Jiao, and walk straight, about 300 meters. Yifei said lightly. When the girl heard the words, she looked grateful and thanked her politely. Oh, okay, thank you. As she said, the girl bowed calmly, and then turned and walked to the other side confidently. When Yifei saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then stopped the girl wait. The girl paused, blinked her eyes and looked at Yifei, a little unclear. Yifei pointed to the opposite direction where the girl was walking, and said, that way is to the right, you are going the other way. This girl is really a road idiot. Yifei saw the beautiful face of the young girl, and then thought of her idiotic attributes. Suddenly 2 thoughts came to his mind, it seemed that they came across. Acquaintance. Chapter 165. Yifei looked at this girl who seemed to have natural stupid attributes. His heart moved, it seemed that he had met an acquaintance. The girl in front of me is an extremely important heroine in the original book. Lu Lingyun. But what is more special is that Lu Lingyun is not the heroine of the novel Genius Doctor, but the heroine of the online novel Uranus of Entertainment. Earlier, Yifei knew from the system when he traveled. He traveled through the parallel time and space composed of 4 urban web essays. He was experiencing the first novel a month ago. The protagonist of Genius Doctor is Chen Luo. As the common villain in the 4 novels, Yifei knows that his mission is to plunder the protagonist as to opportunities, connections, sister paper, etc., complete the counterattack and defeat the protagonist. Yifei thought that only after he defeated Chen Luo, the protagonist of the second novel would appear. But it now appears that this is not the case. Lu Lingjun unexpectedly appeared in front of Yifei. Lu Lingjun is the most important heroine of the novel Uranus of Entertainment, and she is a female star. Yifei's eyes flashed with surprise, but calm soon returned. At this time, Lu Lingjun blinked Shui Lingling's eyes, and thanked Yifei again and again. Oh, I almost went wrong again. Thank you. You're welcome. Yifei waved his hand and heard the girl say the word again. It was obviously not the first time that she had gone the wrong way. Sure enough, it's South A Road idiot, Yifei said silently. This girl is not only a silly road, but also seems to be fascinated and confident about her sense of direction. As soon as Yifei finished talking, she turned and walked to the other side. After Lu Lingjun thanked Yifei, he turned and walked in the opposite direction that Yifei pointed out. Looking at the shadow of Lu Lingyun's departure, Yifei converged his mind and immediately communicated with the system. He has not communicated with the system during this period. System, what is going on? Isn't Lu Lingyun the heroine of Uranus of Entertainment? Why did she suddenly appear? Is it now? Yifei asked the system in the bottom of his heart. The system immediately replied, Host, Lu Lingyun is indeed the heroine of Uranus of Entertainment, but she did not appear suddenly. And what the former host travels through is a parallel time and space composed of 4 urban novels. When the host has strategy in the first novel Genius Doctor reaches a certain level, it will naturally merge with other novel worlds. Yifei knew it. He didn't worry too much about it. Yifei traveled through a real parallel time and space. His goal is the villainess counterattack. In that case, now Lu Lingjun has appeared, and the hero of Uranus of Entertainment will also appear. Yifei asked faintly. The protagonist of Uranus of Entertainment is named Lin Yufan. Uranus of Entertainment is a net essay novel, as the name implies. It is a popular entertainment novel on the internet. The story of Uranus of Entertainment is also very simple and old-fashioned. In parallel time and space, the actor Lin Yufan is he accidentally got a laptop, this laptop from Wong Earth, which recorded novels on the Earth. Various classic content such as music, movie scripts, etc. With the content in the laptop, Lin Yufan quickly became popular and became the hottest star in the entertainment industry. He even created an entertainment company. He worked part-time singers, actors, directors, etc., personally popularized a large number of celebrities while he was rampant in the entertainment industry. And even opened a 2 big harem. In short, this Lin Yufan is a big stallion in the entertainment industry. By plagiarizing classics on Earth, he has become an entertainment in this time and space. The godfather of the music circle, embarked on the pinnacle of life. In contrast, Yifei, the villain, is a tragic character in the original book, and is the subject of repeated pretends and slaps by Lin Yufan. Yifei is very familiar with the plot in this net article, one he also knows very well, in fact, among the 4 novels, the Uranus of Entertainment. This novel is the easiest to deal with AEG. Because Lin Yufan, the protagonist of Uranus of Entertainment, although his strength is good, he does not have any background. There are contacts with Chen Luo everywhere in the capital. There are also Z-masters who are masters in the world. Lin Yufan's family background is one of the merchants. Family, although the family has a lot of wealth, but it also supports more than 1 billion family assets, it can only be regarded as an ordinary rich second generation. Compared to Yifei nowadays, it was a world of difference. In the original book, if it were not for the protagonist's halo and adventure, Lin Yufan would have been wiped out by Yifei. Therefore, among the 4 novels, Lin Yufan, the protagonist, is the easiest one to solve by Yifei. This is also true. After Yifei heard the explanation of the system, not only was he not worried. Instead, I look forward to the appearance of Lin Baofeng. If Yifei can meet Lin Yufan's chance to capture Lin Yufan, or even destroy Lin Yufan, he will definitely get a lot of experience points rewards, and the reward will be very rewarding. How many experience points can be rewarded by killing a protagonist? At least there should be thousands of experience points, right? At that time, Yifei's strength will be fully improved, and he will be more confident in dealing with the more difficult protagonist like Chen Luo. The system answered Yifei. Lin Yufan has appeared, and the host can search for Lin Yufan by himself. Very good. Yifei's mouth showed a slight arc. In this case, it is much easier to handle. Use the fastest time to solve Lin Yufan's protagonist and seize Lin Yufan's chance. Yifei will be more relaxed when dealing with Chen Luo. Yifei's previous experience value was only 2,600 points. He wants to upgrade his master skills, and he needs a lot of experience points. Just as Yifei was thinking about it, a light voice came from his ear. The person here is of course Su Qingzu. She just came out of the bathroom in the mall, and she saw Yifei equal someone standing in place meditating, and she whispered softly. Asked, what are you thinking, so absorbed? Yifei raised his head and met those cold eyes. He put away his mind, chuckled and joked, I am wondering if we want to sleep together. Ha, Su Qingzu's face was immediately hot, avoiding Yifei's sight, lowering his head. Chapter 167. Qizhang Group fell into the abyss and faced desperation. After all, the safety of food and medicine is an issue that Zhang Wangguo attaches great importance to. It is related to the safety of the people. Tiger can tea. Yifei also pinched Qizhang Group's throat for this reason. Yesterday night, Yifei felt until dawn that Chen Luo and Duan Qizhang had insomnia for 2 whole nights. Especially Chen Luo. Chen Luo is now in his villa, sitting on the sofa of the villa. Chen Luo always has a question and a shadow in his heart, that is, 1 equals did Yifei do this thing? After Chen Luo saw Yifei's strength and skill, he has been cautious and low-key recently. Lessons from the last time. Chen Luo's memory is still fresh. Chen Luo carefully recalled his previous conflict with Yifei. He was completely caught by Yifei's trap 60. Earth. From the beginning to the end, Yifei deliberately lured him to make a move first. After Chen Luo made the move first, Yifei took advantage of the situation, not only giving him a ruthless attack. Chen Luo fought against each other, and also used other people's cameras to take pictures to make Chen Luo make a fool of himself. Even the second generations in the circle that Chen Luo had good friends with, such as Lei Haorn and others, secretly laughed at Chen Luo's embarrassment and felt that Chen Luo was embarrassed. Embarrassed. In short, the last incident made Chen Luo hate it. Of course, Chen Luo is not stupid. He knows that Yifei is not easy to provoke now, so he can bear it. Chen Luo can see clearly. It is not easy to get rid of Yifei. For this reason, Chen Luo has set up a careful plan for himself. He not only made friends with Lei Haorn and other second generations, but also seized the opportunity to secretly collect information about the Yip group in an attempt to bury a few useful chess pieces in the Yip group. Chen Luo tolerated a low profile during this period, but didn't he expect the trouble to take the initiative to find the door? Qizhang Group is facing such a crisis. It caught him off guard, and there was a deep doubt. Is this incident related to Yifei? If it is, then Yifei's methods are still above his imagination. He can actually grasp the lifeblood of Qizhang Group with incomparable precision. Chen Luo's heart even surged to see chill. He subconsciously touched his injured left arm. Chen Luo's arm injury is recovering, but it will be at least several weeks before he fully recovers. Yifei and Chen Luo's eyes flick with chill. It seems that he is going to speed up his actions. He must speed up to deal with Yifei and Yi family. Chen Luo thought about the humiliation he had suffered before. He couldn't help but squeeze his right fist and settled his heart. It seems that no matter what, I have to visit Wei's house again. The Wei family is a wealthy family in Yandu, and the old man of the Wei family is also a big-time figure, and his status is equal to that of Mu Lao. In Yandu, families such as the Mu family and the Wei family can be considered aloof. The top giants like Yandu are no more than 4 or 5. Among these 4 or 5 homes, 2 of them owed favors to Master Chen Luo, Master Wu, and the Wei family was the second of them. Facing Yifei's pressure, he now has to ask the Wei family for help. Especially this time the Qizhang Group is already in danger. He must act and cannot wait to die, otherwise we will meet Qizhang this time. The Group S, it may really be the disaster of extinction. Of course, Chen Luo is also very cunning. If he saves the wife of Qizhang Group, he will choose to abandon Qizhang Group so as not to hurt himself. That is also the worst. Chen Luo got up. He had already made up his mind. Today, he carefully selects and prepares 2 gifts. Tomorrow, he will go to visit the old man of the Wei family. Yifei didn't know Chen Luo's thoughts. Even if he knew that Chen Luo was visiting Wei's house, he was not surprised because from the beginning, Yifei has already calculated all this. Yifei now only feels comfortable, and through the joint efforts of Yi, Su, and Bai, 2 terrifying forces have been formed in the Yandu business circle. Especially when the Qizhang Group is deeply trapped in a vortex, under pressure from fishing vessels and various negative news. The pharmaceutical production line of Qizhang Group was temporarily closed, and news broke out that Beishi Group and other companies voluntarily stopped cooperating with Qizhang Group. One piece of news came out, all of which were negative news of Kijang Group. Worse. At the same time, in the capital market, Kijang Group S stock has suffered a lower limit. And it is a huge cover sheet to seal the limit. Many financial analysts and experts have said that Kijang Group S stock contains great risks. Equals at night, just like an avalanche, Kijang Group is facing a crisis of life and death. Kijang Group S stocks fell to the limit, and the negative news also made Duan Kijang powerless. Under such tremendous pressure, Duan Qi could only hold a press conference to solemnly apologize to the victims of the poison capsule and offer compensation. But this is the end of the matter. Duan Qi is just unable to recover. The video of Duan Kijang's apology was posted on the internet, but the people didn't buy it at all. Instead, they were angry at Duan Kijang. Duan Kijang apologized. Didn't let this matter calm down at all. Yifei paid attention to the news and enjoyed seeing the tragedy of Kijang Group. At the same time, Yifei also called Papa Cheap, and Yifei opened his mouth and asked Papa Yi to borrow RMB 100 million in cash. Why does Yifei want so much money? Quite simply, Yifei wants to mobilize funds to suppress the shares of Kijang Pharmaceutical Group and severely suppress the shares of Kijang Pharmaceutical Group. Kijang Group has a very serious problem now, and it is very likely that there will be a capital break and the money will be used at that time. In the market, there is a chance to acquire the high-quality assets of Kijang Group at the cheapest price and earn a lot of money. It is a pity that Yifei doesn't have much cash on the books, so I can only ask Cheap Daddy Yi to borrow money. Soon, it was night. Yifei will never forget. He made an appointment with Su Qingzu tonight. Su Qingzu and Yifei are getting closer and closer, and it is almost time for them to reach 08. Yifei drove to pick up Su Qingzu. He drove a silver gray Bentley Mulsanne, stopped at the entrance of Su's villa, and then sent a text message to Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu had already found an excuse. She said that the Hongyan company had something to do with sleeping in the company tonight. Su Qingzu used. This reason has deceived Su Xiaoqun. After all, Hongyan's current ice muscle JD water is in a period of big sales. There are many things, but it is normal. Then Su Qingzu trot out the door briskly all the way to the front of Tu Fei. Su Qingzu is clearly dressed up tonight, very different. Chapter 168 Chen Luo's mentality completely collapsed. Under the dim light, Su Qingzu looked bright and unparalleled at the moment. She has a cold temperament, wearing a slightly simple but delicate ivory white cotton coat, a pleated skirt, and her legs wrapped around her. With black silk, outlined the perfect curve of the legs. Su Qingzu stared at Yifei. With a slight smile, her bright eyes were like water, the double catkins were long and white, and she gently opened the car door. I am not late, my Su Qingzu whispered after getting in the car. Yifei faintly laughed, leaning over to help her fasten her seatbelt. I am not late, it is just right. When Su Qingzu saw Yifei help her fasten her seatbelt, his heart was warm. You can see to her Fei's intentions from many details. Since the two confirmed their relationship, Yifei has indeed been getting better and better towards her. Of course, she was even more dedicated to Yifei. Su Qingzu smiled lightly at Yifei, her originally a little nervous heart gradually relaxed. Yifei drove, and the two went to Yifei's private villa. In the villa, Su Qingzu looked at the layout and furnishings of Yifei's villa. In fact, the furnishings of Tu Fei's villa were very simple and belonged to the Nordic style. Grid, simple and 2 square. Su Qingzu really likes the O5 decoration style. She whispered to Yifei, is there a coffee machine? I want to grind coffee. Yes, it is in the kitchen. Yifei laughed and said too. Su Qingzu actually didn't want to drink coffee, but was in the villa with Yifei, and her heartbeat accelerated inexplicably. Want to find something to transfer note. It is just power. Hearing what Yifei said, she hurried to the kitchen. She quickly grinds coffee beans, soaks 2 cups of coffee, and hands them to Yifei. A cup. Su Qingzu's coffee brewing skills are not bad. Yifei drank 10, and said with a smile, good craftsmanship, worthy of praise. Su Qingzu subconsciously formed an arc at the corner of his mouth, and then pretended to be calm. By the way, what happened to Kijang Group? Su Qingzu asked for a topic. Yifei faintly laughed. I am in control of the Kijang Group. This time I will teach them a lesson that will never be remembered forever. The shares of Kijang Group will fall sharply these 2 days, and Su can also take the opportunity to suppress Kijang Group. According to our previous plan. Yifei briefly said a few words. Su Qingzu nodded slightly. 2 snow white catkins held the coffee cup, drank so lightly, red lips lightly opened. Well, I have already ordered the people of Su family. This matter is kept from grandpa for the time being. When the time comes, Erqi will give him a surprise. Yifei smiled. That is fine, but we want to talk about it today. What? Su Qingzu was startled slightly, and didn't understand what Yifei meant. Yifei chuckled and said, let us only talk about Fengyu tonight, and nothing else. The meaning of these words couldn't be more obvious, and Su Qingzu's face was flushed suddenly, her eyes crossed with Yifei's. I only saw Su Qingzu. Her face slowly turned red. She herself could clearly feel that her cheeks were hot. Yifei looked at the melting iceberg beauty, his eyes filled with appreciation, and at the same time his movements were not idle. Only to see Yifei directly hug Su Qingzu, lifting Su Qingzu in the position of a princess. Su Qingzu's cheeks are even more flushed, and her neck, face, and earlobes are all painted pink, which is really pretty. Yifei hugged Su Qingzu and Su Qingzu's lotus root arms in a princess hug, and also hooked Yifei's neck with his lotus arm, which was hot. Yifei's cheek was pressed against him. He heard the strong heartbeat of the man in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Yifei picked up Su Qingzu and directly carried Su Qingzu into the bedroom of the room. Early the next morning, it is already 10 o'clock in the morning. But Su Qingzu still didn't get up, and Yifei was still asleep, showing the situation of the two of them last night. Su Qingzu slept soundly, pounding his mouth slightly, lying on Yifei's side like a child, leaning tightly on Yifei's shoulder. Yifei wakes up first. After Yifei woke up, he was about to go to the bathroom to wash up lightly, but when he left, he saw that Su Qingzu was awakened by his subtle movements. Su Qingzu was indeed very insecure, and Yifei, who was beside her, left lightly, and she actually noticed it. Losing her warm embrace, Su Qingzu woke up in a daze. She blinked her red long and thick eyelashes, rubbed her eyes with her hands, and looked at Yifei with slightly confused eyes. Under the sunlight, she covered her whole body with a layer of gold, like a goddess. This scene is particularly moving. Yifei is unforgettable. You reawake, do you want to sleep again? I'll go prepare breakfast first. Yifei touched Su Qingzu's hair, just thinking that. Su Qingzu's expressions and movements turned out to be a bit dull. This was also because she had just woke up. Hearing what Yifei said, Su Qingzu nodded lightly and said, I will sleep for a while. Su Qingzu was indeed exhausted yesterday. Yifei turned around to wash, and after he was in a good mood, he asked the housekeeper to prepare breakfast. Actually, breakfast at this point is almost lunch. In the past few days, Ganluo Yusuping was busy planning to renovate his new house, so he didn't bring Yifei breakfast in the morning. Moreover, the weather was getting colder and colder. Yifei also understood that Luo Weiyu was not easy to make breakfast in the morning, so he did not let her come, otherwise Su Qingzu and Luo. When Weiyu ran into it, it was really a little troublesome. Although Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu knew each other, and even the two had a good relationship, but if they really wanted to meet at this time, it would undoubtedly give Yifei a little headache. Breakfast was ready. After Su Qingzu washed, she and Yifei ate breakfast together. Yifei took a look at the stock market and news, and found that Qizhang Group's stock had once again hit its limit. Negative news and news about Qizhang Group were also emerging and endlessly, and they are always fermenting. In the Baijia Initiative and Qizhang Group. After severing business contacts, several major suppliers and distributors of Qizhang Group also decided to temporarily stop cooperation with Qizhang Group. The mall is like a battlefield. The same is true in interpersonal communication. Few people give charcoal in the snow, but many people fall into trouble. After the Bias Group started, there were more and more negative reports on the Qizhang Group, which was already in trouble. Those suppliers and channels. Obviously, Sheng is in a wait-and-see state, and even ready to withdraw at any time. Yifei had eaten breakfast. He picked up the phone, ready to make a call. Who are you calling? Su Qingzu asked slightly curiously. Yifei chuckled. I am going to call Chen Luo to see how I am angry with him. Yifei is trying to completely break Chen Luo's mentality. Now Chen Luo must be in a very bad mood. When Chen Luo knows that it is Yifei who is behind the scenes, how wonderful his expression will be. Yifei looked forward to it very much. Chapter 169, a gift for Chen Luo. Yifei decided to take the initiative to take the phone to Chen Luo, and he wanted to give Chen Luo a surprise. Su Qingzu sat aside. She blinked her eyes at Yifei. Her long eyes stared at Tu Fei, always fixed on Yifei's body. Why don't you turn on the amplifier? I want to listen too. Su Qingzu said softly. Su Qingzu was very disgusted with Chen Luo. If he could hear Chen Luo deflating, Su Qingzu would be very happy. The Hongyan company built by Su Qingzu exhausted his efforts, almost went bankrupt because of Chen Luo's obstructive schemes, and now it has Chen Luo's turn to be in deep danger. The machine is really pleasant. Yifei readily agreed, saying okay. Tu Fei directly turned on the hands-free amplification function of the phone and then called Chen Luo. It was half past midnight in the morning. Chen Luo is in his villa. He is wearing a Givenchy custom suit with two exquisite language watches in his hands. I carefully designed the fan style, and then got the gift I bought and prepared to go to Wei's house. Chen Luo carefully selected a good jade toad and prepared it as a gift for the old man of the Wei family. The price of this jade toad is not expensive, but it is lovable. The ancients believed that the golden toad was an auspicious thing, which could attract wealth and become rich. Good idea. In ancient times, there was another saying that used Chang'ong Zigui as a metaphor for the examination of Jinshi. Legend has it that a three-legged toad lives in the insect moon palace. Toad Palace is the moon palace, so it brings another layer of splendid future meaning. It is very advanced to give gifts to wealthy and powerful families like the Wei family. The value of gifts should not be too high, otherwise there is a suspicion of bribery. Besides, what hasn't you seen a top giant like the Wei family? So the gift can't be too expensive, nor too cheap, but also interesting, has meaning. The jade toad selected by Chen Luo is made of yellow jade with exquisite carving, which is worthy of careful tasting. For this gift, Chen Luo. I prepared for a long time and spent a lot of thought. Chen Luo was carrying a gift and was about to go out. At this moment, his mobile phone rang suddenly. Listening to the ringtone that I knew, Chen Luo frowned when he saw that it was an unfamiliar number, but he still answered the phone. Hey, that Chen Luo's voice was impatient. Yifei's joking voice reached Chen Luo's ears. He only heard Yifei's faint saying, Vice President Chen, I may not seen you for a few days, I don't know you. Is the injury healed? As soon as he heard Yifei's voice, Chen Luo paused, his eyes flashed with coldness and anger flashed in his eyes. As Yifei Chen Luo gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger, he immediately heard the vomiting voice. He will never forget Yifei's voice. Young Master Yi, it turned out to be you. I don't know who young master is looking for me. Chen Luo's voice was indifferent, as he held the phone with his hands. Squeezed it slightly, as if to crush the phone. Chen Luo didn't expect Yifei to call him at this time. Yifei came to him, absolutely nothing good. The corner of Yifei's mouth was also raised, and he smiled. Didn't I say, Vice President Chen, I am concerned about your injury. Isn't it better? Recently I always see your handsome picture swollen into a pig-ass head on the internet. Think about it, that day I was really too impulsive, really to you. It has a guilty conscience. Yifei mocked Chen Luo mercilessly. These words made Chen Luo almost burst into flames in his eyes. Yifei's words are too cruel. This sentence directly made Chen Luo very angry. In the past few days, when Chen Luo occasionally browsed the news online, he indeed often saw his special emoji. Many netizens forwarded the videos of Yifei and Chen Luo Jiaomao, making Chen Luo's blue nose and swollen face into an emoticon pack. The emoticons about Chen Luo on the internet are more widely used and overwhelming, especially when Chen Luo has a swollen nose and swollen face with text, and there are endless spoofs. This made face-saving Chen Luo gritted his teeth at Yifei, wishing to peel Yifei into cramps. And Yifei even dared to sprinkle salt on the wound now. Chen Luo's face was pale and coldly said, Young Master Yi, have you ridiculed enough? If it is okay, I'll hang up. Chen Luo actually endured it for a while. One after he had confronted Tu Fei several times over the course of this period, Chen Luo also learned how to behave. Chen Luo suffered a loss last time. Last time, he was angered by Kai Fei's words, which caused him to be passive all the time, and even was exposed by the video, which caused ridicule on the whole network. Eating a ditch and gaining wisdom, Chen Luo also kept an eye on Yifei when he communicated with Yifei. He is not so easily irritated by Yifei now. Chen Luo responded coldly, when he was about to hang up. Yifei's magnetic male voice came from the receiver again, and he only heard Tu Fei lazily saying, Vice President Chen, don't hang up in such a hurry. I know that your Qizhang group has a big problem recently, and Vice President Chen is now anxious like ants on a hot pot. Chen Luo's face was dark and the chill in his eyes was unabated. He said solemnly, Yifei, what are you trying to say? Yifei said lightly, nothing, I just come to remind Vice President Chen, you must take care of your health and don't get angry with malicious rumors on the internet. What does Yifei mean? Chen Luo vaguely noticed something was wrong, and he asked in a cold voice, you did the poison capsule incident in 2Y. Chen Luo had long suspected Yifei. He wanted to confirm this. At the same time, Chen Luo also quietly turned on the phone's recording function. If Yifei dared to admit it, his recording would come in handy. Also can K handle at the critical moment. Hearing what Chen Luo said, Yifei immediately denied it and said lightly, Vice President Chen, you joked. Of course I didn't do this. Yifei had guessed Chen Luo's thoughts a long time ago, and Chen Luo was extremely resistant, and Yifei would not leave him any handle. Chen Luo was a little disappointed, and Yifei denied it. But the more Yifei denied it, the more Chen Luo felt that this matter was more closely related to Tu Fei. Now Chen Luo was at least confidently certain that this matter is Yifei behind the scenes. Yifei's faint laughter came again. Vice President Chen, who got the money, I am carrying the phone to you today, mainly to remind you of one other thing. Don't pay attention to the rumors on the internet. The malicious rumors are not worth mentioning. Yifei said another online rumors, and Chen Luo's heart was shocked. Malicious rumors on the internet. What malicious rumors? Chen Luo was in shock. He turned on his mobile phone and directly browsed the news pages of platforms such as Weibo. Chen Luo turned on the phone but did not hang up. On the other side, Yifei held the phone and put his arms around Su Qingzuo's slender waist, showing a faint smile. This is a gift prepared by Yifei for Chen Luo, which will definitely surprise Chen Luo. Chapter 170. Chen Luo was blown up with anger. Italian rumor slander. After Chen Luo listened, he immediately opened the mobile news and watched the news on platforms such as Weibo. Chen Luo faintly noticed something wrong. What is Yifei thinking about? After opening the mobile news, Chen Luo quickly browsed and read several news platforms. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo discovered a search about him on Weibo. I only saw that the keywords that appeared on the hot news search were also simple and rude. The keyword Chen Luo capsule, Chen Luo saw this. When the keyword search was hot, I felt a chill of equals femur spreading in my heart. His name was actually linked to the poison capsule incident. Chen Luo's premonition of inexplicability grew stronger. He immediately clicked the link on the hot search list and then saw such a news report in the link. The number of views of this news report has exceeded 1 million, and the number of comment reposts is also quite large. Top 10 in Bojiso. The content of this news report is very simple, roughly as follows. Recently, Kijang Group's poison capsule incident has caused a lot of noise. Qi 840 Jung Group, as a first-line pharmaceutical company. It is hard to understand why such a serious and unbearable mistake was made. But what is interesting is that the reporter carefully discovered that Kijang Group. There was a special personnel appointment a few days ago. Kijang Group appointed a young vice president Chen Luo. It is reported that Chen Luo, the deputy general manager, is the pharmaceutical production of Kijang Group. Seeing this, Chen Luo's expression was already pale, and he finally knew what Yifei was thinking about the king. This report, although not directly stated in the whole article, is clearly implied in words directly linking Chen Luo to the poison capsule incident. Linked together, Chen Luo was appointed vice president by Duan Kijang, and he was indeed in charge of the pharmaceutical production of Kijang Group. Therefore, on the surface, there is nothing wrong with this report. But this report is very clever, directly linking Chen Luo to the poison capsule incident. Chen Luo was labeled as the main person responsible for the poison capsule incident. Even after Chen Luo read it, he had to admit that this news report was very clever and directly made everyone target the target. It seems that Chen Luo is the culprit this time. Whenever something goes wrong, there must always be a main responsible person. Before yesterday, the main responsible person was Duan Kijang. After all, Duan Kijang is the boss of the company, and he is the first person to be responsible. But when this report appeared, it immediately pushed Chen Luo to the forefront and directed all the spearheads at Chen Luo. Everyone felt that Chen Luo, who was in charge of drug production, should bear the main responsibility. Moreover, the news report also pointed out that Chen Luo's position as the vice president was very difficult, and he was almost parachuted to become the vice president of Kijang Group. This has also aroused the suspicion of the people. What exactly is going on? Netizens and the masses of melon-eating people couldn't sit still, and left messages under Weibo News, attacking Chen Luo Jen. The power of internet trolls is terrifying, and the combat power of Xuanwangguo keyboard men is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. Especially when Yifei had a heart with rhythm, not to mention. There are so many people scolding Chen Luo on this Weibo. They almost cursed Chen Luo with sores on his head and pus on the soles of his feet. Chen Luo burst into anger. It is because of people like Chen Luo that this poison capsule incident occurred. Shouldn't he be responsible for it? Agree, this Chen Luo used to fight with others in the street before, and the bully was beaten up, really laughing. This kind of person shouldn't he live in this world. I hope the relevant departments will investigate and deal with it. I want to report this Chen Luo by his real name. Is there anyone with him? The level of the keyboard man on the internet is quite terrifying, and the overwhelmingly clear equals color is all angry remarks. Under such remarks, Chen Luo saw this piece of news, and his veins were suddenly violent, and an angry expression appeared in his eyes. Yifei, you are using these news reports to frame and slander me. Chen Luo is back this time. Yifei clearly guided the fishing reel, and guided the poison capsule to him. But Chen Luo has nothing to do. 100 mouths can argue. Yifei smiled faintly when he heard the words, and said, Chen Luo, you are framing me. What does this article have to do with me? I kindly remind you to pay attention to internet rumors. I didn't expect that you would bite Lu Dongban with a dog and don't no good people. Yifei certainly wouldn't admit that he did this. The most ingenious part of this article is doing it. One, this article does not equals Chen Luo is the main person responsible for the poison capsule incident. Instead of using all kinds of data and hints throughout the article, everyone subconsciously feels that it is Chen Luo's problem. In addition, all the fishing boats and guides nowadays are all detrimental to Chen Luo. Chen Luo is now yellow mud falling out of his crotch. It is not shit, it is shit. Chen Luo also knew Yifei's intentions, but he had nothing to do. Especially now that the news is fermenting extremely quickly, Yifei has mastered the fishing reel guidance Z steps ahead of time. Chen Luo is completely passive. Although Chen Luo and Yifei are very clear, this poison capsule incident is not Chen Luo's spot at all, but a problem with Kijang Group as suppliers. So what? The only thing Chen Luo can do now is to try his best to clarify the facts and restore the truth of the incident. But the question is, how many people will believe him? 3. Not to mention the preconceived ideas of the family, the more important thing is that the matter itself is not glorious. No matter how Chen Luo defends it, the effect will not be very good. Chen Luo gritted his teeth and immediately understood that he had been given a routine by Yifei again. Chen Luo exploded. He couldn't wait to smash Yifei 1,000 knives into pieces. Chen Luo couldn't bear the anger in his heart anymore, and his left hand slammed. Although Chen Luo's left arm was injured, the injury has recovered a bit, and he can still use force. At this time, he was carrying a beautifully packaged emerald toad in his left hand. Although Chen Luo was injured, the strength of his left arm was still not small. Under his grasp, the emerald toad was instantly fragmented and full of cracks. He meticulously prepared a gift for the old man of the Wei family, and he was cut to pieces by him under his anger. Chapter 171 I am conquered by you. The emerald toad shattered, and cracks appeared on the delicate emerald. The gift of this emerald toad is definitely not available. Yifei. Chen Luo's eyes were full of anger. He gritted his teeth and said in a cold tone. Yifei's lazy voice came from the phone. Vice President Chen, don't be so resentful, I just kindly remind you. When Chen Luo heard Yifei's lazy and unrestrained tone, he was even more angry. He can be 100% sure at this time. From the beginning to the end of this incident, it was Yifei who was behind the scenes. When Chen Luo was annoyed, she couldn't help but feel chills in her heart. How did Yifei know this? Chen Luo could clearly feel that Yifei's layout for Kijang Group this time was very ingenious and complete, almost interlocking. He first used Weibo and fishing boats to hype and expose the poison capsule incident, and then Yifei asked the victims and their families to block Kijang. The door of the group heated up the incident and attracted the attention of relevant departments. The production lines of Kijang Group have been temporarily closed. After that, Yifei made a fuss in the capital market, uniting the Bai family and the Su family to put pressure on the Qizhang group. The Qizhang group's stock has experienced a continuous drop limit, and the market is panicked. Every link is interlocked. Yifei has already set it up equals put it properly. In the end, Yifei also planted the blame and poured dirty water on Chen Luo's body, making Chen Luo famous and stinking and becoming the target of everyone. Chen Luo was really blown up. If it hadn't been really blown up by anger, Chen Luo wouldn't have completely lost his image and demeanor just now. He even crushed the Emerald Toad. Vice President Chen, don't get excited. This is just the beginning. There will be more and more negative news about you in the future, and you will get used to it. Let us talk next time, Yifei said lightly. With that, Yifei hung up the phone. Toot toot. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Chen Luo only felt extremely ironic. He squeezed his fists hard, and the anger in his heart burned, almost like a precursor to a volcanic eruption. Chen Luo's face was terribly gloomy. The Emerald Toad was broken, and his carefully selected gifts were gone. More importantly, Chen Luo is in a bad mood now, very bad. Chen Luo's mentality completely collapsed, and this will directly affect his visit to Wei's house. But the time for the visit to the Wei family has been agreed, and Chen Luo can be late, otherwise it would be too bad for the Wei family. Chen Luo could only bite the bullet and brought 2 bottles of old wine to the Wei family as a gift. But the effect of this gift is too discounted, far inferior to that Emerald Toad. Yifei didn't know that his call was too timely, and Tufei's call unexpectedly disrupted Chen Luo's visit to Wei's house. Yifei hung up the phone, and he looked at Su Qingzu refreshly. Only seeing Su Qingzu also smiled slightly at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes were watery, looking at Yifei. Between the two staring at each other, Su Qingzu whispered, Chen Luo is afraid that you are going crazy. I listened to my breath. 1A. Su Qingzu heard the conversation between Yifei and Chen Luo. She really felt very relieved. Chen Luo finally tasted this taste. At the same time, Su Qingzu was even more aware of Yifei's power, even if Chen Luo had more plans to block it. At this time, they were all crushed by the fishing reel made by Yifei. It is conceivable that no matter how Chen Luo clarifies this incident, Chen Luo is destined to become infamous. Although Chen Luo's reputation was damaged on the surface, there did not seem to be any substantial damage. In fact, this is not the case. This poison capsule incident will become a stain that is difficult to wash off Chen Luo's body. After all, the poison capsule incident is so bad and its impact will always be accompanied by Chen Luo. And those Yandu families who have made contacts with Chen Luo are almost all tyrants. They all cherish feathers very much. Shang Buxi is involved in this scandal. Chen Luo's reputation as a wicked emperor. Those wealthy families in Yandu will also reconsider their relationship with Chen Luo. This is also Yifei's purpose equals. Thoroughly stink Chen Luo's reputation 1. Yifei said lightly, the real relief is still to come. The effect of this event is better than I thought. I will give the Qizhang group the final blow as soon as the time comes. Su Qingzu looked at the man in front of him. Seeing Yifei as strategizing, she whispered, it seems that you already had an idea. Of course, Yifei was confident. Su Qingzu's eyes were focused on Yifei's side face. Seeing the man as strategizing, the corners of his mouth were even more curved, and he took the initiative to hold Yifei's hand. Su Qingzu had a feeling at this time that she seemed to be conquered by Yifei. Yifei became more and more attractive to her. Every time Yifei performed recently, she felt as if she had met this man again and saw a different side of him. Deeply attracted her. Especially after the relationship between the two of them broke through, it is not to mention that Su Qingzu even felt attached to Yifei, and she always wanted to stay by this man's side. Even Su Qingzu didn't know why, she even felt that she didn't look like herself at all. Little by little he was captured. Su Qingzu's face was slightly red. She stared at Yifei. And Yifei also grabbed her slender waist at this time, feeling the amazing elasticity of Su Qingzu's skin, and smiled, it is still early, don't you need to go to work at the company today. Su Qingzu wanted to say that she would go to work, but the words came to the end, with a soft tone, and asked do you want me to go to the company. Yifei hugged Su Qingzu directly and smiled, what do you think? Yifei picked up Su Qingzu, and the pair of cartoon slippers under Su Qingzu's feet fell to the ground, revealing white and clean calves. Yifei directly hugged Su Qingzu into the room. It was noon when the two men recovered. Su Qingzu felt more conquered by Yifei at this moment. She Shafei had both cheeks, looking at Yifei. At this moment, Yifei's ear also heard the voice of the system. The prompts of the system sounded one after another. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 500 experience points from Su Qingzu. Ding, congratulations to the host for making Chen Luo a great negative emotion and rewarding 200 experience points. 2 prompts in a row made Yifei refreshed. In a blink of an eye, another 700 experience points were credited to the account. This experience value has risen to the speed of a rocket. Chapter 172 Musician's Health. In a blink of an eye, another 700 experience points were credited to the account, Yifei. At this time, the experience value has reached 3,300 points. Yifei heard the sound of the system, and he felt comfortable and especially refreshed. At the same time, Yifei was also thinking to himself Chen Luo should go to the Wei's house or the Zheng's house at this time to find the 2 big brothers to help. Busy, he is most likely to go to the Wei family. The Wei family has a lot of energy in Yandu and is able to help Chen Luo reduce or even settle the trouble of the poison capsule incident. The Wei family and the Zheng family were the 2 big families that owed the favor of Wu's doctor at the time. These 2 families were the top wealthies of Yandu. Yifei guessed that Chen Luo would go to the Wei family or the Zheng family for help. After all, only these 2 top giants have the energy to help Chen Luo balance the influence of this matter. Other families, such as the Lei family, are inferior to these top giants. 8-6 Soil. Of course, Chen Luo will definitely ask Lei's family for help in the end. After all, Lei Ming's father is Zhang Wangduo, a drug and food supervisor. The head of the department, he can help. After Yifei thought about it, he saw Su Qingzu leaning against him, his eyes closed slightly, and 2 fragrances came. Seeing Su Qingzu leaning on his shoulder, the beauty of the iceberg was amazing at the moment. Yifei grabbed her slender waist and whispered, would you like to stop sleeping for a while? Don't go to the company today? No, I must go as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll expose my stuff, Su Qingzu whispered. Su Qingzu didn't dare to look at Yifei's eyes. She just thought it was a little absurd. In the past few years, she had never been late for work at the company, but now because of Yifei, she has been absent from work for a long time. If you don't go to Hung Yin's company today, if it reaches Su Shaoqin's ears, then you will be exposed. So Su Qingzu must go to Hung Yin company. Well, I'll take you there. Yifei smiled. Su Qingzu got up and dressed. After changing into his clothes, Dufei drove Su Qingzu straight to the Su group. Su group. Yifei sent Su Qingzu downstairs, then turned around and left. While Su Qingzu was biting his mouth while watching Yifei's back, he was a little bit stunned. She couldn't help shaking her head. When did she? Had you become so worried about gains and losses? Su Qingzu stepped on high heels and went to his office. Su Qingzu's female assistant, Xiao Li, saw that Su Qingzu was coming, and hurriedly ran to report to Su Qingzu general manager Su, you didn't come this morning. These are the sales data of our company last week. There are also 2 pieces of information from Su's headquarters. When the little assistant saw Su Qingzu, he secretly found out what happened to President Su, and didn't come to work for a long time. Is this just for once? The little assistant looked at Su Qingzu carefully, and was taken aback for a while, and couldn't help but blurt out, Mr. Su, you are so beautiful today. Su Qingzu paused his jade hand holding the information, and his red lips lightly opened how beautiful is today. The female assistant stunned and whispered, I can't describe it either. I feel like you're so feminine. The face is radiant. Su Qingzu was slightly startled, and at the same time, his face was slightly red, and he couldn't help but think of a sentence, the nourishment of love. President Su, I will go out first if there is nothing to do. The female assistant hurriedly said. The female assistant quietly exited the office, while Su Qingzu looked at the information in her hand, a little absent-minded, and Yifei's figure appeared in her heart. Su Qingzu thought of Yifei. She couldn't help but patted her head, as if she was about to kick Yifei out of her mind. It was all because of the bad guy that delayed her work. He drove Yifei out of his mind, and then Su Qingzu began to work seriously. Time flies, and 3 days have passed. Naturally, the progress of Yifei, Su Qingzu, and Luo Weiyu need not be said. During these 3 days, Qizhang Group's stock once again suffered too much decline. The limit fell for 3 consecutive days. During this period of time, Qizhang Group's stock price has evaporated 40% of its market value, and the stock price has almost been cut in half, which is enough to show the bad impact of this incident. However, after Chen Luo visited the Wei family actually helped Chen Luo. Chen Luo especially published a clarification announcement on the internet. Although the effect was not great, how mutual could be regarded as a voice. On the other hand, the Wei family helped Qizhang Group temporarily lift the seizure of the production line, and assigned the main responsibility for the poison capsule incident to the supplier that supplied the Qizhang Group. But nevertheless, the crisis of Qizhang Group has not been lifted, but it has not made the impact of the poison capsule incident worse. Chen Luo did all this. As Yifei expected, he was not surprised. At this point in the matter, Qizhang Group has been greatly injured, because of the foul reputation of this incident, the drugs produced by Qizhang Group. The market share will also be reduced by the wife, and the brand will be greatly affected. Moreover, Yifei buried his back, and he would give Chen Luo a fatal blow. Early this morning, Yifei and Mu Zijin agreed that he was going to the Mu family Taiyuan for acupuncture and moxibustion for Mu Lao, and by the way, he would take a look at Mu Zijin's stomach problems. Before Yifei went to Mu's house, he bought a few more boxes of Wei Kong Shui medicine. When he arrived at the Mu's Taiyuan, Yifei saw that Mu Zijin was trimming the flowers and plants in the yard. She squatted down, the long hair is rolled up, and the eyes are extremely focused. Mu Zijin is wearing a set of home clothes. Still not applying Fendai, plain makeup is enough to turn sentient beings upside down. Yifei arrived in the yard and smiled, didn't you practice martial arts today? I've finished punching, it was you who came too late. Mu Zijin smiled lightly. Yifei did arrive later than usual. Yifei took out the stomach medicine and handed it to Mu Zijin, and briefly explained, I went to buy the stomach medicine, so I will delay it for a while. Seeing those boxes of stomach medicine, Mu Zijin's heart warmed, put away the stomach medicine, smile bright as sunshine, thank you. I also know. You have been very busy lately, so I have to trouble you to watch for my 2.7 and grandpa. Yifei smiled without saying a word. Mu Zijin whispered softly, I read the news that Chen Luo has been in trouble recently. Chen Luo has been very quiet recently. It seems that he wants to deal with you. Yifei's heart moved. Mu Zijin seemed to be very concerned about the contradiction between him and Chen Luo. Zijin, you seem to care about me and Chen. What happened? Mu Zijin smiled sweetly. Too with her eyes as clear as a stream under the ice, she smiled lightly, no way, you can take someone's stomach medicine for nothing. Chapter 173 Special Treatment Seeking Subscription. Yifei suddenly laughed when Mu Zijin said this. I'll give some stomach medicine and have such benefits one actually, I know too. Chen Luo is not easy to deal with, if it is only Chen Luo down, the key is that the genius doctor Wu is standing behind him. Yifei did not hide his purpose. Mu Zijin is very clear about the contradiction between him and Chen Luo, not to mention that Mu Zijin is very smart, and it is not good to hide it from her. If it were just Chen Luo, Yifei would have killed Chen Luo long ago. But Chen Luo's trouble lies in the fact that he is backed by a genius doctor. In the novel Genius Doctor, Wu Genius Doctor is a world-famous doctor. Outsiders, he is like the os in the whole book. It is really hard to deal with. What is more, Chen Luo also has the contacts left to him by the genius Dr. Wu. There are many wealthy families in Yan, and Chen Luo's favors are next. Mu Zijin smiled, her lips were pink and moist, and her eyes were as clear as a stream. She pursed her lips and said, indeed, there's Dr. Wu behind. Support, Chen Luo is not easy to deal with, but Chen Luo has been disgraced recently. Mu Zijin knew about Chen Luo's recent scandals, and he was half-named Yifei. This is not surprising to Mu Zijin, Chen Luo was aggressive. Tu Fei's counterattack was also normal. Chen Luo went to the Wei family in the past 2 days. The Wei family is a wealthy family in Yandu. 10 years ago, the old man of the Wei family was ill and was dying. The doctor saved his life, so the Wei family owed the genius Dr. Wu a lot of favor. Even Mr. Wei once said that his life belonged to the genius Dr. Wu. Mu Zijin said softly. Dear Fei nodded, he was also familiar with the original book and of course knew the whole story. Chen Luo is a close disciple of Wu's genius doctor, and the Wei family owes such a big favor to Cheng's genius doctor. It is normal to help Chen Luo. However, the thing of wrenching will eventually be used up in one day, let alone the gentleness of the Chen Luo. He can fully represent Wu's genius doctor. Even if the Wei family helped Chen Luo once, it doesn't mean that they will always help Chen Luo. Unless Chen Luo can establish a close relationship with the Wei family. But now it seems that the Wei family and Chen Luo are not closely related. After all, the top giants of Yandu, such as the Wei family and the Mu family, all have a transcendent status. Want to establish a relationship with such a giant? It is not that simple. Yifei smiled. Actually, I expected that the Wei family would help Chen Luo. Chen Luo has connections with Wu's genius doctor. This is indeed very important. Tricky. Mu Zijin's eyes blinked like a star, and Shui Lingling's eyes were blinking. She whispered softly, in fact, this is the end of the matter. Many people are aware of the contradiction between you and Chen Luo, especially Chen Luo recently has been trying to win over Yandu's upper-class family. The contradiction between Chen Luo and Yifei couldn't be kept secret. Now, all those second-generation and son-in-laws in the upper circle of Yandu know the contradiction between Yi Tufei and Chen Luo. Yifei could hear the concern implied in Mu Zijin's words. Yifei shrugged and said, well, I know, but those Yandu families equals all of them are very shrewd and will never stand in line easily. That is right, in short, you still have to pay more attention to Chen Luo's movements. If you really need help, find me at any time, Mu Zijin said seriously. Mu Zijin has always been simple and straightforward. She did not shy away from being close to Yifei and offered to help Yifei. Yifei smiled and said, okay, I see. After a pause, Yifei said again, in fact, most of the Yandu families will not express their opinions easily. NS, between me and Chen Luo, whoever wins, who will they help? Who wins and who they help? Yifei's words are really good. Mu Zijin also agreed with Yifei's words. She smiled lightly, it seems that you have been prepared. Then I want to say more. Yifei also said lightly, let me take a look at the acupuncture points for you first. How do you feel about getting sick recently? I have been paying attention to my diet recently. With the addition of massage and medicine, it basically doesn't hurt anymore. Mu Zijin's mouth was not diminished with a smile. That's good. You can lie down in the room first, Yifei said. Mu Zijin's face was reddened. She is going to be treated by Yifei again, and the scene of the last time Yifei was treated still makes her a little fresh in her memory. Since childhood, Mu Zijin has never had such contact with any man. But since it was treating the disease, and the target was Tufei, Mu Zijin just felt a little uncomfortable and soon returned to normal. Yifei massaged the acupoints for Mu Zijin. Niguan and Zongguan are 2 acupoints, on the hand and 1 on the stomach. Sanzuli acupoint, as the name suggests, is on the feet. These 3 acupoints are all effective acupuncture points for stomach diseases. Yifei had no distracting thoughts, meticulously massaging Mu Zijin, but Mu Zijin felt that Yifei's hands were too hot. This hot feeling made her face even more flushed. Mu Zijin lay on the bed, closed her star eyes and did not stare at Yifei. Beautiful thoughts in my heart are inevitably born. Yifei moved very vigorously. He massaged it carefully. Mu Zijin only felt that the acupuncture points massaged by Yifei were sore, and there was a tingling sensation which was very special all over the body. Yifei only took less than 20 minutes to massage the acupoints. But this was less than 20 minutes, but it made Mu Zijin feel extra long and special. Yifei was very focused during the massage. Looking at Yifei's profile, Mu Zijin was thoughtful and didn't he know what he was thinking. Yi320 Fei didn't he have so many complicated thoughts. Of course, he did feel the silky smoothness of Mu Zijin's skin helping Mu Zijin massages. I felt that the satin-like skin was exquisite and silky to the extreme. After a long time, the massage finally ended. Mu Zijin stretched her eyebrows. She moved slightly lowering her body, feeling relaxed and extraordinarily comfortable. Thank you. It's just a matter of effort. I am going to the army to teach firearms and martial arts, so I want to accompany you. During this time, if you are free, it will take no more than a few days. Get up to the martial arts gym to practice boxing, Mu Zijin asked softly. Mu Zijin served as a military instructor post. However, she has a special status and belongs to an external instructor. So it is relatively free. Hearing Mu Zijin's active invitation, Yifei did not refuse. Okay, I really want to practice boxing with you. Then it has settled. Well, I'll go to see Mu Lao. The two chatted a few words, and then both Yifei and Mu Zijin found Mu Lao, and Yifei was treating Mu Lao. Chapter 174 Kill him directly, 3 more seeking subscription. Yifei always came to study the right medicine, while treating with Mu Zijin. Yifei's main focus is on massage, but for Mu Lao's situation, Yifei. The choice is acupuncture treatment plus food tonic. Mu Lao lay on the wicker chair. After Yifei patiently and carefully treated, Mu Lao was relaxed, slowly opened his eyes, and thanked Yifei. Yifei responded with a smile. Who knew was even more enthusiastic about leaving Yifei for lunch. Yifei wanted to decline, but Mu Zijin whispered from the side, I am going to the barracks today. I can accompany my grandpa to dinner. Yifei, you just help me stay with grandpa for a while. Lao Mu also smiled. Yeah, what shall you would like to eat at noon? I'll let someone prepare some enterprise dishes. It can be seen that Mu Lao has a very good impression of Yifei, and his initiative to leave Yifei for dinner is the best proof. Mu Lao can take the initiative to stay Yifei for dinner, which shows that Yifei's temperament and personality are very suitable for his appetite, and he regards Yifei as his own treat. Since Mu Zijin and Mu Jie both said so, Yifei no longer declined and agreed. Yifei also realized that his relationship with the Mu family was getting better and better. Compared to the relationship between Chen Luo and the Wei family, there is no doubt that Yifei and the Mu family are closer. After all, the connection between Chen Luo and the Wei family is based on the face of the genius Dr. Wu, and the relationship between Yifei and the Mu family is completely based on Yifei oneself. Yifei stayed to chat with Mu Lao for a few days, while Mu Zijin made a pot of tea for Yifei by himself down pointing arrow bring the teacup to Mu Lao and Yifei. In front of him, he said then, if you talk to Grandpa Yifei, I will leave first. This time I didn't entertain him well. Next time I will cook myself. Apologize. Mu Zijin's mouth was lightly smiling, and he actively blinked at Yifei and said. Next time Mu Zijin personally cooks to make amends. Yifei heard Mu Zijin say this, but he was a little looking forward to Mu Zijin's cooking. He readily agreed, and Mu Zijin didn't wait much, and soon went to the barracks. I stayed in Mu Lao for a meal at noon. The meal that Mu Lao asked to prepare was very simple. Just some home-cooked dishes, some vegetables are grown by yourself. Simple and economical. After dinner, Yifei bid farewell to Mu Lao and drove back to the villa. Back in the villa, Yifei browsed the news on the internet. Although the poison capsule incident was not as hot as the fire that broke out in the first few days. Explosive, but hung on the hot search list for Chen Luo's emoticons can still be seen on the internet. Poor Chen Luo, he is destined to find it difficult to choose white. Although Chen Luo issued a clarification announcement, including Kijang Group also issued a clarification announcement, the effect was not satisfactory. Regardless of 3021 and preconceived impressions, those keyboard guys always sprayed Chen Luo first. Chen Luo himself is also suffering from the past, and he has completely become a laughingstock in the upper circles of Yandu. Although everyone knows that this matter is actually not about Chen Luo's business, it is a very important thing to stand beside this kind of serious negative news. It is a shame. LB, when Yifei saw that the fire was almost there, he called Su Qingzu and said, Qingzu, we are almost starting to do it. Good, then I will let the people on my side act. Su Qingzu's cold voice came from the phone. This is something that Yifei and Su Qingzu had discussed long ago. After this period of time, the negative news of Kijang Group has emerged one after another. The price also hit a new low, almost cut in half. According to the current stock market conditions, although the production chain of Kijang Group was lifted by the Wei family, the crisis of Kijang Group remains. It is not relieved, but in a state of severely injured vitality. In this situation, the market is also very worried about Kijang Group. Even the partners of Kijang Group, including banks, suppliers, and distributors, are considering pressure on Kijang Group. To be honest, at this moment, the Kijang Group is facing the danger of stealing gold and breaking it. And at this moment, Yifei. The two regiments were originally a competitive relationship, which was very simple for the Su family. In addition, Yifei used the 1 billion he borrowed from his cheap father, and then mobilized from the Yi family equals some elite stock market traders. Let them fully suppress the share price of Kijang Group. By the way, collect cheap chips from the market. The Yi family also has a financial company, and the Yi family's financial business is also flowing domestically. So doing this kind of thing is totally light. Feel free, handy. Yifei secretly acquired Kijang Group's scattered stocks on the market, and at the same time, he privately contacted some shareholders of Kijang Group and received a lot of money. Purchase the shares of Kijang Group. Yifei's plan is to take the opportunity to swallow Kijang Group. Kijang Group had its lowest share price a month ago. Yifei took the opportunity to buy stocks and never loses, even if he can take the opportunity to swallow Kijang G. Tuan can also buy a piece of meat from Kijang Group. How could Yifei miss such an excellent opportunity? I hung up Su Qingzu's call. Yifei was only waiting for good news from the capital market. When Yifei was in a good mood, he received another call. This call is from Black Friday. Yifei's heart moved when he received the Black Friday call, already too much to guess what was going on. Sure enough, Heiwu said on the phone, "Master, I have found a Lin Yufan you asked me to find." What is the situation with Lin Yufan? Yifei asked with concern immediately. Lin Yu. The matter of Lin Yufan is also one of the things that Yifei is most concerned about. Since the last time I saw Lu Lingyun, Yifei knew that Lin Yufan was also willing. Black Friday immediately reported Lin Yufan's situation to Yifei. Yifei frowned slightly after hearing this, which made Yifei a little surprised. Lin Yufan seems to have had an adventure. He got the laptop from the Earth Jiao, which recorded countless classic songs, scripts, and variety shows. And many more, and Lin Yufan was a student at Yandu Film University a month ago. After he got a laptop, he was even better off. Master, do you need me to bring Lin Baofeng to you? That kid seems to know 2 points of martial arts. But he is far behind Chen Luo. NS, we are crowded, so it should be no problem to subdue him. Black Friday asked. Yifei smiled at the corner of his mouth. Don't use force, you are like this too. Yifei briefly confessed to Heiwu. After Heiwu got Yifei's instructions, he kept saying, I see, master. After hanging up the Black Friday call, Yifei was full of energy, he was gearing up, and he was ready to deal with Lin Yufan. When dealing with Chen Luo, Yifei still had some scruples. But dealing with Lin Yufan is completely different. He intends to be simple and rude and kill him directly. Chapter 175 worth tens of billions seeking subscription. Yifei learned about Lin Yufan from Black Friday. He told Black Friday a few words and then hung up the phone. Next, Yifei set out to deal with Lin Yufan. In fact, it is very simple to deal with Lin Yufan, but the key is that Yifei needs to get Lin Yufan's laptop. Lin Yufan's laptop contains countless classic music songs, TV movie scripts, online novels, etc. Its value is at least tens of billions L. If these classics can be reproduced in this parallel time and space, the effect will be absolutely shocking. This is a laptop worth tens of billions. Yifei certainly aims to get a. Although Yifei said he was not short of money, he would have trouble with money besides. Yifei also has his own entertainment company, Brilliant Entertainment. Once he got that laptop, he could shoot a large number of top classic movies in an instant. The market value of Wuan Entertainment has skyrocketed. What is more, Lin Yufan is still the protagonist of the novel, the object he must solve. No matter which way you come in, Lin Yufan must be killed. However, judging from the information that Yifei had obtained from Black Friday, Lin Yufan had already got the 983 notebook. Computer, and he even uses the information in the laptop. Released a song titled. Lin Yufan himself became famous because of the popularity of the internet. Yifei remembers the plot in the original book, the book Bug Uranus of Entertainment, and Lin Yufan started with this song 10 years greater than. He became famous in one fell swoop, founded his own entertainment company and finally dominated the entertainment circle. Yifei called Zhang Minli at this time. Zhang Minli answered Yifei's phone, and Yifei was straightforward and said to Zhang Minli. Lao Zhang, help me arrange a second time, make an appointment. Lin Yufan, the composer of the song 10 years, I want to buy a song from him. Mr. Yi, you actually listen. But Zhang Minli didn't ask much, and suddenly remembered something, saying, by the way, Mr. Yi, I recently signed a new song. Hand, I think it is very suitable for training, she has great potential. Oh, what is your name? Yifei asked. It is called Lu Lingjun. She was a second-tier singer before, but I think she has the potential to hit the line and even the hope of the queen. Zhang Minli whispered. Yifei's heart moved. Lu Lingjun. Yifei's mind suddenly appeared the natural idiot girl at night, thinking of that exquisite face, the mouth fish also appeared. A faint smiley. Zhang Minli signed Lu Lingyun. The plot in the original book seems to be the same. Lu Lingjun signed a contract with Yifei's entertainment company, but Lin Yufan fell in love with him. Lin Yufan launched a fierce pursuit of Lu Lingjun. Lu Lingjun rejected Lin Yufan's pursuit. At the same time, she showed amazing musical talents and grew to be a top-notch star. It can be said that Lu Lingjun is the heroine of Uranus of Entertainment. She is very charming, even Lin Yufan is hard to pursue. Have to. And Lin Yufan relied on that computer from the Earth to ravage the entertainment industry, and he also gained the love of a large number of beauties in the entertainment industry. The heart, too open to harem, gradually forgot about Lu Lingzu. Mr. Yi, Lu Lingjun will come over to sign the contract tomorrow. I don't know if you want to meet her equals face-to-face too, Zhang Minli asked. Yes, then arrange for me to see her tomorrow. Another place before this, help me meet with Lin Yufan, Yifei said lightly. No problem. The next day, Lin Yufan learned that Yifei was going to buy songs from him, and he didn't doubt that he was there, so he immediately prepared to meet Yifei. Yifei and Lin Yufan met in the morning. After Yifei and Lin Yufan met, Yifei and Lu Lingjun met immediately. 10 o'clock in the morning. Yifei dressed casually, he just changed into casual clothes, put on a handmade cashmere coat, and sat in the office. Immediately afterwards, Yifei's female assistant knocked on the door and said respectfully to Yifei, Mr. Yi. Mr. Lin is here. Okay, let him in, Yifei said lightly. Lin Yufan was invited in. Lin Yufan looks handsome, although he is far inferior to Yifei now, but he definitely belongs to the standard of a handsome guy. Just his anger. The quality is slightly soft, and it belongs to the small fresh meat type that is very popular in the former entertainment industry. I only saw Lin Yufan looking around looking at the beauties in Yifei's company. Yifei's company is an entertainment company with a lot of beautiful women. Lin Yufan lowers his head, sometimes stealing glances, but he is dark in his heart. Scolding, Grandma asks, it is good to have money. I heard that the brilliant entertainment boss Yifei is the second generation of Shang Jianfu and Yandu, and the beauties around him don't count. In fact, people are really more popular than people. Choice. After seeing Yifei's information, I don't know why, Lin Yufan has an inexplicable hostility towards Yifei. This time Yifei was to buy a song from him as an invitation. Lin Yufan agreed to Yifei's invitation, but in his heart he wanted to kill this fiercely. A rich second generation. Anyway, these rich second generation ancestors have money, and if you don't make money, you don't make money. Lin Yufan thought to himself, but with a hypocritical smile on his face, after entering Yifei's office, he took the initiative to face Yifei. Hello, President Yi, I am Lin Yufan. Yifei noticed Lin Yufan's hypocritical smile. He didn't break it either, but said lightly, Mr. Lin is here, please sit down. Lin Yufan was not polite either, equals sitting on the sofa with her hips tilted up, equals a very chic look, Mr. Yi. I heard. Do you want to buy songs from me? I am sorry. My songs are not cheap. Lin Yufan tilted Rolanga's legs in front of Yifei full of style. Lin Yufan decided to put Yifei. Yifei quietly looked at Lin Yufan and raised his brow. The smile was faint. What Lin Yufan didn't know was that Yifei knew Lin Yufan as. All the details. At this moment, Lin Yufan is a beaming clown in front of him. Chapter 176. Please start your performance. Lin Yufan sat on the sofa casually. He looked at Yifei with Rolanga's legs upright, and the deputy was lazy and indifferent. Lin Baofan's posture in front of Yifei was very casual. It was a bit expensive. Lin Baofan said lightly, Mr. Yi, if you want to buy my song, that is okay. But if you say it in advance, my song is not convenient. Should. Yifei glanced at Lin Yufan. Oh, then I don't know the price of your song, Mr. Lin. 1 million, plus 30% of the copyright fee for each channel, otherwise it will be exempted. Lin Yufan said confidently too. The price is simply the line is too open. The production cost of 1 million songs is very expensive. You must know that even the top composers in China are at this price, and the most important thing is that the copyright fee of each channel of the following songs is 30%, which is simply cheating. No matter where it is placed, this price is an absolute pit. Lin Yufan wanted the lion to speak too much and slaughtered Yifei fiercely. He knew that Yifei was not short of money, not to mention that Lin Yufan had confidence in the composition from those in his computer. Come out, but it is a classic among the top divine comedies and classics. After Lin Yufan finished speaking, he looked at Yifei at the same time. He secretly envied him. The young man in front of him is young and golden, and not handsome. L is really enviable, and he also has an entertainment company, and there are many beautiful female stars. If it were before, he could only look up to Yifei. But now, since Lin Baofan got the mysterious laptop, I feel that my life experience has been completely changed. Lin Baofan is now very ambitious. He wants to start his own entertainment company and use the music, novels, and dramas in that mysterious computer book to create an unprecedented entertainment empire. As for the Yifei in front of me, let him make more startup funds for himself by making a vicious case of this rich equals die equals Ben 4. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. Lin Baofan has that mysterious computer, and there's a way to get money. If it has not, you can ask. Borrow something at home. Seeing Lin Yufan the lion speak too much, Yifei smiled instead. Lin Baofan's expression is in line with the description in the original book. Lin Baofan's character is very bold in the original book. Big type. Yifei waved his hand and said, money is not a problem, the key is to have a good song. Yifei quietly watched Lin Yufan perform. Listening to Yirge's words, Lin Yufan's eyes lit up and immediately knew that Yifei was indeed the owner of the money. Sheep. Lin Baofan said immediately, Mr. Yi doesn't know what kind of song you want, I can compose on the spot. Let you feel it yourself. Lin Yufan was very confident, because he remembered many songs in that mysterious computer. He can even be on the spot. Composing. Hush Yifei in front of you. When Yifei heard Lin Yufan's words, he felt a little bit in his heart. It seemed that Lin Yufan wanted to show his hand in front of him. Yifei pretended to indulge, and said I want a national-style song, preferably related to China's traditional culture and art, such as porcelain. Instruments or musical instruments. Guofeng song. Porcelain. Lin Yufan heard Yifei say this, his eye history appeared happy, unexpectedly such a coincidence. Lin Yufan now has a national-style song, and it is still a song describing porcelain. And this song is a masterpiece of high quality, as long as he sings it, it can definitely shock the Yifirong in front of him. He was stunned. Lin Yufan smiled at the corner of his mouth, Yifei was really hitting the gun. Lin Baofan felt that it was time to show real technology. I saw Lin Yufan stand up, slightly contemplative, he deliberately stepped and walked equal circle, then slowly said, Mr. Yi, I already have an idea. I happen to have a melody. Would you like to sing it for you? So fast Yifei expressed surprise in time. Lin Baofan saw Yifei's surprised look, his eyes flashed smugly, I compose equal song is very fast, he always listens to me to sing equals paragraphs. 1. Lin Yufan ridiculed himself secretly, you will be even more surprised if you listen to me after a while. Please, Yifei said concisely. Lin Yufan cleared his throat. After he started to make noise, he said, okay, then I am ready to sing, Mr. Yi. This song is called Blue and White Porcelain is a national-style song. It really is blue and white porcelain. Yifei remained calm. He just made his request just to make Lin Baofan sing this song, and Lin Yufan really took the bait. Lin Yufan opened his mouth and sang, the plain outline outlines the blue and white pen and the sharpness turns lighter. The peony depicted in the bottle is just like your first outfit, and the sandalwood. Through the window, I know what I am thinking about, and the pen on the rice paper is halfway up now too. Ask for flowers. Lin Yufan's noise is not particularly pleasant, but barely good. But the problem is this song. A song that goes in and out is basically blue and white porcelain. This song is not only good in tune, the lyrics are unique. After Lin Yufan sang the song Blue and White Porcelain, although his singing skills were not top-notch, but because of the melody and song of this song, the words are all top-notch, so it has a pretty good effect. Lin Yufan sang for a short time, then stopped singing, ready to appreciate Yifei's surprised expression. Mr. Yi, how about this song? The old asterisk Lin Yufan was sitting on the sofa. Before he wanted to come, such a classic song came out, Yifei must be shocked. Scratching and looking at him, it was extremely shocking. This song Blue and White Porcelain definitely has such charm, Lin Yufan is very confident. But to Lin Yufan's surprise, Yifei was actually indifferent, staring at him indifferently. There are no waves. Yifei. Yes, Lin Yufan responded. He vaguely felt that Yifei's expression was a bit wrong. He has no problem singing this song. Although his singing skills are not top-notch, the lyrics and tune mood of this song are perfect. The feeling of being a national style is even more bashing, how can it not make Yifei shocked? Yifei slowly got up at this time, his movements were elegant and natural, and Yifei silently opened the system layout. Consumption 100 million yuan of funds. The skill of singing skills was directly advanced to the advanced level. Then Yifei smiled and stared at Lin Yufan. Mr. Lin, this blue and white porcelain is indeed a top-notch work. But it is really. Is it your original Qiyu? Lin Yufan met Yifei's eyes. Suddenly, he panicked, but forced himself to be calm, and said angrily, Mr. Yi, what do you mean by this? Think, do you suspect that this song of mine is plagiarized? You can talk nonsense about this. Am I talking nonsense? Yifei smiled. Chapter 177 You are the protagonist, I am the protagonist who I abuse. Yifei glanced at Lin Yufan and he chuckled and said, am I talking nonsense? Lin Yufan said, Li Nilan said, Mr. Yi, you said that my song was copied, of course you can talk nonsense about this. What if I have evidence compared to Gan? Lin Yufan's hidden panic, Yi Tufei looked and talked, not hurriedly. Do you have evidence? What evidence do you have? Lin Yufan was even more panicked, realizing that things seemed a bit unhealthy. Yifei has evidence that his song Lin Yufan was convinced that only he knew the secret of that notebook. But seeing this, Yifei spoke. He directly sang Blue and White Porcelain 1. Yifei just consumed 100 million funds, silently added the singing skills to the advanced level. At the moment, Yifei's singing level is absolutely out. There's 3. 3 is a professional singer level. Of course, this is not the most important. Most importantly, spit out and sing. Just now, Lin Yufan's Blue and White Porcelain only sang a short paragraph at the beginning, and Yifei continued to sing after Lin Yufan's paragraph. Yifei's noise is very magnetic. He sang this song Blue and White Porcelain, and it was even more professional, with a clear voice. There is also a strong taste of national-style songs, and the singing is very attractive. The sky is waiting for the mist and rain, and I am waiting for you. The smoke is curling up, across the river for thousands of miles. Shu Hanley at the bottom of the bottle imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty, just treat me as foreshadowing to meet you. The sky is waiting for misty rain, and I am waiting for you. The olive cooking smoke rises across the river for thousands of miles. Yifei directly sang some of the most classic lyrics of Blue and White Porcelain, and his singing skills were amazing. The clear noise makes Lin Yufan not forbidden to bow down to the wind. Singing alone, he has lost too much than Fei. But this is not the point. Lin Baofan's complexion gradually turned pale, and a look of stunnedness appeared in his eyes. How is this going? How could the Yigangzi in front of me know the lyrics behind Blue and White Porcelain greater than 2? This song should only be known by him equals alone. That's right. Lin Yufan froze. The smug color on his face has completely disappeared, his face is as earthy, and the big beads of sweat are falling down, his face is full. Lin Kan, you, Lin Yufan said, her voice trembling. Yifei only sang for a short while, then stopped. Yifei showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, glanced at Lin Yufan, whose face was completely stiff, and said lightly, Lin Yufan, what else do you have? What do you mean? How do you know this song? Lord, mumbling to himself. What exactly is going on? Lin Yufan realized at the same time that he had said that he had sold out, and he continued. No, you just sang it wrong, this is not from Blue and White Porcelain. The lyrics of the follow-up tune, this one. Lin Yufan, shamelessly, still insisted that this song Blue and White Porcelain was his original. Yifei's voice was calm, but the moonlight was ridiculing, are you sure this song Blue and White Porcelain is your own original? If I remember correctly, its original singer and composer was Jay Cho, and its lyrics were Fang Wenhai. Lin Yufan was taken aback, his expression changed, looking at Yifei like a ghost. Because Yifei was right. Lin Yufan picked up the music songs in that laptop computer because of his adventures, and composed the original lyrics of the song. Also marked E. Among them, the original singer of Blue and White Porcelain is a man named Zhou Dong, and the lyricist is Fang Wenhai. After getting the laptop, Lin Yufan felt strange. He repeatedly inquired about Jay Cho and Fang Wenhai's information, but the result was always no such person was found. He didn't know that the laptop came from parallel space-time until he finally saw the information in the laptop. Recorded inside. All the classic songs in film and television works in parallel time. This is also Lin Yufan's greatest secret and his greatest reliance. But how could Yifei know all this so clearly? How can this be? Lin Yufan showed horror, he looked at Yifei with an incredible look. The triumphant and arrogant look in Lin Yufan's eyes just now disappeared completely, replaced by deep fear and anxiety. Just a few minutes ago, Lin Yufan was still daydreaming, fantasizing that he could get in the entertainment circle with that laptop. It has flourished and even built an entertainment empire, with hundreds of millions of fortunes and countless celebrity beauties. But now, his thoughts seemed to be completely broken. In front of him, Yifei seemed to be able to pierce his thoughts. In front of Yifei, his secret has been exposed. Lin Yufan took a step back subconsciously. He couldn't wait to turn around and ran, and immediately opened this office. Lin Yufan realized that something was wrong, and Yifei knew his secrets. In front of Yifei, he was just like. It's like a clown, Q. Mr. Yi, I changed my mind. This song. Buggy, the 36th plan is the best plan. Lin Yufan turned around and immediately wanted to run. But Yifei frowned and said indifferently, Lin Yufan, you still want to run, do you think you can run away? Yifei stood in place. He didn't even chase Lin Yufan, but snapped his fingers crisply. Song. Only hearing the clear sound 12 immediately came 3 or 5 big men from outside the office, headed by Black Friday. These people are all elite bodyguards around Yifei. The Black Five and others are all Yi family's elite bodyguards, and their strength is comparable to elite special soldiers. Haiwu and others immediately surrounded Lin Yufan. 1.1. Lin Yufan was immediately trapped by the Black Five and other people, and he wanted to do something, but the Black Five and the other people took the lead and acted on Lin Yufan first. Lin Yufan has a bit of skill, but his skill is far worse than that of Chen Luo, and he can only deal with 3 or 5 ordinary men. It's hard to deal with Black Friday, not to mention that the number of Black Five is still dominant. In a few minutes, Lin Yufan was controlled by the Black Friday. Fei didn't even make a move. He caught a glimpse of the panic on Lin Yufan's face, and his mouth was aroused. Lin Baofan is the main fish of the novel. Sorry, he is the protagonist. Chapter 178. Lin Yufan was controlled by the Black Friday, and Lin Yufan's hand was clasped in the Black Friday, and Lin Yufan was of no avail no matter how hard he struggled. Lin Yufan's face was pale. He asked too loudly, Yifei, what do you want from 21? In a hurry, Lin Yufan directly called Yifei's name. After Lin Yufan was controlled by the Black Five, he was even more aware of things. Yifei glanced at Lin Yufan condescendingly, what do you think I want to be in? Lin Yufan's eyes rolled. He wanted to make a sound with an angry weapon, but soon recovered his anger. Piled up a hypocritical smile. President Yi, Mr. Yi, I think this may be a misunderstanding. People under the eaves had to bow their heads. Lin Yufan knew that Yifei came to be unkind, and he was afraid that he might be in trouble today. To this, Lin Yufan immediately wore a hypocritical smile. He knew that the more at this time, the more calm he was, although he didn't know what he was. What is exposed? But flick this Yifei first, then say. Thought of this, Lin Yufan said hurriedly, Mr. Yi, this must be a misunderstanding. If you feel unsatisfied, this song Blue and White Porcelain 2, I'll give it to you. I don't charge money. 10. This song is given to Yifei first. Save your life and talk about it. With a smile on Lin Yufan's face, his resentment towards Yifei was already extreme. Yifei watched Lin Yufan and Joe's performance. Faintly laughed. Out the soundtrack. Lin Zifan, where did you hide that laptop? Up 2. Where did you hide that laptop? 3. This sentence immediately caused Lin Yufan to sweat. His pupils closed sharply, and he looked at Yifei incredulously. How did Yifei know this? That laptop is Lin Yufan's most secret. When he got the laptop, he was convinced that he was definitely not victimized. Discover. But how did Yifei know? Lin Yufan's face was pale. He swallowed. But he didn't speak. Black Friday grabbed Lin Yufan's neck and dragged his neck very cooperatively. Pinched Lin Yu's throat. Lin Yufan, no matter how hard he struggles, he is helpless. Facing Yifei's question, Lin Yufan, of course, would not speak, because for him, that laptop is his biggest. Of relying on. Black Friday, young master, Heiwu grabbed Lin Yufan's neck and lowered his head. To Yifei. Yifei's voice was very cold. Send this guy to Lu Zihao. Let Lu Zihao copy back the whereabouts of his notebook and send someone to search for Lin Yufan's current residence. Yifei intends to hand Lin Yufan to Lu Zihao. Lu Zhe is the most tortured and interrogated, and he is a must. Even the assassin of the Violet organization couldn't help his torture. Let alone Lin Yufan. Lin Yu's willpower is stronger than that of ordinary people, and it will never be more difficult to deal with than a professionally trained Violet killer. Yes, master. Heiwu nodded immediately. Yifei said again, tell Lu Ziliang to let him spit out the secret within a day. If he does some tea, then save him. 05917. Yifei glanced indifferently equals Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan was cold all over. It is like being in ice damage. Lin Yufan looked at Yifei with cold eyes. He knows himself it is over this time. Obviously, Yifei knew everything about him. Although Lin Yufan's laptop had long been hidden by him in a secret place, Lin Zifen knew that he couldn't hide it. Even. Besides, Yifei will send it to torture him. He is done. You. Lin Yufan's face is pale and a little confused. He has never encountered this battle before. Yifei glanced at Lin Yufan. Talk indifferently. Lin Yufan, I will give you one last chance. If you tell me that notebook. Where's Ben? I'm in a good mood, maybe I can spare you a little life. Yifei actually said that. He would not let Lin Yufan go. What a joke, he is too villain. Why let go of the protagonist? In the original book, Yifei was wrong enough as the villain, and he had no reason to spare Lin Yufan. He hated him very much, and if Lin Yufan was let go, it would be a pitfall in his mind. From the moment Heiwu caught Lin Yufan's fate is already doomed, it is death. Yula said this sentence. Lin Yu seemed to be a little moved, but he still didn't believe in Yifei. He gritted his teeth. Face change. In the end, shut up and say nothing. When Yifei saw this, he was not annoyed. Instead, he said, Lin Yufan, you still have a bit of spine. Black Friday, take him away. Yes, master. Black 5-1. A hand knife directly knocked Lin Yufan out, and then the other bodyguards worked together to drag Lin Yufan away to Lu Zihao. Go there. Lu Zihao created a wasteland in the outskirts of Yandu a month ago, and he is in charge of the killer of the Louis I organization in Checkson. Lin Yufan was dragged away too. And Yifei sent a few bodyguards to search Lin Yufan's residence. Lin Yufan's laptop. Most likely, it is still hidden in Lin Yufan's place. As long as he finds the computer, Lin Yu. This person is worthless. Yifei 04 chatted on the phone for a while, and after waiting for less than an hour, he received another bodyguard from himself. Incoming call. Xiaogu. The laptop was found. Lin Yufan. The voice of the bodyguard was rough and excited. 44 When Lin Wangyu hid the laptop in a hollow tile. On the phone. Yifei's spirits lifted up, but he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. But think about it, Lin Yufan's living space is very limited, only to check carefully. Always find it. Very good. Your salary will double this month. Bring me the laptop, Yifei said lightly. Yes, master. Half an hour later, that laptop appeared on Yifei's desk. It was a silver high-end laptop. Yifei opened the files in the computer in the office. Sure enough, I found countless. A classic from the earth. Songs to scripts, from novels to variety shows. Laptop in hand. Comfortable. Chapter 179 Experience Point Source Seeking Subscription. The companies and industries of this notebook computer are in full bloom. Use this laptop. It is indeed crucial. This laptop is against Yifei 5. A laptop worth tens of billions. That is it. Yifei's Weiyu showed a slight smile. The laptop went to Mao, which meant that Lin Yufan also rented it. Yifei called Lu Zihao. Little master. Lu Zihao's voice came from the phone. N. Zihao. Let me dispose of that Lin Yufang. Don't leave the most. 8 Lu Ziting is a puppet. Then he answered in a serious voice. B. Don't worry about Lu Zihao's loyalty. The level of trust by the Yi family is even higher than that of Black Friday. Problem. This is handed over to Lu Zihao to be Gongberry. Mountain. About an hour later, Yifei SE received the system news mention. Congratulations to the host. Successfully wiped out the king of entertainment Julie. Lin Yufan, the protagonist, has a bonus of 000 experience points. This is indeed a top reward. 1. Yifei gets 1000 experience points. Reward. His current experience value is 400 points after this journey. After that, Yifei's experience value soared. Distance. The goal based on 0 experience points is only 700 points. All. With 50 experience points, Yifei can. And the skills of the front leaves are advanced. 5 years later. The effects of master skills are compared to advanced skills. That is qualitative. According to the system's previous prompts, he has already made it clear. Upgrade, Yifei said dissatisfied. Host, go here to shoulder the road. Accuracy increased. The system prompts. Yifei shrugged. Yulin Yufan, the male lead of Uranus Superstar 2, is indeed quite weak. The system is right, the king of entertainment part 1. This parallel world 1. In Quijel S novels, the male lead US goal is to dominate the young master of his country. After all, the king of entertainment Samsung 1. The king of soldiers from the capital and the rebirth of the immortal in the city of the little luck in the west. A total of 4 novels constitute. Yuna is more difficult to deal with than Chen Luo. Yuan got this tens of billions of laptops. The goal of 50 experience points is now thinking about 5. Novel network. It is already a fruitful harvest. He selected a few classic songs of the face population. He will have to meet with Lu Ling next. One side. The woman of the Queen of Joy. Lu Lingjun is. Lu Lingyao does have the power to become an afterthought. Yifei is very clear. Zhang Minli's previous note 7. Dian Lu Lingyun shines even if there is no master. Become entertainment. In Uranus of entertainment, he is proficient in various classical instruments and quickly entertains Xi Zhangwang. Has become a generation of queens. The voice of the earth is extremely sweet. A well-deserved diva in the music circle. More importantly, in the chaotic entertainment industry. There have been scandals with other stars. Spit out. Zhang looked at his watch to calculate the time and Lu Lingyun should have arrived. What about Lu Lingjun? Why haven't we arrived yet? Yifei was a little puzzled. He walked out of the office to find Zhang Minli. President Yi, wait a moment. ILL calls. Ling Yun's voice came. Hey, hello Miss Lu, this is Zhang Minli. Straight. There was a slight grievance in his voice. After Gong Ke he silently came light and beautiful. I think I might be lost. Lost one by one, Zhang Minli and Yifei looked at each other. I feel a little bit dumbfounded, but Yifei knew. Jay will show you the way, Zhang Minli said hurriedly. Quickly talk about the landmarks around you now. Yi Li smoked the fish and said, forget it. Well, then, Lu Linglu reported his position. Or even the opposite direction. Yifei asked the secretary to pick up Lu Lingyun. Did you see Lu Lingyun and the secretary delayed? About half an hour later, Lu Lingyun walked quickly, tuned like an elf. Hair dyed Asia, linen micro roll, Lu Lingjun walked into the company, Brilliant Entertainment. In fact, the employees of Brilliant Entertainment often see celebrities. But generally speaking, Ming Qian Nuo Zhao star is photogenic and privately. It is completely a Western concept. Many celebrities have very different appearances. But Lu Lingyun was different. The ground-ass appearance was extremely beautiful, attracting everyone as rules. He walked quickly and apologized very politely, yes. I have seen Zhang Minli in the 5 counties of Lu State. The land also knows that Zhang Minli is waiting for the job. No, just listen to a clear sound. This girl is really cute. Chapter 180. You were the most powerful genius I have ever seen. Yifei saw Lu Lingyun as slightly aggrieved face covering his forehead in front of him, and he couldn't help but smile. This future song is really not so cute. Lu Lingjun also saw Yifei at this time. She looked at Yifei with a pair of cutwater pupils, and there was a bright color in her eyes, and she couldn't help saying, it is you. Lu Lingjun still remembered that Yifei helped her show the way. Yes, it is me. Yifei smiled. Zhang Minli was taken aback. He didn't expect his boss to meet Lu Lingjun. What happened? However, there are not many people who are very acquainted with Zhang Minli. He just introduced to Lu Lingyun. Introduced, this is our company as veteran. Bored, Mr. Yifei. Yifei turned out to be the boss of Brilliant Entertainment. Lu Lingyun was holding her head, she couldn't believe it. Rubbing his forehead lightly. Lu Lingjun then said, hello, President Yi, thank you for helping me last time. Lu Lingyun's voice was very light. It belongs to the type that can attract people only by sound. Her voice is as ethereal as a bird's voice but also like a clear spring. It is extremely beautiful, and her soft voice makes people feel enjoyable. Lu Lingjun looked at Yifei carefully. Suddenly he felt that Yifei was a bit familiar, not just the meeting that night but also some other occasion. But Lu Lingyun couldn't remember it. Miss Lu is here to sign a formal contract today, right? The 947 contract is ready, let us talk about it inside. Yifei said. In fact, this kind of contract has been negotiated a long time ago, it is just a cutscene. Lu Lingyun nodded slightly, and she said, okay, President Yi. Don't be so polite, just call me Yifei. Yifei shrugged and let Lu Lingyun walk into the office. But Zhang Minli didn't bother Yifei. He didn't enter the office very witty. Yifei took out the contract and asked Lu Lingyun to sign it. In fact, the terms of the star contract offered by Yifei were very loose. He signed a contract with Lu Lingyun for 5 years. During the 5-year period, the rules. The two parties have agreed to share the terms of the contract, and he will also devote resources to Lu Lingyun. 5 years later, Yifei has priority to renew Lu Lingyun's contract. Lu Lingjun signed the contract readily and wrote a line of Shouwan, which was very high. After signing the contract, both parties are very happy. At this time, Yifei turned on his other computer and copied some good high-quality classic songs on this computer. Song. Yifei looked at Lu Lingjun and said, Miss Lu, I have a few songs here. You can choose a few as the main album of the next album. Hit song. Lu Lingyun Bat was slightly startled when Yifei said so. Slightly curiously looking at Tufei. The title song of the next album. Lu Lingyun is a little skeptical, in fact her next album is already in production, and Lu Lingyun is very concerned about several songs in the album. Ku is very confident, but now Yifei actually took out the songs for her to choose, and let her carry the songs as the main album. Of course Lu Lingjun would be suspicious. She doubted Yifei's vision for choosing songs, but she is not easy to say this kind of thing clearly. Lu Ling Yun thought to herself if Yifei chose some very ordinary songs, she would refuse. For music, her standards have always been very strict. Yifei opened the computer's audio playback software one and let Lu Lingyun play it. Lu Lingjun clicked on it curiously, and she saw two produced audios with the words. I heard the audio of Yi. Missing is a very mysterious thing, like a shadow. Silent and breathless haunting in my heart, in a blink of an eye, engulfing me in the silence. Hearing this melody, Lu Lingyun was startled at first, then a look of surprise appeared in his bright eyes. This piece of music. With Lu Lingyun's appreciative ability, he can of course hear that this piece is a classic song, an absolute classic song. How about this song? Yifei asked with a smile. Very good, very good. As a professional singer, Lu Lingyun gave the answer when he heard the song. This song can be judged by her appreciation to this Yuko is definitely a golden song. If this song could be the main song of her new album, it would be great. Lu Lingyun's eyes were shining brightly. You will listen to other songs, Tufei said. Lu Lingyun clicked on another song, and she felt a pleasant surprise now, which felt like digging a treasure. Of course, Lu Lingyun doesn't expect all songs to be like just now. After all, a piece of the level of I do is a well-deserved classic piece in Lu Lingyun's eyes. Lu Lingjun clicked on the next song, the song name of this song was Later, and immediately after that, this song also came. Later, I finally learned how to love. It is a pity that you have long gone and disappeared in the crowd. Later, I finally understood in tears. Some people, equals the missed day is not there. Lu Lingjun's heart was shocked as soon as the lyrics and melody of this song were released. Lu Lingjun opened her small mouth and looked at EKL with her bright eyes in disbelief. Are you going to listen to the next one to try? Yifei's mouth had a faint smile. Lu Lingjun clicked and played the next song, called. When I clicked on this piece, Lu Lingyun was even more startled when he heard the melody. She was completely astonished. It has another song that is so beautiful and tactful. The key lyrics are also good, heartstrings. After Lu Lingjun listened to it, he subconsciously clicked on the next song. Coincidentally, this song is exactly the song by Jay Cho. Blue and White Porcelain. Here, her amazing discovery, Yifei. From the perspective of light, it seems that the random songs are all classic songs, even in the albums of those line singers, it is definitely title song level, but these top tunes turned out to be like a bad streak, let her pick two. These tunes were actually chosen by her at random. Lu Lingjun looked up at Yifei and said softly, Mr. Yi, did you write these songs? Yifei smiled and denied 14 these songs were only obtained by accident. Lu Lingjun didn't know why, she looked at Yifei carefully, and suddenly thought of what was going on with her familiarity with Yifei just now. Lu Lingjun played back several piano videos he had watched. The protagonist in the video is Yifei. Moonlight, Wedding in Dreams and Adelina by the Water. Lu Lingyun immediately understood. She couldn't help but blurt it out, and said, Mr. Yi, I remember, you're the creation of those Yuzi. Author. Was actually recognized Yifei shrugged, that is it. These music pieces are also made by you, you're the most powerful musical genius I have ever seen, Lu Lingyan whispered, she. The bright eyes were completely shocked by Yifei's talent, and he sighed with sincere emotion. Chapter 181 Musician's Invitation. Yifei saw Lu Lingyun's expression, knowing that it was misunderstood by Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingjun has heard Yifei's piano pieces that are called peerless classics, and subconsciously thinks that Yifei is a musical genius, so. She also misunderstood that these songs were all composed by Yifei. Yifei was about to make a few excuses, facing Shang Lu Lingyun's crystal-like eyes. But I heard the system prompt. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 100 experience points from Lu Lingyun. Get another 100 experience points. Now that you get experience points, Yifei simply didn't bother to argue. What do you think of these songs, Ms. Lu? Yifei asked with a smile. Mentioned these songs, Lu Lingyun was excited, she said softly, I like these songs very much, every the capital is very happy. Joyous, Mr. Yi, these songs can really be chosen by me, it will become the main song in my album too. Of course, Yifei said, the top female singers of the later stage, especially Lu Lingyun, have also signed a 5-year-long contract with his company Brilliant Entertainment, which is worthy of Yifei's investment. Source. Lu Lingjun's heart was overjoyed, and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Yi, I want to choose I do a meeting. Can these two songs be used as album tracks? Lu Lingyun's album is mainly about love songs. Although Blue and White Porcelain is a classic among the classics, Lu Lingyun still. I chose I do, of course, no question. Yifei smiled and said, Miss Lu, it just so happens that I haven't heard you sing a live version of the song. Would you like a song? Lu Lingjun nodded and agreed, anyhow Yifei is his own boss, and his request should still be met. Lu Lingjun is extremely talented in music. She has only listened to it a few times, but she can already remember the lyrics and tunes. Lu Lingjun cleared her throat first. She opened her throat very professionally. After he opened his voice, Lu Lingjun sang softly, missing is a kind of, very mysterious thing, one by one like a shadow. Silent and breathless, touching in the bottom of my heart, blinking and swallowing in loneliness. Lu Lingyun's voice is agile and elegant, much like the noise of the queen of the past life without a concubine, but it is more clear and clearer than the noise of the princess. Clean, with the soft noise of Lu Lingyun, she performed this song to the fullest. Lu Lingjun lightly hummed I am willing. Is greater than or equal to this song, although she is a cappella. But both the voice and emotion are in place. Surprising. The remnant sound circumscribes the beam for 3 days. Yifei listened to Lu Lingyun's clear noise, even in the high-pitched part, it was perfectly soft. Lu Lingyun breathed and exhaled. The method is very mature, absolute professional singer strength, and is a top professional singer. Yifei knew immediately that he had found a treasure with his Brilliant Entertainment. Worthy of being the queen of the future, this noise talent is truly extraordinary. The noise is so comfortable. And what surprised Yifei was that Lu Lingyun was in a completely different state when singing. She usually looks a little natural. Staying, but singing a song is full of charm, almost like a different person, becoming dazzling. This made Yifei couldn't help feeling that some people are indeed born to be singers and stars. Unexpectedly, Lu Lingyun's graceful and exquisite body contains such strong energy. The treble part just now made him. It's amazing. The second song is finished. Lu Lingyun's eyes are like stars, her pretty face is white and delicate, she now looks like a delicate porcelain doll. After all, Yifei is a talented composer and musician in her little place at the moment. If you can get Yifei's high evaluation, come to her. Said it is the recognition of the wife. Lu Lingjun actually didn't say a word just now, her current mobile phone ringtones are all played by Yifei last time. Moonlight. Yifei faintly laughed, Miss Lu, you sing very well, in fact, it is almost perfect to sing like this the first time, but there are 2 more. A small flaw. Lu Lingyun's voice and skills are top-notch, but this song I do is after all her first time singing. Still a little flawed. Yifei compared the version of I do sung by Wang Ruan in the previous life, together with his current music experience, and pointed out the 2 points of Lu Lingyun. Small flaws. Hearing Yifei's analysis and evaluation, Lu Lingyun's eyes filled with surprise, and then he was even more convinced. I admire Yifei more. Mr. Yi, your understanding of music is really great. I am honored to be able to add a Brilliant Entertainment. Lu Lingyun said sincerely. Zero seeking freshness in. Yifei smiled, I welcome you to join. Your agent will report to you soon. Don't worry, just sing with peace of mind. Just sing at ease. This sentence made Lu Lingjun even more touched. In fact, this is also her original intention of becoming a singer. Lu Lingjun's family conditions are not poor. On the contrary, her family's conditions can be said to be quite good. She also has other options, but in the end he chose to stick to his dream and wanted. Become a singer. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Lu Lingyun said seriously. After this short time to get along, Lu Lingjun has a pretty good sense to Yifei, the boss of the next 5 years. You're welcome. Yifei got up and shook hands with Lu Lingyun, and Lu Lingyun also got up to say goodbye. Mr. Yi, I'll go back first. These 2 songs can be posted. Give it to me, I want to practice the song first. No problem, Yifei said readily. Lu Lingyun showed a shallow smile, and a pair of vortex appeared on her white face, which was even more moving. That's it, I'll go now. Lu Lingyun waved goodbye to Yifei, then turned to leave. Wait, Yifei quickly stopped her. What is the matter? Lu Lingyun's graceful figure stopped and she turned and blinked, tilting her head. Yifei called in the secretary and said to the female secretary, you can send Miss Lu home, I am afraid she will get lost again. Lu Lingyun suddenly blushed, and said in a low voice, I want to get lost when I go home since too. But the voice is getting more and more small, very unassuming. She knew the way home. The key is that she is really unfamiliar with the area of Brilliant Entertainment, and it is really easy to get lost if she really leaves her alone. Yifei couldn't help but smile when he saw Lu Lingyun's straightforward appearance. Sending off Lu Lingyun, Yifei's flight was very easy for the next 2 days. In that morning, Yifei received a call from Musician. On the phone, Musician invited Yifei to go to the martial arts gym to practice boxing. This was also an appointment between the two. Thinking about it, this seems to be Yifei's first date with Musician alone. Chapter 182 Make Musician Amazing. Musician invited Yifei to go to the boxing gym to practice boxing. This was also the second date between Musician and Yifei. This is the first date for the 2 of them in the true sense. Previously, people like Wen Shouting and Nang Jung participated in martial arts boxing matches and so on. But this time, only Yifei and Musician were the 2. Hongshan Boxing Gym, the most famous boxing gym in Yandu. This is also one of the large-scale boxing gyms recognized by the Xuanwang State Martial Arts Circle. At present, the level of martial arts in China is uneven. There are real martial arts experts, and there are many so-called masters who cheat the world. Yifei and Musician are both inner-strength martial artists, and their strengths are close to the inner-strength Taicheng, and they are also in the domestic martial arts circle. Few rivals. The 2 met in Hongshan Boxing Gym. Yifei arrived at the boxing gym first. Then there was a beautiful woman in martial arts clothes. Yingben smiled and stepped forward to greet her. Bashi-san, when this beauty Yingben saw Yifei, her eyes suddenly brightened. A handsome man. Shanyu, do you have an appointment? Well, the boxing ring in room 1, take me there. Yifei's Weiyu evoked a talkative smile. Hearing that Yifei's reservation was for the number 1 ring, this beautiful woman Yingbin showed a sweet smile on her face and said to Yifei, Mr. Please follow me. The number 1 ring is set by Muzili. This is not an ordinary ring that can be ordered. It is usually reserved for top VIPs. After Yifei arrived in the ring room, Muzijin arrived in less than 2 minutes. It was the time agreed by the two. Came on time. Yifei looked at Muzijin, only to see that Muzijin's dress was simple and casual today. Muzijin put on a loose white martial arts uniform, her black hair tied up, she was so pure and beautiful. Due to regular exercise. Muzijin's skin is delicate and rosy, with almost no pores visible, as clear as suet white jade. It is no wonder that Muzijin has always shown herself without makeup and never put on makeup. The skin is so good that she does not need makeup. It is rare to see Muzijin wearing a martial arts uniform with a different kind of beauty. Yifei is straightforward, let us practice boxing first. Ring number 1 is an activity room for a very young lady, which has various sports facilities, such as archery, bowling, billiards and so on. The most important of these is of course the boxing ring. In the middle of the activity room, there is a large boxing ring, which is in full compliance with the standard of the international boxing competition. The ring is an octagonal field similar to an octagonal cage, completely simulate a real fighting game. Yifei stepped onto the ring and looked at Muzijin with a smile. Muzijin also readily agreed, said, well, let us try it. Muzijin is also looking forward to practicing with Yifei. Since the last gold robbery, Muzili knew that Yifei was very strong, whether it was Tufei defeating Xiangjun last time. Still leaves. Flying against Chen Luo in the video is enough to prove this. Therefore, Muzijin has been looking forward to practicing with Yifei. As for Yifei, not to mention it, Yifei knows that his relationship with Muzish is getting closer and closer, but there's still a little difference between the two, which is the last one. Get close to the door. A woman like Muzijin is not only being smart but also very powerful. It is almost impossible for ordinary men to pursue Muzijin. Yifei's relationship with Muzijin now can be considered very close, but if they want to go a step further, it takes another. Some opportunities. The date between the two of Hongshan Boxing Gym is a good opportunity. Yifei knows very well that if you want to attract Muzijin, you need to be extremely strong in one aspect at least, get her approval, and cause her interest. For example, Muzijin was good at swimming before. Another example is the Guoshu Gong, which Muzijin is better at. Yifei and Muzijin stood on the ring, Muzijin was graceful, standing upright, extremely elegant. Muzijin blinked at Yifei and said, then let us start, I am welcome. And Yifei also had a natural look. Come. As soon as Yifei's voice fell, the two of them were in full shape. Muzijin and Yifei were already fighting in the ring. Seeing Muzijin's exquisite figure, her footsteps were light, almost a little bit, and she approached Yifei. Two punches and fists attacked one after another. Bang! The air makes a burst of noise. Yifei's heart was awe-inspiring, and Muzijin's strength was probably the best among the martial artists with internal strength, and he was not inferior to Chen Luo. The difference in body structure determines that a woman's strength is inherently inferior to that of a man, and Muzijin's strength is also inferior. Going to Chen Luo, but the speed is still beyond. And she punches beautifully and is very ornamental. Muzijin's offensive is like flowing water, continuously. Although Yifei was surprised, the reaction on his hands was extremely fast. In a hurry, the two of them fought against each other, Yifei. But fast and powerful, this force came under strong pressure, and even Muzijin felt the pressure of the giant lady. After all, the two were just discussing each other, not fighting with each other. Of course, they also kept each other as hands. Judging from the comparison between the two to preserve their strength, the strength of the two sides is between the two. The stunning color in Muzijin's bright eyes grew stronger and stronger. Because Muzijin saw Yifei come out with his own eyes during the gold robbery. Hands, she thought she should be better than Yifei. It was the first time that Muzijin met a man of the same age who could share her with her. The two played against each other for more than 10 minutes, and there were still back and forth. Gradually, Yifei's men are getting stronger, so it gradually accounts for. According to the slightest advantage, Muzijin was at this moment. She stepped forward and was about to make a fist, but suddenly her feet slipped slightly and turned to Yifei's side. Bump. It turned out that there was wet sweat on the ring, which caused Muzijin to slip. This degree of slipping is nothing to Muzijin, she can easily solve this problem by staying steady in midair. But Yifei's hands were quick and quick. He stretched out and directly pulled Muzijin's waist to stabilize her step. Yifei's action in this way directly caused him to half hold Muzijin and hug her slender waist. Suddenly, the atmosphere between the two became subtle. Yifei's mouth fished up. In fact, this was a good opportunity. It was inevitable that the two of them had physical contact in their boxing exercises. The atmosphere in the boxing gym is gradually settled. Chapter 183. This man is a monster. On the ring, Yifei half-hugged Muzijin. The two limbs only touched briefly, equals touching. Yifei smiled and said, let us take a break first for a moment. Zijing, your Wing Chun is very powerful, and it is just right. There is a sense of vein bursting like a panic. Yifei didn't deliberately praise Muzijin, he was telling the truth. Muzijin's Wing Chun boxing is already popular among everyone, and I am afraid that many so-called Wing Chun Taishi in the country are her opponents. In addition, Muzijin's Xingyiquan is also excellent. She is also an actual combat school who does not stick to every move. Yifei and Muzijin have played against each other. Two kinds of hearty feeling. A light smile appeared on Muzijin's pretty face. Danti praised me. Your skill and fist technique also amazed me. Quan Yi. Athlete S. Berry is amazing, with the help of the sound, the strength with the energy, and the essence is deep. Jin also spoke highly of Yifei's fists and kicks. After the two played against each other, Muzijin's cheeks were flushed, and there were fine wangju on her smooth forehead. She seems to feel the waist. There was Yifei's body temperature just now. This inadvertent physical contact between the two is indeed wonderful. She was actually hugged by this guy. She also hugged her waist. Muzijin suppressed the strangeness in her heart and kept her expression natural. Why don't we play some other projects? Yifei suggested, and he looked around. Want to play other types of projects? Muzijin blinked. She whispered, okay, I think I can try shooting. Muzijin liked to get along with Yifei. Every time I get along with Yifei, Dufei will surprise her and get along well with Yifei. The service is very relaxing. Shooting. Shooting is also a project that Muzijin is good at. She has been in the military since she was a child, and she was born in a military family, so she is right. Shooting is very proficient. Muzijin said this deliberately. Who made Yifei behave so well? Not only does she swim better than her, but also her best skills are not inferior to her. This made Muzijin a little bit unconvinced. Muzijin's mouth was hiding a smile. She deliberately vomited in embarrassment. Humph, who made you so good? I don't believe you are even better at shooting than me. Mu Zijin couldn't help feeling like a little daughter in her heart. She blinked at her sleeping son. She looked at Yifei. To Mu Zijin's surprise, Yifei actually agreed. Yifei smiled and replied, okay, no problem. There was a hint of surprise in Mu Zijin's bright eyes, but she didn't say much and said straightforwardly, come on, then. Yifei opened the system page and silently opened the page of the system skills, consuming equals billions of funds and directly mastered firearms. This skill has been upgraded to a high level. In fact, Yifei wanted to upgrade this skill a long time ago. It is especially useful to be proficient in this skill with firearms. After all, at critical moments, firearms proficiency is likely to save lives. These knowledge and skills appeared in Yifei's mind as if they were born with two. Yifei can use the existing experience at will. Gun mastery. Yifei had this skill. Suddenly he was full of confidence. He wanted to give Mu Zijin another surprise. In Hangshan Boxing Gym, there are also venues dedicated to practice shooting and shooting. Yifei and Mu Zijin went to the shooting area and both got 2 high simulation pistols given by the staff. Pistol shooting. Pistol shooting is very difficult because pistols are only suitable for close range shooting and aiming difficulty and accuracy are required. It takes a long time to train to be effective. How do you want to compare? Mu Zijin laughed. Just follow the rules of rapid fire pistols in international competitions. Shoot 6 human targets with 6 bullets in each group. Yifei's words are concise and concise. The rules are simple and clear. They are completely the rules of the game, but they are slightly looser in terms of time. That's it. A faint surprise flashed in Mu Zijin's beautiful eyes, and it was impossible to think that Yifei would actually compete according to the rules of the international competition. Is it Yifei really proficient in shooting 3? Okay, Mu Zijin agreed. Therefore, Yifei and Mu Zijin held the pistols, their fingers must be placed outside the trigger guard, and both of them were ready. Posture, stand still in front of the electronic broadcaster. Yifei has one-handed and one-armed guns. He was facing right away and pressed against the neck of the gun. When standing, the feet of Yifei should be about shoulder width apart. Keep your toes apart naturally. Yifei's standing posture is extremely standard. It can be described as professional. Mu Zijin was even more surprised when she saw Yifei's gun holding and standing posture. Mu Zijin didn't have time to think about it. Her graceful figure was standing, her straight and slender legs were particularly eye-catching. Start. With the sound of the electronic broadcaster, Yifei and Mu Zijin fired at the same time. A total of 18 bullets are divided into 3 groups, 6 bullets per group. Bang bang bang. The sound of inspection sounded continuously. After dozens of seconds, the gunfire fell silent again. For a while, the surroundings are extremely quiet. After a moment of silence, the electronic broadcaster first reported Mu Zijin's results. 179 ring. Yifei was slightly surprised. Mu Zijin's performance was indeed amazing. In the case of rapid shooting, it reached an astonishing 179. Ring. Mu Zijin rolled up the blue silk on his face. With a bright smile on his face, he was obviously satisfied with the result. Immediately afterwards, Mu Zijin and Yifei looked at Yifei's achievements. In the next second, both Mu Zijin and Yifei were slightly startled. 757 because the electronic broadcaster broadcasts Yifei's results, 180 ring L. All soil rings. This means that Yifei's achievements can only be described as horror. He is better than Mu Zijin. In fact, Yifei didn't expect it. After all, this was Yifei's first shooting after acquiring the system skills. Yifei only felt very handy. There may be some luck in this, but in short, Yifei won. Upon seeing this, Mu Zijin blinked Xu Lingling's eyes. Her red lips were pursing slightly. 2 double cut water in her pupils looked at Yifei carefully. Can he help it? In a low voice, for what a monster, you're so good at shooting. Yifei smiled lightly. It feels good just now. Yifei's reaction and speed from holding inspection to standing posture to shooting are all quite terrifying, absolutely at the level of well-trained. Mu Zijin looked at the man in front of her with bright eyes. She found that this man was really like a treasure. The more you dig, the more you can get. The difference is now, Mu Zijin couldn't beat him in swimming, shooting, and skills that he was best at. Ding, congratulations to the host, increase the experience value by 100 points. Yifei's experience points have increased again, and the corners of his mouth are curved, and he is close to his goal of 500 experience points. Chapter 184 Kidnapped. Yifei's experience value has risen to 4,500 points. The goal of the joint reserve is nearly 8 feet, and Yifei is very happy. Certainly, the increase in experience value is second. What is more important is the relationship between him and Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin was completely amazed by Yifei's performance. Drama talent Mu has thought about it, if Yifei is not good at shooting for a while. Fei's performance obviously shocked her. Bai Xing also lost to Yifei, although it is only a difference. Mu Zijin is confident in his marksmanship, but this is enough to show that Ida's prosecution level is not superior to her. Lanyang Wushu strikes these 3 areas of growth, but it can be won. For women like the Gemini Station, they are stronger than the ground, and the soil can take the first place. From this point of view, now leaves. Fei did a very good job, and just got the system experience value to prove Lang. Silent Bao and Mu Ziqing didn't know that Yifei was proficient in shooting. So when he Baoran. Especially in the shooting competition just now, Yifei is not the first product city. Ju's amazing shooting prowess suddenly surprised Shuzi. Stand by play, let us play something else proposed by Shishui. Can win every time. Mu Zijin is white. The eyes vomiting Fei turned out to be a little charming. I don't compare with you. Mu Ziyu seems to complain, but the mouth fish. Shang Huqi was obviously in a good mood at the moment. I was just lucky. You have a real chance. Yila the truth. Why don't we come again to compare the shooting art sales of pistol in those 2 moments? To be honest, it was indeed a bit of luck to win against Muzzy just now. It shows that his strength is very strong, but Bingzi Station was a little moved, and it was normal for shooting to lose or lose. Spit X. Senate White played all Earth ring results. Xu Zijin was about to nod his head in agreement. Suddenly I heard the sound of the phone in her pocket ringing. Mu Zijin smiled instructively at Yifei. Hey, Mu Ziyu smiled, pretty face. Mu Zijin. After the call, the smile on her delicate face quickly disappeared. Lang Ruo Bingba became extremely serious. Yifei also realized that something seemed wrong. Mu Zijin hung up the phone in a hurry. What is wrong? Yifei asked. Mu Zijin said plainly. When Shouting was kidnapped. When Shouting was kidnapped 9. He was also shocked by the news. Yifei has slight sign, but also exempted from shock evidence. When Shooting is Xu Zijin's best friend, and the relationship between the two is quite good, and When Shouting is also good to Yifei. It has been here every time. Fei expressed a good impression, and she even matched Yifei with Wen Xiaoping. That is a very optimistic and cheerful girl. Westerners are also friends. But now, Wen Xiaoping has been kidnapped 9. Yifei Zhou's head wrinkled slightly. Why was Wen Xiaobo suddenly being driven? Dazagu said quickly, things are a bit complicated. I must rush to site to find out now. I'll accompany you, Yifei said lightly. Anyhow, when shouting also helped herself. Yifei has always been clear about grievances and grievances. Mu Zijin knew the danger of this, she wanted to reject Yi. But he said indifferently, my skill is not worse than you, and also proficient in planting, can definitely help. That's good, I'll thank you for Shubei. Xu Ziling also had dry legs. Qi and Bingziu didn't hesitate anymore, they immediately left Jinshan boxing gym. Right now, Mu Ziling got into Yifei's car, 2 people. Chat while acting fast, they all looked serious, Yifei also knew, this time, it is definitely not a trivial matter. Although she is not as good as. You know when Xiaobu is not a weak woman, she and knew you. ZDA but ordinary people are not her opponents at all. Mu Ziling, but, the origin of these kidnappers is definitely not simple. And more importantly, Yifei is very clear about the plot of the original book. In other words, the development of this period is not the unexpected bug under the leaf. The butterfly effect caused by Ichigo Kai, it has made a slight change to the world. What is the specific situation, Yifei asked in a low voice. Zhao Feng called me this call, he only told me that Wei Kun was kidnapped. Mu Zijin shook his head. I don't know the specifics, just now, the electric E. Let us say that Wei seems to be Duoban S and they named me even more by name. Second, the incident is empty and the salt now knows very little. According to the beginning, they are also understanding value opening and. Mu Zijin speaks quickly, briefly explain the problem. Yifei was roughly clear, the supporters in these articles turned out to be the one who named the Taoist to see the place. In this way, these kidnappers know the relationship between Mu Ziling and Wen Shouting. The upright goal is Mu Zijin. Yifei knows where the incident happened. There is no one there, the kidnappers kidnapped Wen Shouting there. It is indeed a good place to choose. Yifei knew that the current situation was urgent. The fish share the secret. The throttle on Daimon Jilu said to Jiezi, you are renting. Good. When the drama fell, Yifei suddenly stepped on the oil. After stepping on the accelerator, Yifei didn't care about the road conditions. He found. Now I went all the way and went straight to the eastern suburbs of Yandu. Yifei knew that the matter was urgent, so he used the fastest speed. Donging of friends, Yifei drove the Binhei Road mad boat. Mu Ziling only heard the engine. Both were in the eastern suburbs. I can still carry it to her. At the same time, on the road, the above-mentioned sub-Jun was connected. Shangfeng has already explained to Mu Zijin the previous concrete feelings. Mu Zigu's drawing was more serious, and it made me more interested. Realize that things are not simple. Chapter 185. At the fastest speed, Shuiyan capital left the eastern suburbs. Fast hurricane, the surrounding scenery regressed. The eastern suburbs of Yandu soon approached. During the period, Xu Ziling received a call from Nengke. Tu Fei asked in a deep voice, Zishang. Mu Yuing took a deep breath and said, the other party is myself passed when I was on the border of Yunqiao province. Enemy, the leader is called Wan Kun. I didn't expect him to be alive one by one. This time the kidnapper turned out to be her. Yifei also knew that Mu Zijin had been in the army and she was. Enemies encountered during previous missions. He came specifically to find Mu Zijin to seek revenge. The former is often active in China's Yunnan province, Baixiang country, and Nanjiao country. Yifei squinted and heard Mu Zijin say, one who used to go through UI. The main one equals belt is very powerful. Waiting for the country, his identity is a mercenary, specializing in some shady business and activities. Here a brief explanation from Mu Ziyu. Yifei knew better. It turns out that these kidnappers like Wancheng are on the border 80 and southeast. Mercenaries around the country. Yifei knew that the border zone was indeed chaotic, especially those hired puppet soldiers. In terms of its independence, Wan Shangqi is even more terrifying than the killers of the Tang Lilang organization. Because the killer needs to run the secret in the queen. However, Wan Di dared to stand against Wen Xiaobang and threatened Mu Zixuan with Wen Looting. It is simply too brave to avoid anything. Dealing with this kind of person is indeed very tricky. Yifei drove. Bian quickly asked, this all land is an official. Taskbar. The tasks performed by the second-class troops are all dispatched collectively. What is more, it is to deal with mercenaries with extremely high levels of danger like Wandi. So in Yifei's opinion, there must be a reason why Wan Kun specifically looked for the above-mentioned Ziyu. Xian Ran Muzzy whispered, we are performing the task collectively. The goal of the task at that time was to crack down on Wandong's group revenue. Kun group was in the border area. In the mercenary organization, we dispatched dozens of elites. Yifei knew it. He can imagine the scene at that time. It was definitely a fierce battle. Our offensive was very tightly organized. The result was also very good. At that time, the Wanshang group had a total of nearly 100 people. They are crowded. Knowing each other is far from our opponent. More than half of them were killed or injured. Wan Kun was almost captured by us. It seems to recall that thrilling battle. Mu Zijin. She sighed softly. The thrill of that fierce battle. Muzzy is clearly remembered. In that battle, there were also a few warriors around her. It is also deeply unforgettable for Mu Zijin. Wan Di's left hand, Wan Kun, has already faced desperation. I fired a few more shots later. Mu Zijin continued, I shot Wan Li's book, became the lover of Wendy, and Wang Kun was referring to a life, and later. We all thought Wendy was dead, but he was still alive. Wan Kun was injured by me. His lover was also shot to death by me. His lover is his favorite woman, so Wendy hates me. It is in the bone, this time it has specifically to find me revenge. Mu Zijin whispered. Shifei heard this. Basically it has been figured out. No wonder it was because of Mu Zijin that I was looking for Shu Zijin to seek revenge. Not only wounded Wan Kun, but also killed Wan Kun's lover. Wan Kun's incident was indeed extremely dangerous. After Yifei learned of the situation, he also realized that the incident was straightforward. I saw Yifei driving Futura, between the two talking. He has reached the eastern suburbs. Yifei was driving fast on the second road. This Fang Zong at has calculated the destination. Yifei and Bingzi got off the car and found that the roads in this area of the eastern suburbs were all blocked. And it has all years outside. All roads were blocked. The alarm whistle continued to sound. Yifei and Mu Zixi arrived at the clinic and saw Shangfeng with a group of people armed with the whole show following behind them when they saw Baohuan. Salute to Mu Zijin quickly. Shangfeng said solemnly, Instructor, you are finally here. After seeing Mu Ziling, Shangshang looked at Tu Fei again. See Jingliang master, or wrong, brother, you come to one. After he had passed his shoulders, he once wanted to worship Yifei as his teacher, but he was. Shangjung met Yifei last time. Refuse. Shangjung is now very convinced with Yifei. Straightforwardly asked, what is the situation now? Yifei nodded towards Xiangjun. People are surrounded. Wan Kun and his subordinates have at least 5. Xiangfeng quickly replied, report to the instructor, the surrounding area has been served by our country as official. They are fully armed and well prepared. The terrain here is relatively high, and it is easy to guard and hard to put back on the hill. They surrounded. As a hostage, when shouting was also a bargaining chip used by Wandy to force Muzijin. The caller sank, said, shouting is currently safe for the time being, but the situation is critical. You also know that the man from Wandy. If you can TC you within an hour in the 7 counties of Seming Guoshan, he will chop off when shouting S hand first. It is cruel, he just let it go. Refer to. Hearing this, Muzijin and Yifei both frown. There are not many of them, but looting is in their hands, and Wandy is very cunning. The anti-reconnaissance ability is also very strong, just point one Muzijin whispered. Yifei glanced at the surrounding terrain, as expected, as Xiangjun said, here. West can attack. The methods are brutal and cunning like a fox, it is really not easy to deal with him. And the most important thing is, Wandy has an intercom. I'll talk to him, Mu Ziling said. No, the dog thing that teaches Palace L. Wankin is here for you. If you show up straight, you will definitely want to be public. Revenge on you. Hear what Mu Zisong said. Xiangfeng flatly refused, because this is really dangerous. Chapter 186 Muzijin is my woman. The current situation is indeed a crisis for Muzijin. Wan Kun and her have a vengeance. Muzijin must be named after her name, or she will have to chop off a finger from when shouting. If Muzijin does not show up, Wan Kun will definitely do it. Muzijin knows very well. Desperados like Wan Kun can do everything. But if Muzijin really comes forward, what is waiting for her will be Wankin's crazy revenge. Muzijin heard what Xiangjun said, when she shook her head lightly, and said firmly, no matter what the name is, I am going to be late second, shouting will have one more. Divide the danger, give me the walkie-talkie and I want to talk to Wankin. Muzijin's voice was very soft, but very firm. Upon seeing this, Xiangjun sighed. He knew he couldn't persuade Muzijin. Let us describe Zijin's character what she decides, other people. It is useless to persuade you. Okay, instructor. Xiangjun asked someone to bring the walkie-talkie. The walkie-talkie is in the hands of the negotiating expert. The negotiating expert has already conducted a round of negotiations with Wan Kun, but Wan Kun always asks to see Muzzy Jin, otherwise he wouldn't talk about it at all. The negotiator handed over the opposing machine S. Muzijin took the walkie-talkie and she spoke lightly, her voice becoming cold, Wan Kun. After Muzijin's voice sounded for a while, there was a buzzing sound on the side of the walkie-talkie. Immediately after that, there was an obstruction in the walkie-talkie. The sound of, Captain Mu, I can finally wait for you hehe, it has been 2 years since I saw you, but I always remember your voice. The voice of the man in the walkie-talkie is very obstructed, and it makes people feel very uncomfortable. It is like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity to move. People are uncomfortable all over Yifei also frowned slightly, and felt uncomfortable when he heard this voice. Muzijin said coldly, stop talking nonsense, I've already come, what do you want to be in? Wan Kun sneered, and his cold voice came from the opposite plane Captain Mu. What do you think I want? I missed me back then. It is a smashing situation on the border, but now it is the biggest loser. The woman is dead and there are very few underlings. I am having such a miserable life now. It is all your fault. Wan Kun's voice became extraordinarily cold, gritted his teeth. Wan Kun's accent is very heavy. His Mandarin is not good, and it is creepy to match his obstructive voice. After just understanding, Yifei already knows that Wan Kun is a mixed race of the two countries and grew up on the border since childhood, so Wan Kun is proficient in multiple languages. In other words, his Mandarin accent is very heavy. Wan Kun, I advise you not to go too far, you just let when shouting talk about what we still have. Otherwise, Xiangjun reminded him too loudly. Looking at Wankin, he shouted angrily. Wan Kun said. Tisk tisk, Xiangjunchi, here is no part of what you were talking about L2 if you give me a mouthful, I am not afraid to tell you. Mu. Captain, since I dare to come to you today, it means I am not afraid of death I have to drag a few backs to death today. Hearing what Wan Kun said, Yifei and Muzijin looked at each other, and both of them realized that the situation was not good. Listening to Wankin's tone, he is really not afraid of death. His purpose is revenge to deal with Muzijin. This is the most troublesome too. Especially now that when shouting is still in Wankin's hands, Muzijin must always worry about when shouting as safety. What Yifei and Muzijin didn't know was that since the last time they escaped from the dead, Wan Kun was like two bereaved dogs at the border. The band began to live in exile, because Wan Kun had offended many forces on the border before, but his power was disintegrated by Muzijin and others, although he picked it up. 2 lives, but they couldn't get along in the second border zone at all, and they even faced all parties chasing and killing them. As a last resort, Wan Kun took a few loyal little brothers desperately. In the past 2 years, 10,000 Kun hated Muzijin's teeth all the time. In Wan Kun's view, if it hadn't been for Muzijin and others, he wouldn't end up like this at all. Instead of worrying about it all day. To live a desperate life, it is better to let go equals fight. Revenge fiercely against Muzijin. As a result, Wan Kun distributed the rest of his wealth to his loyal subordinates, and these subordinates were willing to sacrifice their lives for him, 10,000. After Kun and the others arrived in Yandu, they found an opportunity to die when shouting to threaten Muzijin. Xiangjun also heard what Wan Kun meant. He gritted his teeth and said, Wan Kun, you gangrene. I should have killed you in the first place. Wan Kun said with a sneer, you are also worthy of Captain Tu Mu, hehe, if you really want to save when shouting, which one? People obediently walked to the house where I was staying. You are not allowed to bring any weapons. I advise you not to get lucky. I buried explosives around the house. Attack as long as there is a slight change, I will immediately detonate the explosive and let you die with Miel. Zero seeking flowers, Wan Kun said fiercely. Hearing what Wankin said, Xiangjun cried out in anger, it is impossible to be Wankin, don't be foolish. Huh, my request is too much if I can TC you and Captain Mu within 10 minutes, I am sorry, then I must first. Cut off a finger when shouting Wan Kun sneered. As soon as Wan Kun's voice fell, I heard Muzijin's voice okay, I promise you. Muzijin promised one. Yifei frowned slightly. If Muzijin went to Wankin personally, the situation is really too dangerous. And now, it has an opportunity for Yifei. The relationship between him and Muzijin is only the last layer of window paper. If they want to truly become a relationship between men and women, they still need something. Opportunity. Wan Kun, let us change the conditions. Yifei's voice is not loud, but it can make Wan Kun hear clearly. Wan Kun heard Yifei's words, his cold voice came from the opposite machine, and Guo said yo. A strange voice, who are you? What? Are you eligible to negotiate terms with me? Tufei glanced at Muzijin, her voice still wasn't quite. Muzijin is my woman, who do you think I am too? Muzijin and Yifei pretended to be a couple in front of Xiangjun, so Yifei's words were fine. Wan Kun was stunned, and then a deep and cold laughter came from the walkie-talkie. Hey, it is so clear, Muzzy Jin Mu Zijin, you killed my woman, and now God sends your man in front of me. It s really 1 equals pay for it. Mu Zijin's expression changed slightly, and a worried look appeared on his delicate face. Obviously, Wan Kun is eyeing Yi Fei. Chapter 187 Only a few seconds. Yi K's remarks completely attracted Wan Kun's sweat. Wan Kun was overjoyed after learning that Yi Fei was actually Mu Zijin's man. He felt that this was a good revenge given to him by God. The reason why Wan Kun avenged Mu Zijin's wife is that Mu Zijin killed his woman. And now, Mu Zijin's man unexpectedly appeared. This made Wan Kun ecstatic. He even thought of the best way to avenge Mu Zijin equals that is to kill Yi Fei and let Mu Zijin also tastes how painful it is to lose his lover. Mu Zijin knew Wan Kun's thoughts. Her delicate pretty face was full of worry. She knew Tu Fei wanted to help her. Worried in my heart. Jijin is even more deeply moved, especially when Yi Fei said Mu Zijin is my woman. Her heart was shaken and her heart was unstoppable. There are waves. Mu Zijin dealt with Wan Kun alone, but it would be completely different if he was added. Especially Yi Fei is proficient in weapon inspection and martial arts. Wan Kun does not know Yi Fei. He is now the biggest variable on the scene. Wan Kun said, very good. Very good when you said you were Mu Zijin's man. Right, I have changed my mind now. You and Mu Zijin are both. Individuals walked over together. Don't bring any weapons. You'll be holding this pair of weapons from now on. Tisk 1. I remind you one more time. Don't play any tricks, otherwise I will chop off when shouting S right hand without hesitation, instead of finger L. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin looked at each other. Yi Fei could see the worry in Mu Zijin's eyes, but gave Mu Zijin a look that believed him. Immediately, Yi Fei's voice was calm and said, Wan Kun, don't play tricks either. Zijin and I can exchange hostages, but I ain't. When Zijin walks over, you must release when shouting, and the two of us will exchange for her. Yi Fei made a condition. Wan Kun was silent for a while, and said after a while, okay, I promise you, as you walk over. I release when shouting. Both of us act at the same time. Hey, to be honest, I am looking forward to seeing you. Captain Yu, who doesn't cannibalize the fireworks, actually has a man. It really surprised me. Wan Kun promised to release when shouting. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin's two bargaining chips are definitely heavier than when shouting. Wan Tan is still very clear about this. Wan Kun put forward the conditions, provided that Yi Fei and Mu Zijin entered the area of the house where Wan Kun was located at the same time before agreeing to exchange hostages. Hearing what Wan Kun said, Mu Zijin and Shang Jung both breathed a sigh of relief. At least this way, there's hope for when shouting to be rescued. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin looked at each other. Yi Fei made a few gestures at Mu Zijin, and they could only use gestures to communicate in front of the camera. Flow, lest be discovered by Wan Kun. Yi Fei was asking Shang Jung to find 2 pistols. Although Wan Kun didn't let Yi Fei 3 and Mu Zijin wear weapons, how could Yi Fei and Mu Zijin not wear weapons? Weapons, that is tantamount to letting him kill. It's just that you can carry your weapon too obvious, so you can only choose a weapon that is more convenient to wear like a pistol. Shang Jung immediately found 2 Type 92 pistols for Yi Fei and Mu Zijin to hide the pistols. In addition, Shang Jung also arranged Sniper Mao, ready to shoot at any time. Make all these arrangements when Shang Jung also looked at Tu Fei and Mu Zijin with a worried expression on his face. Despite all these arrangements, the problem is still very serious too. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin are in a tacit understanding. Yi Fei made a simple gesture to indicate to Mu Zijin at the same time as him. Action to deal with Wang Kun. Thinking of Yi Fei's excellent skill in shooting level, Mu Zijin gradually calmed down in her heart. Now that this is the end of the matter, let us let go of it like this equals fight. Mu Zijin is not the kind of woman who hesitates to procrastinate. Since the matter is irreversible, Yi Fei has also been dragged into the water. She is going to take the test now. The thing to worry about is how to minimize the danger. Wan Kun's impatient voice came from the walkie-talkie. Have you come here? Hurry up, our game should begin. Wan Kun's voice came, and Yi Fei and Mu Zijin also put on body armor at this time and did the final protection. Under such circumstances, Yi Fei's only faded out what anxious. We are here, where are when shouting people. Wan Kun sneered, HMPH, what are you worried about? Wan Kun speaks for words, as long as I see you, I will release when shouting immediately. Hearing Wan Kun's sneer, Yi Fei and Mu Zijin were finally ready to act. And Wan Kun repeatedly reminded him on the walkie-talkie, Captain Yu, you do not play tricks, raise your hands, you. 2 must not be too close. Wan Kun was very vigilant and reminded Yi Fei and Mu Zijin repeatedly. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin raised their hands and moved closer to the house where Wang Kun was. Wan Kun is still keeping his promises. When Yi Fei and Mu Zijin were approaching, they saw that when shouting was also taken by Wan Kun at the same time. Released. Yi Fei saw when shouting from a distance. I saw that when shouting looked particularly haggard at the moment, her eyes were red, her body and clothes were dusty, and she looked particularly embarrassed. However, when shouting's mental state is still relatively normal, which also made Mu Zijin a little relieved. Dante looked at Mu Zijin, who is indifferent to everyone, but in fact she is a very emotional person. When shouting is her only boudoir. Of course she takes it very seriously. Yi Fei took another look at when shouting's hand, his limbs were sound and there was no problem. When shouting walked towards Yi Fei and Mu Zijin. At this time, Wan Kun could also see Yi Fei from a distance. After looking at Yi Fei carefully, Wan Kun's voice came from the opposite machine again, tisk tisk. I was still curious just now. What kind of man did the captain find? He was a little white face after a long time. Although he looked handsome, he looked completely embroidered. Flower pillows. Unexpectedly, with your abilities, Captain Yu would actually fall in love with such a thin and useless man. Wan Kun couldn't help but sneer. Yi Fei's 3.6 appearance is very deceptive. Jun, handsome, noble temperament. At first glance, he is a rich young man. And he wears a shirt. After taking the clothes, I can see the muscles in the clothes even more. Because of this, Wan Kun felt that Yi Fei was just an ordinary little white face, and his threatening power was insufficient. Of course, Wan Kun was still very cautious. He just subconsciously looked down on Yi Fei a bit, thinking that Yi Fei Kong had 2 things: a good skin. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin are getting closer and closer to Wang Kun. Yi Fei knows very well that the next victory or defeat will be within a few seconds. He and Mu Zijin must seize every opportunity to kill Wan Kun. Chapter 188 Kill him. Yi Kishu Shilling slowly returned to support the post-Indian country. Yi Fei looked around with the corner of his eye, looking for traces around. There are at least 5 subordinates around the ground. All 5 men are equipped with weapons, although Wang Kun. According to the information that can be obtained before, the injury of the Wanyi Shenyongjing department is still very considerable. The weapons in the hands of soldiers are not very advanced, but at such a close distance. Therefore, Yi Fei and Xu Ziqing must resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Yi Fei, I used my peripheral vision to look around. It was found that there were underlings of the famous Wancheng on the heights of Nadi Shaoyuan. There are also Westerners in the country. On the left and right sides, Yi Fei noted the location of these 3 people. He and Mu Zijin looked at each other. Di Fuchong Badian's neck curve is moving, she and Yi Fei are in good agreement. At this time, Musician also nodded slightly and repaired unconsciously. So far, Muziu has no choice but to believe in EL. It can be said, in such a crisis, Shang Fei and Xu Ziqing handed the **** money to Guofeng each other. It was around 10 o'clock. The distance between Da Ziling and Wen Shouting is getting closer. Yifei and Mu Ziling had communicated before they came over. Discuss through the heat of your hands. Once Wen Xiao gets close to them, he will do it immediately. 10 meters, 5 meters, the distance is getting closer. Yifei and Muzzy, within. When you go to work, you can see the door selection ceremony of the West Floor room of instant skill and even some of the venues inside. You two walked obediently. I know you guys want tricks. Otherwise, my subordinates will be able to check the situation in the first time. Hey, there are still 50 million. Wan Kun put forward the conditions. Come and let someone prepare 2 off-road vehicles. Hearing this, Yifei was a little bit obsessed. Wan Di is also preparing to ask for a car and money to show that although he is not afraid of death. But I don't want to die. Although Wan Kun wants to retaliate against Mu Zijin. But he is not holding the heart of death. That would be much easier. I am the one who speaks. Wanjing, money is not a problem. The car is not a problem. And I want you not to hurt me and my son to give her Wanjin. The H car can guarantee that you will not answer what you did today. How do you feel? As long as you never show up again. I was down, pretending to communicate with Wan Kun, and at the same time his commitment is worthwhile. Yifei certainly can do anything to Wandy, since she is strong. All of this is sold in the court. The words set you up are interesting, but his remarks are always passed from Jingjinji. What do you have? But Wandy was rich in ES. Pirate says something like this little white face, it seems hello. How about when Yifei plays the role of a rich kid? Let us go. If you let go of me and Ziling, I can give you a billion face. Roll. The beauty is just like your own, but a more courageous little white face. Wandy ordered a moment of silence. He seemed to be still thinking about this. 503. And at this time, Yifei, Mu Zijin and Wen Shouting have met. In this warm room, Yifei and Mu Zixuan act at the same time. Yifei was a prisoner, and he suddenly grabbed Wen Shouting. Pulled him to the side while raising his hand to pull the insurance as fast as possible. Make sure that the red dot is exposed and pull the trigger to shoot. Muzzy stood at the same time Yifei moved, and immediately moved quickly to pick up and seal the attack. There are 3 people under Wan Kun's hands. 1 or 2 of the 3 are on the 2nd floor, and the other 2 are guarding on the west side of the building. Under normal circumstances, even Mu Ziqing revisited the room. It is impossible to let the 3 of you push them in the back room. Dare to let Mu Zijin and Yifei exchange Wen Shouting as hostages. No less than 10, but Wan Xiang didn't expect Yu Liefei as strength to compare. Yifei and Mu Yu. Ziyu and the 2 men instantly took out their hair guns. The 2 shot at Dian Wanwei as men. Yifei and Mu Zijin shot at the same time. Needless to say, the accuracy of the shooting of the Easyrians. With Yanyan West Street. All the people under the car were seized and hit, and then the 2 of them softened and immediately followed. Directly hit Wenkin as 2 subordinates, the left and right subordinates. Fall down attack. I heard another gunshot, Yi. They were all hit and fell down. These 2 men lay softly on the ground. Then on the 2nd floor of D. On the left and right Nishiming Wanli Heavy Street, accompanied by fierce seizures, bullets swiftly Bosuo directly hit Wanli. Fei picked up the pistol again, under the patrol. Yifei's shot was accurate. The moment the sound of the check sounded, there was a breath at the exit. The weird twist of his body is already complete. Suddenly, 3 of Wan Kun's men were killed in a blink of an eye. 5th, after several consecutive checks, I pulled Wen Suibo over one by one, and I used it 4 times for a while. Wan Kun is being awakened in a blink of an eye. Wendy has injured more than half of Wang 500. Only then did Wendy know. It turned out that Yifei pressing Wang Zhen in front of him was not a little white face. It has a fierce shot for a lifetime. His skill and marksmanship are not inferior to Sassy. Damn L. Wan Kun gritted his teeth, saying loudly, damn you want me. Wan Kun's angry and gloomy voice came from the opposite machine. Wanpo has realized that his current situation is extremely dangerous, but Wanpo. 7 on the 3 men of Zubi. Kun can help it. I can only stare at Yi and Mu Zijing. Jian then, when Lin Pei was killed by Yi, Yi Liao dragged Wen Shouting to find the bunker, and Mu Zijing covered Yi and Wen Shouting. Also look for shelter on the other side. Voice, just listen to him roaring and saying, the. Wan Kun is on a violent road like Lei Jiji, you can hear him roaring too much without entering the machine. Die, Shuziyu, and your man, you all have to die. Wan Kun didn't know Yifei's name. Can only yell Mu Ziling's name. Full of anger, continued to rise with anger. Chapter 189. All his staff are loyal to him. The moment Wan Kun saw the damage of the 3 of his men, he was so painful that he dripped blood. He couldn't think that Yifei, who looked as weak as a scholar, turned out to be the king of beasts far more than Mu Zijin. And horrible. In an instant, Yifei killed 2 people, and Mu Zijin killed 1. Shang Zheng actually counted the wrong number of people just now. Wan Kun now has 5 subordinates, including Wan Kun himself 2 and a total of 6 people. These 6 people are now more than half dead or injured. Wan Kun was furious and jumped like thunder. He roared out loud. Wan Kun was holding an AK-47 assault rifle. It was a fierce shot. Fire 9 suppression L. The powerful firepower suppressed Yifei and Mu Zijin to avoid their sharp edges for the time being. Although the equipment of these people like Wan Kun is not very sophisticated, it is still possible. The device is equipped for revenge against Mu Zijin. After being killed by Yifei and Mu Zijin, Wan Kun gritted his teeth at Yifei and Mu Zijin, wishing to kill them. The corpses are all broken into pieces, especially the man of Mu Zijin. Although the man seems weak, but his shot was so fierce, he left a deep impression on Wan Kun. Impression. This man must die. Damn guy, dare to play with him. Wan Kun equals Yifei was always on guard, knowing that Yifei might be a little better than he thought, but he didn't expect it, Yifei. Fei could be so strong. No wonder Mu Zijin fell in love with this man. Thinking of this, Wan Kun felt cruel in his heart. What Wan Kun thought in his heart was that Z must kill Yifei to vent his anger, let Yifei know that he was not that good at playing, and Wan Kun wanted to kill even more. With Yifei, let Mu Zijin also taste the feeling of losing her lover. Wan Kun picked up the gun, and he shot in the direction of Yifei and Mu Zijin. At the same time, Wan Kun's 2 subordinates were also in his. Instructed to open fire violently on Yifei and Mu Zijin. The gunshots kept coming, and the danger was extremely extreme. Under such circumstances, even Yifei and Mu Zijin felt the pressure coming, and the 2 of them faced such pressure. I couldn't retreat for a while. Although Wen Shouting was rescued, it was still very dangerous. The suppression of Fire 9 was too fierce. Yifei looked at Wen Shouting, only to see that Wen Shouting at this time was in a state of ignorance, and Wen Shouting's eyes were red and bloodshot. At the same time, her body trembled slightly. It was obviously fear and psychological trauma. Under such circumstances, Tufei patted Wen Xiaoting's hand fiercely, said, shouting, you are more sober, now you are not in a daze. When this happens, we will be in danger. Wen Xiaoting's current status is very unsatisfactory, and her room will become a burden for Yifei and Mu Zijin. So Yifei must make Wen Xiaoting sober. Wen Xiaoting's eyes gradually returned to color. She was threatened by Wan Kun just now. Under Wan Kun's threat and even punishment, Wen Xiaoting is facing great mental pressure. Her spirit is almost collapsed. 877. Fortunately, Wen Xiaoting was born in the army, and Wen Xiaoting has recovered slightly equals rational and normal. Thank you for saving me. Wen Xiaoting looked at Yifei and finally squeezed a few words from her lips. Hearing this, Yifei said, Dante say thank you, let us deal with Wen Kun first, you hide behind me, Dante expose. Yifei doesn't expect Wen Xiaoting in this state to be able to fight, as long as she can take good care of herself. Hear what Yifei said. Wen Xiaoting nodded slowly. Good, Wen Xiaoting whispered, gradually restore calm. Yifei and Mu Zijin stood on both sides, and Yifei made a simple hand pat for Mu Zijin at the same time. Mu Zijin saw Yifei's gesture clearly, and knew that Yifei signaled that he was ready to attack at any time. But under this kind of firepower suppression, Tufei and Mu Zijin couldn't attack easily. Instead, Shang Jung could be matched. Joint offense, such a rare opportunity 12 as long as Shang Jung is not stupid. Will definitely cooperate with the two offense equals wave. Wan Kun seemed to be crazy equals attack, and Shang Jung also reacted quickly at this moment. Under his order, all of his subordinates. Entrance with everyone fully armed too. Shang Jung ordered his men to release tear gas. Under the action of tear gas, Wan Kun and his men also realized that something was wrong. After Yifei rescued Wen Xiaoting, the situation is completely changed. The situation a month ago has become very unfavorable for Wan Kun. Without the hostages in Wan Kun's hands, Shang Jung and others' offenses are already unscrupulous. Suddenly, Wan Kun was surrounded. The situation reversed in an instant, and both Yifei and Mu Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. Under the action of the tear gas, another of Wan Kun's men was killed. At this time, Wan Kun already felt the end of the road. Yifei and Mu Zijin also had a chance to stand together. Now there's only one final blow to Wan Kun. Wan Kun has no bargaining chips in his hands. The only thing to worry about is that Wan Kun still has explosives. He may detonate explosives. This is the scariest place. Yifei and Mu Zijin leaned together. Mu Zijin could feel the hot body temperature of Yifei's body, which made Mu Zijin's heart beat faster. Mu Zijin couldn't say exactly how she felt, but she looked at Yifei and she was indescribably gentle. In such a dangerous situation, Yifei did not hesitate to take risks and was also by her side. It's just that the two of them can only rely on gestures and words to communicate quickly in such a crisis field in too many hours. But in this case, Yifei and Mu Zijin still cooperated tacitly. Soon, under the organization and attack of Shang Jung and others, Wan Kun's last Billy Hao minion was killed by insect bombs. Until now, Wan Kun's 5 subordinates all died, and only Wan Kun was left. When Wan Kun saw the tragic death of his last subordinate, he also knew that he was completely planted. This time of attack is definitely a mortal situation. What's more, he was affected by the tear gas again, and the smoke of the tear gas in the room spread so that Wan Kun finally couldn't bear it. 10,000. Kun yelled. He was holding a gun. He was bound with a bundle of explosives, and he headed towards the outside of the house. Wan Kun's eyes were fierce, and his marks were Yifei and Mu Zijin. Wan Kun was about to fight to death, pulling Yifei and Mu Zijin to back the fire. Chapter 190 Confession. The method is light and good. All felt great danger. Wandy knew that he had cut this time, so he had a mortal heart to spit in Shuzumeng. Wan Kun had practiced medicine on him before, as the last threat. Unexpectedly, things really arrived in this city. Wan Kun he charged with Muzish and Yifei. Straight line distance. He also pulled the explosive suddenly. At the moment he is away from Gao Yi and Fazij is also water. Shifei was already alert. He raised his hand. Fell to the ground softly. DS momentum suddenly stopped. Press the ring. Wan Kun was caught by Yifei. But Wandy has already pulled the medicine. Seeing explosives. The non-medicine on Wandui is the kind of local medicine. At the time, this inspection caused 740 cooperation to Wandy. It is quite scary. The second day bursts you. The latter is not to enter the idea. But it can stop the explosives from exploding. In this situation, C1 this day. The figure flew over. It is Mu Zijin. At the moment when Yu's first shot, Shuziling County rushes to work hours. Elshi moves very fast and extremely determined. Yuling also exhausted all her strength, jerked away Yi Tufei. Jiafei pays attention to the delicate egg inspection expression on arrival at the sub-inspection. Changji can clearly see what is in Shuziji and Shuangsui. Determination and tenderness. Life and death. The editor made such a choice intentionally. Shuzijin. 2 people. 5 people are very close to the high explosives. That is, the range around the soil. Weio explosive body can definitely spread. At this time, shoot Wan Kun. Stop him from rushing up. If you use this gap, Zilin can retreat to a safe distance by herself. But Mu Zijin didn't do that. Because Mu Zijin saw Yi still standing in place, she didn't even have time to think. Ting instinctively pushed Yifei away. At that moment, 2 months spa. Shu Zijin touches Yifei deeply. There was a shadow in it. I don't know if you just found out from her, I didn't know from this. From that time on, Yifei appeared on the ground and joined together in her world. Has become a very important part. Between life and death, although only that too. Thought about it, some are things that John never thought of. Although there are many golden heads in my mind, but she did only one thing. That is to push Yi away with all my strength. Yifei also noticed that Shu Zijin was as clear as deep. It was in front of Yifei. The ground was pushed away by Shu Zijin. Body is more. Next second, sentence. The explosive exploded. Hearing a deafening popping sound, in the group Lu's room. Simultaneously explosive. The shockwave of the explosion came even more, the explosion of ice. Wan Kun, the most difficult part of the problem, was completely cold. Bo attacked Yifei and Shu Zijin as small bodies. 4 and down pointing arrow 7. Smell at this moment. Yi Shifei had a brief loss of work. Immediately after, Fei's eyes went black and he lost consciousness. Even if Yifei, it is amazing, but it is flesh and blood after all. 8 exploded by explosives. 3D hit the wave time is black, lose. I don't know how long it took. When Yifei wakes up. Now I am in a warm embrace. Yifei opened his eyes suddenly. I found myself lying in the hospital. All around. Shanbo as ceiling, golden surrounding walls. The air is even more filled. The second smell of disinfectant water. Yifei subconsciously wrinkled Zhou. I felt severe pain in my body again, but fortunately. Think about the last scene. Yifei turned his body. Look around. I saw Wen Xiaobo with a look of surprise. Wen Shouting looked at Yifei. Looking at Yifei with a look of concern, Zhongqing has completely recovered. It seems to be okay, Wen Shouting note. Yifei saw Wen Shouting. His scene. Bao also subconsciously raised his eyebrows. Bo Sheng, who keeps drug supervision in his mind. Xu Zijin pushed away. Yifei asked, how long have I been in a coma? It's not long. It's less than 4 hours. Wen Zhengting said hurriedly. Not at a time. Asked immediately. How about Zijin? How about her too? Yu Liafei is very concerned about Xiao Muzijin's situation. Mu Zijin pushed his last one away just now. What is the matter? At the moment of life and death, Xu Zijin actually pushed him away. Hanzi didn't express his thoughts easily, but her effect. In Ruli, there's a woman who sacrificed her life for you, desperate for everything. Show to you. The answer is self-evident. Does Yu's approach, just like confessing your heart. We can even say, Zhanzi's light approach is more costly than counting girls. At this moment, Xu Ziqing's feelings are also different. He is now. To this woman, mention Muzish. Fortunately, I didn't think about it. Ju Bai's eyes were also full of warmth, she whispered. One some are wearing bulletproof vests, but the doctor said that the injuries in the state owned by Zijin are more serious than yours. No. Her ribs broke. She is still in a coma. Yifei stood up and said. Which ward is she and I am going to see her. I will help you work, Wen Xiaohuang said hastily. Wen Shouting is going to help Yi. It's just a feint. Except for 7 presses on his body, he waved his hand to indicate that Wen Shouting is not needed. Increase support. Shifei is not too troublesome. He is a talent. Under the leadership of Wen Shouting, so he went to Shu Ziling's ward. Chapter 191. Huan F. Ling has severe illness and yes Xi's illness equals by, Yu Shilidu has been treated well after drinking. Yifei walked to the ward 1 and saw Mu Zijin lying quietly on the hospital bed. She was in a coma and had not yet regained consciousness. Yifei saw Mu Zijin lying on the bed, her eyes closed and her breathing was smooth and natural, and she looked very peaceful and excellent. Elegant. The long eyelashes are black and thick, and the smooth forehead and cheeks are like snow jade, but they're slightly pale because of the injury. White. She is like an indisputable water lily, lying quietly on the hospital bed. Seeing her steady breathing, her face subconsciously relieved a little. Seeing this, Mu Zijin's injury was not too serious. After all, Mu Zijin and Yifei also took a lot of protective measures before entering the arena, wearing bulletproof vests, some protective gear, etc. Therefore, Mu Zijin's injury was not serious, and Yifei breathed a sigh of relief. Yifei walked to Mu Zijin's bed. He sat aside, watching Mu Zijin's slightly pale face, Wen Shouting said. Has anyone been here halfway? Well, several of Zijin's elders are here. Mu Lao has mobility problems and didn't come, Wen Shouting said simply. Yifei nodded. Mu Zijin is the jewel in the palm of Mu's house. I learned that Mu Zijin had an accident, this. See Mu's family is bound to be angry. Although the culprit Wan Kun was dead, the incident was not small for Wan Kun to break into Yandu. This time Wan Kun's incident involved many people, and it was estimated that Yan would have to make a fuss for a while. Yifei looked at the phone, his phone was also. There are several calls from parents and mothers. Yifei took the time to return the information of cheap parents, then looked at Mu Zijin who was still in a coma, and whispered towards Wen Shouting, to you. You are also tired, you go to rest first, here I am guarding. Good. Wen Shouting did not refuse either. In fact, her spirit has been in a state of tension, even for a while. On the verge of collapse. If Yifei and Mu Zijin hadn't rescued her, she would have been really fierce this time, and it would be too dangerous. A deep gratitude flashed in Wen Shouting's eyes. She said to Yifei, Yifei really thank you this time. This is a life-saving grace. Wen Shouting said to Yifei very gratefully. Yifei smiled at us not my contribution alone. In fact, the main thing is that Zijin will save you. Don't talk about it. Go and rest soon. Okay, then I will go. Wen Shouting whispered and then she opened the ward high. Only Yifei and Mu Zijin were left in the ward. Yifei is waiting for Mu Zijin to wake up. Although Mu Zijin's injury is not serious, she is still lying on the bed at the moment, not yet. Signs of awakening A. About 10 minutes later. Speaking of the net. Yifei noticed Mu Zijin's slight movements. Only seeing Mu Zijin's movement slightly, she opened her eyes slightly, and he was reflected in her eyes that were as clear as a stream. Flying shadow. Facing Yifei's eyes. Mu Zijin's face turned up a faint pink. You are awake. Yifei supported Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin wanted to stand up and talk to Yifei, but suddenly she felt pain in her waist and abdomen, and she seemed to wear a bandage to make Mu Z. Yan frowned slightly, her brows frowned slightly, her expression a little uncomfortable. The doctor said that you broke the bone and injured yourself. You should be quiet now and not move, Yifei told Mu Zijin. Hearing Yifei's words, Mu Zijin only realized the injury on her body. She stretched her eyebrows lightly, and the focus of her bright eyes was frozen. On Yifei's face, the voice was very gentle. How are you injured? Yifei smiled and said, I am fine, only a slight injury. It's you directly blocked me. Recalling the previous scene, Yifei's heart was full of strangeness. He and Mu Zijin had a layer of window paper before they had never been pierced. There was always a little more friendship. It meant that the lovers were not full. But after Wan Kun's incident, the feelings and relationship between Fei and Mu Zijin finally accumulated gradually. A qualitative change, especially at the most critical moment. Mu Zijin did not retreat by himself but pushed Yifei away. Yifei looked at Mu Zijin and Guang also became gentle. The two Moonlight looked at Mu Zijin and turned her head slightly, and she whispered, my mind was blank, subconsciously. Just do it subconsciously. Although this sentence seems ordinary and plain, it is not adulterated at all. Xu Zijin is such a character. What to say, never hide it. She pushes away and vomits the 2 equals instant completely. The instinctive reaction just shows that in the bottom of her heart, Yifei did not know when to occupy the second place. Mu Zijin has always been indifferent to everyone, and very few people can walk into her heart. But Yifei knew that, regardless of Mu Zijin's attitude towards anyone, she would even will disregard everything. For example, when Shouting is Mu Zijin's best friend 14 Mu Zijin can take a risk and fight Wankin for her. Similarly, at the juncture of life and death, she kept pushing Yifei away, letting herself endure danger. This package of words makes Yifei look more gentle. The most difficult to accept the grace of beauty. Mu Zijin's thoughts are already revealed, and Yifei feels very pity for this woman in front of him. Mu Zijin sat up with Yifuchuo's support. Although there were many injuries on her body, Mu Zijin's physical fitness was excellent. There are bulletproof vests and protective gear, but no serious injuries. Yifei supported Mu Zijin, and then took Mu Zijin in his arms. Yifei only felt that Mu Zijin's body in her arms was slightly stiff, and then her cheek rose up. She wiped a moving blush, although Mu Zijin Although he never puts on makeup, Yifei saw Mu Zijin as if she had put on a light blush, her cheeks were blushing. Xiaofei's cheeks, eyes gleaming like water, indescribably bright and moving. That exquisite and unparalleled profile face is as beautiful as a peach and plum, with a vigorous look. And then, a prompt sound of the eye system came from Yifei's ear. Ding, congratulations to the host, increase in experience points. Chapter 192 Upgrade Master Skills. Ding, congratulations to the host and Mu Zijin for being in love with you. The experience value increases by 500 points. The Zigu leaned on his shoulder. Check the amount of red on the cheeks. The two-way road of the neat pot does not show the endless gentleness of humanity. At the same time, Yifei also heard the prompt sound of the system. A total of 500 experience points are credited to the account L. Immediately, Yifei's experience value reached 500. 50 experience points increase. For Yifei, it is indeed a big number, 0 is the same, the industry standard research. After the small moon mark he said at the beginning, the experience is based on the small number, and the vomiting Fei is equally happy, and finally completed. After the experience value reaches 0 points, you can upgrade the master skills. Of course, compared to the experience gain, Mu Zijin and his 3-3. The relationship is finally determined. With a layer of window paper. Nian Ben said that although her relationship with Yifei was very good before, the Westerners always seem to have a bad relationship. And now, this layer of window paper is torn. For Mu Zijin, she can accept a hug with Yifei. It shows that the relationship with Yifei is determined. Actually for some women, on the contrary, holding hands and hugging is a more important sign than helping others. Because Xingqiu and Zhao Bai Go often means the determination of the relationship. Only the relationship is more certain. Then everything that takes over the book is a matter of course. Yifei and Mu Zijin are in this situation now. Yifei smiled faintly. He saw that he was pregnant. Mu Zijin's profile. Know the situation of Xu Zijin now. He even heard Mu Ziling's heartbeat. Live lightheartedly soon. Xu Ziqing's trivial questions when fighting against the Westerners in the Palm Hall were also very quick. But the two are not Z-like concepts at all. Strange. Xu Zijin's face was reddening at the moment, and she leaned her head against Yi. Hearing Xu Zigu's subtitles, Yu Shen and Xiaoshen also rose. Fei whispered, you have seen you from a country's long-term prospects, why don't you call to report your safety first Yi? Okay, Xu Zijin smiled slightly. She picked up the phone, then dialed the number and contacted home. Mu Zijin's father is not in a low position in Yandu, and there are several other members of the Mu family. It can be called the richest man in Yandu. It is because of the Mu family's ability to face him and his elders. A smile appeared at the same time. Whether it is Mu Ziqing and Yifei, the two are quite in agreement at this moment. This time, Ji stood up in Life and Death 457 and met Mu Zijin to meet Mu Zishu, only then found out that she was alone. There was Yifei as shadow straight, the pair of Sha Shui double pupils fragrant Shangyi, then whispered to Ji Yifei, thank you, this. Yifei took the initiative to meet Xu Zishi's hand. Laugh proof, 0 you don't need to be so polite between you and me. 7132. Horn's smile grew stronger. The corners of Sheng Wuji's mouth also swam out of the simple brushwork, and the full book flying on the gan lifted it. There was no resistance in her heart. It is the mouth. Well, that is right. Mu Ziyu dat I Fang Fang said. Yifei put Mu Zijin's hand. Just about to speak. At this time, there was a sound outside the door. Ahem, only. I heard two rough voices, and then I saw. A figure with a strong back and waist appeared in front of the lord. Yifei look, it is Xiangjun. Just rely on a little bit of fruit. The ground revealed his brain with a thick smile. Seeing that Fei Zishu woke up, he quickly said, teach. Officer, you are awake. This is some fruit, frontal brother. Xiangjun looked at Yifei and Mu Zileng, and suddenly saw Yifei and Mu Zi check the end. People holding hands. I even gave a jade in my heart. Zaiwei has always liked Mu Zijian. Of course Xiangshang himself knew very well. He has no chance. Especially when Yifei appeared. Xiangfeng felt that he had no chance. Last time 6. I pretended to be a couple in front of him and successfully fudged Nangjun. But later no peak middle comma to comma country. Second Yifei and Mu Zijin are in Xiangjun. I found that there was something wrong with 2 points, and I suspected that the two were fake. A handful of 80,000 li of grain had the scene where Tu Fei and Mu Ziling's fingers were intertwined, which immediately caused Xiangjun to be severely hit, and he ate it fiercely. Bring dog food. Only able to sigh, silently put the fruit in front of the bed. Then he said, Instructor, you are awake. Brother Yi takes care of you. I am relieved. 0. Afterwards, Xiangfeng bowed to Yifei. A straight guy, I take it. I am a military salute. Said, Brother Shi, your performance today is really amazing. I admire you for being. Xiangfeng said this sentence with a serious face. Yifei's performance today is indeed perfect. In such a critical situation, 04758. Chi, saved when shouting. When I think back to the situation, Yifei is in danger, and he cooperates with Mu Zijin silently. Nangjung admires him tremendously. That S-Wipe Ping had the scene of being able to salute him. Yifei smiled, it is okay. Thank you very much today. Xiangjun also helped a lot today, and Yifei and Nangjung did not know each other. From the beginning of the match between the Westerners and now Xiangjun. I admire him so much, and the two are friends. Xiangfeng scratched his head. I will be my own brother from now on. Teach me fighting martial arts. Country T, you must be polite. By the way, if I can, I still want you. Division. Xiangjun still wanted to learn martial arts and wanted Yifei to teach him. Jung. Yifei smiled and said, let us talk about it if you have a chance. Now Yifei is busy exchanging feelings with Xu Zijin. No chance to care about bears. 5. Exit the ward. Wei just woke up like a dream and realized that he was looking for Yifei and Ziqing. I made an electric rainbow bubble. Xiangshang points from 2. Yifei then glanced at Mu Zijin. The two looked at each other and smiled. Yifei smiled and said, this time it has finally raw rice. It has cooked rice. Yifei is also a ridiculous statement. Ziqi Yifei and Mu Zijin. When pretending to be a couple, I once said that I am afraid of this topic when I am mature. Mu Zijin's face reddened and Yifei glanced whitely, which was very touching. Okay up tack. Yifei chatted with Mu Zijin for a while, he was silent. Opened its own system properties page. Yifei is ready to upgrade his skills. Chapter 193 The Tragic Chen Luo. Yifei opened his attribute page and prepared to upgrade his skills. The skills he wants to upgrade are very simple, and Yifei's own master level skills are Shishang. These two skills are currently the skills Yifei needs most urgently. He has reached advanced levels in both of these skills. Needless to say, medical skills have a wide range of uses, and in the novel The Genius Doctor, it always runs through the core. Skill. As for martial arts, that is also one of the necessary skills. Yifei will deal with the Violet Organization and the protagonists of other novels in the future. To be used. After choosing to weigh these two skills, Yifei chose to upgrade his medical skills. After all, Yifei's first enemy is still Chen Luo. And Yifei is familiar with the plot. He knows that the plot in the original book will have 2 nodes in the future, and Chen Luo will definitely not release it. Pass that opportunity. If you want to seize the opportunity, you must use medical skills. Yifei can also take this opportunity to completely kill Chen Luo. After getting rid of Lin Yufan, Yifei has now freed up his hand to specifically target Chen Luo. Now Yifei's layout is almost complete, then he dug a hole for Chen Luo, and he is ready to close the net. Next, Yifei was about to fall away. Wang yes, Yifei turned on the system. Choose the skill upgrade option without hesitation, after consuming 50 experience points. Yifei upgraded his medical skills. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully upgraded your skills, and your advanced medical proficiency skills have been successfully upgraded to Daishi level. In an instant, Yifei heard the prompt sound from his ear. At the same time, countless knowledge and skills emerged in Yifei's mind. These knowledge and skills are deeply imprinted on. In Yifei's mind, it seemed as if he had come with a cow. Feel free to use it at will. This is very comfortable. Yifei's Weiyu showed a hint of smile, and finally upgraded his skills to the master level. The skills of the Taishi level are far stronger than the advanced ones. It has completely raised a step in level. Yifei's medical skills are definitely beyond Chen Luo. He upgraded his medical skills to a master level, and at the same time Yifei's experience value was finally cleared. But Yifei didn't panic. After all, if he can kill Chen Luo Jiaju, there will be a lot of system rewards at that time, and Yifei definitely still earns blood. Chen Luo is much more difficult to deal with than Lin Yufan. Yifei did take a bit of work. And Chen Luo is the protagonist of the 4 novels. It is not the most difficult to deal with. The strongest soldier too in the Emperor is reborn in the city. The protagonists of the novel are also more horrible than the other. Yifei, the protagonist of the strongest soldier, is also very clear that the opponent's force value is very exaggerated. And he has a very powerful force overseas. Power can be called the Zhang Raptors. After Yifei killed Lin Yufan, he was already prepared. After Yifei communicated with the system, he learned that the next master he met, Zhao, is probably the protagonist of the strongest soldier. So before that, Yifei must solve Chen Luo as soon as possible. Yifei converged his mind moved to shut down the system. Mu Ziyu leaned against Yifei, and the two looked at each other, although they did not speak. But they all understand each other's intentions. Xu Zijin blinked suddenly and said, I want to go hiking in a few days and want to see the sunrise. This is Mu Zijin's most. Want to do, it's just a simple original hope. I'll accompany you in a few days, but you should take care of the injury first. Yifei pulled Mu Ziling and whispered. Feeling that this woman is really easy to feed. Mu Ziling pulled up her hair, her red lips pursed slightly, and she was a little worried. I don't know when my injury will heal. Shall I check it for you next? Yifei asked with a smile. Of course, Yifei's medical skills needless to say, let alone his present. Respond. Mu Ziyu's cheeks were slightly red, and said, the bone-aiding injuries are unnecessary. There are also a few on the back, and the face has been slightly injured. It should be a problem. Mu Zijin helped the bone fracture, and the injured part was more sensitive. She was a little embarrassed to let Yifei look at it. And the rest is the minor injury behind it. It's not a problem for Mu Zijin at all. Yifei heard Mu Ziling say this. He said to Mu Zijin with a serious face, Zijin, I think this issue should be paid attention to, especially. It is that the injury on your back seems to be light. But it is easy to leave scars. I think it is better to be cautious, if you don't mind. I can help you wipe the eyes muscle jade water to ensure that no scars will be left. At first, when I heard Yifei talk about her injury with a serious face, Mu Zijin was still a little touched by Yifei's concern, and then she noticed it. Something is wrong. The bad guy also offered to use ice muscle jade water to wipe her back injuries, which seemed to be taking advantage of her no matter what. Bad guys. Mu Zijin glanced at Yifei silently, ignoring this guy. Yifei took Mu Zijin's hand. He explained in a low voice and made a laugh, but Mu Ziling really acquiesced. Fei helped her use ice muscle jade. Apply bee water on the back to remove scars. Women love beauty. Even Muziu 410 is no exception. No one wants to leave scars on his body. What is more, there are women's minds of being a person who is pleased with herself. It is a pity that Yifei didn't bring Ding muscle jade bee water on his body today, otherwise he would be able to cure Xu Ziling twice immediately. Yifei chatted with Mu Zijin for a while before leaving the hospital. The first thing Yifei did when he opened the hospital was to look at the current situation of the Qizhang group. Because Yifei will target Chen Luo next. Prior to this, Yifei had already mobilized for Nies. A group of elite traders bought the shares of Qizhang Group in large quantities at low prices in the stock market. And the former Qizhang Group's stock has become very cheap after a plunge. So, Yifei bought too many cheap chips at a low price. Gradually, Yifei has collected a lot of Qizhang Group. Part of the shares. Under such circumstances, Yifei was unconsciously in Chen Luo. A deep pit has been dug for Chen Luo. Chen Luo was completely unaware at this time, and didn't even know that he had already embarked on the countdown to the road of destruction. Chen Luo's death knell has sounded. Chapter 194. A full attack against Chen Luo. Yifei called Zhang Minli and asked, what happened to the Qizhang Group last time I asked you to do too? Mr. Yi, it is almost there. We secretly bought 2 parts of Qizhang Group from several fund companies and shareholders. In addition, we have also acquired a large part of Qizhang Group's shares in the secondary market. How many shares are there in total? Yifei asked lightly. There are about 35.5 shares currently collected, Zhang Minli said in a low voice. We are still collecting some loose stocks. Mr. Tu, so many shares are enough for us to become the second largest shareholder of Qizhang Group. The second largest shareholder not enough, but it is almost the same. Duan Qizhang is currently the first shareholder of Qizhang Medicine. He owns 38% of the shares, together with the support of the board of directors, the company. Great right to speak. If Yifei wants to defeat Duan Qizhang, he must own at least 40% of the equity. Although Qizhang Group continues to have negative news and its share price has plummeted, the core strength of Qizhang Group is still very strong. Regardless of whether it is drug R&D and sales channels, it can be regarded as a first-class drug company in China. Yifei took advantage of the low price to acquire the equity of Qizhang Group, and it was indeed a stable and profitable transaction. Not to mention leaves. Yifei ordered a few more packages, so that Zhang Minli would continue to communicate privately with several shareholders of Qizhang Group. At the same time, Yifei made another call. Words to Black 5. Master, hey, it has been a long time since I waited for your call. I have nothing to do during this time. It is so boring. Haiwu's honest voice came. Hearing the voice of Haiwu, Yifei smiled and said lightly, it just happens that I have something to tell you. Master, you say. Haiwu's spirit was lifted. Yifei said indifferently, didn't I just ask you to lead someone to monitor the executives of Qizhang Group? Tell me whereabouts and things. Yes, master. Next, Yifei had a long conversation with Black Friday, and Black Friday also monitored the information of two senior executives and directors of Kijang Group. Tell Yifei. After Yifei learned the news, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he boasted, good job. Hey, master, you praise those who deal with Kijang Group. The directors and executives are very simple. Our brothers are waiting for you at any time. The command. Black 5 laughed in a low voice. Yifei hung up the phone on Black Friday. He was in a good mood. Everything is ready, on the right track. In order to deal with Chen Luo, Yifei also took great pains this time. Of course, Chen Luo also targeted Yifei again and again, but Chen Luo was making friends with Yandu giants as an ally, and Yifei was. Two-pronged approach. Equals on the one hand, making allies, on the other hand, is even more targeting Chen Luo. The Kijang Group's poison capsule incident was just two primers created by Tufei. Next, he will interlock with each other and attack Chen Luo in an all-round way. Yifei thought for a while. He quickly dialed another call. This time he dialed Li Xiangyin's number. Make an appointment with Li Xiangyin tomorrow. Meet at Nanshan Cafe. Li Xiangyin is an important chess spear that Yifei placed next to Chen Luo, and this chess piece should also play a role. 7,527,171. The next morning, Yifei and Li Xiangyin met at Nanshan Cafe. In the box of Nanshan Cafe, Li Xiangyin was a little anxiously waiting for Yifei's arrival. His meeting with Yifei today seemed dangerous to Li Xiangyin. Complete. Now is the time when the Kijang Group is in danger. The Kijang Group is also panicked. Yifei met him in this sensitive period. In case it is discovered that the problem can be too big. Yifei was late, wearing a cashmere coat and wearing the blue and white enclosure sent by Luo Weiyu, simple and 2 square, and walked into the cafe. Yi Xiao, you can count it. Li Xiangyin said hurriedly. When Yifei saw Li Xiangyin, the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and he said lightly, let you wait a long time. Well, I haven't been here for long. Li Xiangyin was worried. In fact, he had been waiting in this box for half an hour. Li Xiangyin glanced around, and asked Tao Ye in a low voice, Yi Xiao, didn't you bring many people with you when you came to? Yifei smiled freely. Why, are you scared? The main reason is that the wind is relatively recently. Don't you know, my foster father and Chen Luo have already begun to suspect that there is a ghost in our group. Li Xiangyin is the son of Duan Qizheng and is deeply trusted by Duan Qizheng. During this period, Li Xiangyin also provided Yifei with a lot of direct information. Yifei said, you don't have to worry that I am here to do something with you. Yi Xiao, please say. Li Xiangyin behaved respectfully. Yifei said lightly, tomorrow you go to Kijang Group to hold a board meeting, and you will directly show down against Chen Luo and Duan Qizheng and impeach them. I want you to dismiss Duan Qizheng, the chairman of the board, and kick Chen Luo from Kijang Group. Out L. Dismiss the chairman Duan Qizheng and kick Chen Luo Kong Kijang Group out of the game. This too. Hear what Yifei said. Li Xiangyin was taken aback. I immediately realized that Yifei was about to prepare for a showdown, and he wanted to provoke him and Chen Luji. The war between. Li Xiangyin hesitated and said, Xiao Yi, are you sure I have to deal with my foster father and Chen Luo alone? I am afraid I have no intentions. Force. Li Xiangyin was nervous and hesitating. It is not that he doesn't want to deal with Chen Luo and Duan Qizheng, but he is weak. Why should he fight with them? Yifei took out a document without saying anything, and said, let us take a look. Yifei's stack of documents is not thick. The white and black letters are clear. Li Xiangyin took a closer look and saw that this was a share agreement held by an investment company named Yuning Fund. Even hold. There is a 35.5% stake in Kijang Group 1. And the owner of this Yuning Fund, Zheng Zhao Zhao XX, is the Yi family. Li Xiangyin's hand holding the document shaking, almost unable to restrain the inner excitement. Yifei continued, tomorrow a meeting of the board of directors will be held. I have arranged the meeting. There will be directors to support you. You will be. My agent holds my shares in Yuning Fund. Do you know how to do it? Li Xiangyin's inner excitement couldn't be concealed, and he nodded repeatedly. Yifei said lightly, from tomorrow, you will be my agent in Kijang Group. Yes, Xiao Yi, young master Yi, I will definitely live up to your hopes, and I will do it for you. My body is broken Li. Xiangyin was so excited that he expressed loyalty. Li Xiangyin knew that he would become Yifei's most loyal dog from today. Although it is only a dog under Yifei, he can call the wind and rain in the Kijang Group and bring Duan Qizheng and Chen Luo both. Get down. Volume 195 was all stunned. Li Xiangyin lowered his head, his eyes flashed with excitement, he walked in front of Yifei and bowed deeply. Li Xiangyin's posture was very low, he looked like the most loyal servant in front of Tufei. Yifei is very satisfied with Li Xiangyin's attitude. Li Xiangyin has performed well during this period, and he is also loyal to Yifei. In particular, Yifei also set up Black Friday to follow Li Xiangyin and make sure that Li Xiangyin has no problems. The final result also made Yifei quite satisfied. Therefore, Yifei decided to hold Li Xiangyin as his agent in Kijang Group. To put it bluntly, Li Xiangyin is his puppet. Yifei is the boss behind the scenes. How Li Xiangyin is also one of the first people to take refuge in Tufei, let Li Xiangyin get the sweetness and more people will depend on in the future. And take refuge in Yifei K. Yifei faintly smiled at Li Xiangyin and said, I said at the beginning that I would give you a great fortune. From tomorrow on, you will be strange. The most powerful person in the Zheng Group, take good care of it and don't let me down. Li Xiangyin's expression became even more excited when Yifei said so. Li Xiangyin nodded repeatedly and said, yes, I have less money, I will definitely live up to your hopes. Hearing what Li Xiangyin said, Yifei said non-committal, go back and prepare for the board of directors tomorrow. Yes, Li 497 Xiangyin left with excitement. He was full of excitement and not Yifei at the moment. It is natural to be grateful. If it weren't for Yifei, he wouldn't have been able to get to this position in such a short period of time. Because of the appearance of Chen Luo, Li Xiangyin originally had great hope that Kong Duan Qizheng will inherit the Kijang Group because Duan Qizheng. I don't have a son, only his son. The appearance of Chen Luo completely cut off the possibility of him inheriting the Kijang Group. As for Yifei's respect for fruit, that is even more so. Yifei's several shots with Li Xiangyin are very clear. This Yi family elder is almost like an unsuccessful prophet. If the thunder, Chen Luo's plan to destroy Chen Luo's golden bee powder made Chen Luo anxious, and the poison capsule incident pushed the Kijang Group into the abyss. Now Yifei doesn't know where to get so many shares of Kijang Group, so he wants to directly favor him as the old lady of Kijang Group. Every time Yifei made a shot, it was like a precise directional blast, always hitting the snake to carry the earth, leaving Chen Luo facing extreme danger. Li Xiangyin had only deep-eyed gratitude for Yifei, and he was grateful for his original choice. Following Yifei is definitely the most correct decision he made. As for Chen Luo, how could he be Yi Xiao's opponent? Yifei and Li Xiangyin started to leave Nanshan Cafe. When Li Xiangyin came to Nanshan Cafe, he was afraid of being discovered. When he left, Li Xiangyin was full of spirits. High-pitched and dignified. With the support of vomiting, he feels that everything is not a problem. Speaking of the night, that night, Su Qingzu found an excuse to work overtime at the company. Then quietly ran to Yifei's villa. The clouds in the sky cover the bright moon, and the eyes of the beautiful woman in her arms are like stars. Su Qingzu also specially dressed up tonight with exquisite and delicate features. His skin is better than snow. There is no flaw or beauty. Su Qingzu's cold temperament made her even more like a fairy in the moon palace. She leaned against Yifei's arms. The two cuddled on the sofa. Su Qingzu exhaled like blue. Then you are going to face Chen Luo for tomorrow. Is it hard? Well, of course, it's almost time to close the net. Yifei didn't tell Su Qingzu about this matter. And Su Qingzu actually helped a lot. Su Qingzu also mobilized a batch of funds from the Su family. He got a lot of cheap bargaining chips for Yifei. Su Shaoqun, the father of Su, knew that Su Shaoqun just sighed twice about this. Just support Su Qingzu to do it. Su Shaoqun originally had an old friendship with Chen Luo's Master Wu, but now the two have become enemies. This situation has caused Su Shaoqun. There was only a long sigh. Bobby, Su Qingzu closed her starry eyes slightly, and lightly opened her red lips. Chen Luo also deserved the crime. I still need some help from me. Yifei looked at the beautiful woman in his arms. Since the two confirmed the relationship, Su Qingzu has become more and more like a little woman in front of him. Yifei squeezed her small and exquisite Chong nose and smiled. Don't you worry about it, just watch the show with peace of mind. Among the women around Yifei, Su Qingzu's personality is the coldest one. But the relationship between the two is established, and Su Qingzu. But I also love the hottest and most generous one too. When Yifei encountered problems, Su Qingzu always chose to help him by the most direct means. Yifei smiled and looked at Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu still wore the $T stall and said it, although the hairpin is very ordinary. She likes it very much. Yifei reached out and took away her post. The blue silk is scattered like a waterfall, and the hair is a little messy. But it adds a touch to Su Qingzu. Yifei directly hugged Su Qingzu. Her two white jade legs fell naturally. Then Yifei closed the bedroom door. At 2 o'clock, even the moon in the sky hid in the clouds. The next day, Kijang Group Corporation, early in the morning, Li Xiangyan, as a member of the board of directors, notified everyone to convene the board of directors. Duan Kijang, Chen Luo, etc. Z criticizing Kijang Group's top executives were all bewildered when they received this news. Especially Duan Kijang felt the unusual breath of Z shares. Chen Luo walked to the conference room and said to Duan Kijang beside him, brother, what does Li Xiangyan mean he is yours? Yoshiko, I think you should be very clear. Duan Kijang frowned to be honest, I don't know what medicine he sells in the gourd. It seems that my son is mostly white. I Wolf, although Duan Kijang didn't know what Li Xiangyan wanted to do, it is by no means good news that Chen Luo even held a board of directors at such a juncture. At the same time, not only Duan Kijang, but also other senior members of the Kijang Group were shocked when they received the news. The board meeting officially begins. This also means that Yifei personally sounded Chen Luo's death knell. Chapter 196 Music and Blushes. Kijang Group Board of Directors. Generally speaking, the board of directors of a company listed in Xuanwangguo generally consists of 19 members, while the directors of Kijang Group. There will be 13 members. As a director of the company, Li Xiangyan asked to submit to the board of directors meeting. 10 board members were present, and 3 others were not present. Join, but it is enough. Li Xiangyan was sitting at the long round table in the conference room. He leaned on the chair and poured himself a cup of hot tea. The tea is ordinary, but he drinks. In his mouth, the aftertaste is as sweet as his mood. Li Xiangyan sat in his seat. The rest of the board members were all looking at him quietly, with complex expressions. Among these people, some have secretly sought refuge in Yifei. Some of them are kept in the dark so they have no idea about the current situation. Not knowing, Duan Kijang and Chen Luo walked into the conference room. They looked at each other and sat down. Duan Qi was sitting on the main seat. He glanced at his son Li Xiangyan, who was diagonally opposite. What is the purpose of convening the board of directors, please? Duan Kijang's name is very official. He directly called Li Xiangyan as Director Li, and his voice was extremely cold. Li Xiangyan glanced coldly at Duan Kijang and said lightly, I want to impeach you and Director Chen Luokan. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the conference room sank, and the air seemed to be drawn away, and it became quiet. Duan Kijang was taken aback first. Wolf, who is the master behind? Do you want to impeach me? I am the founder of Kijang Group. Why do you impeach me? Duan Kijang sneered disdainfully. He is the founder of Kijang Group. He has 38% of Kijang Group as shares and has the support of several hardcore directors. Therefore, he has been sitting in prison as the chairman of the company. Although Kijang Group is now out of negative news, Duan Kijang, the chairman of the board, has always been as stable as Mount Dai. Li Xiangyan also sneered and said, Chairman Hua Duan, during your tenure, the company had a major scandal, and the company has stock price. The subsequent drop of more than 40% aroused public outrage. Do both you and Director Chen are responsible for this. Why can't I impeach you too? What Li Xiangyan said is true. After the Kijang Group's poison capsule incident broke out a month ago, the Kijang Group's core assets have not been damaged, but the group's internal support. Panic. Kijang Group issued an apology statement, but the effect was not satisfactory. And Li Xiangyan also took advantage of this point, and pointed the contradiction directly at Duan Kijang and Chen Luo, and wanted to pull the two off the horse. It is reasonable to let Duan Kijang and Chen Luo take the blame as an excuse. Duan Kijang was so angry that he didn't want to talk. Chen Luo clenched his fists. The injury on his hand has gradually recovered and he is no longer entangled. Bandage. When the poison capsule happened, it was clear that Duan Qihuo and Chen Luo were the biggest victims. In the end, Li Xiangyan did it. Article, Duan Kijang is too lazy to argue with Li Xiangyan again. Li Xiangyan is really a white-eyed wolf. Duan Kijang said coldly, then vote for it. I can remind Director Duan, don't you think you can be arrogant if you have a backer? Then vote, Li Xiangyan. Also too silk. Don't panic. The atmosphere in the conference room is frozen, and the needle dust is on wheat. In Kijang Group's board of directors, Li Xiangyan, under the instruction of Yifei, staged a scene of forcefulness at the same time. Yifei. Driving a low-key Mercedes-Benz Maybach to the door of the hospital. Of course, Yifei's husband saw Mu Zijin's injury recovered very quickly. It is estimated that he will be discharged from the hospital in a few days. Although Mu Zijin's injury is not serious, but Kaifei knew well that he would seize this opportunity firmly and strike while the iron was hot. Especially Mu Zijin had agreed to let him apply Bingju Jade water to get rid of the scars on Mu Zijin's back. Arrived, Mu Zijin's ward. 2 elegant scents came from the ward. It was a natural body scent of dry Mu Zijin. Yifei walked into the ward and saw Mu Zijin holding a thick book. Saw Yifei coming, Mu Zijin smiled and put down the 100 years of solitude. Whispered, you are here. Mu Zijin's smile bloomed. Between Ji Yu and Pan, it was like flowing clouds. Yifei smiled and said, I am afraid that if it comes to windy weather late, I am afraid you will be discharged from the hospital. 0 seeking flowers. Musician smiled. Originally, the injury was not serious except to help the bones or bruises. Dr. Wang just came to see him and said, I recovered well. Musician is not the kind of spoiled little girl. This injury is very serious in the eyes of others, but it is nothing to her. Dr. Wang is the most famous female orthopedic doctor in this hospital. The treatment of this kind of injury is simply pediatrics. Yifei said seriously, although Dr. Yu is good at level, if you want me to say, you should carefully examine the wound. Check, I am an expert in this area. Yifei continued, by the way, the ice muscle JD water I brought today is a special version I made. I will help you twist your back. Injury. The blush on Musician's face became more vivid, spreading to the snow-white neck, and even the small and delicate earlobes were slightly pink. Musician didn't speak, and of course she knew Yifei's intentions as the bad guy was holding the sheets in her hands. Yifei followed well, I said Zijin. If you don't apply ice muscle JD water on your back in time, you will leave scars at that time. My bottle of ice muscle JD water is specially made, a rare opportunity. At this moment, Yifei looked like a weird bird who cheated the little girl with a lollipop, but Mimajian had no doubt about his statement. Musician blinked Shui Lingling's eyes, as if being touched by Yifei, her cheeks were hot, and she whispered a word, N. Well, you dance obediently. Yifei smiled. Musician buried his head in the pillow, and Yifei smiled at the corners of his mouth. Yifei took out the bottle of ice muscle JD water. Yifei didn't lie to Musician. This bottle of ice muscle JD water is indeed made by Tufei. Previously, Tufei was specially made for Luo Yu. Equals bottle, the effect is stronger and more than that of the ice muscle JD water on the market. Chapter 197 This bad guy. Yifei took a look at the bottle of ice muscle JD water in his hand, and the cotton swab in his other hand, preparing to wipe it with Wei Ziling too. Yifei glanced at Musician. I only saw her lying on the hospital bed with her back to him. Musician lay on her stomach on the hospital bed. His head was completely buried in the pillow, and his black and shiny hair was scattered. Kang's back reached his waist and hips. The curves between her fully revealed. Musician's face was covering the pillow, hot flushes all over her cheeks, and there was a touch of shame in those cold eyes. In front of Yifei, Musician Chong was very natural, but now she felt her body hot. Musician bit her lip 12 and faced Wank and Dynamite. She could keep her calm and her face unchanged, but she was a little nervous at the moment. Even the most cold and arrogant woman will have the other side in front of the man she likes. Yifei took off Muzzy's 323 coat, and he helped Musician apply ice muscle JD water. Ice muscle JD water only. A very weak taste. This taste is a mixture of Chinese medicine. It is not unpleasant, but it is not good. Yifei smeared Musician's wounds with his face. Musician's skin is delicate, even silkier than a baby's skin, like a satin-like tone, and extremely elastic. Several external wounds on her back were also scarred. After Yifei applied it with a cotton swab, she felt a cool feeling of Musician's muscle wounds. It is very comfortable to hear from the small too. Yifei's movement of smearing the wound was very slow and delicate, making Musician feel as if there were feathers on his back tickling. Itchy back. It feels that her face is even more flushed. Musician suppressed the strangeness in her heart, and she changed the subject in a low voice. By the way, it will be Wei Lao's 85-year-old birthday banquet in a few days. When the time comes, the Wei family will definitely invite Chen Luo. Musician knew about the contradiction between Yifei and Chen Luo. She took the initiative to remind Yifei. Yifei paused slightly for Musician's hand applying ice muscle JD water. The Enwei family has a very close relationship with Master Chen Luo. It is normal for Chen Luo to be close to the Wei family recently. Yifei said lightly. The Wei family is about to celebrate his 85th birthday. Yifei is also very clear about this point. Mr. Wei's birthplace in Yandaman is innumerable, and his influence is top-notch. He is the pillar of the Wei family. Mr. Wei's birthday is definitely a feast for the upper circles of Yandu. In fact, it will be more than Chen Luo at that time. As long as it is Taijing, the richest family in Yandu, he will give the old man Wei the face and go to board. Gabe, congratulations. Even if you don't go to celebrate your birthday, you will definitely have a gift. Wei Lao will invite me too, so let us go together when that time comes. Musician said softly. What Musician said was let us be together, and the meaning couldn't be more obvious. On such occasions, Yifei and Musician stood together. Starting, that is enough to explain Musician's attitude. But Musician represents the Mu family. Musician is helping Yifei in his own way. Yifei felt tenderness when he heard this. Musician was indeed full of heart for him. Yifei responded with a smile, okay, then it has settled. In fact, Yifei had been planning the birthday banquet of the Wei family for a long time. The birthday banquet of the Wei family is also an extremely important plot in the original book, precisely because of the birthday banquet of the Wei family exist. At the birthday banquet, Chen Luo was so popular that Chen Luo gained the support of the Wei family. In the original book, Chen Luo relied on the support of the Wei family, the Mu family, and another top giant, the Zheng family which made Chen Luo. In the end, the Yi family was uprooted and the wealthy family was completely destroyed. Among them, the Wei family's widowhood is a major node. This is also the reason why Yifei upgraded his master-level medical skills in advance. After he upgraded his master-level medical skills, Yifei's medical skills were already more than Chen Luo. As long as he is in the Wei family birthday banquet, even Chen Luo can make waves. Yifei retracted his thoughts and concentrated on wiping Musician's ice jade water. The skin of Mu Maojian's back was crystal clear and white, and it felt like a touch. Run, like mud and white jade. Musician's cheeks were flushed. After a while, Yifei finally wiped the ice muscle jade water. Musician pulled off his clothes and looked away, not looking at Yifei. Yifei took her hand, smiled. I also brought you stomach medicine. You should remember to take it during this time. I know. Mu Zhang raised his mouth, obviously in a good mood. Yifei smiled lightly. I will wipe the ice muscle JB water for you once a day from now on, for 2 weeks in a row. Every day Musician widened his eyes, looking at Yifei with beautiful eyes. 0. Do I have to wipe the ice muscle JB water once a day? Does it last for 1 week? Today, Yifei wiped her ice muscle JB water for 10 minutes. It was almost the 10 minutes that Musician felt the most flooded. As a result, I have to rub it once a day for a week. Yifei was right and confident. Of course, Bingjin JB water takes a week to wipe to take effect, and I am Bingjin JB water. The inventor. I will lie to you. Seeing Yifei's face, Musician reluctantly believed Yifei's words sincerely. Yifei stayed in the ward with Musician for a while before leaving. When Yifei left, Musician quietly turned on his phone, searched for Bing Muscle JB water and checked Airjun, the official website. The flagship store saw the manual about Bing JB water. I saw that the description of Bing JB water was very clear. This product once a day. New wounds only need to be applied for 3 days to be visible. With scar removal effect. When Musician saw the instructions, his face turned red, and he immediately understood that Yifei was deliberately deceiving her. However, although Musician was deceived by Yifei, she was not in a bad mood. The The corners of her mouth were upturned. She turned off the mobile web page and picked it up again. Flip through the thick 100 years of solitude too. At the same time, the board of directors of Qizhang Group on the other side also made progress 5.7. On the board of directors, Duan Qizhang thought he had an absolute advantage, but the next two scenes made him dumbfounded. According to Yanwangguo's regulations, any major company decision must be approved by more than 2/3 of the directors to take effect. So Duan Qi is thinking about coming. No matter what, it is impossible for Li Xiangyan to remove him through the board of directors. But the actual situation made Duan Qizhang stunned, because the local directors came to the scene and more than half of them all supported Li Xiang. In the second time, Duan Qizhang and Chen Luo both showed consternation. Chapter 198. Chen Luo was shocked. Qizhang Group will be quick to show important matters. Duan Qi was looking at the results in front of him, showing shock and shock. How is this going? Duan Qizhang's eyes widened, only to see that in the voting of the board of directors, besides him and Chen Luo, 5 people have already supported it. Li Xiangyan calmed down and was not surprised by this result. He received the support of 5 people. These 5 are all directors of Qizhang Group. The executives of the council are all important people. Among these 5 people, there are even some who are regarded as confidants by Duan Qi. Supported by these 5 people, in addition to Li Xiangyan himself, a total of 6 people agreed to impeach Duan Qizhang and Chen Luo. Duan Qizhang took a look at Chen Luo and the two looked at each other and both felt that something was wrong. Chen Luo squinted his eyes and realized who was standing behind Li Xiangyan. With such a familiar operating method, who else can it be besides Yifei? Chen Luo clenched his fists. He also knew that at this time he encountered the most critical moment in the 10 Qizhang Group. If you are not curious, the Zheng Group will change hands, and he himself will face the most dangerous situation. For Chen Luo, Qizhang Group is the foundation of his current foothold in Yandu. If he loses the financial support of Qizhang Group, Chen Luo wanted to bring down Yifei. It was even more difficult. Unless he can find a way to rely on a wealthy family like the Wei family, he will completely lose the opportunity to compete with Yifei. Yifei is taking a salary from the bottom of the pot. Li Xiangyan sneered, looking at Duan Qizhang. Dao, Chairman Duan, what do you think now? Duan Qi was looking angrily at the 5 people behind Li Xiangyan. He said solemnly, Zhou Luo, you are also an old man in our group. At the beginning, let us lay the groundwork together to create Qizhang Group. I have always treated you as my own person, but you betrayed me. Zhou Luo was one of the 5 people who were countered by Yifei. Hearing Duan Qizhang saying this, Zhou Luo answered straightforwardly, with a hint of apology in his voice, sorry. Chairman, know the current affairs. The person is Junbin. Zhou Luo was bought by Yifei with a lot of money. Duan Qizhang shook his head, his face was disappointed, and he looked at the other person beside Li Xiangyan. Said, and you Zhu Yuanyi, you can. Is one of the people I trust most, as is my right-hand man, if it weren't for you to raise funds when I was in the most difficult time, Qizhang Ji. I am afraid that the regiment has already gone bankrupt. We have been in the same boat for more than 10 years, but you betrayed me at this time. Zhu Yuanyi is a veteran of the Qizhang Group. He is deeply trusted by Duan Qizhang in the Qizhang Group. Duan Qizhang's betrayal of him is a little unbelievable, because he usually treats Zhu Yuanyi. It is also quite good. I didn't expect Zhu Yuanyi to support Li Xiangyan at this critical moment. Duan Qizhang couldn't figure it out. It can only be said that people's hearts are unpredictable. Zhu Yuanyi is a man over 50 years old. His temples are white and his complexion looks resolute. Hearing Duan Qizhang's words, he just talking indifferently to President Duan. I am sorry. The reason why Zhu Yuanyi betrayed Duan Qizhang was also very simple, because Duan Qizhang was too good at implementing Chen, and Chen Luo came to the company for 2. You took the position of vice president, and also got a lot of shares, became a depositary, and was on the same level as Zhu Yuanyi and other company veterans. This also aroused the opposition of a group of Qizhang Group veterans headed by Zhu Yuanyi. Yifei also caught several handles of Zhu Yuanyi at the same time, so that Zhu Yuanyi completely took refuge in Yifei. Duan Qizhang looked at other people again, and several directors behind Li Xiangyan also looked resolutely supporting Li Xiangyan's side. These 5 directors were either grabbed by Yifei, or they were profited by Yifei, or they had a spear with Duan Qizhang. Shield. In short, as long as it is human, there are weaknesses. Yifei allowed Haiwu and others to monitor the actions of these executives of the Qizhang Group during this period, just for the scene. Yifei tried every means to get these people to support Li Xiangyan, and Duan Qi was having difficulty turning over. Okay, very good. Duan Qi was looking at Li Xiangyan and the 5 directors behind him, and smiled with anger. I can think of me. Duan Qizhang actually raised your group of white-eyed wolves, which is really ridiculous, L. Duan Qizhang slapped the table angrily. With a bang, the tabletop vibrated, and tea splashed everywhere. When Li Xiangyan saw this, his eyes flashed with a pleasant color, and he sneered, Chairman Duan, you said we were white-eyed wolves. Certainly, if you hadn't treated Chen Luo and his 2 unfairly, we really might not have come to where we are today. It is useless to say more. Now we have 6 essentials, plus the 3 directors who did not come all support me. These are 3 directors. The 3 statements prepared in advance, you can take a look at. Li Xiangyan took out one document and threw it to Duan Qizhang. Duan Qizhang saw the document and suddenly felt ashamed. In this way, among the 13 directors, more than 2/3 have already supported Li Xiangyan, so Duan Qi can be completely eliminated. Zheng Chen Luo. Duan Qizhang couldn't help but panic at this time, but he's still angered. I have shares in the group, and I have 38% of the shares in the group. I want to convene a shareholder meeting to re-elect the board of directors. Duan Qi is planning to stand up with his own shares. Shares. Li Xiangyan sneered and took out a document, and said coldly, this is the stockholding agency authorization agreement given to me by Yunning Fund. Discussion. I now hold 33.5% of Yunning Fund's 840 shares on behalf of me. In addition to my previous 2% of shares, there are others. L. For your support, the shares in my hand are no less than yours. Li Xiangyan's eyes showed coldness, and he sneered. Yunning Fund 33.5% of the shares. Duan Qizhang widened his eyes. Seeing the document agreement, he knew the original. Why Yunning Fund had acquired so many shares of Qizhang Group without knowing it. Including Chen Luo was also shocked face. Chen Luo knew, this time is over. It's all over, equals there's no chance of a turnaround. Of course, Duan Qizhang and Chen Luo also know what type of fund Yunning Fund is, that is, Tujia's fund investment company. Chen Luo was also completely certain that this matter was Kaifei's mastermind. Chen Luohuan. In the deep shock, Duan Qizhang did the same. Both of them are earthy faces, to know that the worst result of the matter has arrived. From today, this Qizhang Group is afraid that it will have the surname Yi. Chapter 199. There was an incredible look in Chen Luo's eyes. The same is true for Duan Qizhang. Li Xiangyan's eyes flashed happily when he saw the 2 of them. Li Xiangyan knew very well that he was Yifei's agent. To put it ugly, it was Yifei's dog, but as long as he is loyal to Yifei, He can call the wind and call the rain in the Kijang group, bite whoever bites J. Although Li Xiangyan is wild, he is also a smart man, knowing that he can maximize his benefits by following Yifei. Chairman Duan, oh no, after the proposal of our board of directors, you are no longer the chairman. Li Xiangyan sneered. Duan Qi was trembling with anger and violently. Although his share of the fruit is not small, it is not as good as Yifei Dong. The shares acquired by Yunning Fund, together with the shares of the company and other senior executives, are not less than those of Duan Qijang. When Chen Luo saw this scene, his back was also cold. Only then did Chen Luo know that it turned out that all of this was within Yifei's calculations. From the outbreak of the poison capsule incident to the plummet of Kijang Group's share price, Yifei took the opportunity to obtain a large number of cheap Kijang Group shares, secretly united with the senior executives of the Kijang Group, carefully planned this Z-Time Force Palace. Duan Qi is being forced to step down, and Chen Luo, his fate was even worse. Originally, when Duan Qijang held the supremacy in his hand, he made an extraordinary promotion of Chen Luo, which already made the Kijang Group quite criticized. Duan Qi is down now. Taiwan, Chen Luo in the Kijang Group even lost his patron and hung his pie. After the voting result of the board of directors came out, Duan Qi slammed the door and left. And Chen Luo was also sullen, ready to leave the office. Vice President Chen, wait, Li Xiangyan smiled and said to Chen Luo. If it weren't for the board of directors, Chen Luo would have been unable to resist Li Xiangyan. Chen Luo's force value crushed Li Xiangyan. Glimpsing Chen Luo's fierce look, Li Xiangyan stepped back unconsciously, but still strong. Courageously, he said coldly, Vice President Chen Yigongzi asked me to bring you a message. Upon hearing Yifei, Chen Luo looked awe-inspiring, looked at Li Xiangyan coldly, and said solemnly, what did he say? Young master, Yi said, don't worry, Vice President Chen, the game has just started. Li Xiangyan said. When Chen Luo heard the words, the anger in his eyes seemed to be ignited, and he snorted heavily. Clenched his fists, turned and left. At this time, both Chen Luo and Duan Qijang were like bereaved dogs, and left the meeting room dingy. The footsteps of these two people were like filled with lead. It is extremely heavy. After Duan Qijang and Chen Luo left, Li Xiangyan finally breathed a sigh of relief in the meeting room. He immediately called Yi Tufei and expressed his attitude. Report the situation respectfully. L.B. Yifei received a call from Li Xiangyan and learned that the Kijang Group's affairs had been settled, and the mouthfish also evoked a smile. No, with the support of the Kijang Group, Chen Luo would be even less helpful now in Yandu. The Howai family he can rely on is getting more and more. Phew, after all, Duan Qi is Chen Luo as senior, and Duan Qi can only describe Chen Luo with his hard lawns. In contrast, although other wealthy families in Yandu owe favors to the Superintendent Wu, these wealthy families are also good to Chen Luo, but they have a relationship with Duan Qijang that is incomparable. Kijang Group is now under Yifei's control, and Chen Luo's vitality is greatly injured. Hang up the phone, Tufei is in a good mood. At this time, Yifei is working at Brilliant Entertainment Company too. Brilliant Entertainment and Forward is Yifei's important development direction. Although Yifei is the first heir to the Yi Group, he is not short of money, but Tufei has already had an idea for a long time and wants to build his own power. Except for the Yi family, they really belong to his forces. Start from this Brilliant Entertainment. In addition, Jian Yifei's own financial income mainly has two items. The item is the income from Bingji, Jade Feng Shui. This part of the income is equivalent. The huge amount of money Yifei earned was in the hundreds of millions. In addition item, it comes from the company's income from Brilliant Entertainment O. But Yifei was not satisfied with Brilliant Entertainment's income. Yifei has true goals and ambitions. It is to build an entertainment empire and rely on the influence of the entertainment industry. Become a domestic entertainment product. The godfather of industry, Yifei relied on Lin Yufan's laptop, which recorded countless classic movies, TV, songs, coupled with the background of Brilliant Entertainment. It is not difficult to achieve this goal. Yifei has asked Zhang Minli to start cultivating potential celebrities, such as Lu Lingzhu. Last time Yifei gave Lu Lingjun 2 songs. It also made Lu Lingjun excited because of this. Now these 2 songs have become Lu Lingjun's new album. The title song of the album started a wave of publicity. Yifei certainly didn't give Lu Lingjun the rabbit fee for the song. Lu Lingjun is her female singer. When he gave these 2 songs to Lu Lingjun, after Lu Lingjun sang and became popular, Yifei would be regarded as the only. Relying on copyright fees can make a lot of money. Yifei came to Brilliant Entertainment this time, but he didn't have any idle time, so he directly took out a movie script to Zhang Minli. When Zhang Minli saw Yifei showing him a thick movie script, he was still wondering, well, Mr. Yi, what are you? Look at it. This is a movie script. I plan the company to start filming. The Kijang Group's poison capsule incident has not yet become hot. Now, this movie should sell well, Yifei said lightly. Zhang Minli looked at the script of the movie titled I Am Not the God of Medicine, and he was taken aback. Zhang Minli looked at the script carefully. He was a little confused at first, but when he looked at it carefully, his expression suddenly became excited. Get up, Yi, President Yi, did you write this scrapbook? This is too. The script of I Am Not the God of Medicine has obviously shocked Zhang Minli. Yifei smiled. Find a reliable director to play Zhao's investment is not a problem. Start shooting as soon as possible. Nothing else. It has the problem, let me fix it. Good, Zhang Minli nodded and promised, President Yi, don't you worry, I'll rush you to the quality of this script. I guarantee that we will. Sining's reputation is even higher because of the movie A Step Up L. That is fine. Yifei didn't suspect that Zhang Minli's words were false. Because, I Am Not the God of Medicine, this movie has been popular all over the country in its previous life, and it won more than 3 billion box office. And because of the poison capsule incident, people are very concerned about drug safety issues. Taking advantage of this east wind, the filming of this film is bound to be big. Attention body. At that time, not only will it be Brilliant Entertainment, but it will even have a very positive impact on Tujia. Yifei gave Zhang Minli a few words, and Zhang Minli went to contact the director with excitement. Yifei didn't want to get involved with the company's operations. Taking advantage of the early days, Tufei drove the car to pick up Luo Weiyu from the flower shop. Chapter 200 Girly feelings are always poetry. Yifei went to find Luo Weiyu. He has not seen Luo Weiyu for a few days. Yangtze Street. At the very corner of that street a flower shop is opening on Yangtze Street. This flower shop is exactly the flower shop opened by Luo Zhengyu. The exterior of the flower shop had already been renovated, and Yifei drove to a halt. Then get out of the car slowly. What surprised Yifei was that the flower shop's business was really good. At least Yifei saw several people buying flowers in the store. Luo Zhang was busy waiting at this time. She lowered her head and did shy things meticulously. The corners of the mouth are kinky, a shallow smile, and the smile is very bright. Charming. Luo Wei's face is always the girl who is like the sun. She was busy in the flower shop. I don't feel tired at all. I have a sharp smile on my face, and I report to everyone who comes and goes. With a polite smile, I never neglected anyone. When Yifei saw Luo Weiyu, his heart immediately calmed down. There is such a girl in the world. Me since 2 years in the Erju girl's world, seeing her second is like seeing her first love, and my heart is very peaceful. Always asterisk 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 you quiet. Corner of. Watching Luo Weiyu busy in the flower shop is also a 610 enjoyment. Yifei watched from the side, but saw that many young men in the flower shop were buying flowers. It has quite a bit of a drunkard who doesn't care about the taste of wine. Nangniu club men are legalized and neither of them seem to come to buy flowers. Who made Luo Weiyu so beautiful and her sunny smile makes people feel very comfortable. Who doesn't like such a superb beauty? Therefore, many of the people who come to the flower shop are young men, in the name of buying flowers. Just a glance at Luo Weiyu, Yifei estimated that these people are regular visitors. And Luo Zhangyu treats these flower shop customers equally, although his smile is sunny and kind. But not intimate. When Yifei saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up. He walked into the flower shop. Yifei listened to soft music in the flower shop. The song is called Heart Language. Wang Baibin listened to the 11th, it was a coincidence, the flower shop was playing Lu Lingyun's previous famous song. The melody of this piece is beautiful and quiet, and Yifei himself really likes it. Boss, I am here to buy flowers. Yifei's voice is magnetic. He took the initiative to cover up and said to Luo. Hearing Yifei's voice, Luo Weiyu, who was busy, raised her head. Her long autumnal eyes were extremely bright. Look at Yifei. EADD after seeing Yifei's face, the color of surprise in her eyes spread. You are here highway flushed, her eyes clear of joy. Smile is the law, but the pair vortex at the corner of the mouth. Extraordinarily moving, it is beautiful. For a time, the few in the flower shop looked at the expressions on their faces, they looked at the leaves and then they looked at Luo Weiyu. All of them showed heartbreak and uncomfortable expressions on their faces. Not I. No way, Yifei is so handsome. Those guys on TV, Akari. What little fresh meat, what a fairy appearance, compared with Yi, it is simply not worth mentioning. Shifei not only sells its appearance, and the temperament at night is even more extraordinary. Although this thing of temperament sounds very good, but it really exists. Yifei stepped forward and stood with Luo Zhang. The Westerners seemed to be the Z pair of the Zulian integration. Meet these male customers in the flower shop. With big eyes and small eyes, Yifei heard the heartbreaking voice of some people on the spot. Huishan looks pretty good. I am exhausted. Yifei stepped forward and wiped the sweat on Luo Zhangyu's head without anyone else. Zhu, a sweet smile appeared on Luo Weiyu's face with a pretty smile in her eyes. The smile on my sister's face was extremely happy. I am not tired. I've been very relaxed these days. Especially recently I am busy decorating the house. I am only open for business. Luo Weiyu was very busy during this time. In Luo Zhangyu's heart, the house is her and Yifei's home. Therefore, Luo Zhangyu is very strict with the decoration requirements and personally supervises the work. Even the flower shop has only been open for half a day. Although tired, think about her life with Yifei in the future. She became especially warm in her heart. Seeing Yifei and Luo Weiyu talking and laughing, looking like no one else. The customers in the store still don't understand that Yifei and Luo Weiyu are couple relationship. These male customers sighed and ate the bowl of dog food silently. Or else don't open business this morning. I'll take you around too. Fei laughed. Good. Luo Wei readily agreed. For Luo Wei, she didn't spend much time with Yifei like this. Then, Luo Weiyu temporarily closed the flower shop after checking out the customers in the shop. These customers caught a glimpse of the Mercedes-Benz Maybach with Yifei on Zaiwei's face, one of them. The man couldn't help saying, damn, this little. What kind of background, handsome and rich, is there any humanity to down pointing arrow? Yifei started this Mercedes-Benz Maybach and asked with a smile, Weiyu, where do you want to go? As long as I am with you, it works anywhere. Luo Zhang smiled lightly. Blinking, in Wiguo, wherever she wants to go, her request is the simplest, as long as she can be by Yifei's side, husband. It doesn't matter here, what matters is who the people around you are. Yifei couldn't help laughing. The girl's request is always so simple. Okay, no problem. Yifei took Luo Zhangyu to the central city and found a prosperous shopping mall. Then stop. Xiren got off the bus. Luo Weiyu only felt the gust of wind was blowing, it was early winter and the weather was getting colder. Yifei immediately became happy. He took out a scarf of salt and white and put it on Luo Wei's face. Also tied a delicate knot. Upon seeing Zizang, my heart was warm because the encirclement that Yifei took out was the one made by Luo Wei's face. It turned out that Yifei always took the enclosure she made up. Wearing a circle, feeling the temperature in it, Luo Zhangyu Tiantian suddenly stood on tiptoe. When I kissed, I flew for AD. Yifei only felt the soft touch on his face, slightly startled, and smiled more deeply. Seeing Luo Wei's beautiful and pleasant appearance at the moment, Yifei calmly remembered a sentence, Chinese women always feel poetic. Putting on this scarf, Luo Weiyu suddenly didn't feel that it was set up at all. Her heart was warm, holding Yifei's arm, and the two followed suit. Intention to wander around in the mall. For a while, Yifei felt a sweet smell spreading in the air. Chapter 201 I know humanity more than you. Feed Luo Weiyu. Eating cold drinks in winter. In fact, it is really a different kind of taste and enjoyment. Luo Weiyu ate the ice cream with a sweet smile. The smile on the corner of her mouth spread the taste of happiness, leaning against Yifei. The two of them. The figure is exceptionally harmonious. The two went shopping for a while. Yifei bought some clothes for Luo Weiyu by the way. Luo Weiyu's clothes are all ordinary. They are all ordinary clothes with a value of no more than 200 yuan, but Yifei can't help it. Said I bought 5 or 6 clothes for Luo Weiyu, the cheap ones are all too. Although Luo Weiyu didn't want Yifei's money, she couldn't argue with Yifei. What happened to my woman buying 2 clothes? My woman. Hearing Yifei's name Luo Weiyu felt sweet in her heart. Luo Weiyu's heart had long been tied to Yifei's body, and she no longer refused, holding Yifei's arm with a gentle smile on her mouth. The two of them wandered the street for a while and Yifei suddenly received a text message. Yifei the text message came from Black Friday. Yifei asked the Black Friday to monitor Duan Qizhang and Chen Luo. The Black Friday text message told Yifei. Duan Qizhang and Chen Luo agreed. In the coffee shop near the mall. Seeing the content of this text message, Yifei's heart moved, it was really interesting. It was such a coincidence that Chen Luo and Duan Qizhang actually will appear near this mall. What is wrong with you two? Luo Weiyu's pure eyes looked at Yifei. Yifei smiled and said, Chen is nearby. Of course, Luo Suyu also knew Chen Luo. Chen Luo had harassed her before, and Luo Weiyu had a very bad impression of Chen Luo. Luo Weiyu has a very gentle personality. She is very kind to anyone by nature, and can make her very bad impression. I can only say. It was clear that she was resisting Chen Luo. Did Chen Luo overcame you during this period? Luo Weiyu didn't know much about the contradiction between Yifei and Chen Luo. And I have seen some news. The corner of Yifei's mouth raised. The voice was not so good. He touched Luo Weiyu's head. Don't worry, Chen Luo is not my opponent. Yifei's words are very confident. He has reached the stage of closing the net to Chen Luo. Even if Chen Luo counterattacked, Yifei was confident. And grasped the response. Luo Weiyu didn't speak much when she heard the words, just leaned her little head gently against Yifei, her expression always gentle. Between the two talking, Yifei had already taken Luo Weiyu and walked to the cafe. Yifei had already seen Duan Qizheng and Chen Luo sitting in the corner of the coffee shop. At this moment, Chen Luo's face was gloomy. Duan Qizheng was the same. Both of them had a calm face, with a sullen expression on their face. The complexion is as dark as the bottom of a pot. The two of them were kicked out of the management of Qizheng Group, and they were completely defeated in this battle for power. Especially Duan Qizheng, the Qizheng Group that he worked so hard for years, actually fell into the hands of others. It is foreseeable that from then on, Qizheng Group will have the surname Yi. Yifei not only holds a large number of shares in the Qizheng Group, but also has the support of the Yi family. Although the current reputation of Qizheng Group is not very good, but that is not a problem. As long as the core assets of Qizheng Group are still there, Yifei can reintegrate them to ES. The group can also make a breakthrough in the pharmaceutical industry. Duan Qi was bleeding. At this moment, Duan Qizheng sullened his face. He suddenly raised his head slightly and suddenly found Yifei. His body was shocked, and his eyes flashed. Equal silk angry color. Almost couldn't he help but stand up. Seeing Duan Qizheng's smooth swings, Chen Luo was also taken aback. He turned his back to Yifei. At this moment, Chen Luo suddenly turned around. Saw Yifei. Yifei Chen Luo uttered two words. He blocked his face and looked at Yifei. Yifei and Luo Weiyu came together. Chen Luo also saw Luo Weiyu next to Yifei at this time, and saw Luo Weiyu's gentle and pleasant appearance. It made Chen Luo gritted his teeth. In Chen Luo's eyes, Luo Weiyu should have been his woman. Damn Yifei won. Vice President Chen, let us meet again. Tu Fei's mouth has a faint smile. The noise is magnetic, but it makes Chen Luo feel angry. Yifei shook his head and said, oh no, you shouldn't be called Vice President Chen. You will not be the Vice President of Qizheng Group right away. Chen Luo was furious. If it weren't for the people in this cafe, and he was hurt, it would be impossible to get involved with Yifei. Otherwise, he would still really want to do it. Zero seeking flowers 1. Chen Luo and Yifei have long been immortal. The key point is that Chen Luo doesn't know what is going on. He can control his emotions when he sees Yifei. Swallow it alive. Yifei glanced at Chen Luo. Chen Luo, I didn't come to see you today. Yifei turned to look at Duan Qizheng. The attitude is very peaceful. Mr. Duan, are you interested in chatting alone? That is right. Yifei is here to find Duan Qizheng. In fact, Yifei intends to deliberately find Duan Qizheng to chat with Chen Luo. Created the illusion that he was wooing Duan Qizheng. Let Chen Luo misunderstand Yi. Although it is the most common countermeasure, if it is used properly, it can make Chen Luo and Duan Qizheng have a relationship. Crack. Yifei has enough means and methods to make Chen Luo suspect Duan Qizheng. Duan Qizheng looked at Yifei coldly. He was very resistant to Yifei and sneered, young Master Yi, there seems to be nothing good between us. Chatting. Yifei said, that is not necessarily true. Don't Mr. Duan want to talk to me about the Qizheng Group too? Duan Qi's heart moved. Qizheng Group was his painstaking effort when he founded Liquijun Group. Duan Qizheng doesn't know how much time and experience it has taken now. Qizheng Group is about to change hands, of course Duan Qizheng is unwilling. This is Duan Qizheng's soft feet. Duan Qi was standing up, looking straight at Yifei, and said in a deep voice, what do you want to say, let us talk. The fish is hooked. The corner of Yifei's mouth was raised, while Chen Luo on one side couldn't help but mumble. He didn't know what Yifei was selling in this door. Chen Luo looked suspiciously as Duan Qi was chatting with Kaifei privately, his expression even more obstructed. Chen Luo is a little cautious, selfish and suspicious. Yifei also took advantage of this. He along with Duan Qizheng talked privately and that was the case. He understands human nature better than Chen Luo and uses it as precisely the weakness of Chen Luo's human nature. Yifei said he wanted Chen Luzhong to betray his relatives. For what he said, Yifei has always been in charge of the factory. Z. Chapter 202. Duan Qi was getting up, and his light condensed slightly, his focus was locked on Tu Fei, and he asked coldly, Master Yi, what do you want me to do? What are you talking about? Yifei shrugged, looking at Duan Qizheng with a calm face, and said, Mr. Duan, we actually have a chance to cooperate. Duan Qizheng couldn't help but sneered when he heard the words, Master Shi, you have caused me a heavy loss. What can we talk about? Yifei. Group, fully support you. Duan Qizheng frowned, what condition too? Yifei said, as long as you draw a clear line with Chen Luo. 5. What a joke, Chen Luo is my junior and Mr. Wu is my master. You ask me to draw a clear line with him, impossible Duan. Qi Jun flatly refused, sneered. Yi Ganzi 1 equals soil, it turns out that you are here to sow discord, I don't think you need to say it anymore. Yifei said with a chuckle, Mr. Duan, you are loyal to Dr. Wu. I understand your respect for Dr. Wu, but this. What does it have to do with Chen Luo? Duan Qizheng Wei startled. Yifei shook his head, Mr. Duan, you've always made a mistake. Chen Luo is just a disciple of Dr. Wu. He can represent Dr. Wu. You dig your heart and lungs for Chen Luo, but you make the Qizheng Group forgive you. Why bother to if you really want to repay God Wu? The doctor's kindness to you should directly repay the Dr. Wu instead of Chen Luo. Duan Qizheng slightly silent. Yifei's words are not fake at all. Duan Qi is just a named disciple of the supernatural Dr. Wu, and the supernatural Dr. Wu also has great kindness towards him. Duan Qizheng is very emotional. Qi, the kindness to the genius Dr. Wu is always unforgettable. Duan Qizheng even wanted to give a large sum of his shares to Dr. Wu, but Dr. Wu refused. Give it back to the younger brother Chen Luo. As the close disciple of Dr. Wu, Chen Luo is also the only personal disciple. The weight in the heart of Dr. Wu is conceivable. But now, Yifei's words are touching Duan Qi. Chen Luo really cannot represent Wu as Dr. He should repay the kind Dr. Wu that he was kind to him, not Chen Luo. Duan Qizheng was silent for a while, to immediately sneered, Yi Ganzi is very articulate, you want to pick out the relationship between me and my junior. How can I let your wishful thinking succeed? Yifei sighed softly, the right to choose is in your hands. I just think that Mr. Duan is a man of love and justice, so I add to you. It has a pity to advise, what a pity. Yifei had a regretful expression on his face. Duan Qizheng continued to sneer, but there were no waves in his heart. Duan Qizheng turned around and prepared to leave, while Yifei said again, Mr. Duan may wish to think about it. Qizheng Medicine welcomes your return at any time. Come. Duan Qizheng paused slightly, then turned and left without looking back. In fact, Yifei said this package to Chen Luo. Long, he just took the opportunity to destroy the relationship between Chen Luo and Duan Qizheng. Although he also knew that Yifei couldn't reach any agreement with Duan Qizheng in such a short period of time. But I still feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing Chen Luo's frowning expression, the corners of his mouth raised even more. Let us go. Tu Fei took Luo Weiyu's little hand, and the two left the coffee mound. And with the back of Yifei and Luo Weiyu leaving, Chen Luo's expression became more and more gloomy. Master Duan Qi was sitting next to Chen Luo, sighed, and said, the pet is better than a human, now this year Fei let us provoke. Sorry, there's Yi family behind him. Hey, when Duan Qizheng said so, Chen Luo looked cold. Chen Luo finally spoke. To his voice was hoarse and gloomy, it's okay, I still have a chance. Although the Yi family is great, but in Yan. It is not second hand to cover the sky. There is Lei's family beside me, and Lei's family has been there for a few days, and it is Mr. Wei's birthday. Please help me, brother. Whether we can make a comeback. It depends on the Wei family. Of course, Chen Luo wanted to make the last fight. Hearing what Chen Luo said, Duan Qizheng hesitated a little, then slowly nodded, but he was thinking about what Yifei said just now. Ye Fei and Luo Weiyu were strolling in the mall, and it was night before they knew it. 0. Where do you want to go? Yifei asked with a smile too. Luo Weiyu blinked and said, I want to go to our new home and take you to see. Okay, I would like to see how your decoration is going. Yifei smiled. Luo Weiyu and Yifei arrived at the new house. Yifei saw that Luo Weiyu was also very careful in the decoration design of this new house. The design was in Mediterranean style. Luo Weiyu also deliberately checked the information online. I found the design drawings and content. Luo Weiyu pulled Yifei in a whisper. At that time, you can put the table here and then I can cook for you often. There is also a balcony where you can grow flowers and plants, and the orchid can be placed on the windowsill in the future. I also want 2 wall paintings to decorate the wall 22. No question, I will accompany you to buy decoration materials, and then we will design together. Yifei smiled. Really? Luo Weiyu's eyes were bright and she looked forward to it. Of course it is true. Yifei smiled. Luo Weiyu smiled sweetly. It is nice to have you, Yifei, I especially like you. Miss Luo used 2 specials in a row. Hearing Luo Weiyu's words, Yifei's expression became more gentle. Luo Weiyu's weak and boneless hands held Yifei tightly, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled, both seeming to think of future life. I feel very warm. 2.9. Especially Luo Weiyu, lying in Yifei's arms, wrapped her white hands around Yifei's waist. But no one can live here. Go to my place first tonight. Tu Fei blinked with a smile. Luo Weiyu blushed and let out a sound like a mosquito. Yifei took Luo Weiyu, and the two arrived at the villa. The next thing, then you can only understand it, not tell it. At the same time, Yifei received a prompt from the system. He received 200 experience points again, from Luo Weiyu. Chapter 203 at SA Feast. Human, her character is also quiet and gentle and uncontested. It is precisely because of this that Luo Weiyu likes orchids the most, the fragrance of the house full of orchids but the elegant and undisputed quality. Yifei also likes Luo Weiyu's gentle and watery character. The time he spends with Luo Weiyu is also the easiest and most comfortable time for Yifei. Time, because in front of Miss Luo, Yifei didn't need any concealment, and both of them had a sense of communication between hearts. Yifei smelled the faint scent of Luo Weiyu's body, and the two embraced tightly. A few hours later, Luo Weiyu leaned against Yifei's arms, her hair was scattered and the clouds scattered on her temples. Yifei stroked Luo Weiyu's smooth hair and slowly spoke, tired. Luo Weiyu blushed, whispered, a little bit, then go to bed obediently, and I will take you to the flower shop tomorrow morning. Yifei smiled lightly. Okay. Luo Weiyu closed her smart eyes, her black long and thick eyelashes trembling lightly, her cheeks flushed like jelly. Close your eyes, it is very touching. Yifei's sight was also fixed on this scene, with a smile at the corner of his mouth and a panoramic view of the beautiful. Equals feeling dawn. When Yifei woke up the next day, Luo Weiyu was already busy in the kitchen. Yifei took a look and found that Luo Weiyu was almost ready to make breakfast. The rich and moving scent of breakfast made Yifei's index finger move too much. Yifei couldn't help feeling that a woman like Luo Weiyu is really blessed to meet someone. Not only is she gentle and pleasant, but also proficient in culinary art, can cook, can be considerate and caring for others. You go wash first. I'll do it right away. Go. Luo Weiyu urged Yifei Shuan. Yifei smiled and went to wash, and when he finished washing, the early supervisor on the table was very rich. There are fried eggs, sandwiches, little chaos, and 2 cups of hot milk. What makes Yifei smile knowingly is that Luo Weiyu deliberately fried the eggs into a heart-like shape, which is also cute. Luo Weiyu's craftsmanship is very good, although it is not as good as a professional chef. But it is pretty good. Yifei also knew that the praise was over at this time, and Luo Weiyu's breakfast was made a burst of praise. Let Luo Weiyu smile and bend her eyes, holding it down. Ba watched Tu Fei gobbled it up. After Luo Weiyu finished her meal, Tu Yifei sent her to the flower shop. After sending Luo Weiyu away, Yifei also called his chief daddy Yi. Yifei borrowed a few tubes from his mouth. Regarding the elites, he is going to second these people to join the Qizhang group. Although Yifei let Li Xiangyan be his agent, he would not let Li Xiangyan be his wife alone. Some management seconded from Yi. Elites are also necessary. Under Tu Fei's arrangement, several senior executives of the ES group were seconded to the Qizhang group to stabilize the situation of the Qizhang group for Yifei. This thing is done. Yifei's position as the overlord of Qizhang group was even more stable. In addition, there was good news from Zhang Minli, that is, the film I Am Not the **** of Medicine has found a director. The director of the film is Xu Hao, the contracted director of Brilliant Entertainment. Xu Hao is a new star and has 2 or 3 good fame works. After getting the drama I Am Not the God of Medicine, Xu Hao himself was also very excited. I was full of praise for this script. Shin. He accepted the appointment of Zhang Minli. How much investment does this I Am Not the God of Medicine cost? Tu Fei asked lightly. About 50 to 10 million, the cost is not high. Zhang Minli made a rough estimate. Poor acting skills, traffic stars, small fresh meat, otherwise I would rather divestment than filming the industry, including our company as future movies. In addition, the former entertainment industry traffic stars in Xiao genre dominate, but these actors have no fan traffic, but they have no positive impact. Even various cutouts, poor acting skills too, and even the lines can be memorized. Yifei doesn't have any good feelings for this kind of actor. Hearing what Yifei said, Zhang Minli packed the ticket and said, Teacher, don't you worry, I promise that there won't be any traffic stars in Xiaoshan. This movie is a promising film, how could I smash our signature too? That is good, equals leave it to you. Don't you worry, Mr. Yi. Yifei is not willing to take over the management of the company. He is only responsible for the general direction of control. As the so-called laborers go up, among the laborers go down. Yifei only had to put the right person in the right place. After finalizing these things, Yifei was busy practicing boxing, and at the same time he went to the hospital to visit Mu Maojian, and by the way, he wiped the ice muscle jade from Mu Zijing. Mu Zijin's injury recovered quickly, and a few days later she was back to normal. Can be discharged. A few days later, Mu Zijin was discharged smoothly. At the same time, the birthday banquet of the Wei family's old man is coming, and the whole Yandu is extremely lively, especially the upper circle of Yandu. All are prepared for this. And Mu Zijin also received 460 invitations from Wei Jia. The Yi family did not receive the invitation because of the similar relationship with the Wei family, but he himself prepared a gift to send. The same goes for the Bai family and the Yang family. In front of top giants like the Wei family, Yi, Bai, and Yang are still inferior. Especially the three are all commercial families and there are not many family interactions, so I prepare to give gifts on the day. In fact, most of the Yandu family businesses do not even have the qualifications to give gifts. Yandu received the invitation from the Wei family. They are all relatively influential families in the political arena, not a business family. Since Mu Zijin received the invitation, she went with Yifei. The long-awaited Wei family birthday feast finally begins too. The Wei family birthday banquet was held at noon, and the Wei family father's birthday was held in the Wei family manner. When Mu Zijin and Yifei arrived at Wei's house, Kaifei sighed slightly when he saw the scene in front of him. The scene in front of you is really a feast for Yandu. Except for the commercial family, there are almost all characters with faces in Yandu. Get together. Chapter 204. A stunning beauty with a perfect score of 10. When Yifei and Mu Zijin showed up in the Wei family compound, Yifei saw that the yard was already full of luxury cars. Needless to say, there is no need to mention a car of the level of Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Porsche, Land Rover, Bentley, Hongqi and even Rolls-Royce is the mainstream, and the most terrifying thing about these luxury cars is that their license plates are more than one enterprise. The various special license plates are staggering. The Bentley that Yifei drove today was not conspicuous in many luxury cars. Yifei couldn't help but sigh. The Wei family's pomp is much larger than that of the Mu family. This is also related to the behavior of the two companies. Although they are both top-notch giants, the Wei family is far more high-profile than the Mu family. As a big boss in Yandu, he is indeed a well-deserved big boss, and he is a well-deserved big-time figure with many people from Yandu and even the whole country. Yifei and Mu Zijin stopped at the door for a while. Mu Zijin took the initiative to take up Yifei's arm. Yifei only felt a gentle touch of jade on his arm. Mu Zijin took his hand, making Yifei's heart move, looking at Muzzy. Jin's eyes are even softer. Mu Zijin's move was undoubtedly announcing the relationship between her and Yifei in front of everyone, and he did not shy away from it. Mu Zijin is the jewel in the palm of the Mu family, so his status need not be said. It is just that her personality is too Wei and indifferent, and she is very. The child is not interested. The reason why she and Yifei got up to pray to Mr. Wei was only because she knew the hostile relationship between Yifei and Chen Luo. That is it. Mu Zijin took Yifei's hand. The two were about to enter the Wei's courtyard. At this moment, not far away the Maserati Levante slowly stopped, and two people got out of the car. Chen Luo and Lei Haoran. Chen Luo and Lei Haoran were dressed in suits and leather shoes, each dressed up in a very formal and grand manner. Yifei was not surprised to see Chen Luo and Lei Haoran together. The two guys Chen Luo and Lei Haoran have been hooked up a long time ago, and their stances are the same. The Lei family is a well-known business and political family as the Yan has. The relationship between the Lei family and the Wei family is quite good. Therefore, Lei Haoran is the third generation of the Lei family. Hard member, he took the initiative to invite Ying to celebrate Wei Lao's birthday. Yifei squinted, his eyes met Chen Luo x Lei Haoran, and all three of them saw each other. But Chen Luo and Lei Haoran looked at Yifei slightly surprised. Obviously they didn't know Yifei would come. Immediately afterwards, both Chen Luo and Lei Haoran saw Mu Zijin holding Yifei in his arms. The intimate gesture of the two was obviously a couple. Envy and jealousy flashed in Chen Luo's eyes, and Lei Haoran was shocked and surprised. Chen Luo clenched his fists tightly. When he saw Mu Zijin and Yifei only once, they were still relatively close friends. Although it can be seen that the two had a good relationship at the time, they definitely couldn't reach the point of being a couple. Yifei must have defeated Chen Luo through the medical skill competition last time. To her heart, Chen Luo subconsciously thought so, and he hated Kaifei even more. A stunning woman like Mu Zijin, and the jewel in the Mu family's palm, such a woman is what he dreams of, by Luowei. Rain and Su Qingzu made him even more eager. It can be said that the two women Chen Luo wants most, one is Mu Zijin, the other is Bai Ruoxi. Mu Zijin is the jewel of the Mu family, and Bai Ruoxi is the no. One Bai Ruoxi and Yandu. The two are not only stunning, but they also have extraordinary identities. According to Chen Luo's scoring standards for beauties, Mu Zijin and Bai Ruoya are both beauties with close to 10 points, which can be counted as 9.5 points. Therefore, Chen Luo is very jealous of Yikei. Not only Chen Luo, but Lei Haoran even more so too. Mu Zijin's name, Lei Haoran, is also like a thunder. He has long known that there is such a wonderful person in the Mu family. But because of Muzzy, Jin is often in the army, and Lei Haoran has hardly seen Mu Zijin. Seeing him today made him even more amazing. Yifei glanced at Chen Luo and Lei Haoran, then ignored the two of them, and said, Zhaoyuan. Let us go in Ray. Okay, Mu Zijin held it in his arms. From beginning to end, except for Chen Luo and Lei Haoran for a few seconds at the first glance, Mu Zijin's gaze did not stop at the two of them. Chen Luo and Lei Haoran looked at each other, but they felt very uncomfortable. Lei Haoran even opened her mouth and snorted coldly. She has the Mu family, she has such a proud woman. Yifei is also a little tricky. Even this kind of woman can conquer. Lei Haoran's tone was sour. Chen Luo said solemnly, Brother Lei, let us go in too. It is not suitable to have a conflict with Yifei today. As long as we make friends with the Wei family. Yifei is not afraid of being backed by the Mu family, not to mention I have the Zheng family to help. I want to see how long Yifei can be proud of too. Chen Luo not only made friends with the Wei family, but also the Zheng family for help. These two top giants owed the favor of his master Wu Shenyi. 2. Also, let us go in. Lei Haoran Jia. The Wei family courtyard is very spacious. Although it is a suburb of Yandu, the Wei family Tai courtyard occupies an amazing area. This yard is much larger than the average courtyard house, a bit like a Zhengyang garden. Simple and refined decoration, older than Mu. That yard is too much. In the courtyard hall, there are mahogany Kangxian tables, about 20 or 30 tables, and many guests have already taken their seats. Yifei saw a lot of familiar figures, and they were all figures with faces and faces. Anyone here is too famous in Yandu. Ding ding. Among them, Yifei also saw a few people who often appear on TV, and they are all sitting in the treasure guest table at the moment. Yifei glanced a few times, then withdrew his gaze. The butler of the Wei family and a few juniors are greeting the guests. Of course, such a wealthy family like the Wei family will not show up. What do you think is a low-profile thing? All the guests on the scene are arranged to take their seats. Yifei and Mu Zijin are also sitting in the top seats. As soon as Yifei and the two were seated, Yifei saw the other side of this mahogany table with 8 immortals, sitting equals a woman with a slender figure. When Yifei and the woman intertwined and saw her appearance, Yifei was slightly startled. Because the woman in front of you is simply breathtakingly beautiful, and she is a peerless beauty who can be rated as a perfect score. Yes, the full score is very reliable. Moreover, this woman made Yifei faintly have two familiar feelings, which made his heart move slightly. Chapter 205. In front of Yifei and Mu Zijin was a peerless beauty. Appearing to be about 20 years old is the most mature and feminine age of a woman. The hair is slightly curly, and you can see that you are tall even if you are sitting. S-shaped lines, willow waist knot. Kanying 1 equals the slender legs hold the legs, attracting the moonlight of everyone around. Even Yifei has to admit that Mu Zijin, by Ruoxi and other women are already stunning in the world, but compared to this woman, there seems to be something missing, less feminine. The woman in front of her is like a fully ripe peach, exuding a rich fruity fragrance and full of charm. According to Chen Luo as set the scoring standard, this woman is definitely a woman who can be rated as a very good hollow-up pointing triangle. Chen Luo's rating of beautiful women is very strict, and can only be described by Shu and K, which is not a cosmetic face or internet celebrity. The face can enter his eyes. The form is to the meaning is to the rhyme is to the face and the spirit is. Only the peerless beauty who can meet the standards and requirements in terms of appearance, artistic conception and charm can be rated as 9 points or more. As for the tenths, it is hard to come by. Of course, the women like Mu Zijin, by Ruoxi, and others are not inferior in appearance to the woman in front of them, but slightly inferior to the feminine. NS. After all, Mu Zijin had a face to the sky and never put on makeup, and by Ruoxi was also busy with work, so she didn't dress up straight in 703. But the woman in front of her is extremely delicate, with delicate makeup, and a perfect figure, full of charm, everywhere. Born stunner. I am afraid that when any man sees her, these 4 words will appear in his mind. The woman looked at Yifei and Mu Zijin with brilliant eyes, and saw Yifei and Mu Zijin, a pair of golden girls sitting at her table. The different color in her eyes flashing, cherry lips and light leaves, said, Yi Gongzi and Ms. Mu are really predestined, concubine Yu respects you a cup. Yifei suddenly knew the origin of this woman, his heart moved slightly but his face remained calm. This woman's name is Ning Yufu. She is the first heroine in the novel The King of Soldiers in Wadu. No wonder Yifei always has a sense of familiarity. Although Yifei has read novels, the novel is a novel when it becomes a real world. After the world, Yifei didn't know the specific appearance of these heroines. The novel Warriors in Wadu is also one of the hottest novels in the past life. The story of Warriors in Wadu is very simple. The actor's name is Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng was the founder of Longya, the world's top mercenary organization. He withdrew from employment after the Golden Bull player. Music world. After that, he lived overseas for 3 years, and became the second of the big names in overseas entry. After that, Li Yunfeng returned to Xuanwang country from overseas and began his urban career. Relying on top strength values and extensive contacts, Li Yunfeng made a fortune in Yandu. All kinds of pretends to slap your face. In the novel, plump. Yunfeng acts high profile and arrogant, and there is no shortage of beautiful women around him. Yifei and Yu family in the original book are naturally also the cannon fodder for Li Shifeng's villains to slap their faces. And concubine Ning Yu, she is the first heroine of Wadu Soldier 5. Concubine Ning Yu is the only daughter of the Ning family. Ning's family was also the top compilation of Yandu. Enough to be inferior to the Wei family and the Mu family. But Baojia because of something, later. Depressed. However, the lean camel is bigger than the horse, and the Ning family is still the Yandu Lu rich family, at least not worse than the Yi family. Concubine Ning Yu's slender hand raised a glass of red wine. A toast to Yifei and Yu Maojing. Sister Ning said and laughed, it should be me to toast you. Mu Zijin said softly, toast with concubine Yu. Yifei's moonlight flashed, and this world was a parallel time and space composed of 4 novels, a completely real world. The plot in the original book has become more reasonable in this world. In this time and space, Mu Zijin and concubine Ning Yu also knew each other, but the two sides did not have much interaction before. Yifei recalled the plot in the original book The King of Soldiers in Wadu. Concubine Ning Yu not only had the Ning family as her backer, but she herself. She has a very strong wrist, and relying on the power of the treasure family, she has built a security company with the most wife in Yandu. The entire Yandu and even the northern underground. Boundary. Almost all Ning Yu's wife alone has the final say too. Concubine Ning Yu Bath is not a strong woman. Her own martial arts strength is also very strong, can be called a legendary figure. It is precisely because of this that in the original book, Li Yunfeng pursued concubine Ning Yu hard and always wanted this woman. But it has a pity, plump. Yunfeng repeatedly hit a wall in front of concubine Ning Yu. A beautiful woman, sitting in front of Yifei was like a bright moon striving for glory, shining brightly, and all the women on the scene were overshadowed by their two sides. There are several kinds of drinks on the Baxian table, including Modai. There are also red wine and drinks. Mu Zijin and concubine Ning Yu brought red wine. With red lips and stunning double beads, Yifei's heart moved slightly when he saw Yifei, but he was not a lustful man and soon recovered. The look is clear and clear. Everyone loves Zhang, and Yifei certainly has appreciation, but he knows that concubine Ning Yu can easily provoke her. And concubine Ning Yu appeared. It means that Li Yunfeng, the main fish of Wadu soldiers, will appear soon, and Li Yunfeng is better than Chen Luo. A more difficult opponent, because Li Yunfeng is known as the king of soldiers, his strength is extremely strong, far better than Chen Luo. And not only that, Li Yunfeng himself is deeply rooted overseas, and he is one of the big brothers in overseas Hong Kong. He has a wide network and is very difficult to deal with. Yifei squinted his eyes as if he wanted to kill Chen Luo as soon as possible and freed his hands to deal with Li Yunfeng. The experience points obtained from the drop of Chen are just used to upgrade. Yifei toasted the Ning Yu's women's ballot, facing each other, and vomiting Fei also drank a sip of red wine. Concubine Ning Yu's red lips lightly opened, and those cherry red lips were particularly moving, attracting the attention of everyone around her. The table of Yifei and concubine Ning Yu suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women is of course very eye-catching. Yifei, Mu Zijin, and concubine Bao Yu were sitting, and there were many people approaching here, including Chen Luo and Lei Haoran. In this way, when Chen Luo and Lei Haoran saw concubine Ning Yu, their eyes flashed with stunning colors. Especially Chen Luo. Chen Luo didn't expect to see such a stunning beauty here, he was stunned to see it for a while. Envy in my eyes. The color is stronger. Such a stunning beauty. 4 actually sat with Yifei, arguing, talking and laughing. Chen Zhang and Lei Haoran sat together. The seats of the two were not far from Gao Yefei and the others. Young Master Yi, Miss Mu, I've long wanted to know you guys. Until now, my cell phone's ringtone is still the song Annalie by the water. Nah, I often hear about Miss Mu's deeds. On the table of the Red 8 Immortals, concubine Ding Yu smiled, the leaves were like orchids. Chapter 206 I am very interested in you. As soon as concubine Ning Yu's voice fell, Mu Zijin also smiled lightly, and said, Sister Ning is the one who has long admired Dai Ming. Yi Fei, nothing to laugh, watching Mu Zijin and concubine Ning Yu's two beauties commercial blow each other is also an interesting thing. Yi Fei looked at Mu Zijin and concubine Ning Yu carefully, although concubine Ning Yu was more feminine. Just like a peach like Dan Muzzy. His face is clear and beautiful, and he does not lose the slightest bit of concubine Ning Yu. And a touch of agility. If you really want to compare, Mu Yujin is a clear way to avoid cannibalism, while concubine Ning Yu takes the beauty of female to the extreme. Extremely feminine, two female Chenlin Chuju each has its own merits. They are all attracted by the moonlight and sightline around them. The friendship between the two women started from business blows. What surprised Yi Fei was that Mu Zijin and concubine Ning Yu were pretty good cast. But think about it, Mu Ziling and Ning Yu are both women with independent personalities, and they can indeed talk about each other. Mu Zijin and concubine Ning Yu did not evade Yi Fei. Two Fei said two things from time to time. The communication with concubine Ning Yu was pretty good. When he was talking with concubine Ning Yu and Mu Zijin, Yi Fei's eyes crossed around. Suddenly found a familiar figure. Thunder. Lei as second master. At this time, Lei equals Ming was also wearing formal clothes. However, he was sitting at another table not far from Yi Fei. Yi Fei and Lei equals Ming are a cooperative relationship, especially Yi Fei revealed the truth about the death of Lei equals Ming's lover Li Xuechen, let Lei greater than Ming right. Yi Fei was extremely grateful. Lei Yiming had a hatred for Lei Haoran, and his alliance with Yi Fei was a time bomb that Yi Fei buried in Lei's house. Yi Fei knew that although Chen Luo was restrained by him now, this guy still united with the Lei family and other families. Still want to treat Yi Fei Jin. Line blow, but Tu Fei was not afraid. He also planted a time bomb in Lei's house. That is thunder. When Lei Yiming finds out the truth about Li Xuechen's death, by then Lei Haoran will be overwhelmed by the internal strife in Lei's family, so there is no free support. Yi Fei also had the means and methods to deal with the other families around Chen Luo. At this time, Lei Yiming noticed that Yi Fei actually Lei Ming was always paying attention to Yi Fei's eyes and the thunder was rushing. Holding Yi Fei's jaw slightly. Since Lei Haoran is not far away, the two should not communicate too much. Yi Fei just meets Lei Yiming's eyes. Not long after, Tu Fei's cell phone rang, and a text message came, which was exactly the message from Lei equals Ming. The content of the message is also very simple. Huang Yufeng has caught it, and I plan to attack Lei Haoran next week. Brother, you will help me. Brother, I must have a good report. Seeing the content of the message, Yi Fei's way you aroused too. Very good, Huang Yufeng has been caught by Lei Yiming. Huang Yufeng was the one who was instigated by Lei Haoran to kill Li Xuechen. Huang Yufeng had fled to Baixiang country before, in Lei. Under the shelter of Haoran. Now Lei Yiming has caught Tong Dingfeng based on the information provided by Yi Fei, and he has obviously gained a lot. LB.ga. After Yi Fei received the message, he simply replied, no problem. Lei Yiming's expression of gratitude immediately felt that Yi Fei was too interesting. It was really the most correct thing that he did the most to make friends with Yi Fei. Decision. After that, Yi Fei and Lei Yiming stopped sending messages, and the two disasters were strangers. At this moment, Mu Zijin proposed to go to the bathroom, and she left the meeting for a while. Mu Zijin leaving, concubine Bao Yu's moonlight focused on Yi Fei's body. She Aaron equals smile, and her smile was like water, although only. Qianchen smiling, but especially attractive, she said, Master Yi, I'm actually very interested in you. Oh Ms. Ning is interested in me. Kai Fei shrugged, with an indifferent expression on his face. Concubine Ning Yu whispered when I am really interested in you. To be honest, I think I am number 2 in Yandu's intelligence network. Every wealthy family in Yandu, including those noble sons and ladies and princesses, I have very detailed information which can be said to be very good for them. Palm, but Yi Gongzi you are the exception. Concubine Ning Yu's intelligence network is indeed very terrifying. She is a well-deserved queen of Yandu and even the northern underground world. On the intelligence network, she is second to none in Yandu. Ning Yufu has the largest security company in Yandu, and many of the wealthy security personnel such as the Yi family and the Yang family originated from Ning Yufei. Because of this, she has a close relationship with the big wealthy families in Yandu, and she knows many things that are not known. This woman has an Ethernet net in her hand covering the entire Yandu. How am I different to Yi Fei said lightly. Concubine Ning Yu whispered, because you can TC through Yi Gongzi. Just a few years ago, Yi Gongzi you were an ordinary rich second generation. But from a few months ago, you have transformed into not only proficient in medicine, martial arts, and firearms. Even piano music, drag racing. Zero seeking flowers. Yi Fei's heart the intelligence network that moved Concubine Ning Yu was really powerful. Check him out in detail. Concubine Ning Yu whispered the closer you get to you two, the more you feel your mystery. You are like a different person, completely reborn. It is hard to imagine Yi Fei frowned slightly. He was not surprised that Concubine Ning Yu had investigated him, but Concubine Ning Yu couldn't think of it anyway. Yi Fei actually knows. There is a system. Just take it as if I was hiding awkwardly before. Yi Fei whispered, Miss Ning, your intelligence network and strength are good. Later we had the opportunity to cooperate. Concubine Ning Yu chuckled, her eyes drifting. If Yi Gongzi wants to cooperate with me, I am looking forward to it. Well, let us talk in detail when we have time, Yi Fei said. Concubine Ning Yu's intelligence network is strong. In many cases, it can come in handy too, and it would be nice to cooperate with Concubine Ning Yu. The two exchanged contact information. At this time Mu Zijin came back from the bathroom. Kai Fei and Concubine Ning Yu silently stopped talking. And at this time, the guests on the scene were basically all there. The guests gathered in the hall. There was only one thing waiting for, and that was the start of the birthday banquet. Soon, it is almost time s. At this moment, there was movement in the Wei's lobby. I only saw an old man with white hair, dressed in a festive red tank suit. Wearing 2 pairs of cloth shoes on his feet. He is in. Supported by the youth, he walked out slowly. Equals time, there was a moment of silence all around. Everyone knows that this is the appearance of today's righteous master. Father Wei family. Gangster level character L. Chapter 207 He is my man. But Wei Lao was very energetic. Wei Lao dressed in tank suit. Walk with the support of the youth. This young man is not handsome, but the temperament is very gentle. He is the second generation eldest grandson of the Wei family named Wei Dongqing. 3 generations of leaders of the Wei family. Figure. With the help of Wei Dongji, Mr. Wei sat upright, his eyes smiling, and the kilns nodded in greeting. Wei Lao is in the top position for a long time. Although it is smiling, it is also more powerful. It is fascinating. All the guests also got up. In front of this old birthday star, they didn't dare to make a mistake. Immediately afterwards, the guests took turns to celebrate Wei Lao. First, the younger nephew of the Wei family, then Yi Fei et al. My father, I am here to pay you birthday greetings. My father is inconvenient in his actions, so his old man asked me to ask you. Good. I wish you good luck in the East China Sea, a longer life than Nanshan, and good health. Mu Zijin took a step forward. She took Yi Fei's hand. Old Wei smiled when he saw Shuzi's diagnosis. He looked at the hand held by most Shuzijin and Yifei again, with a deep meaning. 1. Dazzling Zilling has become a big girl. This is Yifei next to you. It a pity, my Wei family doesn't have such a blessing. Wei Lao sighed for a while. Of course Wei Lao has heard of Yifei. Yifei's heart moved. In fact, based on the plot of the original book, Yifei also knew that Wei Lao had deliberately brought together Shuzijin and Wei Dongqing, but neither Zijin nor Wei Dongqing meant this. This matter is digging out. There is no plot of rich second-generation officials competing for beautiful women, and Mu Zijin doesn't like Wei Dongqing. The reason for Wei Dongqing is even more be special. Mu Ziyu lightly smiled, picking up her delicate chin slightly. Well, he is Yu Liefei. Mu Zijin held Yifei's hand even more tightly. He is my boyfriend. On such a public occasion, Mu Ziyu took the initiative to say this sentence. It is enough to show her true smallness and determination to treat Tufei. This is also the final word for the relationship between Mu Zijin and Yifei. Suddenly, there was a slight commotion all around. Chen Luo, Lei Haorn, Lei Yiming and others all looked at Yifei. The look is quite complicated. These people are envious of Yifei's peach blossom luck. Yi had 3 he to Hinang, in Mu Zijin's favor. On such occasions, it is public the relationship between Mu Ziyu and Yifei in front of the entire Yandu wealthy family. Relationship 1. Yifei certainly understands Mu Ziya's intentions v. Yifei held the soft, boneless hand and felt the rules of the surrounding men of the tombs are jealousy. The corners of his mouth curled up and looked at. Jajin around Meek and Tea helped but warm up. Wei Lao buries the head slightly, and the light stays for a while at Yi Bin. Said, Liren is a golden boy and jade girl, you young people are full of vigor. Bo, it is a good match. At the level of Mr. Wei, he naturally wouldn't embarrass the juniors. The net. In Wei Lao's eyes, Yifei is also a good junior. Of course, Wei Lao also knows the contradiction between Chen Luo and Yifei, although Lao Wei's position is even more inclined due to the favor of the doctor. To help Chen Luo, but this does not prevent Wei Lao from appreciation of time fly. After Yifei and Mu Zijin celebrated their birthdays, they sat back to their original positions. At this time, the eyes of the people around who looked at Yifei couldn't help but change slightly. And Chen Luo always clenched his fist in the corner. After Mu Zijin announced his situation with Yifei, it meant that Yifei might have another new family behind him. This makes the tree bigger. The deeply rooted Yi family is even more difficult to deal with. In the group of giants and even the second generation that Chen Bao wooed. I also weighed the time of the meeting to see if they could afford the current Yi. These bright door families' one enterprise is shrewd, and they are all masters of bullying and fear of hardship. Soon, the guests' birthdays were over. Open the table and serve. The format dishes on the table of the Red Book 8 immortals are not luxurious, nor do they have all kinds of delicacies. But every stem is divided. After the banquet was served, Wei Lao stood up and raised his glass to signal and drink with everyone. Nearly 100 people at the scene also raised their glasses together. They were preparing to drink and celebrate together. Wei Lao took a sip of wine, drank a small glass of wine, and was about to speak. At this time, it became empty. Only seeing Wei Lao's face suddenly turned pale, he held his heart. I just feel that the black two-headed cut is falling down. In an instant, the guests saw this. At the same time, Yifei was not surprised, and said in his heart, here comes. Yifei is waiting for this moment. 0. Wei Lao had an accident at the birthday banquet. He was sick and almost fainted, thanks to the attending doctor who followed Wei Lao. In Zitish politics, it was young and strong that Wei Lao's life was hanging. Then he took Wei Lao to the hospital. It is precisely because of this. Chen Dengkai finally got on the Wei family's car and became a guest of the Wei family. After this, Chen Luo was able to make the Wei family owe a great favor and receive the full support of the Wei family. When Chen Luo dealt with Yi's family, got the Wei family, help each other, and now, Yifei certainly want to let Chen Luo succeed. Seize the chance of protagonist Chen Luo, opportunity to grab the main fish. It is precisely because of this that Yifei raised his medical skills to the level of a master. Taishi level medical skills, coupled with the help of the Wangdi Neijing. At this moment, Yifei has medical skills. Chen Luo, Yifei upgraded his skills for this moment. Wei Lao's complexion was tea-white, and Yifei even saw him fall down with big beads of sweat, and his brows tightened. Even some feeling of fainting. This situation is obviously very dangerous. See you. Wei Dongqing also hurriedly yelled too much. Hurry up and ask Dr. Xie. It is Wei Xiao want a housekeeper immediately. I asked Dr. Xie to go. Wei Zhongji is too much. There is also a private doctor who looks after him at home, who is a famous doctor in Yandu, whose surname is 45 Xie. It is better to let me see. Wei Lao's condition cannot be delayed. Chen Luo suddenly got up from his seat, and he also realized this. It is a great opportunity. Thinking of this, Chen Luo was immediately excited. He behaved very positively. Seeing Chen Luo standing up and appearing, Wei Dongqing seemed to have grasped the life-saving straw. Chen Luo is a disciple of Wu's doctor. Everyone has it and everyone sees it. It is certainly best if Chen has fallen out of the way. Chapter 208. It is Mr. Yi. Chen fell out of the horse and immediately attracted everyone's attention. In particular, the second batch of Wei family children such as Wei Dongqing seemed to have grasped the life-saving straw. One after another back to Chen Luo. Chen Luo is a disciple of Wu's doctor. They all know it. With this former Yandu equals genius doctor-disciple, how worried about Wei Lao's condition here? Please save my grandpa. Wei Dongqing immediately bowed to Chen Luo. Brother Chen. Good things are urgent. I'll save people first. Chen Luo calmly bowed to Wei Dongqing. The triumphant color in his eyes became clear. No matter how noble your status is, no matter how famous you are, at this moment of life and death, it is not necessary to bow your head obediently. Listen to my orders. Chen Luo flashed in his heart, and at the same time he quickly said, thank you for helping me prepare hot water and towels. Then Jiwei will go and lift the pupa. Chen Luo ordered around, convergence in mind, his complexion became serious. Hearing what Chen Luo said, Wei Dongqing also quickly asked a servant to come and help. The guests in the Taidang all anticipated that 10 births would happen. At the second time, I was a little flustered. 2 nervous ones have back to build. Concubine Mu Ziyu and concubine Ningyu also looked at the direction of Grandpa Wei with concern. Mr. Wei is the towering tree of the Wei family. If he falls, that was an irreparable loss for the entire Wei family. Mu Ziling Xing Weiwan flashed, looking at Yifei and said, would you like to see it too with your medical skills? Yifei's medical skills are superb, and Mu Zijin has also personally experienced it. If Yifei can use his medical skills to save Wei Lao. For this reason, Mu Zijin also hoped that Yifei would take action. Yay, when he heard the words, he smiled slightly and said, don't worry, let Chen Luo try first. It is not difficult to rule Wei Lao, but the question is, how does the Wei family choose in front of him and Chen Luo? Do you believe in Chen Luo, who is a disciple of God Dr. Wu, or in Tuesday, who is the top rich second generation? This answer does not seem to need to be said. Chen Luo has the golden sign of Dr. Wu. Coupled with the subtlety of his relationship with Wei S family, anyone would believe him. Therefore, Yifei was not in a hurry. He asked Chen Luo to treat Mr. Wei first. Wei Laoguzi's current condition is very complicated. Even in the original book, Chen Yan helped Wei Laoguzi delay his life first. Then sent to. Arrived at the hospital. In other words, Chen Luo can completely heal Mr. Wei. Soon I saw only the Wei family as housekeeper and servants and followed Chen Luo's practice. Raise Wei Lao, then lay Wei Lao's body flat. At the same time, Chen Luo quickly took out the negative silver needle, and quickly pierced the six of Wei Lao with the silver needle. Then her force. And squeezed and pressed some of Wei Lao's acupuncture points. In terms of medical skills, Chen Luo was taught by God Dr. Wu. Seeing Chen Luo's skillful movements, the basic skills are very solid. It is definitely a famous doctor in Yandu City. Chen Luo skillfully pierced Wei Lao with acupuncture points and then used various methods of massaging acupoints. Let Wei Lao keep the journey clear. Chen Yan's stomach wrinkled slightly, and he tried his best to save Wei Lao. But the more Chen Luo is rescued, the worse the situation is. Wei Lao's breathing and skin strokes became weaker, his complexion turned pale, and even his face became straight. Don't talk about Chen Luo when you see it, even if the other guests felt that they were not with her at this time. Looking at each other, they are all somewhat. The Wei family panicked even more. The old lady of Wei's family, named Wei Xin, frowned, although not to be flustered, but looking at the old man Wei is also very thoughtful. The other members of the Wei family have 6 gods and no masters, and they are all at a loss. Today Wu Bin says that it is a day of enjoying the spring, and it is a day of great joy. How can such changes in love occur? Wei Mingqing, as the leader of the 3 generations of the Wei family. He is also Wei Xin's son, and Wei Dongqing is standing next to his father. Early in my heart. Tu is as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, but there is no way. Dr. Xie is here. At this moment, no one in the crowd yelled. Dr. Xie is here. Dr. Xie is a well-known doctor in Chadu and the private doctor of Mr. Wei. They are very famous in Yan. Wei Duoqing said hurriedly, Dr. Xie, please. Lord, his heart aches and fainted just now. Not uneasy. In fact, Dr. Xie was in the Wei's yard. He is on standby at any time. The purpose is to prevent such incidents from happening. Dr. Xie nodded without time to speak, and then took out the emergency medical kit. Take out medicines and other items to prepare. Throw old man Wei to give first aid. Chen Luo was slightly taken aback when he saw this. After a while, Mr. Wei really died. That would definitely share the credit with this Dr. Xie. But the matter is urgent, and it can only be so. The last time Yifei consulted for Mu Lao, Mu Zijin looked for several famous doctors in Yandu. Among them is this Dr. Xie. After treating Mu Lao Jianlun, Huang Zonglang, Dr. Xie and others still pulled the leaves. I deliberately asked Yifei about Yibin firing needle. For usage, they highly respected Yifei's medical skills. It turned out to be an old acquaintance, so it would be easier to handle. Dr. Xie didn't pay attention to Yifei. He is all in one mind at the moment. 0 pulmonary resuscitation, and Chen Luo also used acupuncture and moxibustion to help stabilize his condition. But despite this, the situation of the father is still not optimistic. We still have to send Mr. Wei. Go to Union Hospital, Dr. Xie said repeatedly. Father Wei fainted. Now the chief of the Wei family is Wei Xin, Wei Dongqing's father. Compared to others, Wei Xin looked calm and said, Dr. Xie, don't worry, the ambulance is already being prepared. Okay, Dr. Xie breathed a sigh of relief. There are many first aid equipment on the ambulance. Grasp the points. At this time, Yifei finally spoke. Yifei stepped forward, his voice was not loud, but it is very clear. Yifei said, Dr. Xie, let me try it. Yifei, this is not a child's play, this is an emergency. Don't you think that you can prescribe a prescription to cure the disease and save people? Chen Luo saw that Yifei was talking, and his expression changed slightly and he immediately confronted Tu Fei. Chen Luo was afraid that Yifei would take credit for himself, and even more afraid that Yifei would be too popular. And Dr. Xie saw Yifei. First one equals startled and then surprised. It turned out to be Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, you are here too. 1. This can be. Alright. Chapter 209 Shocking, Golden 4 minutes. Compared to Chen Luo's hostility, when Dr. Xie saw Yifei, he was surprised. He had a very good attitude towards Yifei, even. Yu was more respectful. Upon seeing this, Wei Xin, Wei Dongqing and other Wei family members were all slightly startled, and they all looked at Yifei Ko. Both Chen Luo and Dr. Xie are well-known doctors. Wei's family also knows very well. But the difference between the 2's attitudes towards Yifei was so puzzling. Wei Geqing frowned slightly. He knew that the relationship between Chen Luo and Yifei was very stiff, and Chen Luo vaguely mentioned it to him. Chen Luo was thinking. Befriend Wei Dongqing and let Wei Geqing help him deal with Kaifei. Yifei nodded slightly at Dr. Xie first, then looked at Chen Luo, and said lightly, Chen Luo, life is a matter of life, I don't bother to care about you. Wait for me to treat Wei Lao first. Guan Tian, you didn't show up just now, but now you're here to pretend to be a good person. Chen Luo's words are sharp. The meaning in his words couldn't be more obvious, that is, accusing Yifei of not taking action to treat Wei Lao in the critical moment, and only now came to come forward. Chen Luo thought very deeply, and immediately caught this point and attacked Yifei. Sure enough, everyone in the Wei family frowned slightly when they heard Chen Luo's words. Yifei was unmoved. Tu just said indifferently, I just saw you take care of me first, and I thought Mr. Chen, you're the genius Dr. Wu. Pass the disciple. I will be able to rejuvenate well, so I want to show the limelight, lest there are too many people. Whoever thought that Mr. Chen could not save Wei Lao, his life was at stake. God, I can only help you. Yifei's words fought against Chen Luo and immediately replied. This is reasonable and reasonable. Point 1 at the same time, it is also severely degraded equals Fan Chen Luo. Are you not a direct disciple of Dr. Wu? Even Lao Wei's condition can be cured. It is simply an insult to the prestige of genius Dr. Wu. Hearing what Yifei said, Tu Chen Luo looked Chen, he respected his master Wu, the genius doctor, Yifei's words were simply insulting. The suspicion of Dr. Wu suddenly burned with anger in Chen Luo's heart. As Yifei spoke, he walked forward quickly, walked in front of Lao Wei and squatted down. Reached out to probe Wei Lao's pulse. Wei Lao's pulse is extremely weak, it is almost hard to feel it without careful inspection, and the breath of his body is also very messy. In a cold sweat, he himself fell into a faint and became unconscious. The situation is extremely dangerous. Chen Luo saw Yifei get started directly, he sneered, and turned to Wei Xin, Uncle Wei, I think we should send Lao Wei quickly. Go to the hospital. The situation is urgent and cannot be delayed by the quack doctor. Long. Chen Luo and Yifei tore their faces, they even said the word quack doctor. Wei Xin was a little moved. After all, compared with Yifei, who didn't know the depth, the hospital was more reliable. At this moment, Dr. Xie also spoke up. Mr. Wei, I can vouch for the medical skills of this vomit. His medical skills are absolutely in. Above me, it has his acupuncture and moxibustion and magic skills besides, the ambulance still needs some time to prepare, it is better to let Mr. Yi try. Xie Yi's name was Xie Xiuan, and he took the initiative to speak for Tufei. After the old Wei Mu's diagnosis and treatment, Yifei specially showed to Dr. Xie, Huang Zonglang and other famous doctors Yi Mu Shenzhen, let. Dr. Xie and others are full of praise for this. Yifei had a good relationship with Dr. Xie at the time, and Dr. Xie also took the initiative to speak for him today. I heard Dr. Xie say so. Wei Xin made a decisive decision, it is okay, then please Mr. Yi. Dr. Xie really made sense, and with Dr. Xie's guarantee, he still chose to trust Dr. Xie. After all, Dr. Xie has been Wei Lao's personal doctor for many years, and he is also the vice president of Yandu's famous hospital. Very trustworthy. Yifei slightly lowered his jaw. He could no longer exchange greetings with Wei Xin at this time, but was trying his best to rescue Wei Lao. Time is racing against time. Yifei had just checked Wei Lao's pulse and inferred from Wei Lao's condition. He already knew what disease Wei Lao had. Myocardial infarction. This condition is very serious and easily complicated by arrhythmia, shock or heart failure. Often life-threatening. Yifei did not hesitate and quickly started treatment, only to see Yifei quickly start cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Dr. Xie had already performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Wei Lao, but the effect is not obvious, and Yifei's cardiopulmonary resuscitation technique is quite specialized. Karma, but after several cardiopulmonary resuscitations, the effect was not good either. Wei Lao's situation at this time, too, is extremely dangerous. Yifei thought for a while. He immediately pulled out the acupuncture points that Chen Luo had put in before. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo said coldly, Yifei X, what do you mean by pulling out my acupuncture points? I am piercing the points with silver needles to help. Wei Lao boosts his mind and stimulates blood circulation. What do you want to do? Yifei glanced equals Chen Luo. Succinctly and concisely, the acupuncture point where you have acupuncture does not work, I will re-acupuncture. Yuan Chen Luo snorted heavily. At the same time, Chen Luo felt a smile in his heart. He wanted to see Yifei. What the asterisk was this for? If Yifei's treatment mistake caused serious consequences, so much the better. At that time, he only needs to instigate a little bit. The entire Wei family will spit out hydrogen as an enemy. The wishful thinking in Chen Luo's heart was cracking, and he felt that Yifei was done this time. Yifei didn't know that Chen Luo was thinking about these things. Yifei was full of heart and tried his best to save Wei Lao. Yifei is fighting for time with the asterisk of death. People's breathing and heartbeat stop daily, and will fall into a coma after 30 seconds. The brain cells died after 6 minutes. Therefore, Wei Lao's golden rescue time is within 4-6 minutes. In medicine, there is also a golden 4-minute argument. Dr. Xie from Qian's and Chen Luo were rescued very quickly. But it also took a few minutes, so Yifei must be fast. The sooner the better. Yifei pulled out Chen Luo's silver needle, then quickly disinfected it with the silver thorium he had with him, and then pierced the acupuncture points in Wei Lao's body. After Yifei upgraded his master skills, his acupuncture technique was even more special. The acupuncture method Yifei used also came from. I only saw Yifei quickly applying the needle, fast, accurate and steady. His fingertips were spinning the silver needle, and the needles were of different depths. Yifei's needle application hand. He didn't even look at the profound mystery of the law. It accurately plunged into the important acupuncture points of Wei Lao's body. Dr. Xie on the second side looked even more shocked and couldn't help but said, Mr. Yi, your needle application method is different from last time, it seems. Is it again a lost acupuncture technique? Dr. Xie was shocked too. Chapter 210 The Magical Skills, all conquered. Dr. Xie was shocked. Because he had seen Yifei's acupuncture technique. He knew that Yifei was proficient in a lost needle method called Yi Mu Shenzhen. Yibin Shenzhen separated her, Dr. Xie and other famous doctors. All of them couldn't help but sigh with emotion, but the acupuncture technique that Yifei uses now is not the Yibin divine needle. It is not Atsuki. It is like a needle negative technique that is more mysterious and powerful than the Atsuki divine needle. That is why Dr. Xie blurted out whether it was another lost needle method. Tuo didn't respond to Dr. Xie. He looked serious and devoted himself to the treatment of Wei Lao. After reaching the master level of medicine, Yifei Dashishi was even more attentive and dedicated to the cause. When he gave the needle, he didn't affected by the outside world. I only saw Yi Shifei's unique acupuncture technique. He used his finger to rotate the silver needle forward and backward, and then he took the silver needle to pierce Wei Lao's Tianshan acupoint. Q's is located in the west of Tai acupoint. In addition, there was also an important point Niguanli, which was also pierced by Yifei with a silver needle. Under Yifei's acupuncture, the 3 Taliu points in the text were all stimulated by Yifei with silver needles. These 3 Taliu points are 3 points that have miraculous effects on the heart. Stan, Yifei's needle application speed and technique are completely different from Chen Luo. 718 Chen Luo's acupuncture technique is called 9 Dragon Needle Method, inherited from the genius Dr. Wu, and it is also a very powerful acupuncture method. But Chen Luo's needle technique is more powerful. How can it be compared to the acupuncture method recorded in the ancient book Wangdi Neijing? You must note Wangdi Neijing Lingdan volume is named Acupuncture Sutra. That is the earliest medical book describing the method of acupuncture basin. Yifei get. The stitches are smoother and more powerful. The heart as Yufei is very elegant and mysterious, simple and mysterious than Chen Luo's. There are 3 acupuncture points, and one of them. Among the 2 acupoints Tianquan and Q's, there is also a foreigner who is 6. This Ashi acupoint is also known as an indeterminate acupuncture point. These acupoints are generally determined by the disease and do not have a fixed position. It is extremely difficult to pinpoint. Yifei needed Wei Lao's shoulder for a while. Quickly determine the location of the Ashi point, and then quickly get the needle. This time, Yifei stabbed all the 4 6 paths. There are 6 ways here. Yifei used his own method of acupuncture and moxibustion to stimulate Wei Lao's body with 6 methods. Promote blood circulation. A moment after the needle was inserted, Yifei determined that the time was almost there, so he seized the opportunity. Continue to start cardiopulmonary resuscitation. 3. Press with both hands outside Wei Lao's viscera, and the place to press is to stroke down along the sternum. Bad. Mostly located on the chest. Place the left hand on the middle of the sternum, which is flush with the chest, and the right hand in too much hand. The force is pressed, the frequency is 100 times a minute, and the depth of the pressing is 5 centimeters. Shi Feng recapped it with his left hand, and then used a moderate. Very professional cardiopulmonary resuscitation. First stimulate Wei Lao's body through acupuncture and moxibustion, and then immediately resume cardiopulmonary resuscitation. After this cardiopulmonary resuscitation, Yifei pressed for about 10 seconds. Wei Lao's complexion finally gradually recovered to the second ruddy. His pale lips finally have ***** color. It worked. Suddenly, everyone in the Wei family looked at each other, their eyes full of surprises. Chen Luo's discoloration suddenly changed. When Yifei used acupuncture, he actually faintly noticed something was wrong. I didn't expect Shifei's acupuncture technique to be so terrifying. Even Chen Luo felt that Yifei's negative technique was unfathomable. Chen Luo suddenly noticed something. That was the medical skill he thought he was doing, and he had no advantage in front of Yifei, even Chen Luo felt it. His medical skills are even better than him. Chen Luo stood there blankly, his expression was very complicated, and he didn't know what he was talking about. Yifei continued to do cardiopulmonary resuscitation. At this time, the effect of cardiopulmonary resuscitation is becoming more and more obvious. It has not only that Wei Lao's face and lips have ***** color. His heartbeat and pulse are no longer weak. Finally it beats vigorously. Bang, bang, Yifei could already clearly feel the beating of Wei Lao's heart. Dr. Xie's face also has a thick surprise fish. It is extremely professional. 2 is the color of your body and your body. Although Yifei's first aid measures seem to be uncomplicated, in fact. Yifei's appearance is amazing. Dr. Xie feels that his guarantee for Yifei just now is definitely the most correct thing he has done. At this moment, only a slight cough was heard, and Wei Lao coughed after a few grams. He finally recovered from the state of Liangju. Come and regained consciousness. Upon seeing this, commission. Everyone in the Wei family had smiles at the corners of their mouths, and a deep joy flashed in their eyes. Totally ecstatic watch. Wei Xin sighed even more with a sigh of relief. Wei Mingqing, a third-generation child of the Wei family, is even more smiling, and the whole person is completely relaxed. Totally relaxed, not to mention the rest of the Wei family. Grandpa, how do you feel when you wake up? Wei Dongqing stepped forward quickly, holding on to Wei Lao's sign. Elder Wei was still recovering at this time, he was unable to speak, and he barely lifted his eyes. Glanced at Wei Dongqing, then, withdrawing his gaze, he glanced at Yifei again, revealing some shocking comments. A little surprised look. Slowly, Yifei nodded. Yizi pointed towards Wei Xin said, Mr. Wei, come here with medicine and warm water. Wei Lao needs 2 more time to recover. Okay, that is okay. Wei Xin nodded repeatedly. At this moment he. Fei's words are simply a cliché. The medicine and warm water for treating Xiao Jing had already been prepared, and Wei Dongqing helped him to swallow him down. At this point, the guests at the scene were also relieved. The guests present are more or less related to the Wei family. Some are allies of the Wei family, and more are dependent on the Wei family. Now that Wei Lao is safe, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and their eyes looked at Tu Fei with royal gratitude. If it was because of Xu Ziyu's relationship before, there are a large number of people who were still hostile and jealous towards Yifei. Then at the moment, almost. Everyone was conquered by Yifei's excellent medical skills just now. They have all seen it with their own eyes. Dr. Xie and Wu Shenyi's disciple Chen Luo stepped forward, and they only maintained the teaching and treatment of Wei Lao. Wei Lao's situation didn't get worse, but after Tu Fei gave emergency treatment to Wei Lao was rescued miraculously. This is simply amazing. Everyone was conquered by Yifei's medical skills. Many people's hostility towards Yifei disappeared suddenly, replaced by 3 Shifei. The admiration in the heart of friendship. After all, no one can guarantee that he will not get sick. If you can get acquainted with Yifei, such a master of medical skills, he can save his life at a critical moment. Chapter 211 The experience value is soaring. Mr. Wei took the medicine urgently, and Mr. Wei finally recovered some strength and clarity. Old man Wei, how do you feel now? Yifei succumbed to Mr. Wei, who is still very weak. Myocardial infarction is a disease that comes very quickly and easily threatens the lives of patients. The situation in Wei Lao just now was extremely dangerous. It can even be said to have walked through the ghost gate. Yifei is racing against death. After Yifei used first aid measures and let Wei Lao take the medicine, Wei Lao finally recovered some strength. Wei Lao coughed several times. One picked up his eyelids and looked at Kai Fei with a deep look of surprise. He covered his heart and said slowly, yes. You saved me. Wei Dongqing quickly replied, yes, Grandpa, it was Yifei who saved you. If it wasn't tea for him just now, I am afraid you will. Still in a coma. Seeing that Wei Lao was out of danger, Wei Dongqing was also very happy to explain to Wei Lao the situation before the first. Old man Wei's eyes were even more surprised. He glanced at Yifei, then at Dr. Xie and Chen Luo who were not far away. Regardless of whether it is a good doctor, Chen Luo or Chen Luo, it is enough to be regarded as the top 2 doctors in Yandu. But he was actually saved by Yifei 3. Doesn't this mean that Yifei's medical skills are better than those of Dr. Xie and Chen Luo? Old man Wei flashed these thoughts in his mind, but he was weak now, and he had no time to think too much. He just whispered to Yifei. Said, Yi Xiaoyu, thank you so much for this time too. Mr. Wei's name to Yifei quietly changed, calling Yifei Yi Xiaoyu. Yifei smiled and said, healing and saving people is what the doctor should do. I am very fortunate that I did not delay Mr. Wei's treatment time. At least. Did not become a quack in certain populations. After Yifei said, he raised his head and glanced at Chen Luo. Gangpin Chen Luo kept saying that Yifei would delay old man Wei's treatment and rescue. He even said that Yifei was a quack doctor. But now, Mr. Wei was rescued by Yifei through first aid measures, and he also recovered his mind and spirit. Although still weak. But at least the most dangerous moment has been taken off. Chen Luo's accusation against Yifei was still in his ears, but everyone heard clearly. It can be proved by facts. Yifei's medical skills are indeed clever and powerful. If it weren't for Yifei's first aid, it would be hard to say whether Mr. Wei could turn the danger into a bargain. When Chen Luo saw Yifei looking at him, his expression turned pale and his complexion changed drastically. He never expected Yifei to be cured. Old man Wei. Chen Luo's accusation against Yifei just now became a joke. Chen Luo recalled what he had said just now, only that it sounded particularly harsh at the moment. Chen Luo's face was pale and hard to accept. Because of Yifei's words, after receiving Yifei's reminder, the Yuan also looked at Chen Luo. Especially the members of the Wei family frowned slightly. Everyone also saw the scene where Gang Yu Chen Luo stopped Yifei from letting him treat Mr. Wei. If it weren't for Dr. Xie to support EKE, he was afraid that Tu Fei would not be able to treat Wei Lao and Chen Luo would be obstructed. By then, the consequences. Simply unimaginable. Everyone in the Wei family was slightly discolored. Including Wei Xin, Wei Geqing and other Wei family members. It's also. The Wei family basically knew that there was a conflict between Yifei and Chen Luo. They only need to think a little bit to understand that Chen Luo did. Aiming at Yifei, deliberately not wanting Yifei to treat Wei Lao. As a result, everyone in the Wei family's impression of Chen Luo plummeted. Ding, congratulations to the host, Wei Xin's impression of Chen Luo has decreased and he has gained 100 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host. Wei Dongqing's impression of Chen Luo has decreased and he has gained 50 experience points. In Ye Fei's ears, there were continuous system prompts, and Tu Fei gained too much experience points. There were at least 7 or 8 prompts. Yi Fei gained 500 experience points in total. This increase in experience value is like riding a rocket in a ship, making Ye Fei feel very seated. Compared with Ye Fei's experience value skyrocketing. Looking back at Chen Luo, he also noticed the gaze and hostility of everyone in the Wei family. Chen Luo quietly retreated, he felt a burst of pressure too. Ye Fei retracted and Guam. He didn't want to face Chen Luo tit for tat here, because it was like a shrew cursing the street and there was no demeanor. 0 seeking flowers. 2. What Ye Fei has to do is to seize Chen Luo's chances, force Chen Luo to go nowhere, and finally push him into the abyss. It now appears that Ye Fei is very successful. Ye Fei looked at Wei Xin and said, Mr. Wei, take him to the hospital. He is already at high risk, but he still has to do careful inspection. It is best to stay in the hospital for observation these 2 days and then leave the hospital. Hearing what Ye Fei said, Wei Xin nodded repeatedly and said, no problem, no problem. Thank you Mr. Tu. While talking, a few of the younger generations from the Wei family also hurriedly greeted him, helping old man Wei. Elder Wei also stood up completely at this time, bowed his hand to Ye Fei, and said, Xiao Yi, thank you for your kindness, my old man. Thanks to you today. Mr. Wei's speech was still a little unstable, but he still insisted on thanking Ye Fei. Ye Fei smiled, Master, you don't need to say more if you are polite. Take care of yourself, take care of your body. Well, between Ye Fei's conversation with Mr. Wei, the system reminder sounded in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully robbing Chen Luo, the protagonist, for getting 1000 experience points. The system prompt sounded again. 1000 experience points. Such a generous reward made Ye Fei a little surprised. It seems that the Wei family's affairs are really important, and they actually gave Ye Fei such a generous reward. After Ye Fei added these 100 experience points before, it equals a total of 1700 experience points. This experience value is quite a lot. You must know that Ye Fei cleared this experience point 2 days ago and used the king to upgrade his skills. Now he has accumulated 1700 experience points. This speed is indeed leverage. Mr. Yi, the acupuncture technique you just used. At this moment, Dr. Xie also came over. He looked at Ye Fei. Curious and shocked asked. Chapter 212 Mr. Yi, please be respected by me. Dr. Xie looked at Ye shockingly and pretentiously, hurriedly returning to Ye Fei and replied. Hearing Dr. Xie's inquiry, Ye Fei smiled slightly and replied, this acupuncture technique is not the Ivan God I used before. Needle, but Suzaku fire needle. Suzaku fire needle. This is also a unique acupuncture method and requires the use of chi to guard the needle. This kind of acupuncture has extremely high demands on the doctor himself. It is necessary for the doctor to practice martial arts himself and have certain internal skills. Since ancient times, medical and martial arts have not separated families, and this is also normal. It can be said that Suzaku fire needle is a more sophisticated needle method than KZ. Equals once, after applying the Suzaku fire needle, the patient's skin and acupuncture points will have a warm feeling of being burned by fire, which can stimulate and activate the acupuncture points. Dao, so it was named Suzaku fire needle. The Zook fire needle is also regarded as a very clever needle method in the 2D2 jingling scroll in the Yellow Emperor, which is better than Yi Mushen. Needles are more rare. Hearing that Ye Fei said that he was using the Suzaku fire needle method, Dr. Xie's eyes were suddenly surprised. Because Dr. Xie has also heard of Suzaku fire needle, this is indeed a long-lost acupuncture method. It means Suzaku fire needle. I have heard of this needle method, but it has long been lost. I never thought that Mr. Yi, you are not only proficient in B. Wood ***** needle, and proficient in Suzaku fire needle. I also, just heard from the rumors, and have never seen anyone other than you use .2 thanks. The doctor said, he admired Ye Fei even more and was amazed. Suzaku fire needle. When Chen Luo heard these 4 words, his expression changed slightly. Because Chen Luo also knows Zook fire needle. He once heard his master Wu, the genius doctor, talk about acupuncture and moxibustion techniques, including Gajimu. Needle, Suzaku fire needle, etc. Among them, Dr. Wu admired Zook fire needle even more, and he even regretted not seeing Zook fire needle. Even his master, Dr. Wu, admired the Suzaku fire needle so much, one can imagine how powerful this Suzaku fire needle is. How could Ye Fei be proficient in Vermilion Bird fire needle? Chen Luo's heart was filled with a thick and incredible color, he really couldn't imagine. Ye Fei is proficient in Vermilion Bird fire needle. Although others don't know the power and uniqueness of Suzaku fire needle, seeing Dr. Xie's expression does not hinder everyone. Imagination. Dr. Xie is a well-deserved doctor in Yandu, otherwise he would not become the personal doctor of Master Wei. I don't know how many giants Dai wanted to ask Dr. Xie and couldn't move. Xie Yinu's attitude towards Ye Fei is extremely respectful, and he also respects the Suzaku fire needle that vomits Fei. It can be seen, therefore, the Wei family and the other guests were unconscious, all of them focused on Ye Fei's body. Upon seeing this, Musijin stood in it, his mouth upturned unconsciously. Ye Fei's performance just now was absolutely dazzling. Mr. Yi doesn't know if I can demonstrate the Suzaku fire needle in front of me for a while, I really feel it you thanks. The doctor looked at Ye Fei and couldn't help saying again. Hearing that, Ye Fei didn't refuse, he smiled, okay. Let us communicate with each other later. A good relationship with the doctors of Yandu famous doctors is of great benefit to Ye Fei. And this Dr. Xie is also good character. Today he helped Ye Fei speak to prove that he is a worthy friend. Chen Luo saw Ye Fei and Dr. Xie act like this, his eyes were even more jealous and his heart was even more sour. Why one? The credit belonged to him, but was snatched away by Spit Fei. Chen Luo was extremely depressed. He squeezed his fist, wishing Ye Fei 1,000 swords. Ye Fei had a brief chat with Dr. Xie, and then asked the Wei family to say, Mr. Wei, let us send Mr. Wei to the doctor first. Check it out, this matter must not be delayed. From now on, Mr. Wei still needs to rest, and he must pay more attention to his diet and emotions. Ye Fei exhorted a few more words. Wei Xin nodded, and he quickly got the ambulance ready to take Mr. Wei to Xie Hospital. Yandu Union Hospital, this is the top hospital in Yandu. Mr. Wei is in a stable condition at the moment, so he can send him for examination and treatment. You will be discharged from the hospital in 2 days. Wei Xin asked several younger generations of the Wei family to take Wei Lao into a special ambulance, and Wei Xin, Wei Dongqing and his sons and the rest of the Wei family. Then stay to host Taiju too. After all, there are still nearly 100 guests in this Wei's imperial court. You can leave these guests in the cold. After sending Mr. Wei away to the ambulance, Mr. Wei's safety was completely guaranteed. At this time, Wei Xin took the initiative to walk towards Ye Fei. He picked up a small glass of motai, walked up to Ye Fei's face, and toasted with both hands. Toward Ye Fei, if Mr. Yi were not for you, my father would be very dangerous today, and I will respect you. Wei Xin finished drinking the glass of mo dai in the cup. Wei Xin expressed his gratitude to Yifei S. If it weren't for Yifei S' appearance, one elder Wei really had a long history and two shortcomings, then the Wei family would probably never recover. You know, Mr. Wei is the Optimus Prime of the Wei family. In fact, for a wealthy family like the Wei family, the existence of Mr. Wei's level is like the role of the asterisk of the C-thorium. It is the backbone of the Wei family, the current contacts and influence of the Wei family, etc. Basically, it revolves around Wei Lao. Although Mr. Wei has 3 sons and 1 daughter, the 3 sons and 1 daughter led by Wei Xin also have their own achievements, and their career development is very different. Wrong, but to a large extent it is also dependent on Wei Lao's face. Yifei saved not only Father Wei, but also the entire Wei family. If Mr. Wei falls, the Wei family is likely to be greatly injured and even depressed. This kind of thing is not without precedent. 4.5. For example, the Ning family where concubine Ning Yu is. After his death, the Ning family finally declined and now the status in Yandu is equal to that of the Lei family and the Yi family. It can be said that Yifei saved the Wei family. Therefore, Wei Xin and other Wei family members are of course very grateful to Yifei. Wei Dongqing and a group of Wei family members took a step forward and bowed to Tu Fei. Mr. Yi, please accept our respect. Chapter 213 Chen Luo really vomited blood. Mr. Yi, please be worshipped by us. I saw that the 3 generations of the Wei family headed by Wei Dongqing were all bowing to Tu Fei and Qi Qi, doing all the etiquette and gestures. Especially Wei Dongqing himself, he is full of sincerity to Yifei, bows to Ju Tu and expresses his gratitude to Yifei. At the same time, Yifei also heard waves of voices in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host. Because Wei Xin's impression of you has changed, your experience value has increased by 100 points. Ding, congratulations to the host. Because Wei Dongqing's impression of you has changed, your experience value has increased by 50 points. Dot. A series of reminders sounded, and Yifei blinked. Another 300 experience points are credited into the account, and the experience value equals a total of 200. 0 points. Participating in the birthday banquet of Mr. Wei, he actually gained such a famous experience point, and Yifei was in a good mood. This time it really was a gain. It is huge. Everyone in the Wei family bowed and saluted Yifei. They even used receive me equals worship this kind of rhetoric. It can be seen that everyone in the Wei family is right. Yifei's gratitude. The Wei family as top-notch giants, no matter their tolerance or their deeds, are by no means comparable to ordinary giants. This is also evident. Seeing the gratitude of everyone from the Wei family to Yifei, the guests all around immediately all looked at the vomiting and the light appeared settled. The change. This Yifei is not only closely related to Mu Zijin, the 2 are men and women. And he also got gratitude from the Wei family. It is incredible. The number of top giants in Yandu is very small equals there are only 5 or 6 in total. Each of these Yandu top giants is enough to shake the quartet's existence, and Yifei sees this posture, his relationship with the Mu family is obvious. It was not bad, and the Wei family was extremely grateful to him. Both of the 2 leading giants have had a good relationship with Yifei. This is almost one. These guests were weighing it up, and many of them who had been friends with Chen Luo realized that something was wrong. With Tu Fei's current relationship with the 2 giants of Yandu, he and Chen Luo are almost invincible in this battle. How is Chen Luo going to make a comeback? Unless the genius Dr. Wu came here, Chen Luo had nothing to do with Yifei. Many of these guests are secretly thinking, preparing to draw a clear line with Chen Luo. Although Chen Luo was backed by genius Dr. Wu, this Yifei looked even more powerful. It is definitely not easy to provoke. When Yifei saw Wei Dongqing and others bowing to him, he raised Wei Dongqing falsely with a smile on his mouth and said, Dr. Help. People are their duty, so why bother to say thanks? Thanks for the great kindness. Mr. Yi's kindness is my Wei family I will remember. Wei Xin said solemnly. Previously, the Wei family treated the contradiction between Yifei and Chen Luo when they were inclined to Chen Luo. The reason is also very simple. Chen Luo is a disciple of Dr. Wu, and Dr. Wu once saved Father Wei equals life, and the Wei family owes Dr. Wu a great favor. Therefore, the Wei family chose to support Chen Luo. But with Yifei's performance this time, the status quo has completely changed. Yifei also saved the life of the old man Wei now. The Wei family also owes Yifei personal affection. In the next contradiction between Yifei and Chen Luo, the Wei family will never be inclined to Chen Luo anymore, and there's a high probability that they will choose not to help each other. In the Wei family, he might also be inclined to dry Yifei. After all, Chen Luo could not fully represent Wu's genius doctor. In the favor that the Wei family owed Yifei, it was real. The attitude of the Wei family also speaks for itself. The top giants like the Wei family. He also attached great importance to human relations, especially Yifei's kindness to the Wei family. It is absolutely impossible for the Wei family to do. The matter of avenging grievances with grace will be rejected by the entire upper circle of Yandu. This is the rule. Yifei smiled slightly. Since Wei Xin said so, Yifei didn't have to be hypocritical. Everyone, something happened to my Wei family today. Forgive me for Wei Xin's inadequate hospitality. I also toast the Tai family a glass of wine and apologize. Meaning, Wei Xin said to the visitors again, his courtesy is very thorough. Mr. Wei is too polite. May Wei be safe. Although there is a small cover today, the overall result is not bad. These guests also said festive words and toasted Wei Xin back. Wei Xin also accepted equals. He had a very good drink volume, drinking 2 small cups and 2 small cups. He didn't even blush at all, and his mind remained sober. Upon seeing this, Yifei smiled and prepared to return to the seat. At this moment, Wei Dongqing took the initiative to talk with Yifei. Brother Yi, wait a moment. Wei Dongqing took the initiative to talk with Yifei. Mr. Wei. Yifei stopped and looked at Wei Dongqing with a little doubt. Wei Dongqing is kind laughing. Why Brother Yi should be so polite, just call me Dongqing or Brother Wei. Well, Brother Wei has something to do with me, Yifei asked. Wei Geching looked at Yifei. Then he looked at Mu Zijin, who was not far from Yifei, and said, Today is really your name, Brother Xie Yi. Zijin found a good boyfriend. I am very happy to meet you, Brother Yi. In a few days, Yan will have a small gathering. We are going to Bar Peak. Watching the sunrise from the mountain, I don't know if Brother Yi and Zijin have time to enjoy the light too. Wei Dongqing took the initiative to invite. It seems that he is also interested in befriending Yifei. Yifei had a good sense to Wei Dongqing, who was too young from the Wei family, and Mu Zijin had really mentioned to him that he wanted to see the sunrise. What a coincidence. When Wei Dongqing proposed in 723, Xu Zijin's eyes flashed brightly, and he was obviously interested. Yifei smiled and agreed on behalf of Mu Zijin, no question. Then, Brother Wei, we'll see you later. Okay, no problem. Wei Dongqing and Yifei exchanged contact information, and then arranged an online contact. Seeing the column where Wei Dongqing and Yifei are in close contact, Chen Luo's complexion not far away is as deep as the bottom of a pot. The anger flashed in Chen Luo's eyes, his heart was depressed to the extreme. Yifei, this guy is really hateful, this should have belonged to him, but it was all robbed by Yifei. Especially since Chen Luozi wanted to befriend Wei Dongqing before, but the other party always treated him coldly, but now he treats Yifei so much. This made Chen Luo gloomy and trembling with anger. I only feel that a stone is too heavy in my heart. He only felt that his eyes were dark, the chi in his heart could not be calmed, the blood was surging, his footsteps paused, and blood burst out of his mouth. The more Chen Luo thought about it, the more unbalanced. I was so angry that he blood. Chapter 214 Awesome performance today. Chen Luo was so depressed that she couldn't help but vomited blood. Blood spilled from the corner of Chen Luo's mouth, anger to the extreme. He thought that the Wei family incident was a good opportunity for him, but who would have thought that Yifei would show off? Yifei robbed him of all his credit. Chen Luo was almost mad. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. In addition, he was injured by Yifei before and there were some hidden injuries. The anger filled his chest, and the blood became stagnant. As a result, the wound was affected again, blood overflowed from the corner of the mouth, and a mouthful of blood came out of the leaf. Chen Luo covered his mouth and wiped off the blood without any trace. This scene was not discovered by too many people, only Lei Heiren, who was walking with Chen Luo, perceived it. Of course, Yifei also noticed this scene. Chen Luo wiped off the blood stains and remained calm. His heart was even more depressed. Brother Chen, are you okay? Lei Heiren was still very concerned about Chen Luo, and he lowered his voice and said to Chen Luo. Chen Luo shook his head quickly. He looked at Yifei, the high-profile crowd in the crowd, with a deep anger in his eyes. Brother Lei, I am fine, let us go. Chen Luo realized that he couldn't stay in Wei's house anymore. Although it is because of the face of Master Wu's doctor. The Wei family will still treat him as a guest, but Chen Luo knows it himself. His relationship with the Wei family. It has faded a lot. This can be seen by Wei Dongqing's attitude. Chen Luo wanted to make friends with Wei Dongqing, but Wei Dongqing's attitude towards him was never cold or warm. But now, Wei Dongqing took the initiative to befriend Yifei and made it clear that he wanted to befriend Tufei. As the FTH person in the third generation of the Wei family, Wei Dongqing's attitude can explain the problem. The Wei family is unreliable anymore. Chen Luo realized that in this confrontation between him and Yifei, he fell into a disadvantage and it was difficult to come back. How to do this? Chen Luo clenched his fists. Although he didn't want to admit it, he also knew that he couldn't compare to Yifei now. Lei Heiren was flippering, but he was actually very upset. Lei Heiren and Yifei are equally feuded, and he also knows that Yifei and Bairuoxi are close, and he saw it with his own eyes when the car was racing last time. See, Lei Heiren has always had illusions about Bairuoxi, he has always believed that Bairuoxi is the object of his ideal female ideal bug. For this reason, Lei Heiren constantly used various threats against Bairuoxi when the Bai family was in distress, trying to force Bairuoxi to submit. But Bairuoxi is not a woman like Z. Bairuoxi was under the pressure of Lei's family. Putting the Bai group on the right track, the threat to Lei Heiren was unmoved. It is just that Lei Heiren was unwilling, and he was still unwilling to deal with Bairuoxi. In the relationship between Bairuoxi and Yifei is close. Lei Heiren had already seen it last time when racing, and he knew Yifei very well. The relationship with Bairuoxi. Not only that, Yifei also has a superb beauty like musician beside him, and even concubine Ningyu just now favors him so much that Lei Heiren also suffocated her stomach. Both Lei Heiren and Chen Luo hated Yifei very much. Yifei glanced at Chen Luo, saw Chen Luo vomiting blood, a smile was drawn from the corner of his mouth, and he took the initiative to walk in front of Chen Luo. Chen Luo, with a faint smile on Tufei's face, he walked forward. At this time, Chen Luo used a wet mouth to spit out the blood in his mouth. He clenched his fist tightly and said coldly, John Yifei, to you. What do you miss the king? Nothing, I just want to remind you. Your medical skills are really not very good. I will use it less as a shame in the future. Yifei's voice is not very good, only Chen Luo, Lei Heiren and Yifei can hear it. Just now Chen Luo said he was a quack doctor, and now Yifei also relentlessly taunted back. Chen Luo was even more angrily and frustrated when he heard the words, and his expression was ashen. Lei Heiren, too, had a slight discoloration, glaring at Yifei, but he couldn't happen because of the occasion. Chen Luo, you are really embarrassed now. Not only do you have no company, but the Wei family also ignores you, pitiful. Poor Yifei said faintly. Chen Luo snorted heavily. He looked at Lei Heiren beside him and said, Brother Lei, let us go. Chen Luo was afraid that he would continue to stay. Kaifei will be half to death. Before Lei Heiren left, he stared fiercely at Yifei. Yifei, don't you be proud. Today is just your luck. Let us go. Just look, Lei Heiren said harshly before leaving. Yifei smiled suddenly. Lei Heiren meant that he was not reconciled yet and still wanted to deal with him. Lei Heiren didn't know. There was an elaborate layout for Lei Heiren. It is time to close the net. Chen Luo and Lei Heiren leave in disgrace. At this time, Yi Zifei looked at the thunder not far away, and Lei Ming raised his glasses to Yifei Yao, and the two looked at each other and smiled. It goes without saying, because Mr. Wei sent to the hospital for treatment, the banquet ended hastily. Wei Xin and Wei Dongqing, the father and son, thanked Yifei again. After thanking them, they wanted to invite Yifei to stay for dinner. Yifei declined. Yifei and Mu Zijin leave together. Before leaving, Yifei Mu Zijin also greeted concubine Ningyu, and concubine Ningyu left Wei's house with them. This woman is driving equals car. The red Ferrari was so ostentatious that it was in line with her personality. After Ning Yufei greeted Yifei and the two, she slammed on the accelerator and left quickly. Only Yifei and Mu Zijin are left. This trip to the Wei family has gained a lot. What surprised Kaifei the most was that Mu Zijin disclosed the relationship between Westerners in front of all the guests. Mu Zijin stared at Yifei's profile with smart and charming eyes. The corner of her mouth smiled lightly. You behaved really today. Great. Mu Zijin was also completely amazed by Yifei's performance. Yifei's medical skills seemed to be better than when I saw it last time, especially the Suzaku fire needle. Although Mu Zijin doesn't know much about medicine. Some things, but looking at Dr. Xie's expression, you know that this acupuncture technique is by no means ordinary. No way, I also want to keep a low profile, but strength doesn't allow it. Tufei applied an internet phrase. Provoke Mu Zijin. Jiao Jiao level of white eyes. Where shall we go now? Yifei blinked and looked at Mu Zijin. In fact, he and Mu Zijin had only just determined the relationship for a long time, and the two even only stayed at the stage of holding hands. Of course, Yifei must take the opportunity to develop. Chapter 215 My man, others can move. Where are we going now? Yifei smiled back to Yi. Mu Zijin tilted his head. Tu blinked his eyes and said, where else do you want to go? Mu Zijin's gesture was a little cute. Tufei held her little hand. Smiled, unfortunately, your injury has not healed, otherwise you can go. Swimming or bathing in hot springs is also good. We can relax. Swimming, hot springs. Mu Zijin understood Yifei's intentions, and this bad guy was probably carrying some other idea. The corners of Mu Zijin's mouth curled up slightly. I don't want to go with you. Your injury hasn't healed yet, or should I apply ice muscle JD water for you again? I think ice muscle JD water should be applied repeatedly. To see you, Yifei continued. The intention was very obvious. Musijin's face was slightly red, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, as if she remembered the scene of being treated by Yifei last time. Her cheeks are slightly red, her red lips are plump, her eyes are like water. She stares slightly at Yifei. Musijin said, liar, I checked the ice last time. The instruction manual of JD water, a new one can be used for 3 to 5 days to fade scars. You still say Tushin. Musijin reveals someone's face. Yifei was stunned, and he didn't think that Musijin had actually checked the instruction manual of Bingji JD water. Thinking about how Musijin looked through the manual of 357 Bingji UB water, Yifei suddenly felt a little cute. Who would have thought that Musijin would actually look up the manual on the internet for this trivial matter? Yifei was awe-inspiring suddenly, and then said solemnly, I have developed the ice muscle JD water. Is it true that the online news says? Ningshu is more authoritative than my own words. Besides, I am also thinking of you. Although the scars on your back have disappeared. But it needs to be consolidated. Yifei was serious nonsense. Musijin smiled. Chao Yanren, of course she also knew Yifei was talking nonsense. Musijin said with a smile, I am not fooled anyway. Zijin, you have changed. Yifei shook his head with a disappointed expression on his face. Musijin is not easy to lie. Yifei sighed with emotion. Under the influence of the world, people's hearts are not old, and even a gentleman like him is doubted. While the couple was waiting for a reconciliation, Yifei suddenly heard someone calling him. It turned out to be Dr. Xie. Dr. Xie ran out in a hurry. He looked at Yifei and said, Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. Dr. Xie. Yifei stopped joking with Musijin and turned to look at Dr. Xie. Dr. Xie rubbed his hands and said, Mr. Yi doesn't know when you will be free. Can you show me the vermilion bird bowl? Let us. I opened my eyes. Dr. Xie looked at Yifei with a look of expectation with some excitement. As a famous doctor in Yandu, he himself is very eager for medical skills, especially Yifei has lost acupuncture method Zug. Fire needle made him want to get a closer look. Seeing Dr. Xie's posture, Shusheng was smiling at the corner of his mouth, and it became clear that Yifei's medical skills were so well known. Super. Yifei glanced at Musijin, and when she saw Musijin whispered softly, why don't you find a place to demonstrate for Dr. Xie's Suzaku fire needle? I want to see it too. Dr. Xie immediately looked at Musijin with gratitude. Since seeing the red bird fire needle today, Xie Niu's heart has been scratched by 100 melons. If I can see this red bird with my own eyes today. Fire needle, Dr. Xie is afraid I can sleep at night too. Alright, then let us find a quiet place. It is better to go to my hospital, which is nearby. Dr. Xie suggested. Although Dr. Xie is the vice president of the famous Yandu hospital, he also has his own medical clinic not far from the Wei Jiabao hospital. Also for the convenience of consulting the Wei family. Good. The three went to Dr. Xie's hospital. Then I went to Dr. Xie's office and sat down. Dr. Xie couldn't wait to ask Yifei to demonstrate the Suzaku fire needle. Yifei took out the silver needle for disinfection and demonstrated it. The acupuncture method and principle of Suzaku fire needle are very complicated, and to use chi to guard the needle, at least Bebaj must be an inner strength warrior. In order to use the Suzaku fire needle, Yifei was not afraid of Dr. Xie stealing the teacher. Every time Yifei's Suzaku fire needle sticks into the acupuncture tract, there will be a hot feeling and stimulate the acupuncture points. Yifei used Dr. Xie as the test subject and punctured several points of his acupuncture points. Dr. Xie was surprised and eye-opening. After being given the acupuncture, Dr. Xie couldn't help but exclaim, first of all, your accomplishments in this acupuncture and moxibustion technique are my own. After the medical treatment, I have seen the most powerful person. Dr. Xie has also seen Dr. Wu use acupuncture. He said unceremoniously that Yifei's current level of acupuncture is at. Dr. Xie seems to be no less inferior to the original Dr. Wu. Of course, it is just acupuncture. Chinese medicine is all-encompassing, and acupuncture is only two of them. After receiving Dr. Xie's evaluation, Yifei smiled slightly. Even if his current level of medical skills is not as good as that of the superb Dr. Wu, he still doesn't do much. Jiu Chenluo. Chenluo's medical skills were completely crushed by Yifei. After Yifei demonstrated the Suzaku fire needle, he quickly got up and said goodbye, and Dr. Xie personally sent Yifei out. Yifei and Musijin left the hospital, and Musijin whispered softly, you saved Mr. Wei, and the Wei family's attitude towards you has changed drastically. Although Chenluo has connections with the supernatural Dr. Wu, it is difficult for you to cause trouble. And, yes, Two-Face smiled and nodded. This time the Wei family was too rewarding, and Yifei was also a little surprised by the Wei family's attitude towards him. With this favor that the Wei family owed, even if the genius Dr. Wu came, the Wei family would not be embarrassed. After all, both sides are kind. Wei Jiashong Duo Tu Danti help each other. Yifei didn't want the Wei family's attitude to lean towards him either. He only needs the Wei family not to help each other to deal with Chenluo. Yandu's family sentiment said that Musijin knew better than Yifei. The Zheng family is another top-notch giant who owed the favor of the supernatural Dr. Wu at the time. It can be said that the Zheng family is the top wealthy of the former Yandu. One of the most high-profile. As far as Yulei's house is concerned, it doesn't need to be said. Well, even if Chenluo has the Lei family and Zheng family as help now, I am not afraid. Yifei's mouth raised. Yifei knew about the original book, and he also knew another big secret. With this secret, Tufei is not afraid that Chenluo will go to the Zheng family at all, let alone the Lei family and other families to help Chenluo. Musijin blinked his swift eyes and whispered softly, do you want me to help? I don't want to see others bully my boyfriend. Chapter 216. Yifei couldn't help laughing when he heard Musijin's words, and said, that is not necessary, I still need your help to deal with the current Chenluo. Doesn't it appear that your man is too incompetent? You man, this name made Musijin's cheeks red, and she felt a little strange in her heart. In fact, before meeting Yifei, Musijin felt that she would not be able to accept this kind of address, but at this time, it was completely another feeling. Musijin said, well, I don't care about it. Well, just watch how I deal with Chenluo. Yifei laughed. Musijin smiled sweetly. Tap the head lightly. It is getting late, let us go back first. Musijin said softly. Where to go? Yifei said. I am going home. Where do you want to go? Musijin looked at Yifei slightly, a little charming. Yifei said solemnly, of course I am going home, I will see you off. A smile appeared in Musijin's eyes, and said, Wei Dongqing said in a few days that he will go to Fengshan to climb the mountain. I just want to see the sunrise too. Musijin was filled with anticipation. The red leaves and sunrise in Fengye have always been the most famous scenery in Yandu. This is the first winter season, and the maple leaves are definitely gone. Going to Fengshan to watch the sunrise has a special taste. Yifei smiled and said, we can bring the tent up the mountain one day in advance. Then we will stay up the mountain equals night, and we can see the sunrise the next day. Fei proposed this idea. If he and Mu Zijin stayed on the mountain for one night, it would be very interesting. Well, it seems to be a good idea. Mu Zijin agreed. That's okay, I'll talk to Wei Dongqing later. Tu Fei made up his mind. It would be better if Wei Dongqing didn't go. He and Mu Zijin just borrowed it. The relationship between the two of you when you go to climb the mountain alone will surely heat up. Good. Mu Zijin readily agreed too. After sending Mu Zijin home, Fei communicated with Wei Dongqing on WeChat for a while. Unexpectedly, Wei Dongqing also thought about Fei's proposal. Yes, both parties agreed to go to Fengshan tomorrow. Fei immediately sent WeChat to Mu Zijin, and Mu Zijin gave Fei back on WeChat with an emoticon package saying this ferry takes UK. Mu Zijin was looking forward to the trip to Fengshan Mountain. After the two talked about the things to be prepared for tomorrow, Mu Zijin gave Fei a reply. Install. Fei also replied good night, but instead of going to bed immediately, he called Black Friday. Master, well, Black Friday, you helped me do another thing. Keep an eye on Chen Luo and Lei Haoran. I don't need to know that they are always engraved information, but be clear about their general dynamics, understand too. After Lei Yiming sent a message to Fei already knew that Lei Ming wanted to overthrow Lei Haoran. Fei and Thunder equals Ming. And if the standards are the same, Lei Haoran is to be killed. Yes, master, don't worry, Tu Haiwu replied decisively. Fei confessed a few more words before hung up the phone and went to sleep at ease. There are Haiwu staring at Chen Luo and Lei equals Ming and the two of them can make waves. 3077. Fei asked Ji Yun'er, the housekeeper, to prepare a field tent and some essentials for camping. Then he met with Mu Zijin. Combined, Fei drove an off-road vehicle today, picked up Mu Zijin and drove to Fengshan. Wei Dongqing and several other friends also went to Fengshan to meet Fei. Fei drove all the way up, along the rugged mountain road, to the main peak of Fengshan Mountain. The main peak of Fengshan Mountain is open. The above has also been developed into a tourist area, but Fei deliberately avoided the tourist area and chose a quiet area. Place, so as not to be stalked by others. Soon, Fei met with Wei Dongqing and others. Wei Dongqing also brought a girl with an appearance of about 8 points, which is considered to be a Pyrong beauty, but it is far worse than Mu Zijin. Fei knew that this was Wei Dongqing's girlfriend. It is also mentioned in the original book that Wei Dongqing once dated a girlfriend when he was in school and has been getting along until now. It can be seen that Wei Dongqing has a good relationship with his girlfriend. In addition, Wei Dongqing brought 3 friends, including a couple, and 2 alone a man named Zhou Yu. When she saw Zhou Yu, Mu Zijin frowned slightly, but it disappeared in a flash. What is wrong? Fei asked with a smile. It has nothing, it is just that Zhou Yu is a bit annoying this time, he and I grew up in the same yard before, Mu Zijin said. The wife in the same yard, your suitor Tu Fei asked. Mu Zijin shook his head, that is not true, but he is a bit annoying, you'll know after ZRA. Ask for flowers Q. Fei was a little interested when she heard Mu Zijin say this. But Fei didn't care about Zhou Yu. He and Mu Zijin and others went to the top of the mountain, and everyone found it equals an open area is suitable for watching the sunrise. Then set up the tents at a distance from each other, but not too far away. This not only protects the privacy of the space, but also can take pictures of each other. Answer. After Fei set up the tent, he smiled at Mu Zijin, we have already fixed the place where we sleep tonight. Are you hungry? This has food and water. Fei took Mu Zijin's hand and hooked his fingers in Mu Zijin's palm, and Mu Zijin only felt itchy in the palm of his hand. Cheek. Blushing appeared. Mu Zijin's face turned red, and said, I am not hungry. But I seem to be fooled. I want to sleep with you in a tent at night. Thinking of going to sleep with Fei tonight in a tent, Mu Zijin Shali was embarrassed. And a little inexplicable expectation. Fei blinked at Mu Zijin and said, yeah, you can escape. Mu Zijin's blush was even better. Seeing Fei's moonlight and eyes fixed on her body, Mu Zijin's mouth smiled even more, and she didn't know what was going on. When other men's eyes rested on her, there was never a wave in her heart. But for Tu Fei, when he used this kind of uprightness. When she looked at her warmly and ignorantly, Mu Zijin felt ashamed and sweet. Mu Zijin raised a smile, and her bright eyes were like stars, and in front of her beloved, she was even more breathtakingly beautiful. Fei noticed that her delicate earlobes were red and beautiful. The skin on the faces is snowy, especially the 2 double star eyes, it is even more obvious. Charming and smart, it is intoxicating. Fei took Mu Zijin's hand and smiled and said, Zijin, when I see you, I suddenly thought of two I want to give you a sentence. What are you talking about? Mu Zijin's eyes were shameless, and she looked at Fei with clear eyes. Fei's magnetic voice came into Mu Zijin's ears, and only listen to him, the galaxy in your eyes is so full of stars, I've never seen it before. The paradise. Mu Zijin's body trembled lightly, as if touched by these words. Chapter 217 I've been scolded by Mu Zijin. Looking at the other side, his eyes were smart and charming, greasy mouth and tongue. Fei didn't mind knowing that he had successfully teased Mu Zijin, and smiled and took Mu Zijin's hand. After a while, Mu Zijin's hot cheeks subsided a little, and she quietly raised her head to look at Zuo Shi. In case Wei Dongqing and others noticed the two actions. Fortunately, at this moment, everyone else is busy setting up their own tents and preparing food. Wu Shi considers Tu Fei and Mu Zijin's side. Fei was the first to set up a tent. For Fei, it was very simple. Fei spent 100 million yuan in the field of the system. When the skill of survival mastery reaches the advanced level, this 5 or 70 thing can be easily handled. After setting up the tent, Fei and Mu Zijin were bored, and they sat beside the tent. Are you sure you are not hungry too? Fei asked with a smile. I am not hungry yet. What good food have you prepared? Mu Zijin tilted his head. Blinking eyes. The sound is light. Fei took out a few boxes of self-heating small hot pot like a trick. The materials are rich in variety, and the patterns on the self-heating hot pot are even more delicious. Confusion makes the index finger move. It is early winter now. What to eat best? 3. Of course it is hot pot. Fei thoughtfully prepared various self-heating small hot pots, which immediately made Mu Zijin's brows and eyes crooked with a sweet smile. Mu Zijin lowered his eyebrows and smiled. You prepared very intimately. It just so happened that I especially wanted hot pot when I got up this morning. Is this a kind of heart? Mu Zijin didn't know, just looking at Fei's profile, the smile on the corners of his mouth grew thicker. I am not hungry now, you can eat me for a while if you are hungry. Mu Zijin whispered while leaning against Fei. I am not hungry, let us eat. Fei smiled. Mu Zijin nodded lightly. Zi was about to speak, but he heard bursts of sound not far away. Fei also heard the voice, listened carefully, and suddenly looked strange. Yu is full of soup, and the empty water is leisurely. It prevents the Sha from growing far away, and the sun gradually returns. The cicadas are noisy and the forest is more quiet, and the Naoming mountain is more secluded. This is someone is reading poetry. Fei looked towards the voice, and saw that Zhou Yu was holding a book, standing in an empty place reading poems. Voice is too much, action. It is extremely bold and unrestrained. Yifei's mouth twitched slightly, glanced at this Zhou Yu, and asked Musician next to him. What is he doing? Musician also shook his head and said in a low voice, for you see it now, this is what Zhou Yu is like, he likes poetry very much. Shu is Tai Muzzy, who likes to show off literary talents. After doing it for a long time, this guy is actually a weird thing. Yifei glanced at Zhou Bao a second time. He didn't feel anything against him. He felt that this person was too weird, so he frowned slightly, and Yifei was too lazy. Guan Zhou Yu. Anyway, as long as it doesn't affect him and Musician. Wei Dongqing and others also ignored Zhou Yu, probably because of Zhou Yu's behavior. Facing the beautiful scenery of the mountain, Zhou Bao seemed to be prospering with poems, chanting all kinds of poems, shaking his head and shaking his head, leaving Yifei speechless. This person is really cheeky. Yifei also too lazy to care about Zhou Bao. He was lying in the tent enjoying the beauty of the mountains, and at the same time looking at Musician beside him. Musician didn't know where he took out a martial arts novel Evening the Heaven and Slaying the Dragon and looked at it with gusto. Musician's bright eyes were focused on the page, flipping through a page from time to time. The novel 8 Dragon Slayer is a classic work of Mr. Jin Yang. In this time and space, although there are many classics from past lives in it doesn't exist, but there are still some martial arts novels like The Legend of the Dragon Slayer. You actually like to read Wugong novels? Yifei was a little surprised. Musician closed the page and whispered softly, yes, I like to read martial arts novels. Watching movies, I fell in love with martial arts. In fact, Musician has watched this Tale of the Dragon Slayer many times, but every time I watch it, I will have a brand new experience. I also like to watch The Legend of the Dragon Slayer. I think the Sunflower Collection and the Black Jade Intermittent Cream would be a good combination. Yifei casually scorned. Musician's eyes suddenly turned horizontally equals Yan Yifei slapped her mouth slightly, her cheeks flushed. Thanks to this guy, he can figure it out, adding the Black Jade Broken Silk Paste to the Sunflower Collection. Musician said softly, I watched The Legend of the Dragon Slayer several times, and every time I watch it, I feel different. Yes, how do you feel? Yifei asked. Musician blinked Shui Lingling's eyes. The name of the apprentice Zhang Sanfeng is very interesting. Yifei said, Zhang Sanfeng received a total of apprentices in The Legend of the Dragon Slayer. They are the old lady Song Yuanchao and the second Yu Lianzhou, the third member of Yu Dian, the fourth member of Songshi, the fifth member of Quishan, the sixth member of Yinliting, and the Sound Valley of the Old Earth Tomb. Yifei is also a lover of martial arts novels and remembers this clearly. 9. Musician didn't expect Yifei to answer. The corner of her mouth smiled even more sweetly, and said, yes, I just found out now, Zhang. It is very meaningful for Minatoyo to name his native apprentice. How to say? Musician said softly, in Etienne too long it was explained that Zhang Sanfeng liked Guoshang, but in the end the two did not get together. Zhang Sanfeng named his 7 apprentices. His big apprentice, the last word connected as bridge, boat, rock, stream, mountain, pavilion, and valley. They are all places that Zhang Sanfeng and Guoshang have experienced together. Well, what you said is true. Kaifei nodded slightly, and the name in Etienne too long is indeed meaningful. I only saw Musician Sai 1.4, leaning his head on Yifei's shoulder, and said softly Zhang Sanfeng's life scenery. There are bridges, boats, rocks, streams, mountains, pavilions, and valleys, but there's no accompanying Guoshang. I don't want bridges, boats, rocks, streams, mountains, pavilions, valleys, as long as you are. Musician gently hugged Yifei. Yifei was startled slightly, only to feel the fragrance of the girl in his arms. This passage is the most touching love story Yifei has heard this winter. He was actually picked up by Musician. Chapter 218 Musician is completely enthused. Yifei just wanted to tease Musician, but she was teased the other way around. Especially what Musician said. With her charming and pleasant face, Yifei's heart was fascinated. For a long time, Musician's attitude towards anyone is indifferent. Sometimes she is like not eating the fireworks in the world, she doesn't need it. Cosmetics, no brand name bags or jewelry, and even Yifei has a bare-faced makeup whenever I see her, completely different from other women. And Musician's attitude towards anyone is pretty good, and it is very easy to be ordinary friends with Musician. Yifei, it was also with. She got Musician's mobile phone and WeChat when she met for the first time. But it is very difficult to really get to Musician's heart. Even if Yifei and Musician got along, the two gradually accumulated good feelings until one Kun appeared. Let the two of them live and die. The relationship has undergone a qualitative change. Otherwise, Yifei really doesn't know when he can take this step with Musician. It can only be said that by chance, the two came together. This is also the first date between the two after confirming the relationship. Originally, Yifei wanted to tease Musician. In the end, she was slapped by 12. But how could Yifei be so easy to be teased? Facing those clear eyes, Yifei smiled and said, speaking of thing, what is the matter? Musician blinked his eyes. Yifei said, Guoshang likes Yang Guo. Later, Guoshang started a school and started an MA party, right? And, yes, Musician tapped her head lightly, of course she knew this. Yifei said again, Guoshang founded the MA school and became infatuated. Because Yang Guo didn't remarry, he accompanied the ancient Buddha of the Green Lantern. Later she accepted a disciple, named Master Fengling X. Master Fengling, fans of novels who have read Heaven Slaying the Dragon know that it is the master of exterminating Master Guoshang's disciple. N. Museum looked at Yifei sideways. The first time Guoshang heard of Yang Guo's name was at Fengling Do. 1. Until Guoshang had a red face, she was still thinking about Yang Guo. When we first met at Fengling Ferry, I saw Yang Guo Shui for life. Musician's beautiful eyes reveal brilliance. First encounter at Fengling Ferry v equals see Yang Guo Shui for life. It is indeed a poignant story. What do you want to say? Musician tilted his head, blinking at Nitral, as if he didn't understand Yifei's meaning, and tried to pass the test. Yifei looked directly at Musician's eyes with a straight face. I want to say that we should cherish the people in front of us, so take advantage of this. Don't miss the marriage at this rare time this evening. Yifei said rightly. Musician couldn't help blushing and smiling. Explain, this bad guy, why haven't I noticed that he was so poor sleep to talked a lot before, this guy came around again. Yifei took Musician's little hand and hugged her halfway, but he was also surprisingly well-mannered, and he did not act excessively by accident. But despite this, Yifei could still feel the graceful curve of the other party. Although it is early winter, Musician doesn't dress well. She has practiced martial arts all year round, she has excellent physical fitness and is not afraid of the cold. The two bodies were close together, and Musician could even feel Yifei's powerful heartbeat, making her face blushing. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. Cuckoo. Yifei froze for a moment, and then realized that Musician's stomach couldn't help laughing at the protest. Don't laugh. Musician's face equals Hong Ye quickly looked at Tufei with a little annoyance. While talking, she couldn't think that Musician was actually hungry. Yifei still couldn't help but wait. Muzian's pretty face flushed. Yifei stared at Yifei with a pitiful expression. I am hungry. It is a bit coquettish when talking. Then let us eat, watch the stars together in the evening, and watch the sunrise together tomorrow morning. Yifei smiled. These words made Muzian's eyes full of tenderness for an instant. She whispered softly, well, good. Muzian looked forward to this very much. In fact, her request is very simple. She just wants to find someone to accompany her to watch the stars and the sunrise, nothing more. Yifei picked up the self-heating small hot pot that had already been prepared, and after he opened the hot pot, two breathtaking scents came from the hot pot. Yifei took a pair of chopsticks that came with Xiaobuguo, only one pair of chopsticks, which made Muzian's face blush. There's only one pair of chopsticks. Does age mean that she and Yifei share a pair of chopsticks? Isn't he that indirect? Muzian felt a little bit, blushing and looking at Kaifei. You eat first. Yifei handed the Xiaobi pot to Muzian. Muzian didn't think too much, eating the small hot pot food. The taste was really good. Whether it has beef, kelp, lotus root. Tasty, spicy hot pot base with ingredients. Muzian has eaten a lot. She also took the initiative to pick up steaming beef slices and feed it to Tufei. Yifei took a bite and said with a smile, it is not bad, it doesn't seem to be a wasted purchase. A box of self-heating hot pot was eaten quickly. Muzian still had some meaning. Yifei said, you are not full. I haven't eaten enough yet. Yifei shrugged too. After learning martial arts, his appetite and food have become bigger. This small box of hot pot is not enough for him at all. Would you like another box? Muzian asked softly. Don't worry, I'll eat something else first. Tufei said. 893. What to eat? Muzian was talking, but Yifei pulled her to her side. Tufei directly blocked her lips. Muzian opened his eyes sharply, and then quickly closed his eyes again. The trembling eyelashes and hot flushed cheeks show her at this moment. The mood is extremely unstable. Muzian's unrestricted placement, his cheeks flushed, and his karma movements were even more reproachful and clumsy. But Yifei finally got what he wanted and tasted the taste he dreamed of. A long time, Yifei let go of Muzian who was panting. He blinked at Muzian and said, it tastes very good, this is comparable to hot pot. It is so delicious. Muzian's blushing cheeks didn't know if it was caused by the heat of eating hot pot just now or by Yifei. For a time, Muzian seems to be able to hear the heartbeat from two. In this tent, Muzian's cheeks are shining like a warm winter sun. Yifei smiled. Now you can open it again, a small hot pot. Muzian turned his head away from him, but Yifei opened the Z-box small hot pot again, and soon the tent became fragrant again and the nose came out. Chapter 219 Destroying Lei Haoran. After Yifei and Muzian finished eating another box of self-heating small hot pot, the tent was full of fragrance and smell. After eating the small hot pot, both of them were quite relaxed, lying naturally in the tent. A faint fragrance came from around. Muzian was also blushing. What is this? Use a pair of chopsticks with him, there are traces of him on his lips, and now I lie down and embrace. Muzian blushed slightly when he thought of all the things he had been with Yifei's eye. Soon, it was getting late. During the period, Wei Dongqing came once. He talked with Yifei. Wei Dongqing took the initiative to find Tufei and smiled enthusiastically. Brother Yi, I received a notice from the hospital yesterday that my grandpa has illness. The situation has been completely stabilized. Nothing serious, thank you for your help. You're welcome, it is just a small matter. Yifei said. This was indeed a simple task for Yifei, but it saved the life of Elder Wei. Yifei's appearance is amazing. The fact that he rescued Mr. Wei has gradually spread in Yandu, and Yifei's medical reputation has followed. Resounding, it was a very good thing for Yifei. In contrast, Chen Luo and Lei Haoran were really depressed, especially Chen Luo, who was already depressed at Yishui. It is a trivial matter for you, but it is a great matter for my Wei family. Wei Dongqing looked at Yifei seriously and said at the same time. Brother Yi, please let me know if you need help in the future, I'm willing to make you this friend, Wei Dongqing. Yifei couldn't help but smile when he saw Wei Dongqing's serious look and said, okay. Thank you very much. You are too polite. I heard that you have some grievances with Chen Luo, do you need me to mediate it? Wei Dongqing said straightforwardly. If Wei Dongqing mediates the relationship between Yifei and Chen Luo, maybe Chen Luo will really give Wei Dongqing the interface, Yifei and Chen Luo. From now on, the well water does not violate the river water. After all, judging from the current situation, no matter how you look at it, Chen Luo is not dominant. Chen Luo lost the umbrella of the Wei family, and Yandu's other major family members' attitude towards Chen Luo changed a lot. Although Chen Luo held the connections of the genius Dr. Wu in his hand, many families owed Chen Luo's favor. But these wealthy families are not stupid. Chen Luo wanted to make these families head-to-head with the Yi family to charge and fight Tufei. Too difficult. Now Yi Fei. He is very famous. The Tushi group is also prospering. How easy is it to deal with the Yi family? Between offending Yi family and Chen Luo, I believe anyone with a discerning eye can make a choice. Chen Luo could only rely on the Lei family and the Zheng family. Even so, Chen Luo could only barely protect himself. It is almost impossible to destroy Tujie like in the original book. Of course, there is no risk that Chen Luo may jump the wall in a hurry. Hearing what Wei Dongqing said, Yifei shook his head. Brother Wei, thank you for your kindness, but mediation between Chen Luo and I is impossible. Gan, novel. Yifei decisively rejected Wei Dongqing's mediation ideas. Novel. 27. What is the joke? He reconciled with Chen Luo. Yifei was the first to not agree. What he wants to destroy is the main fish. Chen Luo must die. In the original book, Yifei and the entire Yi family were all killed by Chen Luo, and the Yi family completely collapsed and became the clan of Chen Luo and Lei family. Fish. The Yi family was shattered. Chen Luo and Lei's family divided almost all the wealth of the wealthy family, and several other families followed suit. Mouth soup. Therefore, it is Chen Luo that Yifei wants to destroy, as well as the Lei family of Lei Haoran. Lei Haoran and his father Lei Xiaohui were also Chen Luo's biggest accomplices in destroying the Yi family. How could Yifei let Chen Luo go? Hearing Yifei's refusal without hesitation, Wei Dongqing didn't say anything, but said, in that case. Then I won't persuade me too much. Now, it is just that Chen Luo can deal with the genius Dr. Wu behind him. 12. Wei Dongqing kindly reminded. Yifei smiled slightly, said, Brother Wei, don't worry, I have my way. That is good. Wei Dongqing didn't say more. The friendship between the two is not deep, Wei Dongqing just said. If the spit brother needs help, contact me anytime. Yifei nodded. This Wei Dongqing is actually an object worthy of friendship. After communicating with Wei Dongqing, Yifei returned to the tent. At night, Yifei and Yuzijin leaned together. They sat in front of the tent, lying down and looking up at the starry sky. The sky is clear and clear. There is no cloud in the sky, and the night sky is not covered by clouds. You can clearly see the starry sky at night. The beautiful woman in her arms leaned against Yifei and smelled the faint fragrance, and Tufei kissed him politely. Yuzijin hooked Yifei's neck, and the two embraced each other. Under the stars, Yifei hugged Mu Zijin and finally the two hugged and fell asleep. The next day, Yifei and Mu Zijin got up too early to watch the sunrise together. The red sun jumped out of the mountains, the light was not dazzling, the red sun gradually rose up among the mountains. The second rays of sunlight shone on the horizon, and the first rays of sunlight spilled on Yifei and Mu Zijin's bodies. Especially Mu Zijin, her eyes looked at the sea of clouds in the mountains, and she heard the sun shine in the mountains, covering her with a layer of gold, light thin. Yarn gold hazel. Mu Zijin's face is exquisite and flawless, her breath is sweet and warm, she is close to Yifei, their shadows are illuminated by the sun. Stretched to form a feminine pattern. This person is an exceptional match. These two scenes also fell in the eyes of Wei Dongqing and the other two couples, and they couldn't help but sigh Yifei and Mu Zijin. Straight is an extremely good match. You can teach life to be jealous. After watching the sunrise, Yifei and Zhao Zhao looked at Mu Zijin, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled. They only felt that the feelings between each other had become disagreeable. It is the same. Mu Zijin was even more so. Tushi was peaceful in her heart. She took the initiative to hug Yifei. The two hugged each other. After watching the sunrise, Yifei and Mu Zijin stayed in the tent for a while, and they were not ready for the mountain. It also happens to be at this moment. Yifei received a text message from Lei Yiming again. Lei Yiming was Khan who came to Yifei for help. He is trying to destroy Lei Haoran. At this moment, the big hole that Yifei arranged for Lei Haoran had finally come to an end. Chapter 220 Famous Yandu, famous seeking subscription. Yifei and Mu Zijin were ready to go down the mountain. Enough to appreciate the beauty of Fengshan Mountain, Yifei and Mu Zijin's feelings are also closer, especially in the account. The two of Pengli can even be regarded as sharing the same bed, and they are really happy. Knowing the relationship between Yifei and Mu Zi, Wei Dongqing and others did not bother Yifei too much. The only thing that makes Yifei a little speechless is that guy named Zhou Yu, who really has been reading poems since early. At night, no wonder Mu Zijin was a little helpless to him. Except for this little episode, it is perfect. Yifei took Mu Zijin to the door of the Mu S compound, he held Mu Zijin's slender waist, and said, "Your wounds haven't healed yet, so rest more during this time." Yifei whispered to Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin leaned against Yifei and whispered, "I know, but I can go to the ministry recently." The team instructed them in martial arts. Mu Zijin is an instructor in the army and often teaches the soldiers martial arts. You still think about this, so please rest assured, this is not a trivial matter. Yifei was serious. Mu Zijin's normal actions are okay now, but if it is strenuous exercise, it is still easy to get involved. Wound. Oh, Mu Zijin obediently agreed, but 860 felt a little sweet in his heart. Although Yifei was preaching with a serious face, she also knew that Yifei was doing well. Then I am leaving. Mu Zijin opened the door to get out of the car. And many more. Mu Zijin turned his head and looked at Yifei with bright eyes. What is wrong? Next, I'm going to deal with the Lei family. Maybe I want to see you for a few days. I will charge some interest first. Yifei. The corners of the mouth were raised. What interest? Mu Zijin was a little unsure, but seeing Yifei's narrow smile, suddenly. What do you understand? Yifei slammed her and then sealed her lips. After a while, Yifei let go of Mu Zijin's flushed face. Mu Zijin's face was blushing. He glanced at Yifei a little angrily, as if to imprint him deeply in his mind, and then got out of the car and turned around. Walked into the Mu S compound. A smile appeared at the corner of Yifei's mouth. Mu Zijin left. Yifei sent Mo Zijin away, and he returned to the family villa. Yifei didn't go back to his private villa, but went to Yi's villa to find cheap father and mother. This is also Yifei's appointment with his father and mother a long time ago. His beat daddy he called Yifei yesterday to let him go home. Cross. Yifei arrived at Yi's villa, but the housekeepers and servants greeted Yifei, and Yifei walked into the villa. Dang, you can also see the cheap daddy Yi and his mother Lin Shui already waiting for him. Your kid is back, waiting for you for a long time. Yi looked at Yifei, and he smiled with emotion. There was a lot of joy in his eyes. Yifei's performance over this period of time was completely beyond his expectations, especially Yifei's rescue of the Wei family. The story of Mr. Wei has spread throughout Yandu City. What Yifei did has already caused a sensation in Yandu down pointing arrow. Mr. Wei's position in Yandu is self-evident. He is one of the most effective bosses in Yandu. Wei. The old man was once ranked in the central junta, and the number of his ancestors is even more numerous. Yifei actually saved such a top boss, so that the entire Wei family owed Yifei's favor. Let alone Yifei, it was a great thing for the entire Yi family. Of course, Yi and Lin Shui were very happy and excited about this, but they were also very strange. When did my son have such a big benping? In particular, Yifei's medical skills were fascinated by the guests on the scene that day. It simply blows Yifei's medical skills to a level comparable to that of the original genius Dr. Wu. The whole steaming was full of rumors about this matter. It can be said that Yifei is now the famous steaming capital. When Yi and Lin Shui heard about this, their first reaction was that they couldn't believe it, but then. When Yi called Yifei personally confirmed the incident, which made Yi extremely pleasantly surprised. Because Yifei's performance at that birthday banquet was astonishing, many of the wealthy clan giants recently. The Yi family has close contacts, especially the Yang family, one of the three major commercial giants in Yandu. Yang Zimo's father, Yang Dongsheng. Recently, it even revealed the meaning of forming an alliance with the Yi family. This is also the invisible benefit that Yifei brought after Wei Lao Da. Now that Yifei is famous in Yandu, everyone knows that the young master Yi's medical skills are superb, and he is even spreading it. The news is even further exaggerated. It is said that even Dr. Xie was amazed by it, and the whole Yan has passed on the matter. What is more, in the rumored Mu family's Bomb Pearl, the relationship with Yifei is even more unusual. It is said that Mu Zijin even admitted that Yifei was his boyfriend at the birthday banquet. With such a reputation, many Yandu clan giants naturally want to make friends with the Yi family down pointing arrow. Yi was quite surprised by this. When Yifei saw the cheap father, he made a smile and said, I just went to Fengshan for a day, relax. Did you go with the girl from the Mu family? Mother Lin Shui asked the key question very keenly. Yifei couldn't help but froze, but he didn't intend to hide it from his parents, and smiled yes Ming. Lin Shui and Yi looked at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. My son's ability is really getting bigger and bigger, and the other party is really a girl from the Mu family. Lin Shui was surprised. What about the person from the Su family? She seems to have a good relationship with you, right? Lin Shui said it was Su Qingzu. Yifei touched his nose and whispered, Qingzu is also my woman. Lin Shui was speechless for a while, and she was silent for a while before saying, then you were Lin Shui and Yi. I found out that I couldn't see through my son for a while. In just a few months, he was so famous in Yandu, and he was like Wei and Mu. The top giants are all involved in the relationship. Yifei shrugged and didn't say anything for a while. In fact, he really wanted to say something. Children only do it. Choice, I want it all. Forget it, I don't bother to care about you, let you have a headache in the future. Su Qingzu, who? Regardless of the US girl, you can figure it out by yourself. Lin Shui waved her hand, looking at Yifei's gaze a little helpless and a little relieved. There seems to be a feeling of the pigs raised in the house will finally pick up the cabbage. Yi also sighed. Xiaofei, you are now well known in Yandu. I have heard about some of your things. Yes, our parents want to help you too. Sooner or later the Yi family will be yours. You can talk about what you need. Yifei suddenly smiled upon hearing this. He really needs the help of Yi and Lin Shui. Chapter 221 The Key to Destroying Lei Heoran. Facing Yi and Lin Shui, Yifei had nothing to hide. Yifei said straightforwardly, I have a grievance with Chen Luo, who was a close disciple of Dr. Wu, and this man is ambitious. Born and arrogant, he secretly made friends with the Lei family and the Zheng family, and even wanted to make friends with the Wei family. They pose a threat. Yifei briefly said a few words. Yi has also been paying attention to Yifei's affairs during this period of time. After all, Yifei started from helping the Su family solve the crisis, and what he did has always caused Yi to shut down. Note, starting from the Bingji Jade water, Yifei and Chen Luo have always been fighting each other. How can these things be concealed? Got to live in Yihei. Yi said solemnly, well, I also investigated Chen Luo secretly. Chen Luo has no deep foundation in Yandu. Fearful enough, the terrifying thing is the genius Dr. Wu behind him. Dr. Wu, I also deliberately investigated, and the result was. I was shocked. Yifei smiled. It seems that Yi has really investigated Chen Luo, especially Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu was known as the #1 doctor in Yandu at the time, and the family giants who owe a lot of love to others are innumerable. Especially since he also saved the lives of the Wei family and Zheng family, so let the two talk. The rich owe it favors. Dr. Wu is Chen Luo's backer. He can indeed walk in Yandu. Unfortunately, Chen Luo ran into Yifei. Yifei is guilty of knowing the plot of the original book thoroughly, and constantly steals Chen Luo's opportunities, making Chen falling into defeat steadily. Don't worry about Dr. Wu. I will have my own way to deal with Dr. Wu when the time comes. The current situation. It is Chen Luo who lives on with me, and I have to deal with the need. Yifei said sternly. Hearing what Yifei said, Yi and Lin Shui looked at each other again, and they both felt Yifei's powerful self. Letter. How come this kid has changed so much in just a few months? Yi felt Nahan in his heart, and at the same time thought of a certain possibility. Shouldn't he this kid really know each other? Which worldly expert, right? Otherwise, how to explain his recent extraordinary performance in medical skills, martial arts, etc. The more Yi thinks, the more reasonable it is. This may be the only explanation. No wonder this kid is not afraid of Wu. The genius doctor, it turned out that someone was behind the film. Yifei didn't know that Yi's brain was wide open. When investigating Chen Luo, it was discovered that he secretly had contacts with Yi Changhai and Huang He. Chen Luo, the kid, was plotting. Not small. Yi Changhai is the senior vice president of Yi's group. Huang He has also followed Yi for more than 10 years. Think of it as the right arm. Yifei had warned Yi that there was a problem with the two people before, and Yi was also paying close attention to it. After Yi closely monitored Yi Changhai and Huang He, this was discovered. Yifei was not surprised. He smiled slightly. It seems that Chen Luo's heart is not dead, and he still intends to be stubborn. It is okay to resist, then I will let him taste what despair is. The head of Yi's micro forehead. All the intelligence networks and security forces of the Yi family are at your disposal. We'll talk to Zihao. Yifei is waiting for this sentence down, pointing arrow. Yifei smiled and said, then I am not welcome. I'd better give me some more money. I bought Qizhangji last time. I spent a lot of money on the shares of the group. Yi smiled and shook his head. You kid, let us talk. How much do you want? Yifei said at least 1 billion. I plan to open several projects in brilliant entertainment. It will take a lot. Money. Yi was taken aback and smiled. You kid, you always open your mouth for 1 billion. You think we have money? Is it a strong wind? But Lin Shui glared at Yi and said, what is wrong with my son asking for some money? I paid out this little money. Yi shrank his neck. He was typical of strict management and stopped talking. Yifei suffocated and smiled. Shizu, Lin Shui and Yi interacted with each other. Also find it quite interesting. No matter what, with Lin Shui as support, the billions of funds came into the account again. Yifei knows that no money is absolutely impossible. In particular, his ambition is to build an entertainment empire, and startup capital is not even less. With the support of this billion of funds, plus Yifei's loan to the bank, it is enough for him to use. Moved a few projects of brilliant entertainment. Not only movies but also other resources in various aspects, all need to be in place as soon as possible. After a brief exchange with Yi and Lin Shui, the family of 3 enjoyed lunch. After dinner, Lin Shui quietly pulled Yifei aside, and said, when will the new family girl? Or Su Qingzu will come to my house to meet me. This is not in a hurry. Yifei secretly said, but Mu Zijin and Su Qingzu, including Luo Wei. Yu, and Bai Ruoxi who was getting closer to him. Yi Qiu flowers. Seeing Yifei's expression, Lin Shui guessed what was going on, shook her head and said, anyway. These are all good girls, but don't let others lose their minds. Well, I know, Yifei replied. After Yifei had eaten, he didn't stay too much in the Yi family villa, he was going to prepare another thing. It is a matter of the rich. Yifei wants to deal with the rich and kill Lei Heoran down, pointing arrow. Of course, he is not trying to destroy the rich but to split the family. The Lei family's big family tree has deep roots and it is too difficult to destroy. Yifei's goal is to destroy it. The Lei family headed by Lei Heoran and his father Lei Xiaohui. In the original book, it was led by Lei Heoran and Lei Xiaohui, who contributed to the destruction of the Yi family. Therefore, what Yifei wants to destroy is Fu Heoran and Lei Xiaohui. Brother Yifei, let us meet. Yifei took the initiative to call thunder. Ming is also in seconds. Lei Yiming, this, I have been waiting for Yifei's call for 2 days. Yifei and Lei Ming had previously been in a cooperative relationship, but when Yifei rescued Wei Lao, they had a relationship with Mu Zileng. After the relationship became public, when faced with Lei Yiming, he gradually became in a dominant relationship with Lei Yiming. Lei Yiming now depends on Yifei for help, so he speaks very politely. Okay, let us meet, where? Go to Tea restaurant, brother Yi, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Good, Yifei hung up the phone, and he went straight to the Tea restaurant. Lei Yiming took the initiative to reserve a box this time, and it was still reserved for the end of the world. The two met. Lei Yiming asked 4 burly bodyguards to wait outside, and he personally poured tea for Yifei. Reception Yifei. Seeing thunder, Yifei opened the door and said, Brother Lei, Huang Yufeng is in your hand, now he is in. Where? This Huang Yufeng is one of the key figures of the rich and powerful. Chapter 222 Let him taste despair 3 more seeking subscription. I control it in a private house, and I can ask him to come forward and identify Lei Heoran at any time. Speaking of Lei Heoran, a thick hatred flashed in Lei Yiming's eyes. If it weren't tea for Lei Heoran, his first love Li Xuechen would not die. Moreover, Lei Haoran and Lei Yiming were fighting openly and secretly for the Lei family's inheritance rights. The inheritance rights of the Lei family are essentially a dispute over the status of the Lei family's house in the second house. The old man of the Lei family is not in good health, and the affairs of the Lei family are all taken care of by his two sons. However, the Lei family's big house has always been in control of Lei's affairs, controlling most of the affairs of the Lei family. Division of power. In contrast, the second room of Lei's family is Lei Yiming and his father. Bits are even worse. 700 but in recent years accompanied by Lei Yiming's father, Lei Jin, has risen steadily in his career. Lei Haoran also had a sense of crisis as it threatened the status of the big house of the needy family. Therefore, Lei Haoran often suppresses Lei Yiming. Although the two are brothers in name, they often understand. Fight secretly. Because Lei Haoran is the eldest son and the eldest grandson, he is favored by Mr. Lei, so Lei Yiming and Lei Haoran. The open and secret struggles are never dominant. Yifei groaned slightly, and said in a low voice, Huang Yufeng alone cannot defeat Lei Haoran. Yifei was right. Although Huang Yufeng is important, he cannot completely defeat Lei Haoran. You know, although Huang Yufeng is Lei Haoran's subordinate, Lei Haoran is also suspected of buying murder. But Huang Yufeng only killed Li Xueqin. Who is Li Xueqin? Her identity is only Lei Yi's lover, and it is of little importance to such a wealthy Lei family. Even with the extent to which Mr. Lei loves Lei Haoran, he might still protect Lei Haoran and let him. Fu Yiming concealed the incident, and at most compensated Lei Yiming by other means. Lei Yiming also thought about it. He said, well, it is true. It is true that I want to bring down Lei Haoran. It is not that easy. Brother Yi, what do you think I should do now? Lei Yiming came to Yifei for help. He can only talk to Yifei about this matter, only the two have the same interests. Yifei was silent. Fu Yiming saw that Yifei was silent, and thought that Yifei was unwilling to point him. He quickly said Yi. Brother, I came to you with sincerity, and after everything is done, you will be my thundering best brother. Down pointing arrow on what conditions do you want to agree to help me, just open your mouth, as long as I can do it, absolutely. Don T frowned. Yifei smiled and said, Brother Lei, you misunderstood. Just now I was thinking, Brother Lei, can you download? Make up your mind. What do you mean? Lei Yiming thoughtfully. Yifei said indifferently, I have always dealt with people like one to kill. If Brother Lei. If you really want to deal with Lei Haoran, you should let him taste the despair so that he can behave at all. Yes, what Yifei thought was to make Lei Haoran despair. To fight, Lei Haoran couldn't turn over and plunged into the abyss. Lei Ming heard Yifei's off-string tone. Brother Yi, you mean, you have Lei Haoran even more. The handle of life too. Lei Yiming's eyes lit up. If Fu Haoran had other handles, it might really be able to bring down Lei Haoran. Yifei shook his head and said lightly, it is not Lei Haoran's handle, but Lei Haoran's father Lei Xiaohui. Handle. Lei Xiaohui's handle. This is the real fight with snakes in 7 inches. Why should Lei Haoran be so smart? Not because he is the youngest of the Lei family, but the son of Lei Xiaohui. Son, if his father Lei Xiaohui falls, can Lei Haoran be at ease as his Lei family? Obviously. Impossible. Hearing Yifei's words, thunderously stood up. He could hardly conceal his inner feelings. Threat. Lei Yiming is a person who is very good at concealing his inner emotions, but when he hears Yifei's words, he finds it difficult. To conceal his heart, he got up suddenly. Yifei actually has Lei Xiaohui's handle. Brother Yi, what you said is true. Do you really have Lei Xiaohui's handle? Lei Yiming was really hooked. Staring at Yifei, he asked in a deep voice. Yifei smiled. Brother Lei, don't you believe in my intelligence capabilities? Of course, Lei Yiming could have trusted Yifei's ability to connect with each other. If it weren't for Yifei, he would always be. If you can find Huang Yufeng, you may never have the hope of revenge for Li Xueqin. Yifei said calmly, I made it very clear just now, I have Lei Xiaohui's handle, and it is very. The fatal kind depends on whether you dare to use it. The reason why Yifei dared to say this is because Lei Xiaohui's handle is deadly, even enough to bury him. Send Lei Xiaohui's official career. Once Lei Xiaohui is finished, it will be a big loss for the Lei family. The Lei family must be vigorous. Badly hurt. Hearing what Yifei said, Lei Yiming got up suddenly, pacing back and forth in the box room, frowning and thinking. Cable. Yifei was not in a hurry. He took a sip while holding the teacup, watching Lei Yiming's movements. After a long time, Lei Yiming seemed to have made a certain determination. He said in a deep voice, Brother Yi, please. As long as I get the handle of Lei Xiaohui, from now on, Brother Yi will let you say something. Difference. Dispatch. Yifei was not hypocritical. He said, well, since you are determined, you can take this information. With that, Yifei took out a thick document. Lei Yiming took this document and took a look at it, and it turned out that it was all about Lei Xiaohui. Lei Xiaohui is now in a high position and has a smooth career. This information records some of Lei Xiaohui's deeds. Half of the source of the information comes from Yifei's top-notch hacking skills, and the other half is of course based on the content mentioned by Fu Xiaohui in the original book. This data can be described as shocking. It records Fu Xiaohui's fatal black material. 2.0 includes Lei Xiaohui embezzled a staggering amount of money, and Lei Xiaohui had some shady transactions in private. As long as this information is true, Lei Xiaohui will definitely not be able to eat it. Degree Brother Yi, this. When Lei Yiming saw this information, he was immediately excited. Yifei is more powerful than he thought. Sure enough, it was hitting a snake and hitting 7 inches. With the information of Yifei, Lei Xiaohui and Lei Haoran, father and son, must fall into the depths of eternal disaster. Deep. Chapter 223. It is more powerful than you think. Seeking subscription. With the information given by Yifei, Lei Yiming was like a treasure. This information is more powerful than he thought. Lei Ming suppressed his excitement, and said, Brother Yi, I will take this information with me. Take it. Knowing that Lei Yiming had made up his mind, Yifei readily agreed. Yifei wanted to personally deal with Lei Xiaohui, Lei Haoran and his son. But since Lei Yiming is about to make a move, he is also happy to see it happen. Lei Yiming is now like a knife in Yifei's hand. Lei Yiming's shot is also a pretty good choice, and it is not too much. Yifei showed up. Then let us go. I want to go home first to discuss with my father. Lei Yiming said. Lei Yiming's father is called Lei Jin. In fact, the two brothers Lei Jin and Lei Xiaohui have been in conflict for a long time, and Yifei has no idea about this. Do not worry. Ro. Yifei agreed, and the two left Wei Zhuangti restaurant side by side. Yifei wanted to leave, but Lei Yiming showed his sincerity and took the initiative to pull Yifei to find his father Lei Jin. Yifei thought for a while, but did not refuse. The last time Lei Jin helped the Su family get the approval of 14 medicines, the two sides were not acquainted with each other. Yifei met Lei Jin in Lei Haoran's villa. Lei Haoran's villa is very low-key, with ordinary decoration, low-key and restrained, which is in line with his personality. Lei Jin is a middle-aged man with an elegant face. He looks 40 or 50 years old and is well-maintained. He sees Yifei Ji. Later, Lei Jin took the initiative to shake hands with Yifei. Yi Gongzi is indeed a talented person. Recently, your name has been rumored in Yandu. Lei Jin smiled and looked at Yi. Fly, looking kind. Hearing Lei Jin's compliment, Yi Fei also said, Uncle Lei, you are very polite. Recently, Lei Yiming often mentioned Yi Fei and Lei Jin's ear. Lei Jin was also very concerned about Yi Fei's affairs. Lei Jin let Yi. After flying to the sea, the two sides gradually got acquainted with each other for a while. And Lei Ming also went straight to the subject, took out the information that Yi Fei gave, and whispered, Father, this is a copy given to me by brother Yi. Information, take a look. Lei Jin picked up the information and looked through it carefully. He still maintained his composure at first, then his brows wrinkled tightly, and then even more. Shocked. The content of this information is true. This was also Lei Jin's first sentence, and he looked at Yi Fei with scorching eyes. Yi Fei smiled faintly. Uncle Lei, it is easy to judge whether things are true or false, and I want to be fooled by fake things. Lei Jin nodded slightly. I can trust Yi Gongzi. Yi Fei felt a little bit in his heart, knowing that Lei Jin was just talking about the scene. Yi Fei's information is really too important and ordinary. How can one listen to him so much? However, there are many details and content in the materials that Yi Fei brought out, and they can all be confirmed. As long as Lei Jin confirms it, it will. We'll know that these things are all true. Young Master Yi, since you gave this information to Yiming, you are our friend. Lei Jin said first, and then. Asked again. Young Master Yi, I heard that you also have conflicts with Lei Haoran and Chen Luo. Yes, Yi Fei did not deny this. Lei Haoran and Chen Luo are my enemies. Lei Jin thought about it slightly. I want to think about the matter of my elder brother and Lei Haoran for a few more days. Yi Gongzi might as well give me something. Days. Lei Jin's character is very cautious. Although he got the information from Yi Fei, he still hesitated. Yi Fei squinted his eyes. His voice was not loud. Uncle Lei, it is not that I don't give you time to consider, but Uncle Lei, you may not. How much time is there? Yi Fei observed Lei Jin carefully and said this sentence. Lei Jin frowned. Young Master Yi, what do you mean by this? Lei Yiming next to him was also slightly startled, looking at Yi Fei with some unknown reason. Yi Fei looked at Lei Jin and said lightly, Uncle Lei, your lips are purple and your nails are white. Do you often feel your belly recently? Slight colic, mental disorder, or regular sleep? Yi Fei briefly said some symptoms. Lei Jin was slightly startled. Just listen to Yi Fei continuing. Uncle Lei, you are poisoned. That is right. Lei Jin is poisoned. Lei Yiming's eyes widened suddenly. He took a closer look at his father and then stared at Yi Fei. Lei Jin's pupils were in drama, and he said solemnly, Young Master Yi, you mean I was poisoned? Yi Fei's expression is calm. Uncle Lei, I have been observing you from the moment I walked in. There are many abnormalities in your body. And the symptoms are indeed poison. Moreover, the method of poisoning people is very clever and secret, and it is still a small dose. I can assure you that ordinary doctors will never find out the chronic poison. Yi Fei was observing Lei Jin since Lei Jin entered the door. Lei Jin's complexion, lips, nails and so on, some details were not right. Yi Fei judged that he was poisoned. Who poisoned it? Lei Ming murmured. Lei Yiming didn't doubt Yi Fei's words. After seeing Yi Fei's medical skills, Lei Yiming didn't have any thoughts for Yi Fei. Suspect. Yi Fei shrugged. The answer is obvious. Uncle Lei has offended very few people. Even fewer people have the ability to poison. There are only a handful of swallows, but it just so happened that there was one by Lei Haoran. The expressions of Lei Jin and Lei Yiming as father and son changed. Obviously, the person Yi Fei said was Chen Luo. Yi Fei looked directly at Lei Jin and said, Uncle Lei, you think about your family and are unwilling to deal with Lei Haoran and Lei Xiaohui, but Lei Xiaohui and Lei Haoran may not treat you as a relative. These words made Lei Jin's brows only frown. Lei Yiming's expression changed several times. 913, murmured. No wonder Lei Haoran and Chen Luo have such a good relationship. It turns out that Chen Luo helped Lei Haoran secretly poison us. Yi Fei nodded slowly. This can also explain why Yi Fei has the advantage now, and Lei Haoran still will not leave and never give up to Chen Luo. It seems that these two people are grasshopper on a rope. With this kind of interest relationship, Lei Haoran is Chen Luo's diehard. Yi Fei looked at Lei Jin and chuckled. Uncle Lei, are you not ready to do it now? Lei Jin frowned. He suddenly got up, took a deep look at Yi Fei, and said, Yi Gongzi, thank you very much. But my body. On the poison. This is simple. Chen Luo's poison is not difficult for me to untie. Yi Fei believed. Lei Yiming also said on the side, yes, it is said that brother Yi's medical skills are comparable to the magical Dr. Wu back then, so why is Chen Luo right? Han. Okay, please. Lei Jin bowed deeply to Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled. This is the end of the matter. The next step is to destroy the Thunder Haoran with the momentum of thunder. Chapter 224. Completely shocked. Experience will increase again. Yi Fei detoxifies Lei Jin. Chen Luo's methods of poisoning are very clever, and those who are proficient in medical skills are naturally proficient in poisons. However, after Yi Fei upgraded his medical skills have gone a step further. Yi Fei surpassed Chen Luo. Although Chen Luo's poisoning method was complicated, it was not worth mentioning to him. Yi Fei prescribed a traditional Chinese medicine prescription to Lei Jin. As long as it was taken every day, it could get rid of toxins in the body. What Chen Luo dropped was a chronic poison, and it took a month or two to take effect. Although it took a long time to take effect, it had the advantage of being unaware of ghosts. Unconsciously, it is not easy to find. Therefore, Yi Fei's detoxification is also handy. Upon seeing this, Lei Jin was even more grateful to Yi Fei. While Lei Yiming was grateful, he hated Lei Haoran even more. Brother Yi, leave the Lei Haoran business to me, Lei Yiming said to Yi Fei. Yi Fei nodded slightly. The dispute between Lei's family room and the second room is also time to come to an end. But Yi Fei could make Lei Haoran go to destruction without even having to act. After communicating with Lei Jin and Lei Haoran, Yi Fei left the Lei family villa. Immediately after leaving Lei's villa, Yi Fei received a call from Zhang Minli, telling Yi Fei the company's bank account of Brilliant Entertainment. More than 1 billion was received. It seems that Yi family is really rich and powerful, and the 10 small targets were given to Yi Fei in the blink of an eye, not at all ambiguous. When the money arrives, the rest will be easy. Yi Fei happily said to Zhang Min, the filming of I Am Not the God of Medicine is speeding up. In addition, I will give you another science fiction movie. Script, a military script. Science fiction military film. Zhang Minli was inexplicable, only felt that there was a string of black question marks in his heart. Where are these? I Am Not the God of Medicine is a good script with realistic themes, and Zhang Minli himself is also very optimistic because the script. It is really great, but Yi Fei wanted to make 2 other movies at the same time. And is it a science fiction and military movie? Isn't this nonsense? The city, military, and science are completely inaccessible. Zhang Minli was extremely puzzled and suspicious. In short, the scripts of these 2 movies have been sent to your mailbox. After you confirm that there is no problem, immediately start preparing to open filming. In addition, we will also launch several reliable singers and actors and strive to fully spread along. Yi Fei faintly wrote, I see, President Yi, let me take a look at the script first. Zhang Minli is still very naive. What is going on with President Yi, Ju? So confident. Zhang Minli hung up the phone first, then immediately opened the computer mailbox to read the script sent by Yifei. In addition, Zhang Minli also called several directors from the company to watch the script sent by Yifei. However, Zhang Minli did not tell these directors that the script was sent by Yifei. A true view of the script. It is a bit strange to see the script sent by Yifei. The name of the sci-fi movie is Wandering Planet, and the other one is An Army. The movie on the subject is called Operation Red Sea. That is right, Yifei showed these two movies. It can be said that Wandering Planet is also Wandering Earth, because it is parallel time and space, so it was renamed. It became The Wandering Planet. Both of these films are top movies with a cumulative box office of over 3 billion in previous lives. It can be said that one represents the highest peak of the country's sci-fi movies in the past life, and the other is the leader of military-themed movies. Both of these are top-notch works. And when these two top movie scripts were put in front of Zhang Minli and several directors were just curious at first. In the skeptical mind to watch the script of the movie. But looking at it, they found something was wrong. What is this situation? This movie script. Several directors look bright, geared up, eager to try, and even have kind of can't wait to write this script. The feeling of the story in the film. Good script. The script of The Wandering Planet is simply not too good. The Phantom picture is blowing, which is really good. A director named Xu Jinlai said with emotion. Xu Jinlai is a well-known director in China. He himself is very proficient in film shooting methods, especially science fiction films. Of course, there are not many sci-fi movies in Zhanhuang, and Xu Jinlai himself has been looking for suitable sci-fi movies. Unfortunately, the script of the movie was never found. When Xu Jin came to see the script of The Wandering Planet in front of him, he was completely shocked. The magnificent scenes in the script, the wild imagination, all kinds of science fiction elements and stories throughout, all. Xu Jin came deeply attracted. Xu Jinlai was left with a deep shock. The other two directors were also moved by the scripts of The Wandering Planet and Operation Red Sea and completely sink into them. They are all amazed at this. Mr. Zhang, which two screenwriters wrote this script? I would like to meet this screenwriter and discuss with him the ideas in the play. Law. Xu Jinlai looked at Zhang Minli hopefully. When Xu Jin came to say this, Zhang Minli coughed and fell silent a little. Zhang Minli was also in shock, and he was also deeply shocked by Yifei's script. What is wrong? Xu Jinlai and the other directors were a little confused. The other two directors said yes, Mr. Zhang, for such an excellent script, quickly find these two screenwriters, let us. We can shoot two top works. Several directors looked at Zhang Minli eagerly, wishing to meet the screenwriter immediately and talk about the concept of these two films. And ideas. Zhang Minli coughed first of all, it is not two screenwriters but one screenwriter. A screenwriter-director Xu Jinlai raised his voice by an octave, staring at the computer in a daze, and couldn't he help saying Mr. Zhang, you. Does it mean that these two movies are both written by the same screenwriter but this one is science fiction and the other is military, completely different? The style. Yes, it was written by the same screenwriter. Zhang Minli coughed and he didn't know how to explain it. He also suspected that Mr. Yi of Zhao S was here just now, and he was slapped in the face. The directors such as Xu Jinlai looked at each other in amazement. Two completely different styles of works were produced by the same screenwriter. It is amazing. This screenwriter can be called is the top domestic screenwriter. Then who is this screenwriter? Xu Jinlai asked impatiently. Zhang Minli said silently it was the script written by President Yi, and The Last Time I Am Not the God of Medicine was also written by President Yi. Script. For a while, the office seemed to be drawn away by the air, and it became very quiet. At the same time, when Yifei was driving, he heard the prompt sound from the system ding, congratulations to the host, you got. In order to gain the admiration of the company as employees, 100 points of experience will be rewarded. Ding, congratulations to the host. 3 consecutive reminders came, making Yifei a little baffling for a while. What is the matter? The experience value suddenly increased. Chapter 225 Lei Haorn's death 3 more, subscribe. Yifei was inexplicable, he still didn't know the situation, and as a result, his experience rose. And a total of 300 experience points. The current experience is 2,300 points, and Yifei's experience points accumulate very quickly. According to this progress, it will not take long to reach 5,000 experience points again, allowing Yifei to upgrade a skill again. To the master class. After reaching the master level this time, Yifei tasted the sweetness. Although this wave of experience value increases is a bit inexplicable, Yifei can also guess 1 or 2 from the system as prompts. Sure enough, Yifei had just returned to the villa with his front feet, and immediately received a call from Zhang Minli. Zhang Minli admired Yifei on the phone, and he repeatedly said, Mr. Yi, I am completely convinced, you. The two scripts are too powerful. I think if you become a screenwriter, our domestic first-line screenwriters will lose their jobs. Talking about Zhang Minli, he laughed. What is the identity of President Yi Zhaowei, the heir of the 100 billion consortium? How can you become a small screenwriter? However, it must be admitted that Yifei's 2 movie scripts were so great that Zhang Minli was completely shocked and completely convinced. Also, Yifei gave Zhang Minli I Am Not a Medicine 447 God script, which also surprised Zhang Minli. With these scripts, as long as you find reliable directors and actors to make movies, they will definitely become famous in the film and television industry. It is important to know that the Yi family has a lot of industries, including cinema chains. Industry. Movies produced by brilliant entertainment, as long as the quality passes the test, it will definitely be a green light all the way. Therefore, Zhang Minli was quite excited, and felt that this brilliant entertainment was bound to show off. How is Lu Lingjun's preparations for that new album? Yifei asked. Yifei certainly will not forget Lu Lingjun, she is the future queen superstar. Already almost ready, it is expected that next week will be officially launched on major music platforms to hit charts, and the album will be officially released. Zhang Min said happily. Zhang Minli is also very concerned about Lu Lingjun's situation, and is also very optimistic about Lu Lingjun. Thinking of Lu Lingjun, Zhang Minli remembered that the 2 songs in Lu Lingjun's album were also produced by Yifei. The copyright of the song is also in Yifei's hands. In this way, this President Yi is simply unfathomable. The more Zhang Minli thought about it, the more shocked it became. That is okay, let me know the release status of Lu Lingjun's album at that time. It is Mr. Yi. Yifei returned to the villa, it was getting late, it was almost dusk. But Yifei was very energetic. He even chatted with Mu Zijin on WeChat for a while. Mu Zijin sent a cute emoticon package, this fairy is here. Yifei smiled and asked, have you taken stomach medicine? Yifei has been telling Mu Zijin to take stomach medicine all this time. Mu Zijin replied with a beautiful emoji, which is a cute girl with a blushing face sitting in front of the sofa. Affection. Yifei laughed dumbfounded. On WeChat chat, Mu Zijin likes to use these cute emoticons. Point meaning, the two chatted happily, and the air was full of the sour smell of love. Mu Zijin sent a message, would you like to come to my house for dinner tomorrow? I'll cook for you. Mu Zijin cooks himself. Yifei thought about the picture. It was too beautiful to watch. Didn't he think that Mu Zijin could also make good dishes? Of course, Yifei agreed with Mu Zijin's heart. After chatting with Mu Zijin for a while, Mu Zijin and Yifei said goodnight and then rested early. After all, she is still injured. Need more rest to recover. Just after Mu Zijin said goodnight to each other, Yifei was about to go to bed but his mobile phone rang suddenly. Yifei saw that it was Su Qingzu's call. After answering the call, Su Qingzu's Qingwan voice came and his ears opened the door. I'm at your fight door. Yifei was slightly surprised but also a little surprised. Su Qingzu unexpectedly came to him at this time. Opening the door, Yifei saw Su Qingzu appearing at the gate. Su Qingzu is wearing a light-colored lightweight down jacket with a light pink sweater inside and a pair of black boots on his feet. The long straight legs are eye-catching with flesh-colored pantyhose. Qingzu, why are you here? Yifei smiled and opened the door. And Su Qingzu just smiled slightly. She said in an imperceptible voice, I miss you. The voice was very small. If it weren't for Yifei's incredible hearing, he really couldn't hear Su Qingzu's words. Yifei's heart warmed when Su Qingzu said so. Su Qingzu's why head is due to misogyny, has always been quite repulsive to the opposite sex, but once she accepts it in her heart. After being affected by Yifei, she was the most enthusiastic and undisguised one among the women. In contrast, Luo Weiyu is gentle and introverted, while Mu Zijin and Yifei's relationship has not yet reached that point. The two are considered to be right. The love affair begins. Due to the cold weather, Su Qingzu's mouth was still breathing warm. Su Qingzu must have just got off work, so he ran to Yifei directly from the Su group. Quickly enter the room, I'll warm you up, Yifei smiled. Su Qingzu was leaning on Yifei, looking at him tenderly, without speaking, just holding Yifei silently. Yifei felt the cold body of the beautiful woman in his arms, and he hugged her tightly. Both of them had a tacit understanding of not talking. Hug tightly. In fact, Mu Zijin's relationship with Yifei should not be kept secret from Su Qingzu. But Su Qingzu hadn't talked about it with Yifei in the past 2 days, and both of them seemed to be calm and tacitly silent about it. Su Qingzu was like a stray kitten, and she hugged Yifei tightly. Her posture seemed very insecure. It hurts. Yifei hugged her tightly, then hugged her to the bedroom. Su Qingzu did not speak, but actively hooked Yifei's neck, and the two embraced tightly. The next day, Su Qingzu was lying in Yifei's arms like a kitten. Yifei quietly got up and simply made breakfast for Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu was still asleep, and Yifei did not bother her, intending to let her rest. Yifei browsed the news on the mobile webpage boredly, and then received another message from Lei Yiming. The message from Lei Yiming is very simple, only 5 words. Lei Haoran is dead. Seeing these 5 words, Yifei suddenly stood up. Chapter 226 The experience has grown wildly, goal for more seeking subscription. Seeing the news from Lei Ming, Yifei suddenly got up. Lei Haoran is dead. So fast. Yifei originally thought that Lei Jin, Lei Yiming and his son would use a gentle way to solve the problem, but he did not expect Lei Jin and Lei Yiming. So soon, this matter had a result, and Lei Haoran was actually dead. This made Yifei a little surprised. However, Yifei realized that this was good news when he was surprised. As soon as Lei Haoran died, Yifei got rid of a serious worry, and Chen Luo would also face the loss of Lei Haoran. Allies, not as good as Yifei. Thinking of this, Yifei was both unexpected and pleasantly surprised. It's just that he is really curious, how did Lei Haoran die? In fact, Lei Haoran was involved in concealing murder, and the case of Li Xuechen was enough for Lei Haoran to sentence more than 10 years. Yifei's original expectation was that Li Xuechen the case led to Lei Haoran being sentenced, but he did not expect the final result to be more rewarding than he thought. Power, Lei Haoran died directly. When Yifei was puzzled, Lei Yiming took the initiative to call. Yifei connected to Lei Yiming's phone, and on the phone, Lei Yiming calmly told Yifei about the situation. Lei Yiming and Yifei are allies, especially the most important pieces of information that Yifei provided to Lei Ming. And Lei Haoran's death would not last long, so Lei Yiming didn't intend to hide Yifei, and told Yifei all about it. Yifei knew the whole story. Under the persecution of Lei Jin, Lei Yiming and Father Lei Haoran finally chose suicide in fear of sin. The involvement of this matter is more complicated. According to Lei Yiming's statement, there was a very exciting scene at the Lei family banquet last night. At the Lei family banquet last night, the Lei family's elder, Lei Haoran, and Lei Haoran's father Lei Xiaohui, including Lei Jin, Lei Yiming and others all attended this family banquet. At the dinner, Lei Yiming found someone to Huang Yufeng, and directly asked Lei Haoran about what happened back then. Under Huang Yufeng's confrontation, Lei Haoran's case of Li Xuechen was completely exposed, which also made Mr. Lei angry. Indignant, but Elder Lei chose to cover Lei Haoran at first, wanting Lei Yiming to calm down. But why is Lei Yiming willing? And Lei Yiming's favoritism even made Lei Yiming annoyed. Therefore, Lei Jin and his son confessed that Lei Haoran had poisoned with Chen Luo. Lei Haoran didn't expect the exposure of this incident. In a panic, he lost his words and showed his feet. Elder Lei was so angry that he slapped Lei Haoran twice on the spot. Elder Lei also realized that his dear grandson did a lot of wrongdoing and even involved the same family. For Elder Lei, this is an intolerable bottom line. Among the wealthy families, there's an unwritten rule: no matter how open and secret it is normal. The threat just can endanger life. Otherwise, once the same-sex cannibalism happens, it may lead to the destruction of the entire family. Elder Lei was immediately furious when he learned that Lei Haoran had poisoned his life. At this point, Lei Haoran would not have committed suicide in fear of sin. But as Huang Yufeng, who was once Lei Haoran's confidant, after being caught by Lei Yiming, he wanted to save his life. Several other cases of extremely serious nature have been shaken out. Only then did Grandpa Lei know that the obedient grandson in his eyes had been doing so much evil without telling him. The nature of these things is really too serious, and one is more serious than the other. Moreover, Lei Haoran sentenced to life for more than 10 years if anything was exposed. Once fully exposed, Lei Haoran will die. Even Father Lei can keep him. What is more, Lei Haoran has done a lot of evil, and sooner or later he will be exposed, and he can help it. The pressure of Lei Jin and Lei Ming, coupled with the exposure of these things, finally made the old man Lei made up his mind. The decision was made ruthlessly. For the Lei family's reputation, Lei Haoran must die. And it must be suicide in fear of sin. Danti, look at how old Lei always loves this grandson so much, but in front of the whole Lei family and the whole family, he abandoned Lei Haoran's grandson. Otherwise, the reputation and future of the Lei family will be destroyed in Lei Haoran's hands. In the face of preserving the entire Lei family and preserving Lei Haoran, Elder Lei chose the former. Perhaps, he had no choice at all. Thus, Lei Haoran suicide in fear of sin. At the same time, another piece of information that Yifei gave to Lei Jin also came in handy. Ask for flowers. This information is the black material related to Lei Haoran's father Lei Xiaohui. This part of the black material has also been exposed. Lei Jin asked someone to report Lei Xiaohui in real name and provided this part of the information. Strike a snake and hit 7 inches. Now that he and his son Lei Xiaohui and Lei Haoran are immortal, Lei Yiming will certainly not be soft. Therefore, starting this morning, Lei Xiaohui was under investigation by the Supervisory Institute, and I believe there will be results soon. This is the end of the matter, the conclusion is made. Lei Haoran, die. Lei Xiaohui, the father of Lei Haoran, must fall. What will happen to Lei Xiaohui afterwards, it seems to be predictable. After listening to Lei Yiming's narration, Yifei also let go of his heart completely. Lei Yiming thanked Yifei again and again. This time he defeated Lei Haoran, although Yifei did not directly participate. In fact, Yifei Fina is a great contributor. If it were not for Yifei's guidance, Lei Yiming would never have found Huang Yufeng in his life. After all, Huang Yufeng has already. After being sent to the White Elephant Country by Lei Haoran. In addition, if it weren't for Yifei to help Lei Jin detoxify and see through Lei Haoran's conspiracy, Lei Yiming and Lei Jin would end up even worse. From this point of view, even if Yifei is the savior of Lei Jin and Lei Yiming as father and son, is not an exaggeration. Therefore, Lei Yiming is now in awe of Yifei. Respecting nature means respecting Yifei for helping him. In awe, it is because of Yifei's various methods, especially Yifei's intelligence ability, which is really too strong. Lei Haoran was dead, and Yifei was also in a relaxed mood. Ding, congratulations to the host. The important character Lei Haoran was killed by the host, and he was rewarded with 1,000 experience points. At this moment, Yifei's ears heard the system prompt again. 1,000 experience points. It is comparable to Yifei's experience in killing the protagonist Lin Yufan before. Yifei was a little unexpected. This was a fruitful harvest, so cool. Chapter 227 I like you more and more 1 for seeking subscription. Face to decide. Lei Haoran, as the heir to the Lei family of Yandu, is also a very important role in the original book. And it was much harder to kill Lei Haoran than to kill Lin Yufan. Although Bai Jing Lin Yufan is the protagonist, he is too weak and has no background. It is normal to be crushed by Yifei. After killing Lei Haoran, 1,000 experience points are obtained, which is not too cool. Yifei currently has 3,300 experience points. Lei Haoran is dead, get rid of a confidant as trouble. Yifei secretly said in his heart, with a refreshing feeling. In the original book, Lei Xiaohui, Lei Haoran and his sons were Chen Luo's biggest accomplices in destroying the Yi family. After the Yi family was destroyed, Lei Xiao Wei and Lei Haoran S440's father and son are also among the greatest vested interests. Yifei clearly remembers the ending in the original book. Lei Haoran seized most of the Yi family's industries, including all kinds of high-end hotels, financial funds and even brilliant entertainment companies were swallowed by Lei Haoran. And Chen Luo dominates the Yi family's real estate, cultural tourism and other companies. Therefore, Yifei was also very happy when Lei Haoran was eliminated. Hearing the words of Lei Yiming, the corner of Yifei's mouth was curved, and the matter was completely over. And the best part is that Lei Yiming was extremely hostile to Chen Luo on the phone, and even said to Yifei brother Yi. Call me when you want to deal with Chen Luo, count as a buddy. His grandma asked Chen Luo dare to poison. Lei Yiming was irritated by Chen Luo's poisoning, and obviously had a grudge against Chen Luo. Chen Luo colluded with Lei Haoran to such a degree that Lei Yiming felt angry and resented Chen Luo. If Yifei didn't find out in time, his father would even be in danger. In fact, although Chen Luo did not poison Lei Jin in the original book, Chen Luo also used a few tricks to combine Lei Jin and Lei Ming. The father and son were not lightly reconciled, and in the end Lei Yiming also died under Chen Luo's hands. Perceiving Lei Yiming's anger at Chen Luo, the corner of Yifei's mouth woke. It seems that he still had unexpected gains after solving Lei Haoran, which made Lei Ming resent Chen Luo. Lei Jin and Lei Yiming's father and son will completely control the Lei family after the Lei family's changes. Of course, after this time, the Lei family was also greatly injured. Without Lei Xiaohui, Lei Haoran and others, the Lei family's power today is not as good as before, and it has plummeted. But despite this, Yifei was quite satisfied. After all, as an ally, it would not be good if the Lei family were too strong, and it would even be a bad thing for Yifei. Only the Lei family is weak, but it can make Yifei dominate the two alliances, and even make it easy for Yifei to control the Lei family. Therefore, Yifei is very satisfied with the current status of Lei's family. Brother Lei, don't worry, I will notify you when that happens. Yifei whispered. Okay, I see, brother Yi, I won't bother much. Lei Yiming laughed and said, then hung up the phone. He is obviously full of spirits when it comes to happy events. Yifei also hung up the phone, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. After hanging up the phone, Yifei heard a pleasant sound around him. Who was calling Su Qingzu was lying on the bed, still sleeping curled up, like a little cat. In fact, the curled up sleeping position represents a person's lack of security in his heart, and Su Qingzu is obviously such a person. Yifei sighed secretly when he saw this. In fact, because of the shadow of childhood, Su Qingzu had a heart of resistance to anyone. Like a wounded stray cat, licking its wounds in the corner happily. She opened her heart to Yifei alone. Yifei couldn't help but feel a little pain when seeing her look like this. Su Qingzu looked at Yifei in a daze, his bright eyes were slightly out of focus, he looked at him blankly, his expression still. Little cute. Upon seeing this, Yifei smiled and walked forward, and picked up Su Qingzu in a princess hug. Amidst Su Qingzu's exclaim, he took her up. He took it directly to the dressing table in the bathroom. In the mirror on the dressing table, Su Qingzu hooked Yifei's neck, and his skin and neck were as beautiful as jade. Yifei smiled and said, you wash up first, I have already prepared breakfast. And Su Qingzu took the initiative to kiss Yifei's cheek, and then began to wash, she was humming the song, obviously in the mood. Excellent. After washing, Su Qingzu wore a silk nightgown and walked back to the bedroom barefoot. Under Yifei's gaze, she had. Some embarrassedly turned their backs to change clothes. Yifei admired the smooth powder back, and then listened to Su Qingzu softly asking who were you calling just now listen. Looks in a good mood. Yifei smiled and said it as the Lei family's business. Right now, Yifei simply told Su Qingzu about the Lei family. After listening to this, Su Qingzu opened his bright eyes and said in surprise Lei Haoran is dead. Of course, Su Qingzu also knew how powerful the Lei family was, but Yifei actually grasped Lei Haoran's handle and let Lei Haoran suicide in fear of sin. Well, it is dead, I guess Lei's family will disclose his death this afternoon at the latest tomorrow. Yifei said in a low voice. Su Qingzu nodded slightly, she was surprised at Yifei's methods, even Lei Haoran of the Lei family was not his opponent. The things here are a bit complicated, so don't think too much about it and eat first. Yifei gave Su Qingzu an omelette. Hearing this, Su Qingzu smiled. She was eating the omelette with candy hearts. She bit the omelette and accidentally ate it all over her mouth. Upon seeing this scene, Yifei carefully wiped off the food residue from the corners of Su Qingzu's mouth, and said with a smile, how do you eat? Why eat into a small cat? Yifei's movements are gentle, treating his own woman, of course he is 2.4 and gentle. Su Qingzu looked at Yifei blankly, feeling Yifei's gentle movements, and her eyes became soft for a while. When she got up, she whispered softly, "Yeah, I feel that I like you more and more." Su Qingzu's face was slightly red, and he said softly. Yifei burst into laughter, and between staring at Su Qingzu, Yifei's eyes softened, and the surface of his head was cold. But after real contact with Su Qingzu, she discovered that her requirements were surprisingly low. Chapter 228. Yifei opened his heart. She is not only love but also dependence on Yifei, with various complicated feelings. Therefore, Su Qingzu and Yifei can come together. After the two were together, Su Qingzu fell deeper and deeper into Yifei. Due to the shadow of childhood, Su Qingzu became insecure, but she was completely sincere to Yifei. Just her. But his request was very simple, and he had never asked Yifei too much. Yifei couldn't help sighing. It turned out that under Su Qingzu's icy appearance, there was a fiery heart hidden. Only really understand. Only after Su Qingzu did he realize that she was such a woman. Wiping Su Qingzu's mouth gently, Su Qingzu whispered, "I am going to work." "Well, let me see you." Yifei drove his Bentley and sent Su Qingzu downstairs to the Su Group company. Su Qingzu closed the car door, stepped on high heels, his face turned cold, not at all like the little woman in Yifei's arms. "Go straight to work." Yifei smiled knowingly when he saw this scene. At noon, Yifei made an appointment with Mu Zijin. Taking advantage of the time left, Yifei went to the boxing gym alone to practice boxing. During this period of 15 years, Yifei always adhered to the good habit of practicing every day. Yifei exercises a lot of exercises. He knows that what he will face next is not just Chen Luo, but more likely to be the protagonist of the novel The King of Soldiers, Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng's force value is higher than Chen Luo's, and it is more difficult to deal with. Li Yunfeng is not only proficient in firearms, he is also at the top of his fighting skills. He was once the founder of the world's top mercenary organization Longya. Shirin, he retired from the mercenary world after washing his hands in Jinpen, after which he lived overseas for 3 years and became one of the tycoons of overseas Hongmen. With the appearance of concubine Ning Yu, Li Yunfeng will also appear soon, but he doesn't know when he will appear. Since this is a real world, some details in the original book have also changed, and now Yifei can determine the specific time when Li Yunfeng appeared. Therefore, Yifei made preparations early, and Zhang refined martial arts and fighting skills. Yifei's current strength is a martial artist with great internal strength. And Li Yunfeng is indeed stronger than him. Li Yunfeng, as the king of Xuanwang State soldier and the founder of the Dragon Tooth Mercenary, is the Huijing Zone master warrior, so Yifei had a sense of crisis, he was training his martial arts. Similarly, Yifei wants to destroy Chen Luo as soon as possible, quickly accumulate experience points to 5,000 points, and exchange for master martial arts proficiency down pointing arrow. At that time, Yifei was not afraid to deal with Li Yunfeng. Yifei practiced boxing for 2 hours, sweating profusely, he got off the ring with a wet towel and rested for a while. Yifei's physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people, but despite this extremely high-intensity exercise makes him a little bit tired. After resting for 10 minutes, his strength recovered. Yifei then slowly got up, took a bath and changed clothes, and then left the boxing gym to go to the Mu family courtyard. Mu family courtyard. Inside and outside the Mu compound were guards with guns and live ammunition, very strict. But these guards were very familiar with Yifei, and even nodded to Yifei. Yifei entered the Mu family compound. Passing through the front yard of the Mu compound, Yifei found Mr. Mu. Elder Mu was lying on a wicker chair basking in the sun at this time, very leisurely. At noon, Mr. Mu made a pot of hot tea and was basking in the sun. There were various green plants on the wall in front of the courtyard. Unfortunately, it is winter, and many green plants have withered. Mu Lao, Yifei greeted with a smile. Elder Mu looked at Yifei with a smile all over his face down pointing arrow. He Yun said, "Xiao Yi is here, sit down, today you are He Zijin." "Is it an appointment?" Elder Mu looked at Yifei with a smile, as if he was a bit narrow-minded. Obviously, Mu always knew about the relationship between Yifei and Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin confided in Yifei's relationship, which has almost spread to the upper circles of Yandu, and it is impossible for Mu Lao to not know. "Well, today is an appointment with Zijin," Yifei answered truthfully. Elder Mu shook his head and smiled and said, "Hey, I said why this whitehead went out to buy groceries early this morning, and I was doing it for a while. Tian is waiting for you to cook." Yifei couldn't help but smile. He could imagine Mu Zijin going out early in the morning to buy groceries and waiting for him to come to eat. He is the only one who can make Mu Zijin treat him like this and enjoy such treatment. Elder Mu lightly sighed. "Hey, even I, an old man, have never eaten the dishes that Zijin personally cooks. You guys really?" Elder Mu was very emotional. When he saw Yifei smiled and cursed. Yifei couldn't help but smile. He couldn't say anything else, otherwise, it seems that there's a good seller who can get the seed cheaply. Suspect. "Hey, I really don't want to stay in Women's University." Father Mu sighed again and again, but he also smiled, very pleased. Although Mr. Mu has no objection to Mu Zijin and Yifei being together, after all, the people who chased Mu Zijin over the years are still such as the Crucian carp crossing the river, but Mu Zijin didn't look down on one of them, and he was also anxious as a grandfather. But when Mu Zijin and Yifei were together, Mr. Mu felt that his precious granddaughter was abducted. Elder Mu couldn't help but sigh that the female Congress was not staying. "Forget it, at noon today I will go to my old comrades to tell me about the past. You dual eat at home 303, I will not disturb you young people dating." Elder Mu touched his beard and sighed with emotion. Mr. Mu is very open-minded, and Jingran took the initiative to make room for Yifei and Mu Zijin to be alone. Yifei is very much about this accident. This also shows that Mu Lao has a very good impression of him. Think about it, Yifei has taken care of Mr. Mu's condition very carefully in the past few months. Mr. Mu's impression of Yifei is very similar. Increasing day by day, Lao Mu Yifei was about to speak, but Elder Mu waved his hand and said, "Okay, no need to say more, I'll go out first. Come on, stay with Zijin. Oh, by the way, if I have time, I will let Zijin's parents come back and let us have a meal together." Yifei's heart moved. Both Mu Zijin's parents work in Yandu, but their position is not low, and they are very busy on weekdays, so it is rare to go home. Does this mean to meet the parents? Yifei smiled, he naturally didn't panic, and he agreed. Mr. Mu led the driver to leave the yard slowly, while Yifei walked to the kitchen to find Muzzy. Chapter 229. The picture is too beautiful to watch. Mu family courtyard. Kitchen. Mu's kitchen is very good, all kinds of kitchen equipment are readily available, all placed aside. Yifei walked to the kitchen quietly, and he smelled a scent of oily smoke coming out of the kitchen. Then, Yifei saw a beautiful figure cooking in the kitchen, it was Mu Zijin. But Yifei couldn't help but laugh when he looked carefully. Because Mu Zijin's cooking is a bit special, she turned on her mobile phone to look for recipes while she was cooking. It seems that Mr. Mu is right. Mu Zijin really rarely cooks. She actually wants to turn on the phone to check the recipes. This is no one, but this also better reflects Musijin's thoughts. Musijin actually went to the market to buy vegetables for him and then brought them back to cook. Think about the west side is simply too beautiful to look at. Yifei did not disturb Musijin, but watched Musijin cooking from a distance, only to see Musijin picking up her mobile phone to watch the food. Pooh, she was attentive, completely unaware that Yifei was looking at her outside the kitchen. Musijin's dish is a famous dish, twice cooked pork with green pepper. Only seeing Musijin's swordsman is good, because she has been practicing martial arts all the year round, so she has a good grasp of strength and measure. Clean and bright green peppers, sliced onions, fat and lean pork belly, plus some bean paste. Other condiments. Musijin's cooking movements are a bit jerky, obviously he doesn't cook often and is very unskilled. However, it was precisely because of Musijin's action that Yifei's mouth turned into a smile, which shows that Musijin's attitude towards him. Thought, it is too rare for a woman like Musijin to cook. When Yifei saw Musijin fry the green pepper twice cooked pork, she picked up a piece of twice cooked pork and tasted it first. After the taste of twice cooked pork, Musijin nodded in satisfaction, nodded slightly, and then made a yeah gesture. Yifei was suddenly cute. Musijin is really cute in private. Zijinji. Yifei looked aside for a long time, and finally called out aloud, but Musijin immediately turned her head, her bright eyes. Focusing on Yifei's body, Chu Shui looked at Yifei with long eyes, and asked in a low voice, when did you come? Musijin's face was slightly red, a little embarrassed. If Yifei came early, wouldn't it mean that this guy had seen the scene just now? Yifei's mouth turned up with a smile, and he smiled. I just came here, watching you have been reading the recipes on your mobile phone. Yifei said as he walked into the kitchen. Xiaoro was about to pick up Musijin's mobile phone. But in the next second, she snatched Musijin's cell phone, then she hugged her in her arms, and said, Don't look at it, you go back first. Avoid, I'll call you when the dishes are ready. Yifei stood there and didn't leave. The two of us. Grandpa went to his comrade in arms. Musijin was a little surprised. Yifei smiled and said, yeah, before he left, Mr. Mu complained about me for a while, saying that the female college was not in the middle of staying and that you didn't give it much. He has cooked food. Hearing this, Musijin's pretty face blushed with stars in his eyes, and Yifei gave Yifei a white eye with anger. Enjoy it as not all because of you. Yifei said arrogantly, yes, who makes me have this blessing? So you just obediently wait for the meal. I'll cook first. Don't disturb me, the kitchen is heavy, go out. Musijin. With a wave of his hand, he started to drive people out. Yifei shook his head and smiled as he was about to leave the kitchen. At this moment, his mobile phone rang suddenly, and only saw a WeChat message. Sent. It was a message sent to him by Lei Yiming. Yifei glanced at the news, only to see that the content of the news was also very simple. It was Lei Haoran's father Lei Xiaohui temporarily. The suspension was investigated by the supervisory office. Lei Xiaohui temporarily suspended. This means that Lei Xiaohui is also completely finished, and he must fall. The evidence that Yifei sent to Lei Ming was enough for Lei Xiaohui to squat in for more than 10 years. It can be said that Lei Xiaohui's official career is over. This makes him more uncomfortable than killing Lei Xiaohui. Yifei smiled when he saw the news. This is another good news for him. Yifei thought it would take a week for Lei Xiaohui to be suspended according to his normal speed and efficiency. So fast, it seems that Lei Yiming and his son are also afraid of long nights and dreams, and they act very efficiently. What is wrong? Musijin noticed Yifei's expression in WeChat message, and asked with concern. Yifei simply told Musijin the news. Upon hearing the news of Lei Haoran's death, Musijin was also slightly surprised, just like Su Qingzu. However, Musijin was more sensitive than Su Qingzu, and she immediately realized that after the Lei family had passed this time, she was afraid that she would be devastated. Even with Lei Jin and Lei Yiming as father and son, it is difficult to reproduce the glory of the past. The Lei family's internal fighting this time had hurt the Lei family. Musijin whispered, you said before that you were going to deal with the Lei family, but you didn't expect to act so soon. Musijin. The color of admiration flashed in the bright eyes. Yifei does not avoid that Musijin, Su Qingzu and other women know these things, because they are not vases, on the contrary. Both of them have made great achievements in their respective fields. Especially Musijin, she has an extraordinary background. She was born in a top wealthy family like the Mu family. She is very familiar with the situation of the Yandu wealthy family. Clearly, sometimes analyzing the situation can also help Yifei. This time, Yifei caused Lei family to fight in the thunder, even within a day or two. Lei Haoran finally died. This skill is enough to make Musijin amazed. Musijin didn't doubt that Yifei could deal with the Lei family, but he did not expect that he would solve the Lei family so quickly and solve Lei Haoran. Yifei blinked at Musijin and smiled. The Lei family's affairs have come to an end, and then I am going to deal with Chen Luo. I am afraid that Chen Luo will jump the wall in a hurry. Chen Luo's fate, well done, is already doomed. He is destined to end just like Lei Haoran. And Musijin opened her mouth lightly, just about to speak. Suddenly her delicate face showed a slight panic. She seemed to suddenly think. What happened? Whispered softly, my fish. With that, Musijin suddenly turned around to look at the other pot. It turned out that Musijin was also cooking yufu when he was frying the green peppers. Yifei looked at the bottom of the pot, only to see that the braised fish had been burnt at the moment, completely out of shape. On the other hand, Musijin has a frowning face, frowning her pretty face in sorrow, and muttering my fish. Yifei couldn't help but smile. Musijin, this is a bit inexplicably cute. Chapter 230 Large-scale real fragrant scene. My fish. Musijin looked at the pot with regret. In this pot is another dish she cooked, braised fish cubes. This braised fish cube is also a dish she carefully prepared, but Yifei didn't expect Musijin to use two pots at the same time. Cooking. How should this be evaluated? Although the cooking level is not good, do you have the heart of asterisk of cooking? Yifei looked at Ruo Musijin with a smile on his face. Musijin lightly said, you are still smiling, my fish is gone. Yifei said, it's okay, just burn one more. I bought a few fish, you can make a new one. Just go outside and wait, don't bother me. Musijin said half jokingly and half seriously. Musijin has always been serious in doing things, especially this time he is still cooking for his sweetheart, of course, he must be dedicated. Listening to Musijin's words, Yifei also said, why don't we cook together, I'll help you. Do you know how to cook? Musijin blinked Shui Lingling's eyes and looked up and down at Yifei, slightly surprised. These days, men who can cook are really becoming rare. Yifei smiled confidently and said, of course. In his previous life, Yifei could cook, but the level of cooking was only mid to high. As for now, Yifei silently opened the attribute page of the system and spent -100 million yuan to order 870 for himself in advanced culinary proficiency. Skill. Advanced cooking skills. After clicking to upgrade skills, Yifei's mind suddenly added countless knowledge and skills, all about cooking. Art. To put it bluntly, Yifei became a top chef in an instant. Yifei smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, if you don't believe it, Zijin, we can compare. Is it better than cooking? Zijin was immediately a little interested when he heard Yifei say this. Prior to this, the martial arts too did not have a victory or defeat, but Zijin's marksmanship was slightly inferior at the time. The swimmers tried to compete, but Zijin didn't win Yifei either. It can be said that Zijin didn't have the upper hand in these few competitions with Yifei. This also made Zijin admire Yifei, and wanted to try what Yifei was still proficient in. Thinking of this, Zijin agreed, let us try it. It happens to be 2 stoves, one on the side. Seeing Zijin raising her pretty face and looking slightly unconvinced, Yifei deliberately said, why don't you make a bet? What kind of bet do you want? Zijin stared at Yifei with bright eyes, but he knew what Yifei was like. What a bad idea. Yifei BFBA whispered a few words in front of Zijin, and Zijin's dangerous egg suddenly blushed. Yifei is really bad. Zijin's eyes waved, thought for a while, bit her lip and promised, okay, I am not afraid of you. Yifei smiled at the corner of his mouth at that moment, I made delicious. If you really think it is delicious, don't be greedy. Saliva. No, I don't believe that you are so good, I want to eat your cooking for a while. Zijin groaned slightly, like. Is deliberately angry with Yifei. Who made Yifei? This bad guy ask too much. Anyway, I must beat him. Zijin is full of confidence, she thinks Yifei must be a bluff, and her cooking skills are about the same as hers, she may not. We'll lose to this bad guy. Thus, the 2 culinary competitions began. Zijin chose to make braised fish cubes again. Yifei chose 2 well-known dishes, fish-flavored shredded pork and sweet and sour pork ribs. These 2 dishes are not difficult, but to make these 2 home-cooked dishes delicious, it really takes skill. Only saw Yifei make fish-flavored shredded pork first. He prepared shredded pork, carrots, green peppers, onions, fungus and other side dishes, all cut to shreds. Yifei's knife skills are of course extremely sharp, his knife skills are fast and accurate. Although Zijin was a little surprised at this, she was not surprised. After all, Zijin knew that Yifei also had martial arts. Body, being able to practice swordsmanship to this level is not so amazing. It's just that Zijin has a bad premonition in his heart, shouldn't Yifei be really proficient in cooking, right? Seeing Yifei's skillful movements made Zijin a little flustered, especially when she thought of the bet just now, Zijin was even more so. Blushing, Yifei showed off his cooking skills, stir-fry in the pot, add bean paste, salt, soy sauce and other ingredients, and then even stir-fry in the pan. This made Zijin, who was on the side, immediately aware that Yifei was hidden. Be cheated. Look at Yifei's level of culinary skills, at least he is also a professional chef. Zijin immediately understood that she had been fooled, and actually agreed to this bad guy to compete with him in cooking. Yifei was just digging a hole and waiting. Let her jump, but Zijin also agreed to his bet. After only seeing Yifei stir-fry the shredded fish-flavored pork, he quickly put the fried dishes on the plate, and then began to make the next dish, sweet and sour. Ribs. Sweet and sour pork ribs. First remove the blood from the ribs, and then Yifei is also very quick step by step, almost nothing. Redundant steps. Zijin could see the corners of his mouth pouting, and he knew more clearly that Yifei gave him a routine. It wasn't until Yifei made the sweet and sour pork ribs that Zijin's braised fish cubes could not be completed. Yifei cooked 2 dishes, and Zijin only cooked 1. And more importantly, Yifei's fish-flavored pork shreds seemed to be really fish-flavored, and the aroma was lingering and tangy. As for the sweet and sour pork ribs, it is even more unusual. This dish exudes a tempting aroma. The fragrance is overflowing, and the sugar color is even more appetizing. When Yifei put the 2 dishes on the table, Zijin couldn't help but look at the 2 dishes frequently. Looks very tasty. At noon, Zijin had another busy morning. She saw 2 delicious dishes at a glance, but she couldn't help it. Really swallowed saliva. Why don't you try it? Made it specially for you. It would be a pity if you don't taste it, Yifei said with a smile. Yifei was very confident in his cooking skills. Originally, his cooking skills were not bad, and with the help of the system, he was instantly comparable to a celebrity chef. Hearing what Yifei said, Zijin still couldn't hold back. First took a chopstick of shredded fish-flavored pork, swallowed it in a small mouth, and chewed carefully. Taste. The moment Zijin ate the fish-flavored pork shreds, his eyes widened. Good to eat. The shredded pork is smooth and delicate, and there is a hint of elasticity. The taste of other side dishes is even more delicious, and the fragrance between the lips and the teeth is full. Overflow. Zijin couldn't help but pick up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. After tasting it carefully, he could feel the fragrance of the sweet and sour pork ribs. It all blooms between the taste buds, sweet but not greasy, and the sweet and refreshing taste is always lingering. Sweet and sour pork ribs are better than fish-flavored shredded pork. Zijin couldn't help holding another spare rib, and Yifei couldn't help laughing while watching. It is really a large-scale scene. What did Zijin say just now? Do you really want to eat his dishes? How about it? I won the bet, right? Yifei asked with a smile. It is time for Zijin to cash out his bet. Chapter 231. Yifei smiled, looking narrowly at Zijin. Between Zijin and Yifei's eyes, his cheeks slowly turned red. Yifei blinked, and said, how are the dishes I cook? In all fairness, Yifei's dishes are indeed master-class, comparable to professional chefs. Although the fish-flavored shredded pork and both sweet and sour pork ribs are home-cooked dishes, but Yifei's hands have made a different flavor. Especially the sweet and sour pork ribs, the taste is simply delicious, is really a treat on the tip of the tongue. Zijin is still secretly looking at the sweet and sour pork ribs, the smell of sweet and sour pork between his lips and teeth. It smells so good. In an instant, she forgot to say not to eat Yifei's cooking, and looked at the plate of sweet and sour pork ribs eagerly. It is delicious, I still want to eat it. Your cooking skills are very good. Zijin said such a sentence for a while. She is not good at lying, and she admits Yifei. The cooking skills are very good. In Zijin's opinion, Yifei's cooking skills are even better than US chef, at least Zijin himself has a long history. It has been a while since I had such delicious sweet and sour pork ribs. However, this gambling game was really lost to him, completely lost. Zijin couldn't help being wide. A glance at Yifei was extremely charming. You are a monster. Zijin thought for a long time, and used the word monster to evaluate. Yifei is really, he is very proficient in swimming, martial arts, and marksmanship, and what makes Zijin even more amazed is how he is also proficient in such a side dish as cooking. Facing such a guy, Zijin didn't feel frustrated, but gave the monster a very appropriate evaluation. Yifei accepted the title frankly, and he smiled, monsters are monsters. Anyway, I want to bet and lose. Don't be fooled. Yifei said as he picked up the braised fish cubes made by Zijin. Zijin's cooking skills are relatively unfamiliar, but this the grilled fish pieces taste good unexpectedly. It seems that Zijin is also very talented in cooking. It is a pity that Zijin met Yifei. Yifei tasted the braised fish nuggets made by Zijin, and said with a smile, well, you make the braised fish nuggets very delicious. Yifei's narrow focus was on Zijin's body, making Zijin flushed, knowing what bad idea this guy was making. What Yifei wanted was a bet. The two had just discussed a bet. Muzian's heart was a bit twisted, but seeing Yifei's movements at this moment, he stretched out his hand and stroked her delicate face. Muzilin's face and skin were as delicate and smooth as a peeled egg. Although the powder is not applied and the face is facing the sky, the delicate touch of the skin is as silky as pearls. Yifei's fingers touched Muzian's lips, soft as water and even more touching. At this time, Muzian's eyes were also affectionate and her temperament was soft and charming. She closed her eyes slightly, as if doing something bad, her long eyelashes trembling nervously. Open your mouth. Yifei was full of bewitching words. Muzian opened her mouth lightly, Yifei reached out and put his fingers into her mouth, and suddenly a gentle touch came from the fingertips. Feeling that Muzian's entire face was completely red. That's right, this is Yifei and Muzian's bed. Yifei looked at the beautiful woman in his arms, and at this moment an unparalleled sense of satisfaction and conquest rose. Yifei saw the flushed face, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Muzian looked alienated and cold to any attitude on the surface. But when he came into contact with Yifei, he had a different look, giving Yifei an extremely strong sense of conquest. Muzian was nestling next to Yifei, the two of them ate very slowly at this meal, and Muzian blushed the whole time. Yifei's meal was indeed delicious. Both fish-flavored pork shreds and sweet and sour pork ribs were eaten up, and Yifei told Muzzy. The braised fish nuggets made by Yan was also very expensive. He almost wiped out the whole plate of braised fish by himself. Upon seeing this, Muzian smiled, his eyes crooked, and the veins of light in his eyes were like water. Of course she knew that Yifei ate all the food cleanly because of her. What else is there for the cooks? Is it a better compliment than this? Muzian could feel Yifei's tenderness from these details. If this bad guy didn't have those bad thoughts, he would be more perfect. Muzian blushed and thought to himself. After eating, Muzian spoke highly of the meal and whispered to Yifei, if you cook for me every day, I feel like I will be fattened by you soon. Yifei smiled and said, actually, it is okay to be fatter. You are also good to be fatter now. Besides, Zijin, you like sports so much. How could be fat? Flowers 0. What is there to say slightly fat is the best? Of course, there is no need to worry about Muzian's figure. She is the girl who likes to exercise the most beside Yifei. If she is. It is weird to be fat. After eating, Muzian was forcibly pulled by Yifei to apply the ice muscle jade water, and the beautiful name gave Muzian a solid wound. So as not to leave scars, but the real purpose is only Yifei knows. Finally, Muzian came out of the bedroom blushing, and glanced at Yifei with an annoyed look. Yifei smiled and looked at. Muzian's body staggered. Muzian was shy and sweet. The two really have a feeling of love and sweetness now. By the way, how do you plan to deal with Chen Luo next? Muzian is very clear about Yifei's thoughts and is solving Lei Hao. After that, Lei Xiaohui is also facing an investigation by the supervisory office. Falling off the horse is a certainty. Muzian was very concerned about Yifei's next move. Yifei's next step was to deal with Chen Luo. Sharon has a clever plan. Yifei blinked, then smiled and sold it off. Muzian stopped talking, and finally said softly, I know you have a way, but you really want to deal with Chen Luo because of Wu. For the face of the genius doctor, the Wei family must not help each other. And Chen Luo must have taken refuge in the Zheng family, although Chen Luo is very difficult to deal with. Threatening, but you want him to be like Lei Haorn, it is difficult. Muzian told the truth. Right now Chen Luo was indeed not Yifei's opponent, and could no longer pose a threat to Yifei. However, due to the face of the genius Dr. Wu, it is difficult for Yifei to kill Chen Luo like Lei Haorn. Because Chen Luo still has an umbrella behind him, although the Wei family will probably not help each other, don't forget, there is still Wu back then. The Zheng family who treats human favors. When Yifei heard Muzian mention the Zheng family, he smiled slightly. The Zheng family can keep Chen Luo, I promise you that Chen Luo will soon. Will be desperate and completely finished. Yifei is absolutely sure. Chapter 232 Desperate Chen Luo. Of course, Yifei knew that with Wu as superb doctor, most of the Yandu wealthy would give him a face, especially the Zheng family. The Zheng family is also one of the top giants in Yandu. Chen Luo knows that Yifei is strong, and he is definitely not Yifei's opponent. He will definitely look for it. Ask the Zheng family for asylum to protect yourself. But the Zheng family. The corner of Yifei's mouth raised. In fact, after reading the original book, Yifei knew that the Zheng family itself had a big problem. Although the Zheng family is a top-notch family, comparable to the Wei family and the Mu family, the Zheng family itself has a lot of problem. Yifei knew that the Zheng family and a certain big boss in the central prison had a grudge between them. Regardless of the appearance of the Zheng family, they are top giants, but in fact they are already in danger. Yifei knew even more that it would not be long before the Zheng family would be in crisis because of the investigation by the big man in the Central Privy Council. Of course, this is the gangster-level fairy fighting method. Although the Zheng family was not destroyed in the end due to the great strength of the Zheng family, it has since fallen into a trough, and its aura has faded a lot. And this thing will happen in at most 1 or 2 weeks. Therefore, Yifei did not panic at all. He knew that if Chen Luo went to the Zheng family, it would be completely useless. Zheng's iceberg is hard to rely on. When the Zheng family is too busy to take care of themselves, where can there be leisure to keep Chen Luo? Therefore, Yifei did not panic at all. Chen Luo's ending was doomed from the beginning. In fact, Yifei's layout over this period of time has been waiting for Chen Luo to take refuge in the Zheng family. Yifei broke off the relationship between Chen Luo and the Wei family, let Chen Luo turn to the Zheng family, and then took advantage of the trend to close the net. Destroy Chen Luo. Chen Luo was like a duck driven by Yifei. Under Yifei's surrounding, he finally took refuge in the Zheng family. He might not have thought of killing Chen Luo, this was the result Yifei wanted to see. If he knew the truth, Chen Luo would definitely be depressed to death. Are you so sure Muzian didn't know all this? She blinked Chushui's long eyes, her face was surprised. Yifei smiled and blinked, you just wait to see my brother behave. Hearing what Yifei said, Muzian gave him a blank look, and said softly, if you can deal with the Zheng family, come to my sister. Help, I will help you. The name of the two is messy enough. Yifei took Muzian's hand, and the two wandered in the yard for a while. Muzian snuggled up next to Yifei, anxiously said, although my injury is recuperating, I can exercise vigorously or practice boxing during this period of time. Practicing boxing is a must-have item for Muzian every day, but due to rib injuries, Muzian has not practiced boxing these days. She leaned against Yifei's arms with a slightly lazy expression, her tone a little bit coquettish. Muzian's injury did recover very quickly, at least not at all to her daily life, but practicing boxing is a strenuous exercise. If she wants to practice boxing again, it is easy to get injured, and it will be troublesome to tear the wound. Therefore, Yifei ordered the prohibition and told Muzian not to practice boxing. Muzian also knew that Yifei was doing her good, but it was just a little boring. Can T practice boxing? Can T go to the army? Muzian can only stay at home during this time, it is really boring. Yifei thought for a while, blinked and said, why don't I let me treat you? I happen to have a bottle of secret therapy here. Potion, I will apply it for you. Only saw Yifei juggling out a bottle of potion at this time. This bottle of potion was specially prepared by Yifei from New Zijin, and the effect was very good, far surpassing that of traditional Chinese medicine wine. Not medicine. The selection of materials is more precious, and Yifei has only prepared a few bottles at present. Seeing Yifei really took out a bottle of potion, New Zijin couldn't help being surprised, and his heart was even warmer. It turns out that Yifei has always remembered this, and he specially formulated medicine for her. New Zijin was moved. This man always didn't put tenderness on his lips, but he was always thinking of her. But what the bad guy said to help him apply medicine, it won't make him cheap. Thinking of this, New Zijin blinked his eyes and whispered, okay, then you give me the medicine and we go in. Okay. Yifei did not expect New Zijin to agree so readily, and handed the bottle of potion to New Zijin. New Zijin took the potion, smiled at the corner of his mouth, chuckled lightly, turned around and sneaked into the house, and then closed the door. Yifei was taken aback outside the door, then shook his head. I was deceived by this Nizi. New Zijin's laughter came from the room, she chuckled softly and said, this bottle of medicine is mine, I can apply it myself. Yifei couldn't help but complain, what about the trust between people? Zijin, are you doing this to me? Besides, I am a professional. Doctor, let me do this kind of thing. New Zijin was actually playing with Yifei. The corners of her mouth were smiling, her cheeks were reddish, and the blushes rose again. After hesitating for a while, Yifei was finally put in. Yifei got New Zijin's acquiescence, and immediately had the opportunity to feast his eyes, and took this opportunity to rub medicine from New Zijin. The part where New Zijin was injured was the ribs. Yifei lifted her top, and her white skin was immediately exposed to the air. New Zijin leaned her head on her side, her face was as bright as a peach and plum. 2 flowers bloomed, each table branch. Just as Yifei and New Zijin were enjoying the joyful world of the two, Chen Luo was in his private villa at this time. Duan Qi was sitting next to Chen Luo. Duan Qi was frowning, his expression gloomy and an unhappy expression on his face. And Chen Luo was even more so. I only saw the mess in Chen Luo's villa, with fragments of vases and traces of falling furniture everywhere, all over the room. It is like being in a robber chaos. Chen Luo was full of anger and vented his anger. The servants and butlers in the villa were all silent, all hiding aside and daring not to speak, but fortunately 0.3 Chen Luo was the most. They have become accustomed to getting angry recently, and they dispersed around. After Chen Luo let out a vent, he also sat down, frowning, and sitting on the sofa with a gloomy expression on his face. Damn it, how could Lei Haoran die? How could this happen? Chen Luo just got Lei Haoran committed suicide in fear of sin. The news, he was shocked and angry, and even a little desperate. Lei Haoran is dead, and he has lost another ally. Now his hope of dealing with Yifei is getting smaller and smaller, even extremely slim. Chapter 233. Guess the beginning, but can guess the ending. In a private villa, Chen Luo's face was extremely gloomy, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his eyes were even more miserable. Lei Haoran is dead. This heavy news hit Chen Luo not lightly. Chen Luo's mentality collapsed directly. Moreover, following Chen Luo's heart, there was a burst of despair and even fear. Lei Haoran died too strangely. After Lei Haoran died, will his poisoning of Lei Haoran be revealed? Chen Luo has been thinking about this problem all the time, and the more he thinks about it, the more afraid he becomes, because once this matter is revealed, his problem will become even greater. Big. Thinking of this, Chen Luo burst into a cold sweat on his forehead. Brother, how could Lei Haoran suddenly die? Duan Qizhang was also very puzzled by the sight, and felt that it was really a stream. The year is not good, the point is too memorable. How could Lei Haoran die suddenly? Lei Haoran died really strangely. It is said that Lei Ming suddenly attacked him, but I always feel that there is nothing behind this incident. It is so simple. Lei Haoran and Lei Xiaohui's father and son were killed as if they were suddenly cut in their lifeblood. Chen Luo muttered to himself, he always felt that the way of doing this was very familiar. Chen Luo had actually guessed the main envoy behind this incident. Yifei. Thinking of this name, Chen Luo felt like a nightmare, with a deep hatred in his eyes. The operation method of this incident is indeed very much like Yifei's. The more Chen Luo thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, but there was no evidence. But the contradiction between Lei Haoran and Yifei Chen Luo is. I know, it is very likely that Yifei is behind this incident. Junior brother, do you think there will be a master in this matter? Duan Qi was looking at Chen Luo and couldn't help asking. Duan Qizhang actually said this casually. But at this time, Chen Luo suddenly raised his head, looking directly at Duan Qizhang. Brother, you also think this is what Chen Luo did? This next Duan Qi was stunned for a moment, his eyes were weird. Junior, you mean to suspect Yifei? Duan Qizhang looked incredible. He actually said casually just now, who knew that Chen Luo reacted so much, and Chen Luo actually think this is Yifei behind the scenes. Duan Qizhang felt that his junior was a little startled by Yifei, so he thought about Yifei's body. Sure enough, Chen Luo nodded very simply. Yes, I suspect that Yifei is behind the scenes. Duan Qizhang thought for a while, silently, but felt that Chen Luo was startled more and more. Even Duan Qizhang wanted to ask Chen Luo, are you stupid by Yifei? Is Yifei really that amazing? Duan Qizhang wanted to look at Chen Luo with caring eyes for the mentally retarded, but in the end he gave a long sigh and sighed. Brother, then you. What do you plan to do next? When Duan Qizhang asked about this, Chen Luo also showed a dazed look in his eyes, and then became extremely vicious. The hatred for Yifei is still unabated, and he can wait to eat his flesh. Chen Luo said fiercely, of course I want to retaliate against Yifei. He killed me so badly. I must let Yifei in. Yes. The group is completely destroyed, but the time is not right now. I still keep in touch with the Zheng family first, so as not to be affected by Yifei. With the asylum of the Zheng family, I don't have to worry about safety. That is right, Chen Luo has already been sheltered by the Zheng family. After losing the reliance of the Wei family, Chen Luo immediately found the Zheng family as a protective umbrella, just like Yifei guessed. Sample. It is just that Yifei guessed the beginning, but didn't he guess the ending? The reason why Chen Luo was able to get on the line with the Zheng family so quickly was very special. On the one hand, of course, it is because Chen Luo's master, Dr. Wu, once made the Zheng family a favor, and the Zheng family missed this old love. Help Chen Luo. Another more important aspect is that Chen Luo hooked up with a woman from the Zheng family. This woman is called Zheng Ruju, 48 years old this year, and is the youngest daughter of the Zheng family. That is right, not a granddaughter, but a daughter. 48 years old. What is more terrible is that this Zheng Ruju is as fat as a pig. With a weight of more than 180 kilograms, one can imagine Zheng Ruju's tonnage. 48 years old, weighing 180. Chen Luo also had a bitterness and couldn't tell. In order to get a relationship with the Zheng family, he forcibly endured the relationship with Zheng Ru, Zushu and Wei Snake, relying on him. That pretty handsome skin bag hooked up with Zheng Ruju. With the help of Zheng Ruju, Chen Lukai got the asylum of the Zheng family so quickly. Chen Luo also had troubles and couldn't tell. In order to avoid Yifei's revenge, he had to find Zheng Ruju, a protective umbrella. Therefore, Chen Luo's resentment towards Yifei is getting deeper and deeper. In Chen Luo's view, if it weren't for Yifei, he wouldn't have fallen into this field at all. But the only thing that comforted Chen Luo was that at least with Zheng Ruju's help, his safety in Yandu was guaranteed. No matter how powerful Yifei is, no matter how powerful the Yi family is, that can shake the Zheng family. Although Chen Luo paid the price of painful, after all, Xiao Balian was not so good. What is there to say? 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger, 50 sits on the floor and asterisk. The more Chen Luo thought about it, the more irritated he became. He was thinking about how to deal with Yifei, and his heart was cruel. But Chen Luo didn't know. He thought he was hugging the thick thighs of the Zheng family, but what was actually waiting for him was a battle. Nightmare. After Yifei helped Mu Zijin for treatment, he came out of the Mu family compound refreshed. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and he was in a good mood. 110 these few times, his relationship with Mu Zijin has grown by leaps and bounds, and the two are obviously in love. Moreover, Yifei also saw an extremely beautiful scene today, a more wonderful view than he had imagined. Saying goodbye to Mu Zijin, Yifei returned to his private villa. As soon as he returned to the villa, he heard the phone ringing. It was Black 5 dozen. Incoming call. Now Yifei can mobilize all the security personnel under the ES group, and the number of people under Haiwu has increased several times. It is easy to do things. Haiwu's voice came from the phone, and he said, Master, I have some news about Chen Luo. Let us talk, Yifei said lightly. That's it. Chen Luo, this kid, caught up with the Zheng family and walked very close to a woman named Zheng Ruju. Yifei had previously ordered Black Friday to monitor Chen Luo's movements. Black Friday did a great job and told Yifei some of Chen Luo's feelings. Condition. Because of Chen Luo's high level of force, the Black Friday did not dare to monitor too closely, and all he got was some general news. But this is enough. Knowing that Chen Luogo had caught up with Zheng Ruju, Yifei did not fluctuate in his heart, and he even wanted to laugh a little. Chapter 234 Revenge for Bairuoxi. Yifei suddenly smiled when hearing Haiwu's report. He learned that Chen Luogo had caught up with the woman Zheng Ruju. Yifei did not fluctuate in his heart, and he even wanted to laugh a little. This thing is really getting more and more interesting. Chen Luo was ruthless to himself, and it was a bit ruthless to dedicate himself to Zheng Ruju. Yifei couldn't help but want to give him a thumbs up. Chen Luo thought he had embraced the thigh of the Zheng family, but he didn't know that what was waiting for him was an extremely huge pit. Yifei smiled. He even couldn't wait to see how wonderful Chen Luo's expression would be when he saw that the Zheng family was in danger. The Zheng family is Chen Luo's last and only reliance. Even if Chen Luo was killed, he would never have thought that the Zheng family could fall so fast. Yifei smiled and said, very good, the news about you on Black Friday is very interesting. Continue to stare at Chen Luo for me, I will close the net soon. NS. Okay, don't worry, master. Haiwu agreed, and silently mourned Chen Luo for 3 seconds. What a poor child, who offends the young master, the fate is absolutely predictable. Yifei hung up the Black Friday call in a happy mood. He closed his eyes and rested, preparing to rest for a while. After a short nap, it was time for dinner. Yifei casually asked Ji Yun'er, the housekeeper, to prepare dinner. He was hungry and he was preparing to have a full meal. At this moment, Yifei's phone rang again. This time it was from Lu Zihao. As the security captain of the Yip group, Lu Zihao is a close associate of Yi. Last time Yifei took Lu Zihao from cheap to old. After Dad dug it over, Lu Zihao became Yifei's cronies. Lu Zihao has been torturing the Violet Assassin all this time, and is responsible for interrogating usefulness from the assassin's mouth. Intelligence. The assassin couldn't stand Lu Zihao as torture before. He tortured him on the same day and gave out some information, but it was just some information. Not critical content. Now that Lu Zihao is calling him, is there any progress? Captain Lu, Yifei answered the phone. Yi Xiao, I am telling you a good news. Through repeated torture, I pried the Violet Killer's mouth open. Then I got some key information from the Violet organization. Lu Zihao's voice was excited. Hearing what Lu Zihao said, Yifei's mouth curled up and said lightly, let us listen. The Violet organization has a stronghold in Binhai City. I have tortured the specific address of the stronghold. I have repeatedly tortured this killer. You can be sure that he didn't lie. Lu Zihao spoke quickly. Yifei's heart moved. This is really good news. Binhai City is very close to Yancheng City, about 2 hours drive away, and is also one of the top tiers in Shuangwang country. City. The Violet organization has a stronghold in Binhai City. The water in Yandu is too deep and the environment is strict, so it is difficult for the tentacles of the Violet tissue to penetrate. But the Binhai City is different. The Violet group was able to take root in Binhai and set up a stronghold. Yifei knew that the Violet organization had a stronghold in Binhai City before, but did not know the specific location of the stronghold. This is true. It is a secret involving the Violet organization. Organizational strongholds are generally highly classified, especially the ancient assassin organizations such as the Violet organization. Exposure often means extreme danger. Yifei said, very well, you send me these torture materials. Yes, Yi Xiao. Lu Zihao said respectfully, then hung up the phone and sent Yifei a piece of information. This information shows clearly, it not only explains the location of the Violet organization as stronghold in Binhai City. It also explained the location of the Violet organization as stronghold in the East Sakura country. The Violet organization has 3 strongholds in Binhai City. The real stronghold of the Violet organization will be in one of these 3 strongholds. Changed occasionally, which shows the secret of the Violet tissue. On the point of secret information, the Violet organization has done a very good job. Yifei does not doubt the authenticity of the information provided by Lu Zihao, and Lu Zihao is professional in terms of torture techniques. Lu Zihao is definitely an individual talent, and his torture technique Yifei believes. Especially with such important information, Lu Zihao will repeatedly torture the prisoner more than 3 times, carefully check every detail, and then, after 3 confirmations were correct, it was confirmed that this was true information. Yifei was overjoyed when he got this information, and he changed hands and called Bairuoxi. Yifei also knew that Bairuoxi was very concerned about this matter. After all, the Violet organization's matter involved her father's death that year. It can be said that there is a deep hatred between Bairuoxi and the Violet organization. The assassination by the assassin of the Violet organization also threatened Yifei's life, so Yifei and the Violet organization also. Because of this, he will certainly not let go of the Violet organization. Bairuoxi quickly connected Yifei's phone, with a hint of surprise in her voice. How did you think of calling me today? What are you talking about? Yifei and Bairuoxi did not contact each other for a few days. The two are also friends of life and death. Since the last time they were assassinated by the assassins of the Violet organization, their relationship has become very close. It's subtle. Bairuoxi's voice was pleasant to the ears and reached Yifei's ears. The information of the Violet killer has been tortured. I sent it to your encrypted mailbox, you can see for yourself. Yifei. Indifferent. This sentence immediately reminded Bairuoxi. She immediately replied, don't hang up, I'll check the email first. Yep, Bai Ruoxi scanned the email, and after a few minutes, she heard a slightly excited voice. Yifei, I want revenge. Bai Ruoxi's voice was firm. It was the Violet Organization that killed Bai Ruoxi's father in an accident 6 years ago. Of course, good, not only the Violet Organization, there's also a behind-the-scenes master who hires the Violet Organization to plan carefully. This murder case created the illusion that Bai Ruoxi's father died unexpectedly. Hearing Bai Ruoxi's words, the corner of Yifei's mouth curled up, saying, well, I plan to do the same. The Violet Organization offended Yifei. How could Yifei easily let it go? What else more, Yifei and Bai Ruoxi are allies. Whether in public or private, Yifei will fight the Violet Organization fiercely. Let us meet first, let us meet and chat. Bai Ruoxi offered to suggest that the woman did things cleanly and without meddle. Good, Yifei also readily agreed. Chapter 235 Cooperation with Concubine Ning Yu. The place where Bai Ruoxi and Yifei met was in a high-end tea house not far from the Bai group. This tea house is called Hongning Tea House, and it has reserved a quiet and elegant room for Bai Ruoxi. When Yifei arrived at the tea house, Bai Ruoxi had already been waiting. Today's Bai Ruoxi is wearing a white professional dress, flesh-colored stockings and black boots, which outlines the lines of his legs. The curve is very moving. Bai Ruoxi has a slender figure, a pretty face, and a dignified and delicate appearance. The key is that her temperament is graceful, charming, full of oriental feminine beauty. Seeing Yifei, Bai Ruoxi took the initiative to make a pot of scented tea for Yifei, and whispered, have you eaten yet? Not yet, I sent it to you as soon as I received the news from Lu Zihao. I was still planning to eat. Yifei said. Bai Ruoxi tapped her head lightly and said, I didn't even eat it either. Let us eat something to fill my stomach first. This tea house also has dim sum. Bai Ruoxi ordered some meals casually, and the two of them started eating and chatting. Bai Ruoxi has been busy for a day. At this time, his mental state is actually a bit exhausted, but when he thinks of the email sent by Yifei, it is like being lit by fire. She wants revenge. After 220 points came up, Yifei and Bai Ruoxi just ate some casually, and Bai Ruoxi said in a way, I want to take someone there. Binhai City, the stronghold of the Violet Group. Before she came out, Bai Ruoxi had already contacted the Bai's security company, and to put it bluntly, she was looking for someone. After all, the Violet Organization is so powerful that it is not easy to destroy the Violet Organization in Binhai City. Yifei pondered slightly, and said, you don't have enough people. In the field of business, you may be fearless, but when it comes to force. On the one hand, you are not an opponent of the Violet Organization. Yifei told the truth. In terms of business talent and skill, Bai Ruoxi is indeed extremely talented. With her support, Bai Ruoxi has not only failed to fail. On the contrary, it also bloomed with unprecedented brilliance, firmly occupying the position of the three major commercial families in Yandu. In terms of force, the Violet Organization is a world-class killer organization. It is not that simple to destroy the Violet Organization. 1. Then what do you suggest? Bai Ruoxi looked at Yifei. Since Yifei said so, he must have made a decision. Bai Ruoxi knew that Yifei made sense. Yifei said I want to find someone, she can definitely help. Who? Concubine Ning Yu. That is right, it is Concubine Ning Yu. Last time in Wei's house, Yifei and this very top beauty kept contact information with each other. Concubine Ning Yu owns the largest security company in Yandu, and she is very famous in the martial arts world. Boxing gyms are her industry. As the first heroine of Warrior King of Wadu, Yifei also knows how powerful this woman is. And more importantly, Concubine Ning Yu took advantage of the previous influence of the Ning family and became the underground of the entire northern Shuangwang Kingdom. Overlord, Binhai City is also within her sphere of influence. As the killer organization of the East Sakura Kingdom, the Violet Organization didn't deal with Concubine Ning Yu. This is equivalent to Concubine Ning Yu's. There's another hilltop on the site. Therefore, Yifei and Concubine Ning Yu can cooperate. Concubine Ning Yu, the woman from the Ning family. Bai Ruoxi thoughtfully, she had also heard the rumors of Concubine Ning Yu. Yes, it is her. Bai Ruoxi thought for a while, and immediately said, do you think she will help us? Yifei said, of course, we can cooperate with Concubine Ning Yu. Well, do you want me to contact me? Bai Ruoxi said simply. Let me do it. Yifei made a call and directly called Concubine Ning Yu. After a few rings, Concubine Ning Yu answered the phone. Seeing Yifei and Concubine Ning Yu's call, Bai Ruoxi's eyes moved slightly. Concubine Ning Yu's slightly cold and surprised voice came from the phone. She said, Mr. He actually took the initiative to call me, really. It was an accident. Concubine Ning Yu was deeply impressed by Yifei's performance during the last visit to the Wei family BGAD. Hello, Miss Ning, I have something to tell you, Yifei said simply. Mr. Yi, please speak. Miss Ning knows the Violet Organization, right? Violet O, did Mr. Yi want to find news from the Violet Group? No wonder, last time you were caught by the Violet Group. Weaving people have been assassinated. Ning Yufei was slightly surprised at first, and then said. Yifei's eyes showed a different color. Concubine Ning Yu, the woman really had good news. The assassination of him and Bai Ruoxi has always been kept secret, of course because of the last time he hunted down the assassin of the Violet Organization. Perhaps it was at that time that Concubine Ning Yu knew about the power of the three schools of Yi, Bai, and Yang. However, it can also be seen that Concubine Ning Yu's intelligence network and underground forces are powerful. I am not looking for news from the Violet Organization, but I found the Violet Organization as stronghold in Binhai City and want to eradicate it. Violet Organization, I wonder if Miss Ning is willing to cooperate and help. Yifei asked. Concubine Ning Yu is also extremely powerful in Binhai City and has a lot of energy. If she helps, it will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Can I help you? It is not a small trouble to provoke the Violet Organization. Ning Yufei said softly. Yifei smiled with Miss Ning's status. I am not afraid to offend the Violet Organization, right? The Violet Organization is the dragon crossing the river, and Concubine Ning Yu is the local snake in the entire Yandu area. The strong dragon does not crush the snake. This is true. Concubine Ning Yu didn't even object. She thought a little, and said I can help you, in terms of price. Yifei's mobile phone was turned on, and Bai Ruoxi heard that Concubine Ning Yu agreed to help, and immediately said Miss Ning, money is not a problem. As long as you help, the price is easy to negotiate. Is Miss Bai next to you? Concubine Ning Yu's voice came. Concubine Ning Yu had obviously heard of Bai Ruoxi, and she also knew that Yifei and Bai Ruoxi had been attacked by the Violet Organization before. In terms of popularity in Yandu, Bai Ruoxi is definitely one of the most famous women in Yandu. After all, is the first Yandu by Fume. Yifei said yes. Well, I agree to help with the Violet Organization. Let us meet and go to Binhai City. I will arrange the action as soon as possible. Act as soon as possible tonight, no problem, right? Concubine Ning Yu's voice came. Concubine Ning Yu really agreed, and she agreed very easily, and she didn't even say much about the price. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi looked at each other, and the two briefly communicated with Concubine Ning Yu and then set off for Binhai City. Chapter 236 Two Stunners. Binhai City. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi brought the elite security personnel from the Yi family and the Bai family to Binhai City. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi brought a total of more than 30 people, all of them elite, almost all retired special forces. First class. Even Bai Ruoxi brought 2 martial arts masters, both of them are inner strength fighters. These 2 inner strength warriors were hired by Bai Ruoxi at a high price, since they were assassinated by the Violet Organization last time. Bai Ruoxi secretly contacted many masters, including masters in the martial arts world. These 2 martial artists are martial artists with a small internal strength. Although their strength is far worse than that of a martial artist with great internal strength like Yifei. Far surpassing the general special type of soldiers. The martial artist with a small internal strength can also be regarded as a master in the martial arts world, and there are not many. As for Yifei as martial artist with great inner strength, there is even less. Seeing that there are so many elites around Bai Ruoxi, Yifei slightly chinned his head and said, "Ruoxi, it seems that you are already prepared." Bai Ruoxi bit her mouth, her bright eyes shining, and she whispered, "Of course, since that night a few 6 years ago, waiting. This day, don't be blinded by hatred, and this is just a stronghold of the Violet Organization, not the head of the Violet Organization. Department. What is more, the real murderer behind the scenes is the mastermind of the matter." Yifei said softly. Indeed, the real murderer behind the assassination of Bai Ruoxi's father was the mastermind. Although the Violet Organization is an abomination, it is only. It is just a killing knife. The real culprit who assassinated Bai Ruoxi's father was the master behind the scenes. In fact, Yifei had already told Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi knew who it was. The other party's name is Fang Qiheng. This person is not from Yandu, but from Zonghai City. If Yi, Bai, and Yang are the first-class commercial families in Yandu, then Fang Qiheng is the richest man in Zonghai City. Fang Qiheng's wealth is not inferior to that of the 3 families of Yi, Bai, and Yang, and the entire Xuanwang kingdom is enough to rank in the top 10. The richest man, known as the richest man in Zonghai City. The reason why he sent the Violet Organization to assassinate Bai Ruoxi's father back then was because Fang Qiheng and Bai Ruoxi's father has commercial competition, and the 2 have commercial competition in several areas. What is more terrible is that Fang Qiheng harbored resentment towards Bai Ruoxi's father, so after enduring it for a long time, he spent a lot of money. Kim hired the Violet Organization. There is no need to say anything after that. Bai Ruoxi also knows that Fang Qiheng is the real murderer behind the scenes, but Fang Qiheng is in Zonghai, and Fang Qiheng is quite strong. Bai Ruoxi had no easy way to solve Fang Qiheng without evidence. Hearing Yifei's advice to her, Bai Ruoxi also nodded lightly, her bright eyes shining like stars. Bai Ruoxi and Yifei looked at each other, their gazes were slightly soft, and said, "I know, it is just a reminder of his father's misery that night." Bai Ruoxi also knew that Yifei was doing her good, and she also confided in Yifei's heart. The death of his father has always been a shadow in Bai Ruoxi's heart. Of course, Yifei is also very clear. He said, "Well, tonight we will determine the position of the Violet Organization." Roland organized, and followed the vine, caught the assassin Black Crow who assassinated your father. Yifei knew that what Bai Ruoxi needed now was not only comfort but also support. Sure enough, Bai Ruoxi's eyes were softer when she heard the words, and she whispered, "Thank you." Ding, congratulations to the host, increase the experience value by 100 points. Yifei received 100 experience points from Bai Ruoxi. "What are you polite?" Yifei shrugged. During the exchange between the 2, concubine Ningyu called and invited Yifei and Bai Ruoxi to meet at a martial arts gym in Binhai City. Noodle. The people led by Yifei and Bai Ruoxi were waiting at the door, and they entered the martial arts gym. Hongyewu Hall. This is the industry of concubine Ningyu in Binhai City. Hongyewu Guan is the largest martial arts museum in Binhai. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi met concubine Ningyu. Concubine Ningyu smiled slightly, and immediately greeted Bai Ruoxi and Yifei when she saw Bai Ruoxi and Yifei. "Mr. Yi and Ms. Bai, please sit down." After concubine Ningyu seated the 2 of them, she personally poured tea for Yifei and Bai Ruoxi. Tea is a good Dahangbao. The fragrance of tea is full of the house, and the fragrance is extremely fragrant. But it is people who are more fragrant than tea. Bai Ruoxi and concubine Ningyu are both first-class beauties. Bai Ruoxi wears a professional attire. She did not dress up carefully, but she is also handsome, full of vigor and grace. About peerless beauty, and concubine Ningyu is even more so. This woman is full of femininity when she looks and smiles. Although it is winter. Indoors, concubine Ningyu dressed very lightly, with a layer of black veil on the outside, but she couldn't hide her skin in snow. In addition, the heating temperature in the room is high, and concubine Ningyu's legs are bare, her slender and well-proportioned legs are exposed to the air. Even the beautiful lotus feet are silently poking, which is extremely eye-catching. Concubine Ningyu's eyes were like a clear spring, watery. She turned around on the faces of Yifei and then smiled too. "I have ordered my hands to inquire about the news, and I believe there will be results soon. According to the information you provided, there are usually no more than 20 killers in the coastal stronghold of the Violet Organization. As long as we find clues, we can do it tonight." Action. Concubine Ningyu is very efficient. She smiled lightly, and the room was instantly bright and bright. This woman is such a stunner. When Yifei saw concubine Ningyu and Bai Ruoxi fighting each other, they were indeed amazingly beautiful. Yifei admired the beauty for a while, and said, "Miss Ning, thank you for your help this time, money matters." Yifei intends to do business by office. Although concubine Ningyu didn't mention money, Yifei was not the one who squandered the bill. When concubine Ningyu heard Yifei's mention of money, she waved her hand and smiled, "Forget the money, I also want to make a payment with both of you. Friends, this time it is a help between friends." Concubine Ningyu didn't plan to collect money. Concubine Ningyu has a lot of industries in the northern part of Xuanwang country. Will she be short of money? Of course she is not short of money. What is more, how can money compare to Yifei's and Bai Ruoxi's favors? Especially Yifei, since her trip to the Wei family, she has been extremely amazed by Yifei's medical skills. In the view of concubine Ningyu, and a genius doctor like Yifei maintains a good relationship and may save himself at a critical moment. So concubine Ningyu didn't plan to ask Yifei for money from the beginning. It was just that when she was about to speak, she happened to be interrupted by Bai Ruoxi at that time. Chapter 237 Extinguish Violet. Hearing that concubine Ningyu didn't plan to ask for money, Yifei frowned first, then stretched out. For asterisk like Yifei, the problems that can be solved with money are small problems. But if you owe favors, it is not good to pay them back. Such things as human affection and sophistication are all to be returned. However, Yifei did not refuse to have anything to do with concubine Ningyu. After all, concubine Ningyu is the key figure in the King of Soldiers in Wadu, not to mention that she is still a top beauty, she is very beautiful. Female. Then thank you Miss Ning, Yifei said with a faint smile. Concubine Ningyu smiled lightly, looked at Bai Ruoxi again, her eyes flowed, and said Mr. Yi is really lucky. Lack of confidence. Concubine Ningyu was also slightly surprised. Last time I saw it in Wei S house, Yifei was with Musician, but now Yifei S503 is by Ruoxi in. Rise. Whether it is by Ruoxi or Musician, they are both top beauties. And one of these two people is the jewel of the Mu family, and the other. The other one is the No. One by Fumei and Yandu, both of whom can be regarded as the best women in the eyes of men. Even concubine Ningyu couldn't help but sigh Yifei's peach blossom luck. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoxi's face was slightly red, and her eyebrows frowned slightly when she thought of something. In fact, the relationship between Yifei and Musician was rumored. Of course, Bai Ruoxi had also heard about it. Everyone knows it all over the city. In this regard, Bai Ruoxi was also very complicated. Yifei felt bad and noticed Bai Ruoxi's frowning brows. He said, Miss Ning, don't make fun of me. Let us. Tell me about tonight. When it comes to dealing with the Violet organization at night, Bai Ruoxi's attention is also diverted. Talking about business affairs, concubine Ningyu's pretty face also became serious, and said tonight's matter is very simple. Mr. Yi and Ms. Bai are here. Did you bring a lot of people? Well, there are some, but the strength is still inadequate than the Violet killer. Yifei said concisely. Violet S killers are divided into 3 levels, S, A, and B. The S level is the highest and the B level is the lowest. In the stronghold in Bainhai City, the Violet organization had fewer than 20 killers and the number was very small. This is also normal, after all, purple. Roland organized an elite line, and every killer was very strong. Moreover, Bainhai City is just a stronghold of the Violet organization in Shuanglong country. The backbone of the Violet organization is East Sakura country. Therefore, in Bainhai City, there are not many killers of the Violet organization. The assassins of the Violet organization are very strong. Generally speaking, their B-level assassins are only slightly inferior to the inner strength fighters. Color. In the A-level killer of the Violet organization, the strength is more than the martial artist with a small internal strength, and it is not as good as a martial artist with a greater internal strength. The total number of killers and other personnel in the Bainhai stronghold will not exceed 30. Concubine Ningyu heard the words at okay, I still have people here. As Concubine Ningyu was talking, she patted her white and delicate palms, and her red lips vomited Jobo. Suddenly, an old man who was about 50 or 60 years old, who was a little rickety, walked into the house. Bend down slightly, miss. Bring everyone in, Concubine Ningyu said lightly. Yes, within a moment, more than 20 people appeared in the house of Concubine Ningyu. This living room is very large and can accommodate these people. Yifei squinted. He only saw that these 20-odd people were sturdy, muscular, tall and physically strong, and most of them. The temples of the separation are all raised up high, and at first glance, it is a practicing family, and it is by no means an ordinary practicing family. These people are of different ages, some in their 30s, and some in their 40s and 50, but they are all with piercing eyes and strong aura. Where? They turned out to be all inner strength warriors. Yifei couldn't help being shocked. Although they are all just martial artists with little internal strength, they are also very scary. You should know that Shaocheng martial artist with inner strength is very rare, and it can be regarded as a master among martial artists, even Bai Ruoxi has exhausted. Shinsi only found 2 people. Although Yifei can also use Yi family as financial resources to find inner power martial artists, but he wants to find so many inner power martial artists to help. It is almost impossible in a short time, but Concubine Ningyu can down pointing arrow. Yifei understood why Concubine Ningyu was able to dominate the capital of Swallows, and even the entire underground world in the north. One shot is more than 20 inner strength martial artists, what a big hand. I heard that Mr. Yi is also a master of martial arts. I don't know how you feel about people like me, Ning Yifei asked with a smile. Not bad. Yifei also slowly got up, and took a look at these 20-odd inner strength warriors. With these people, plus those brought by Yifei and by Ruoxi, the Violet organization as stronghold in Bainhai City can be lightened. Loosen it. Yifei's evaluation of them is pretty good. Although these 20-odd warriors surprised Yifei, they were still far from shocking. After all, Yifei himself is. Inner strength is great as a warrior. The internal strength Shaocheng and the internal strength Dacheng martial artist are just a word, but they are worlds apart. Many talented warriors will not be able to cross this threshold throughout their lives. Actually, I am also very curious about Mr. Yi's martial arts. They say that medicine and martial arts are not divided into families. I really want to know Mr. Yi's strength. Concubine Ningyu raised a smile, her big watery eyes seemed to be able to speak, and they fixed on Yifei's body. Yifei smiled faintly. Then Miss Ning may be able to see tonight. If I find Violet as stronghold, I will also take action. Okay, then I am looking forward to it. The two chatted a few words, and at this moment, when they went outside, a woman in martial arts uniform walked in. She was in Concubine Ningyu. Whispered a few words in his ear. Concubine Ningyu raised her white neck and said the location of the Violet organization as current stronghold has been determined. Mr. Yi, your the intelligence is accurate. Bai Ruoxi looked up suddenly. It seems that tonight, she can finally take the first step of revenge. Concubine Ningyu said I have already greeted Bainhai City officials, and the Violet organization as strongholds are all in the suburbs. Let us act in the early morning and keep quiet. Yifei slightly chinned his head without objection. In fact, it was close to 10 o'clock in the evening. Ready to act. Concubine Ningyu looked at the old man and said, Jobo, you can start preparing. Yes, miss. Chaobo took the 20-odd warriors to leave and immediately rushed to prepare. At the same time, Yifei, Bai Ruoxi, and Concubine Ningyu also started to move. It was early in the morning. Tonight is the night of destruction of violets. Chapter 238. The experience skyrocketed. Concubine Ningyu looked at him with admiration. Late at night, early in the morning, outskirts of Bainhai City. It was raining lightly in the sky, and the weather was cold and humid. In this environment, the dark night became the best cover. Yifei and others went to the Violet organization as current location in Bainhai City. Stronghold location. It was a remote area in the suburbs. There were a few old abandoned factories and some residential areas among them. The Violet organization as stronghold is located in one of the detached houses, which looks very hidden. It is sparsely populated and not worry about being discovered. Yifei, Bai Ruoxi, and Concubine Ningyu brought together more than 50 elite personnel, and they were all loaded with guns and live ammunition. All of them are also proficient in martial arts. What else more, Yifei and the others still use mental arithmetic and unintentional. Of course, they have a huge advantage. At the location of the Violet organization as stronghold, about 1 or 2 kilometers away, Yifei and the others all got off the car and walked. It was raining in the sky, but Yifei and the others didn't take care, approaching the Violet stronghold. Soon, everyone had quietly surrounded the stronghold of the Violet organization. Yifei learned from Lu Zihao's information that the principal of the Violet organization S base in Bainhai City was codenamed Ghost Boy. A small A-level killer. The S-level killers of the Violet organization are extremely rare, and they are rarely shot. The A-level killers are already the backbone of the Violet organization. Quantity. Ruoxi, Miss Ning, just wait here, I'll take someone to rush in. Yifei was fully armed and dressed in body armor. There was a martial arts uniform outside, with a gun in his hand and a weapon. Concubine Ningyu is good at martial arts, and her strength is not bad, but she wants to stay to ensure the safety of Bai Ruoxi so as to avoid accidents. Pregnancy. Good. Concubine Ningyu readily nodded and agreed. Bai Ruoxi bit her mouth. She looked at Yifei and couldn't help saying you must be careful. Bai Ruoxi knew the horror of Violet Organization best, and couldn't help but care about Yifei's safety. Yifei waved his hand and said with a smile, it's just a stronghold of the Violet Organization, don't you worry about me. With that, Yifei adjusted a little, and then made a gesture to the martial artist and his subordinates around him. With Yifei's order, everyone moved together, rushing to the stronghold of the Violet Organization in a covert manner at the fastest speed. The Violet Organization's stronghold looks dilapidated, but in fact there are various monitoring and electronic equipment in many places. At the same time, there is no heaven. Therefore, even though Yifei and others are not prepared for it, they will soon be discovered by the Violet people, so this is even more demanding. Yifei and others must resolve the battle quickly. Of course, with excellent preparation and strong manpower, especially Concubine Ningyu's contribution this time is not small, these are all. It is Yifei's advantage. Under such circumstances, Yifei has an absolute advantage here. Yifei led people into the Violet Organization stronghold and heard the intensive firefights. Fortunately, this is a suburban area and sparsely populated, otherwise it would be troublesome. Nevertheless, the silence of the night sky was broken. Accompanied by gunshots and killing shouts, they saw the assassins of the Violet Organization fall down. Yifei's actions were even more straightforward. He easily killed 3 purples with terrifying marksmanship alone. Roland Killer. At the same time, Yifei was also searching for the shadow of the Violet Killer leader Wei Dong. The stronghold of the Violet Killer Organization is full of various Tokoro-speaking curses, and there are more and more Violet Killers. Fall down. Before this action, Yifei had already given the order. Kill. Don T leave 1. Yifei's move was intended to deter the entire Violet Killer Organization, and he was not afraid of the Violet Killer Organization as revenge. There can be no concessions to this kind of killer organization. If Violet dared to retaliate, Yifei would dare to use his means to let Violet taste. These assassins of the Violet Organization each had a large number of lives in their hands, and all of them were more than deadly. After that, Yifei used close combat skills to solve a Violet Organization assassin, and finally found him this time. The main goal: 1 Ghost Boy. Ghost Boy is just a code name. The reason for this code name is that the Ghost Boy himself is short and has dark skin. It is like a child, but in fact, he is an A- level killer. Yifei found the target Gadong, he quickly touched it, and fought with the Gadong. Although Gadong is good at strength, how could he be Yifei's opponent? Yifei is a master of inner strength, and he has been very diligent in martial arts recently, and his strength has improved very quickly. Yifei has inner strength. Among the Dacheng martial artists, they can be regarded as the best, and they are the top group of people. Yifei and Gadong fought, and Gadong immediately felt a mountain-like pressure, and he realized that the situation was not good. I tried my best to get out, but how could Yifei give him a chance? I only saw Yifei grabbing a gap in Gadong's flaws. His kick was as heavy as Qinshan, and he kicked the Gadong heavily. Chest. Only heard a crisp sound and a click, the Ghost Boy's breastbone was kicked off, he vomited blood and coughed up blood again and again. The vitality in his eyes was cut off, and Yifei was killed directly. Yifei did not save the life of the Ghost Boy. For Yifei, all the information that should be probed into Violet has been inquired, he did not. It is necessary to leave the life of the Ghost Boy. Ding, congratulations to the host, destroy the Violet Organization's Binhai City stronghold, and reward 300 experience points. Asterisk. At the moment when Yifei killed the Ghost Boy, there was another system reminder in his ear. A full 300 points of experience can be regarded as a surprise and rewarding experience. Yifei now has 3,700 experience points. As soon as the Ghost Boy died, the other assassins in the entire Violet 243 organization stronghold were basically dead. This battle lasted for about an hour. Yifei had only 2 serious injuries, and the rest were lightly wounded. It can be said to be a complete victory. When the battle ended, Yifei returned to Bai Ruoxi and Concubine Ningyu. The rain is still falling. The weather was cold and humid. Yifei returned to the 2 women. Bai Ruoxi's revenge was complete. She looked at Yifei and fixed her on him. And Concubine Ningyu also took a deep look at Yifei. She was amazed, and said, Mr. Yijing is so capable and relaxed. Jie killed the Ghost Boy, even the master of the inner strength, this is also the best. Concubine Ningyu looked at Yifei with admiration. She only knew that Yifei's martial arts was good, but she didn't expect Yifei to be so strong. Just after getting a report from her subordinates, she knew that Yifei easily killed the Ghost Boy, enough to be called a top-notch master of internal strength down-pointing arrow. Such a master is extremely rare in the martial arts world, not to mention that Yifei is still so young. Concubine Ningyu suddenly understood why such outstanding women as Nuzijin and Bai Ruoxi were attracted to Yifei. Chapter 239 2 people, 1 room. Concubine Ningyu knew that Yifei's martial arts was very strong, but she didn't expect Jingran to be so strong. Being able to easily kill a Violet grade A assassin like Gadong, Yifei is also considered the top in his inner strength. Although Concubine Ningyu has a martial artist with a small inner strength, people who can match Yifei's strength are extremely rare. Don T said she is by her side, even if the whole martial arts world is rare. The martial arts world is like a pyramid, the more you go up, the fewer people there will be. There are very few people who can stand at the top of the pyramid. Facing Concubine Ning's compliment, Yifei smiled lightly. In the rainy night, the corner of his mouth slightly evoked the Violet Organization. Temporarily resolved, the removal of Violet's stronghold in Binhai City should allow the Violet Organization to cease for a while. Yifei's actions were a deterrent and a warning. After all, this is the Xuanwang country, even if the Violet Organization is powerful, no matter how long it stretches out, Yifei is not afraid at all. Yifei must eradicate the Violet tissue. Since the 2 sides are already deadly enemies, there is no need to keep their hands. I would also like to thank Ms. Ning for her help, Yifei said to Concubine Ningyu. Concubine Ningyu smiled lightly and said softly, Don T, thank you, there may be places where Mr. Yi's help will be needed in the future. It is easy to say, if Ms. Ning really needs help, she will know. Yifei said. This time it was indeed due to Concubine Ningyu. If it weren't for Concubine Ning's help, it would take a bit of effort to eradicate the Violet Organization. Okay, then I will thank Mr. Yi first. I won't bother you tonight, it is getting late, it is better to be in my name. Stay in the hotel and return to Yandu tomorrow morning, Concubine Ningyu said softly. Yifei and Concubine Ningyu were also officially familiar with each other. When Concubine Ningyu said so, Yifei and Bai Ruoxi naturally nodded and agreed. It is getting late now and it is raining again, so you don't have to rush back to Yandu, just wait for tomorrow to return to Yandu. The rain is getting heavier. Yifei's body was basically wet, but he didn't care at all, even in his heart. Yifei hadn't enjoyed it just now. Recently, Yifei has been practicing learning, and he still has some itchy hands. He wants to test his own strength. It pity that although the nickname looks terrifying, the ghost boy is a warrior who can reach Chengdu and he is relaxed by Yifei. Sol, Yifei got into the car and the driver drove Yifei and the others away from the scene. Bai Ruoxi and Yifei rode in the same car and were taken to the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Baihai City. But when he got the room card, Yifei was slightly taken aback. Because there's only one room card. In other words, there's only one presidential suite. But Yifei and Bai Ruoxi had two people. Yifei was startled slightly. What is this? Concubine Ningyu misunderstood the relationship between him and Bai Ruoxi. Concubine Ningyu obviously knew about the relationship between him and Yu Zijin, but she opened a presidential suite for him and Bai Ruoxi. Room, what does this mean? In fact, Yifei didn't know, this matter was really a misunderstanding. In the eyes of concubine Ningyu, she really thought that Yifei and Bai Ruoxi had a relationship between men and women. As for Yu Zijin. In fact, there are a lot of things like this in the upper circle of Yandu. It happens that there are several women around a man, Ning. Concubine Yu is not surprised. The only special thing is that the women next to Yifei are peerless beauties like New Zealand and Bai Ruoxi. There's only one room. Bai Ruoxi stood beside Yifei and frowned slightly. She was also exposed to the rain just now and her hair was wet. Yifei shrugged and said, well, or I will open another room. No need, Bai Ruoxi suddenly said, her pretty face flushed, and said it is too troublesome, it is getting so late. Since it is the suite, there's enough space, let us make do for one night. In fact, what happened tonight also shakes Bai Ruoxi's mind. She has taken the first step to avenge her father. It is destined to be late. I can't fall asleep anymore with insomnia. Therefore, for Bai Ruoxi, wherever he sleeps is actually the same. Also, no problem. Yifei took advantage of it, and of course he wouldn't object. The two arrived at the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. Of course, the room in this presidential suite is big enough and the environment is good enough. Overlooking the night view of the entire Baihai City. The environment is good, but there's nothing to be surprised about. This kind of hotel presidential suite, Yifei, who is a superb, sees too much. N.S. Ruoxi, you go take a bath first, I'll send someone a change of clothes to come up. Yifei said. Bai Ruoxi's face turned red when he heard the words, but he nodded slightly. Sitting in the living room of the room, Yifei made a phone call to send clothes upstairs. Immediately afterwards, Yifei heard the sound of water in the bathroom. The sound of water in the bathroom sounds noisy, but it is equally imaginative. After a while, a waitress brought up the change of clothes, and then Yifei put the clothes next to the bathroom and told. Bai Ruoxi sounded. Yifei sat on the sofa and played with her mobile phone. I don't know when the sound of the water stopped. Bai Ruoxi wore light clothes and a pair of pink slippers walked out of the house. Bai Ruoxi is charming, with lotus steps, wet hair and red cheeks, very charming. Hurry up and wash, don't catch a cold. Bai Ruoxi also reminded Yifei. Hearing that, Yifei also agreed, and simply got up. He turned around and said okay, then I will go to take a bath. With that, Yifei turned and walked into the bathroom and closed the door. At this moment, Bai Ruoxi suddenly seemed to think of something, her cheeks flushed, and her bright eyes showed shame. Wait, mine. The clothes are still inside. Bai Ruoxi suddenly thought that the underwear she just changed was still in the bathroom. Thinking of this, the blush on Bai Ruoxi's cheeks completely emerged. And Yifei heard this, as he undressed, he saw the clothes on the bathroom hangers at the same time. Light purple, lace edges, translucent. Yifei suddenly made up a certain picture in his mind, and the picture feels very strong. Bai Ruoxi was embarrassed and angry, and his face was flushed all the time. And Yifei shouted to the outside, then I can help you take out the clothes. Take out the clothes. Are you kidding? Then he still touches her clothes with his hands. Bai Ruoxi bit her mouth. Forget it, you are not allowed to watch it anyway. Alright, I see. Yifei agreed, and he quickly finished the bath, put on his bathrobe and walked out of the room. Chapter 240 I don't like you. After taking a shower, Yifei walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe, wearing slippers with a faint smile on his mouth. And on the sofa in the living room of the hotel room, Bai Ruoxi changed into her pajamas, her cheeks remained flushed, and her eyes remained ashamed. Yifei glared at him. Bai Ruoxi was secretly annoyed and slightly angry. Yifei smiled and said, this is not something I wanted to see on purpose. In fact, if you don't remind me, I really don't know. Bai Ruoxi heard it, her silver teeth clenched. Have you blamed her after doing it for a long time? What is the reason for Yifei? Bai Ruoxi whispered, if you get cheap, you still sell well. Yifei smiled and sat beside Bai Ruoxi, and the atmosphere between the two became gradually settled. Yifei looked at Bai Ruoxi's sitting posture, only to see her leaning on the sofa with her knees hugged, her legs as white as jade, her eyes staring at Yifei. Like a star, the two of them sat indoors without speaking for a while. But outside the window was heavy rain, and the rain was getting bigger and bigger, and the rain hit the window with a burst of noise. Yifei was the first to break the silence. He said, Ruoxi, today is also the first step for revenge for your father. It is also ours. We threw stones to ask for directions. It was the Violet Organization's next reaction. What do you think the Violet Organization will do? Bai Ruoxi asked softly. Yifei said 80% of them can stand it. These assassin organizations are all about killing one blow. There is no absolute certainty. Number 630 will move rashly again. Bai Ruoxi lightly tapped her head and whispered, I think so too. But when this incident comes out, you are completely standing in Zuluo. The opposite of the Lan Organization. I am fine, but it seems to hurt you. Yifei suddenly laughed when Bai Ruoxi said that. Are you caring about my safety? Yifei's eyes met Bai Ruoxi's clear eyes. Between the two staring at each other, Bai Ruoxi was silent. The rain outside the window was heavier. After being silent for a while, Bai Ruoxi changed the subject, staring at Yifei, and said softly, the matter between you and Yu Zijin, I heard coming. Yifei secretly said in his heart. He actually guessed that Bai Ruoxi would ask this question. In fact, not only Bai Ruoxi, but also the other women around Yifei are also facing this problem. The relationship between Yu Zijin and Yifei is an open secret in the upper circles of Yandu. Everyone knows that Yifei and Yu Zijin are boy and girl friends, and the Mu family is the top wealthy of Yandu, and the two are also. The golden boy and jade girl are a perfect match. From anyone's point of view, the relationship between Yifei and Yu Zijin is unbreakable. The relationship between Yifei and Bai Ruoxi is actually a bit delicate. Full state. When Bai Ruoxi knew that the relationship between Yu Zijin and Yifei was public, her heart was mixed and she suffered from insomnia night. But Bai Ruoxi is not an ordinary woman. Don't look at her graceful appearance, but her heart is extremely strong. Otherwise, what about her? May have the courage to carry the entire Bai family and become the principal of the Bai family when it is in danger. When Bai Ruoxi knew about the relationship between Yu Zijin and Yifei, she even made Bai Ruoxi make up his mind and prepare to keep with Yifei. Distance. Therefore, during this period of time, Bai Ruoxi did not actively contact Yifei until this evening's news from the Violet Organization. burst out. Then, Yifei easily killed the ghost boy in the stronghold tonight and destroyed the stronghold of the Violet organization. She saw everything Yifei did, but why is he and Musician together? Bai Ruoxi lowered her eyes, waiting for Yifei's answer. Yifei whispered, well, the matter between me and Musician is true. The air seemed to be drawn away and became very quiet. Bai Ruoxi already knew the answer, and now it was confirmed by Yifei himself, he couldn't tell what it was like. Bai Ruoxi got up, her slender legs were wrapped in trouser skirts, and her snow-white smooth calves were looming. She said, I will sleep first. Yifei narrowed his eyes. He could feel Bai Ruoxi's mood change. This is also normal. It would be strange if Bai Ruoxi came together after learning about his relationship with Musician. Bai Ruoxi, like Musician, is a very difficult woman to conquer, otherwise how could Lei Haorn and Chen Luo fail? Bai Ruoxi went to bed, saying it as sleeping, it as actually just lying on the bed. With such a big event happening tonight, coupled with the conversation between Yifei and her just now, Bai Ruoxi couldn't sleep. Bai Ruoxi closed her eyes slightly, lying on the bed for a false sleep. While she was confused, she suddenly felt a figure on the bed. Bai Ruoxi looked to the side, and it was Yifei lying beside her. Bai Ruoxi bit her mouth. Although this presidential suite is large, it only has one bed. But fortunately, the bed is big and sleeps two people. That is more than enough. Bai Ruoxi didn't let Yifei sleep on the sofa or on the floor. Today, Yifei's elimination of the Violet organization also helped her get revenge. She didn't. He wanted Yifei not even a place to sleep, so Yifei lay beside Bai Ruoxi didn't say a word, and Yifei did not overstep, both of them were silent. After a busy night, both of them were in a state of exhaustion, they started to sleep but finally fell into a faint. Sleepy state. At this moment, thunder sounded in the sky. Boom. The thunder was very loud, the heavy rain was torrential, and the thunder roared very loudly, as if it was ringing in my ears. The thunder was loud, but it didn't matter to Yifei. But Yifei found that Bai Ruoxi next to him was suddenly alarmed, and Bai Ruoxi appeared in her water-cutting pupils wiping panic. Boom. The thunder was louder, and Bai Ruoxi was curled up, looking like a panicked child at the moment. What is wrong with you, afraid of thunder? Yifei was a little strange. How could a strong woman like Bai Ruoxi be afraid of thunder? Voice. N. Bai Ruoxi suddenly turned around and threw it into Yifei's arms. Yifei could even feel her body trembling slightly. She looked pale, she was really scared. Yifei was startled, but he didn't expect Bai Ruoxi to take the initiative to embrace her. Bai Ruoxi was leaning on Yifei's shoulder, she seemed to be looking for some kind of relying on, she was extremely strong in the past, at this moment. Jing is so fragile. Yifei had never seen Bai Ruoxi like this. Take the initiative to hug you, this is not Ruoxi's style, is it possible that you like me? Yifei's voice is low, slightly feeling. Accident. Yifei subconsciously hugged Bai Ruoxi in her arms, and only heard Bai Ruoxi say in a very small voice in her ear, you, Danti you. I Danti like you if I misunderstand. She even trembled in her voice, her face still pale. Yifei's heart moved. He suddenly understood why Bai Ruoxi reacted so fiercely, and knew why Bai Ruoxi was afraid of thunder. Because the night when Bai Ruoxi's father had an accident 6 years ago, it was such a thunderstorm night. At this moment, thunder and lightning flashed outside the window. Chapter 241 My heart moves. 6 years ago, the incident in which Bai Ruoxi's father died was such a thunderstorm night. It was also heavy rain, thunder and lightning, wind and rain. And Bai Ruoxi also experienced unprecedented despair that night. Before, she was just an ordinary rich girl, at the age of the blooming and rainy seasons, and she was supposed to enjoy the most beautiful life in her life. What a happy time, but this everything is deprived. The mother at home knew nothing about business and was frail and sickly. The younger brother Baiyu is young and dude, and has no responsibility. As a result, she took over as a weak woman in an environment full of contempt, disdain, ridicule and hostility. The affairs of the Bai group. Over the past few years, she has been walking on thin ice, struggling to support herself, without complaining to anyone, supporting the Ruo Bai group. To the point where it is now. The strength of this woman, ordinary people can hardly imagine. Yifei has always seen her strong side, but she has never seen such a fragile moment. That thunderstorm night 6 years ago, it was a shadow in Bai Ruoxi's heart. From then on, every thunderstorm night she would be extremely scared, always remembering the tragic scene of her father's death that night. And today's destruction of the Violet organization touched the scene in her heart, so the reaction was extremely big. Thunder and lightning outside the window, wind and rain. Bai Ruoxi's body was trembling, her cheeks turned white, and she leaned against Yifei's arms. At this time, Bai Ruoxi had only one object to rely on, Yifei by his side. Only in Yifei's arms can she find a sense of security and silk. Yifei stroked Bai Ruoxi's jade back, her body was still tight, but her forehead was not as trembling as before. Don't be afraid, things are over. You have done a good job, and the entire Bai group is supported by you. Yifei stroked Bai Ruoxi's silky hair lightly, with a low noise and magnetic comfort. Hold her. Bai Ruoxi clings to Yifei tightly, like a kitten abandoned by the whole world, only in Yifei can there be a trace. Sense of security. Bai Ruoxi said weakly, as soon as I close my eyes, I always think of the way my father died. Yifei said softly, if your father is alive, he certainly doesn't want you to live in the shadows all day. Don't worry, I will answer. Should definitely help you deal with Violet, and Fang Qihong, to comfort your father's spirit in the sky. Bai Ruoxi's eyes met Yifei's eyes. Hearing that Yifei wanted to help her, her eyes softened, her lips trembled, and her mouth quietly pouted. Don't think you were saying something sweet. Sweet talk can move me. If it were the usual Bai Ruoxi, Yifei really had no chance. Bai Ruoxi's heart is strong, and she has almost no flaws at ordinary times. Only now, Bai Ruoxi is the most vulnerable at this moment. When Yifei noticed the tear marks on the corner of Bai Ruoxi's eyes, Shangchang is as strong as her, so there is such a fragile side that makes Yifei do. Couldn't he help being surprised? Yifei couldn't help but pity. On the weak shoulders of this young girl, she did not know how much responsibility she carried. In terms of experience, she is indeed bumpy. In her 20s, she has to face all kinds of criticism from the board of directors and fight the old foxes. Moreover, after taking over the Baijia enterprise, she has failed to invest several times and faced losses. Even the major shareholders are held accountable. But even in those moments, she didn't cry. Only now in front of Yifei, on this thunderstorm night, she took off her defenses. Yifei did not wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, but said, cry, it might be better to cry out, I put my shoulders. I lend it to you temporarily, I will forget what happened tomorrow. Yifei's words seemed to give her a reason and excuse to vent her emotions. Bai Ruoxi leaned on Yifei's shoulder, and Yifei quickly. I felt that the shoulders of my bathrobe were wet with tears. Bai Ruoxi really cried. Bai Ruoxi's eyes were completely red. After a long time, she finished venting her emotions, sobbed for a while, and wiped her eyes, seeming to feel the behavior just now. It was embarrassing to move, she whispered to Yifei, don't make fun of me. I didn't laugh at you, Yifei said seriously. He really didn't mean to laugh at Bai Ruoxi, but had some admiration for this strong girl. Bai Ruoxi turned her head and didn't look at Yifei, but listened to Yifei and said, but I did not expect that you would actually cry. Hearing what Yifei said, Bai Ruoxi turned her head and stared at Yifei with red eyes. You are usually under too much pressure, it is okay to cry and vent. Yifei Qing embraced Bai Ruoxi, feeling the softness and grace in his arms. Body. Bai Ruoxi was hugged by Yifei, his face flushed, and subconsciously wanted to break free. But in the rainy night and dark night, she hesitated a little, and finally let Yifei hold it. Yifei's embrace was very warm, which made her feel at ease. Bai Ruoxi told herself silently even if it was just once. At this moment, Bai Ruoxi finally determined that she was truly moved by Yifei. From the first time Yifei played the piano, to the shock when Yifei took out the USB flash drive on the top of the racing mountain, and when she was assassinated. We all share weal and woe, and again this thunderstorm night. That scene emerged in Bai Ruoxi's heart. She knew at this moment that her heart was completely imprinted with the shadow of this man. Heart moved. What are you looking at me for in the dark night? The two could hear each other's breathing and heartbeat. Yifei spoke out. He knew that Bai Ruoxi was looking at her. Bai Ruoxi's face was slightly red, and suddenly he made a bold move. She directly sealed Yifei's mouth. At this moment, Musijin, Bai clan, and Yi family were all left behind by her. This thunderstorm night seemed to be a matchmaker between the two. At this moment, Yifei and Bai Ruoxi were very close. Yifei was a little unexpected, but the relationship between the two has long been extremely special, and Yifei certainly did not refuse. Boom. The thunder was rolling outside the window. But in this hotel room, there seems to be a burning ball. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi hugged tightly. After a long time, the two of them split their lips. Yifei's voice is slightly low, and he chuckles. Why didn't you say that you don't like me? I don't like it now. Bai Ruoxi glared at this cheap and good-looking guy with a slight irritation. Shinfei said. However, she didn't mean to leave Yifei's arms in the slightest, and she spoke with integrity. Seeing through everything, Yifei smiled secretly in his heart, and at the same time heard the system's prompt sound in his ear. The prompt sound of the system came, and the sound was loud. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 500 experience points. Chapter 242 The beginning of destroying Chen Luo. There is no doubt that these 500 experience points come from Bai Ruoxi. In this way, Yifei's experience value also reached 4,200 points, but the experience value is still secondary at the moment. The relationship between Yifei and Bai Ruoxi finally made a qualitative breakthrough in this thunderstorm night. Bai Ruoxi leaned against Yifei's shoulders, tears wet Yifei's nightgown, clinging to the man, absorbing silk warmth. I really don't like me, Yifei asked knowingly, and smiled. With Bai Ruoxi's character, it is impossible for her to be so close to a man she doesn't like. Bai Ruoxi stopped talking, she just silently leaned on Yifei's shoulder. Sometimes silence is the best answer. Yifei, who got the answer, raised the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the heavy rain outside the window, feeling the impact of the thunderstorm in his heart. 0 hour. If it weren't for this heavy rain, I really don't know when it will take him and Bai Ruoxi to come together. You can sleep at ease, I have everything. Yifei hugged Bai Ruoxi and said softly. Although the relationship between the two has made a qualitative breakthrough, at such a moment Yifei can mess around. After all, Bai Ruoxi's just cried, but Yifei was not in a hurry, since the relationship between the two had been determined, the next thing was naturally a matter of course. Bai Ruoxi replied softly, she was indeed a little tired, and her energy was tense that night, and then her emotions rose again. It is normal to be tired. Bai Ruoxi leaned against Yifei, and she quickly fell asleep. After a while, Yifei also fell asleep. The next day, when Yifei woke up, Bai Ruoxi woke up one step before him. She had already washed herself, and even painted light makeup, especially Bai Ruoxi's eyes were reddish eye sockets last night. At this moment, they painted light makeup to cover them, which added a point. Charming. When Yifei saw Bai Ruoxi getting up early to dress and dress up, he couldn't help but smile, and suddenly remembered the saying that a woman is a person who pleases herself. Doc, Bai Ruoxi whispered, I have delivered breakfast to others. It is still hot, you can eat it first. After eating, we will return to Yandu together. So urgent. Yifei frowned slightly. He also plans to strike while the iron is hot and enjoy the world of two with Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi lightly opened her red lips. I still have 2 meetings to be held in Yandu, and there are some matters of the Bai group to be dealt with. Yifei couldn't help shaking his head, he almost forgot that Bai Ruoxi was really busy. I see, Yifei said, then asked how did you sleep last night? Sleep well. Bai Ruoxi thought of the scene last night, her cheek flushed slightly, and she whispered. In fact, Bai Ruoxi has never slept so peacefully. This is the first time in 6 years that she can truly sleep steadily. Sleep, the situation where you don't have to worry about it at all, and you don't have to think about anything, is really good. That is good, Yifei said sentence. The two looked at each other, and they both smiled ingeniously. After breakfast, I drove back to Yandu. Bai Ruoxi's driver drove, and Yifei and Bai Ruoxi sat in the back row. Soon, he arrived at Yandu in Bai's group. When Yifei was about to get out of the car, Bai Ruoxi felt unwilling to give up. She stretched out her hand and took the initiative to hold Yifei's hand and whispered. Said then I will go to the company first, and come to me. The last words made Yifei's mind shaken, he smiled and said okay. After returning to Yandu, there was nothing wrong with each other for several days. Only the death of Lei Haoran and the fall of Lei Xiaohui have spread throughout Yandu. All the wealthy families in Yandu were shocked by this matter. Although Bai Jinglei's family in Yandu is not as good as the 5 or 6 top giants, in addition, it can be considered quite prestigious. In the official career or in the business world, the energy is not weak. However, Lei Haoran actually committed suicide in fear of sin, and Lei Xiaohui, as the backbone of the Lei family, was even more down. The weirdness in this have made Yandu's interior also changeable. After Lei Haoran's death, Chen Luo's refuge in the Zheng family was a major event in the upper circles of Yandu. Especially the matchmaker who Chen Luo turned to the Zheng family as Zheng Ruju. Suddenly, Chen Luo became a laughingstock in the hearts of many people in Yandu. In order to protect himself, Chen Luo kept serving Zheng Ruju as a little wife. Face, this matter also spread throughout Yandu. However, relying on the Zheng family, Chen Luo really saved his life temporarily, and Yifei was inconvenient to deal with him for a while. It is just that the retribution is coming soon. Yifei couldn't bear it these days, just waiting for news from the Zheng family. The battle of immortals between the Zheng family and a certain tycoon in the central prison Yuan is about to begin. A few more days passed. When many people in the upper circle of Yandu were shocked by the Lei family's affairs, the Zheng family's affairs suddenly broke out. The battle of immortals between the Zheng family and a certain central politician was officially launched. The Zheng family has stood firm in Yandu for so many years. As a top-notch giant, it is naturally well connected and deep-rooted. However, the Zheng family also had some grips in their hands, and there were also enemies in Yandu. There are many complicated things in this. In short, the Jun family is in trouble. Dime, the wind direction of the entire Yandu quietly changed again, and the undercurrent surging. When Yifei heard the news, he lifted his spirits and finally knew that his chance was here. The time has come. Now it is finally time to clean up Chen Luo. Presumably Chen Luo himself should have heard the news. If Yifei wanted to clean up Chen Luo before, it was indeed a bit difficult. After all, the Jun family was covering it. And not only the Jun family, but also other families who had previously received the favor of Wu's genius doctor will help Chen 1.8 out, but the Jun family is the leader. But now the Jun family is too busy to take care of itself. Yifei dealt with Chen Luo, even if other families wanted to help Chen Luo, but none of the Yi family has opponents. You know, the Yi family now has the Bai family and the Yan family as allies, and their relationship with the Mu family is also extraordinary, not to mention that they're Lei. It can be said that the time is ripe. Chen Luo, this big fish, it has time to close the net. The corner of Yifei's mouth showed a silk arc, and he was ready to act. Chapter 243 Chen Luo who betrayed his relatives. When the time is right, Chen Luo, the big fish, should indeed close the net. The Jun family and the big bosses of the central prison house have been fighting over and over, not only the Jun family but also the entire Yanner undercurrents. Move. During this period, the Jun family as avatar lacked skills. Including Jun Ruju, who are all mud bodhisattvas crossing the river, cannot protect themselves. The woman Jun Ruju broke contact with Chen Luo immediately after the Jun family's accident, and she was too busy to take care of herself. Chen Luo just heard. What happened to the Jun family knows that something is wrong. How so? It was a weird coincidence. Chen Luo had just taken refuge in the Jun family for a few days, and even he kept betraying himself in order to take refuge in the Jun family and forcibly endured the nausea. The woman Jun Ruju. Thinking of Jun Ruju, he felt nauseous. Jun Ruju is just like his name, just like a pig. Can bear the humiliation, Chen Luo endured it. But he couldn't think that this happened just after he took refuge in the Jun family. How could it be such a coincidence? Could it be Yifei again? No, Yifei doesn't have that much energy. I heard that this time it was a certain big man from the Central Privy Council who was attacking the Jun family. Chen Luo subconsciously suspected Yifei, but finally dispelled his doubts about Yifei. Although it was determined that Yifei did not do it, Chen Luo was so angry that he was about to vomit blood again. He tried his best, even abandoning his dignity, and finally hooked up with Jun Ruju, but in a blink of an eye, the Jun family had no time to take care of him. And it did make him vomit blood, but Chen Luo had nothing to do. He even took the initiative to draw a clear line with the Jun family so as not to be affected by the time. Chen Luo has a deep sense of powerlessness and despair. In Chen Luo's private villa, Chen Luo sat paralyzed on the ground. Both of him and Duan Qizheng were pale. Duan Qizheng and Chen Luo were sitting in the room smoking cigarettes. Their faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot, and no one paid attention to each other. Chen Luo had a big quarrel with Duan Qizheng just now. This is not the first time that Chen Luo and Duan Qizheng had quarreled with Chen Luo during this period. The recent quarrels between the two have been frequent. All because of the disagreement between Duan Qizheng and Chen Luo. Duan Qizheng opposed the incident of Chen Luo go catching up with Jun Ruju. Because Duan Qi is thinking that Chen Luo's move is insulting to his teacher, Chen Luo's hooking up with Jun Ruju simply humiliated the Dr. Wu, and even more. Is reduced to Yandu's laughingstock. In fact, Chen Luo is also a face-saving person. Of course, he knows the consequences of doing so, but he makes a move. When there was no way, he hated Yifei again, and wanted to finally overthrow Yifei, so he took this road. Who knows that the Jun family is an iceberg at all, not his patron. Chen Luo and Duan Qizheng had several small frictions and disputes over this incident. A few times even broke up unhappily. This pair of brothers finally had a grievance gradually. Some people are like this, they can share prosperity, but they cannot share adversity. Chen Luo has great ambitions and a strong desire for revenge. He has always held strong hostility towards Yifei and hated Yifei. Bone. Duan Qizheng's thoughts were more self-preservation. He knew Yifei was terrible, and he was unwilling to take the initiative to deal with Yifei. Although Duan Qizheng Group has no chairmanship, it still has equity and cash. As long as it does not provoke Yifei. It is okay to be a rich man with peace of mind. Therefore, Chen Luo and Duan Qi are in a dispute. After these few disputes, Chen Luo and Duan Qi are gradually falling apart. This time Chen Luo and Duan Qizheng's quarrel is even more so. After Chen Luo learned that the Jun family had an accident, he was furious and furious again. Duan Qizheng persuaded him a few words and even persuaded him. Saying that Chen Luo put down his figure and apologized to Yifei, there might be a chance to recover. This sentence immediately made Chen Luo angry. Take the initiative to apologize to Yifei and compromise to Yifei. This is absolutely impossible. This is more uncomfortable than killing Chen Luo. Chen Luo turned his face immediately. Duan Qi was arguing with Chen Luo, and the two broke up unhappy at this time. Duan Qi was smoking a cigarette dully, and he got up for a long time, but he kept thinking about what Yifei said last time in his mind. Last time Yifei reminded Duan Qizheng, Danti confused the supernatural Dr. Wu with Chen Luo. It is the supernatural Dr. Wu who is kind to Duan Qizheng. It is not Chen Luo. Although Duan Qizheng said he wanted to repay his gratitude, he should not repay his gratitude to Chen Luo. These few words often echo in Duan Qizheng's ears recently. Duan Qizheng looked at Chen Luo, who was not speaking in the distance, and thought about what Chen Luo had done in these days, and sighed. Angry, he slowly said, "Little brother, I still advise you. If you still persuade me to apologize to Yifei, then I want to talk about it." Chen Luo said coldly. He didn't call Duan Qizheng. Next is senior brother. Duan Qizheng also noticed the indifference in Chen Luo's words. He sighed and walked out of the villa alone. Walking out of the villa, Duan Qizheng shook his head and threw away the cigarette. He felt that it was time for him to part ways with Chen Luo. Duan Qizheng did not drive. He was walking on the road. He had just walked for more than 10 minutes when he heard the roar of a locomotive. The white Lamborghini slowly stopped in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a person walked out of the car. Yifei. Yifei wore a custom-made handmade suit, with a crisp appearance and extraordinary temperament, with a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, looking towards Duan Qizheng. Mr. Duan, let us meet again. Yifei got out of the car, smiling warmly. Duan Qizheng frowned slightly. Yifei, are you spying on me? What a coincidence. Yifei came to the door when he just came out of Chen Luo's villa. Yifei smiled and nodded, without denying it at all. Of course I have to keep an eye on your actions. But Duan Xian. Sheng and Chen Luo seem to have a lot of disputes recently. I don't know if you have changed your mind, Mr. Duan, but I welcome you at any time. Yifei has been arranging manpower to monitor Chen Luo and Duan Qizheng. When he learned of the grievances between Duan Qizheng and Chen Luo, Yifei immediately come to win Duan Qizheng. Duan Qi was the first backer after Chen Luo came to Yandu, but now the two have parted ways. If they can pull With Duan Qizheng, Chen Luo is now suffering from repeated blows and he must be bombed. As long as Chen Luo is in a mess, Yifei can grasp his fatal point. What else more, Yifei had already said that Chen Luzhong would betray his relatives. Now is the best time. Chapter 244 Explosion of Mind. Duan Qizheng doesn't matter to Yifei, but it is very important to Chen Luo. As long as Duan Qi is taking refuge in Yifei, it will be the last straw to crush Chen Luo. Duan Qi was looking at Yifei. He was silent for a while before he sighed and said, Yifei, you are very well informed. My front foot. As soon as you got out of Chen Luo's villa, you received the news. No wonder Chen Luo can TB you. Yifei smiled without saying a word. Yifei also noticed that Duan Qizheng's address to Chen Luo had also changed from junior to his name. It seems that these two people are indeed really parted ways. Yifei faintly smiled and said Chen Luo is a small-minded person and he is very jealous. He can only share wealth and wealth, not adversity, Mr. Duan. You should understand it. Duan Qizheng sighed when he heard the words. He couldn't help but said Yifei, I just want to ask you a question. You say, you really did the Lei Heoran thing? Duan Qi was very curious. Did the Lei Heoran thing happen to Yifei as Chen Luo's guessed right? Upon hearing this, Yifei simply admitted yes, I did what Lei Heoran did. It is true. Yifei did what Lei Heoran did. Hearing Yifei's personal confession, Duan Qizheng was taken aback first, and then he was afraid and shocked after the battle. Yifei really did what Lei Heoran did. In just a few days, the Lei family fell into discomfort due to this incident. Lei Heoran committed suicide, and Lei Xiaohui fell. Now in Yandu, the aftermath of this incident is still not over. Earlier when Chen Luo said that this incident was done by Yifei, Duan Qizheng was completely skeptical, thinking it was impossible at all. It was made by Yifei, but now Yifei admitted it himself. Duan Qizheng was afraid for a while before he knew Yifei's methods. He took a deep look at Yifei and said, it seems that Chen Luo will not be your opponent no matter what. Hey, this is the end of the matter. I did my best to Chen Luo, but it is a pity that he didn't listen to my advice. Mr. Yi, from today I will part ways with Chen Luo. Yang Bing, look forward to your horse's head. With that, Duan Qizheng leaned slightly and bowed his head to Yifei. Seeing that Duan Qi was doing this, Yifei smiled with satisfaction, and he finally let Duan Qi surrender to him. Well, since Mr. Duan is willing to turn the enemy into a friend with me, the Qizheng group will also have a place for you, Mr. Duan. Yifei smiled. Of course, Yifei welcomes people like Duan Qizheng. Yifei gave Duan Qizheng preferential treatment, and he was going to let Duan Qizheng continue to hold a position within the Qizheng group. Of course. He will not let Duan Qizheng hold real power for the time being. After all, it is not certain whether Duan Qizheng's refuge is true or false. However, Duan Qizheng was the key piece that caused Chen Luo's destruction. Yifei was about to kill Chen Luo, but the question is him. The Zheng family can take care of themselves at this moment, but Yandu still has some families who have received the favor of Wu's genius doctor, although Yifei treats other families. Without fear, other families could not keep Chen Luo. But what Yifei wanted was that Chen Luo couldn't turn over and die completely. And he can leave too much eloquence. He must create the illusion that Chen Luo will attack him first, so that Yifei can be bright. Zheng De put Chen Luo to death. Chen Luo has a strong vengeful heart and impulsive personality. Once he knew that even Duan Qizheng had taken refuge in Yifei, what would he do? Chen Luo is very likely to make extreme moves and retaliate against Yifei regardless of the consequences. At that time, Yifei will be able to do it easily and let the flow take its course to destroy Chen Luo. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Duan Qizheng breathed a sigh of relief. When he learned that Lei Heoran's thing was really done by Yifei, he didn't want it. Yifei's sin again. Now, if you take refuge in Yifei, you can still save your life. Yifei said lightly, Mr. Duan will go to Qizheng group tomorrow. I will let someone arrange everything. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yi. Duan Qizheng leaned slightly again. Yifei didn't speak anymore, got in the car directly, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Seeing Yifei's Lamborghini quickly leaving his sight, Duan Qizheng had complicated eyes. He sighed and shook his head. Extremely. That night, Yifei called Li Xiangyan, and under Yifei's instruction, Qizheng Group issued a news announcement. The content of the news announcement is simple. Qizheng Group hired Duan Qizheng as its honorary chairman. The honorary chairman of the board is generally a vacant position and has no real power, but the position is very high, which is very suitable for the current status of Duan Qizheng. In this way, Duan Qizheng also returned to the Qizheng Group as the honorary chairman of the board, and also announced that Yifei was against Duan Qi is taking refuge in acceptance. Of course, at the same time, Chen Luo also got the news. Seeing this news announcement, Chen Luo's mentality exploded in an instant. Chen Luo immediately called Duan Qizheng and asked Duan Qizheng what was going on. His words were rather sharp. Qizheng's attitude is very annoyed and bad. Duan Qizheng originally wanted to communicate with Chen Luo normally, but found that Chen Luo was in a rage and Chen Luo's mentality exploded. When Duan Qizheng vented his anger, the two quarrel broke out again. In the end, Duan Qi was admitting that he had taken refuge in Yifei and hung up the phone directly. The anger in Chen Luo's heart could not be increased, and his mentality completely exploded. Yifei again. In the villa, Chen Luo vented, and he finally sat on the sofa with a gloomy look. At this time, Chen Luo knew very well. Yifei was already attacking him. Now Yifei has an advantage over him. The Zheng family is overwhelmed, and the Wei family is not helping each other. No matter in medical skills or Wang Hao martial arts or other aspects, he has no obvious advantage over Yifei. His medical skills. The technique was even weaker than Yifei. Yifei wants to attack him, what should he do? Or just start to be strong first, do nothing and do nothing. Start with Yifei first. Chen Luo thought about it, and a crazy idea immediately popped out of Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo clenched his fist tightly, and gradually formulated a plan to retaliate against Yifei. Chapter 245. Chen Luo is brewing a plan to retaliate against Yifei, and he decides to act first. Since the backers of the Zheng family and the Wei family are unreliable, he does not intend to sit still, he wants to retaliate severely. Yifei, give it a go and use extreme means to deal with Yifei. This is Chen Luo's current thinking, he is completely crazy now. Chen Luo also knew that if he didn't do anything, there would be no chance. Chen Luo's thoughts turned sharply, he thought about it, and immediately proceeded to secretly contact a few people. Just when Chen Luo was playing tricks and preparing to attack Yifei, Yifei was relaxed and happy. Of course Yifei had long expected that Chen Luo would take extreme measures to deal with him next, and Yifei was waiting. Yifei knows Chen Luo's character very well. He knows that Chen Luo is not willing to sit still and will definitely act. As long as Chen Luo dares to do it, that is his death date. While Chen Luo was preparing, Yifei was busy with another thing. Lu Lingyun's new album is on the shelves. This is the first time that Brilliant Entertainment has so strongly praised a female singer. Before that, Brilliant Entertainment also had some singers and actors, but Brilliant Entertainment mainly made movies. Company 260, the contract is mainly directors and screenwriters. Lu Lingjun was praised by Brilliant Entertainment because of her excellent appearance and voice conditions. And Yifei also knew that the future Lu Lingjun would be a queen-level figure in the entertainment circle and a worthy object of praise. With Lu Lingjun, Brilliant Entertainment can definitely make a lot of money. Just today, Lu Lingjun's new album is officially on the shelves. The singing skills and level of this natural dementia girl are unique, and the noise is unique, very ethereal and clear. Even Yifei had to admit that the noise of some people was just to eat food. In Lu Lingjun's new album, there are a lot of good songs, of course the two most watched and popular ones. It is the two songs I Will in Meeting. These are also two previous classics from Yifei's computer. These two songs are enough to make Lu Lingjun popular. Of course, the most important thing for a female singer to be known is her masterpiece. This is especially true for the future superstar Lu Lingjun, who is both an idol school and a powerful school. The two songs I Will in Meeting have such a welcome level. In the Xuanlong national anthem, judging whether a song is popular can be judged by the music chart of Yenu.com. Almost all singers will be on the music charts. This time Lu Lingjun was no exception. In addition, Zhang Minli also spent a lot of money to buy a lot of marketing accounts on Weibo and forums to help Lu Lingjun's new album. Do publicity and promotion. After all, the smell of wine is also afraid of deep alleys, so publicity is necessary. Yifei was also very supportive of Lu Lingjun and let Zhang Minli give the green light. Yifei, Zhang Minli, and Lu Lingjun were at Brilliant Entertainment at this time. Lu Lingjun's white face flushed slightly with excitement. She was a little nervous and looked at the computer screen expectantly. In a little while, the data of Yenu.com will be displayed soon. In the music billboard of Yenu.com, there is a category list called New Song List. You can see the current new song list through the new song list. The popularity of the song after it went live. In another hour, the new song list will be refreshed. Similarly, the album sales data will also be aggregated so that the situation will be known at that time. Lu Lingjun couldn't help feeling nervous. When Yifei saw this, he smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, your grades will definitely not be bad." With classic songs like I Will in Meeting, Yifei doesn't have to worry about the situation that will not be popular at all. After all, the public's aesthetics are similar. I believe everyone likes this kind of classic music. Lu Lingjun was pierced by Yifei. Her face was reddened. When Yifei said that, she smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, you gave it. The tune is really good, BJDB, but I am a little worried that I can sing well." Lu Lingjun admired Yifei very much, especially after the last time she mistakenly thought that these pieces were all composed by Yifei. She then contacted Yifei's previous performance. A piece of piano music immediately made Lu Lingjun worship Yifei in his heart. Yifei suddenly laughed when he heard the words excessive humility is pride. Your singing skills are among all the female singers in the current music scene. It is enough to rank in the top 3. This time I will release the album to lay a solid foundation and strive to become a first-line singer. Then I will ask Mr. Zhang to arrange for you. Enter a few singing variety shows, raise your popularity, and release a few high-quality albums. I am very optimistic about your performance. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Lu Lingjun was a little excited when she heard Yifei's recognition of her. Yifei is a master of music in Lu Lingjun's heart. He can recognize him, which makes Lu Lingjun very happy. As for becoming a first-line celebrity, she didn't think much about it because her original intention of becoming a singer was simply that. It is just singing on the stage. 1 hour later, the data of Yenu.com was released. On the new song list, Lu Lingjun's I Will in Meet received 450,000 and 390,000 popularity respectively, ranking new. The first and second place on the song list. The comment area below the song is even more rave reviews, with more than 5,000 comments. In addition, Lu Lingjun's album sales have also been released. The sales of digital albums on the internet exceeded 30,000 in just 1 hour. The sales of physical albums are also quite good, all of which are very eye-catching results. Full bloom. As the helm of Brilliant Entertainment, Zhang Minli was extremely excited and said to Yifei, "Mr. Yi, boss, we are on fire. This is a good start." Yifei also smiled. The release of Lu Lingjun's album is indeed an important step in his plan for the rise of Brilliant Entertainment. A good start. Lu Lingjun's performance in this song is a bit strong, and Brilliant Entertainment can definitely make a lot of money from it. Of course, making money is second, and more importantly, getting enough influence the impact on Brilliant Entertainment. The power increase is very beneficial. It can be said that Yifei made blood this time. Lu Lingjun herself is blushing, she is a little excited, and her performance is liked by fans, which is her greatest relief. Mr. Yi, thank you, if it were not for the 2 songs you gave, I would definitely not have such a good result. Lu Ling. Yun Chao's face was filled with sincere gratitude. Ding, congratulations to the host, 100 experience points are awarded. Yifei's ear heard another system prompt. Chapter 246 Chen Luo is dead. Lu Lingjun's new album has great effects. Although there is no such exaggeration that caused a sensation in the entire music scene, these 2 boutique songs have indeed attracted many music fans. Let Lu Lingjun go on fire. This is a win-win situation for Brilliant Entertainment and Lu Lingjun. Brilliant Entertainment's influence is greatly enhanced. Lu Lingjun's popularity also with one of them soaring into the sky. Only the first day of the release of the album, these 2 songs dominated the top 2 new song charts. When Lu Lingjun learned of this achievement, he always smiled sweetly, and his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Yifei. Strike while the iron is hot, and then, Lu Lingjun is ready to start undertaking business and attending activities, and also announces the 2 songs. Passed on. Yifei himself was very satisfied with this result, and Zhang Minli was even more impressed by it, and said, "Mr. Yi, I am completely convinced. These 2 songs look like they are going to dominate the charts, maybe they can make it to the music scene." The music chart only includes the 50 hottest songs in the current music scene. If Lu Lingjun's I do these 2 songs to be on the billboard, she can almost be regarded as a first-line singer. Yifei smiled. What is the problem with this? It has only the best music list. In a few months, I will make this best music list. There are at least 5 songs above that are Lu Lingjun's songs. Yifei's tone was calm, as if to say something very simple. But when Yifei said so, Zhang Minli nodded without any doubt, saying, "I believe it, now I believe everything you say." Yifei couldn't help laughing. Now in Brilliant Entertainment, including Zhang Minli and several directors, they all put Yifei Jane. Look straight away as a monster. Yifei left Brilliant Entertainment, while he ordered Haiwu to monitor Chen Luo's actions secretly, and at the same time ordered the Haiwu faction to secretly monitor Chen Luo's actions. China protects Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu, Lu Lingjun and other women. Of the women next to Yifei, Mu Zijin didn't need Yifei to send someone to protect them, and Bai Ruoxi also found a special one. An inner-strength female warrior is personally protected, don't worry about Yifei. As for the family, Yi and Lin Shui also have adequate security around them. It was Luo Weiyu, Su Qingzu, and Lu Lingyun, and Yifei secretly sent someone to protect their safety. After all, Yifei didn't know how Chen Luo was going to retaliate against him next. He wanted to protect the people around him from harm. After arranging this cut, Yifei could be a little relieved. In the afternoon, Yifei deliberately went to pick Luo Weiyu back to the villa. Miss Luo just closed the door of the flower shop at this time. She saw Yifei driving to the side of the road, and a surprised smile appeared in her eyes. There was a deep color of admiration in his eyes. Why are you here? I miss you. Yifei smiled. Luo Weiyu smiled sweetly when she heard the words, got in Yifei's car, and asked, what do you miss me? Yifei stared at those pure eyes and smiled, I want to drink the porridge you made. Then let us go home, I'll cook porridge for you. Luo Weiyu smiled lightly, Li Guo was sweet. Yifei is in a good mood, always happy with Luo Weiyu. In fact, Yifei came to pick up Luo Weiyu and was a little worried. After all, among the women next to Yifei, Luo Weiyu was the least. One of the background in the forces, if Chen Luo seeks Luo Weiyu's revenge, is still very troublesome. Yifei drove Luo Weiyu back to the private villa, and said with a smile, why don't you stay in the villa for 2 days? What is the matter? Luo Weiyu didn't know, so Maiso stared at Yifei's profile. Just give yourself a 2-day break, just because I miss you too, stay with me for 2 days. Yifei looked at Luo Weiyu. Embracing her slender waist, Yifei didn't tell Luo Weiyu the truth. The reason why Luo Weiyu was allowed to rest for 2 days was because Yifei was confident that Chen Luo could be dealt with in 2 days. This time, Chen Luo was dead. Luo Weiyu's face turned red when she heard that, but when she heard Yifei's suggestion, she still whispered all right. Luo Weiyu never knew how to refuse Yifei's request. Yifei smiled, he patted Luo Weiyu's head. Luo Weiyu whispered, then I will cook the porridge first. Good. Yifei saw Luo Weiyu get busy soon. She was busy in the kitchen, and when she saw Luo Weiyu busy back, Fei is in a good mood. Luo Weiyu was busy for a while, and quickly cooked the porridge. She cooked yam and lotus seed porridge, which was fragrant and appetizing. After drinking porridge and taking a rest, night fell. A smile appeared at the corner of Yifei's mouth. Without a word, he carried her into the bedroom while Luo Weiyu's blushing heart beat. Ask for flowers. Early the next morning, when Yifei woke up, Luo Weiyu had already prepared breakfast, all of which she made by herself. Yifei couldn't help feeling for a while. It was a great blessing to be accompanied by a confidant like Luo Weiyu. Yifei and Luo Weiyu were sitting at the table for breakfast. Luo Weiyu was wearing a cartoon pajamas and a cute pink cotton mop. The shoes looked very delicate. The doorbell rang while the two were having breakfast happily. Yifei's heart moved slightly, and he opened the door. Outside the door, there's another moving shadow. Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu is here. I only saw today as Su Qingzu with delicate makeup, picturesque eyebrows, and charming. She always has a chill on her body. The temperament can arouse people's desire to conquer. Seeing that it was Su Qingzu, Yifei was a little surprised, and his heart was shocked. This is a coincidence today. Luo Weiyu is here, and Su Qingzu is also here. Is this the first time that the two women around Yifei met since the relationship was established? This is simply Mars hitting the earth. Yifei's eyes moved slightly, but he didn't stop Su Qingzu and let Su Qingzu walk into the house. Su Qingzu walked in with a smile, and she said, I haven't seen you for several days. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. I want to come to you. Eat some. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qingzu had a meal and saw Luo Weiyu, who was wearing pajamas at the table and a fried egg in his mouth. Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu stared at each other, both of them paused slightly. Su Qingzu's gaze was fixed on Luo Weiyu's pajamas. She smiled reluctantly and said, Weiyu, are you too? Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu have seen each other a long time ago, and they are considered to be familiar with each other. Only since the special relationship with Yifei, this was the first meeting twice. For a moment, Yifei felt that the air seemed to freeze slightly. Chapter 247. Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu looked at each other. Their temperaments were cold, like frost, and their faces were gentle like water. Sister Qingzu, you are here too. Luo Weiyu looked at Su Qingzu with bright eyes and said softly. Su Qingzu nodded lightly. She sat at the side of the dining table. After the two women greeted them, they fell silent a little. For a while, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Upon seeing this, Yifei served Su Qingzu a bowl of noodles, and said, have something to eat while it is hot. Yeah, Su Qingzu looked at the steaming noodle soup, and suddenly asked, is this Weiyu made? Well, yes, it may not be delicious, Luo Weiyu said blankly. Seeing Luo Weiyu's embarrassed expression, Su Qingzu smiled slightly. She tasted the noodles and then opened her eyes wide. Admiringly said, it is so good 587 to eat, your craftsmanship is so good. Luo Weiyu's cooking skills are indeed quite good. Although it is not as good as a professional chef, it also has a special flavor. Luo Weiyu smiled sweetly, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to say it. Su Qingzu seemed to see the embarrassment of the atmosphere at this time. She suddenly rushed to Yifei and said, have you finished breakfast? It has finished, what is wrong? Su Qingzu gave Yifei a white glance. Go upstairs after you finish eating. I will talk to Weiyu alone. Su Qingzu wants to chat with Luo Weiyu alone. Shouldn't these two women fight? But Yifei also knew Luo Weiyu's gentle personality, and it would be difficult for her to quarrel with others. Besides, Su Qingzu obviously has. I want to tell Luo Weiyu that if he stays here now, it might not be appropriate. That is okay, I'll go upstairs to practice boxing first, you talk. Yifei said, and went upstairs. Only Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu were left in the restaurant. Both women were silent for a while. At this time, Su Qingzu looked at Luo Weiyu and said softly, actually, I have been thinking about whether I will meet you here one day. I haven't encountered it a few times before, but I finally met this time. Su Qingzu's words are undoubtedly confessing the relationship between her and Yifei. Luo Weiyu was slightly silent, lowered her head, and opened her mouth and said, I am sorry, Sister Qingzu. Su Qingzu shook his head and smiled reluctantly. It has nothing to do with you. In fact, although Su Qingzu felt uncomfortable, he was not uncomfortable. Although Su Qingzu's feelings for Yifei are already very deep, but because of the psychological problem of misogyny, he has no feelings for men. To put it bluntly, the relationship between her and Yifei is very complicated, not just love but also many other complicated things. I should have thought that you could not escape this guy's clutches. The last time you were in the hospital, your attitude towards him was already. It is obvious, even I can see it, Su Qingzu whispered. Luo Weiyu's face blushed slightly, probably thinking of the scene when she and Yifei were in the hospital. She looked down at her legs, her leg injuries had healed, and she couldn't even see the scars because of Yifei. Su Qingzu looked at Luo Weiyu's pure eyes again, and said, what do you plan to do in this situation? He is more than you. A woman. Luo Weiyu was silent for a while, and then whispered, for a while I don't know. Do not know. Luo Weiyu's lips moved, and after thinking about it, she was still gentle like water and her voice was not loud, but Su Qingzu could hear it clearly. Actually I am a useless woman and I can help Yifei much. Unlike you, who are proficient in business and can directly pick him up. The only thing I can do is to make breakfast every day and cook for him when he is hungry. Or he gets tired of eating one day. Learn the new dishes on the recipe to change his taste. When he encounters a problem, he can only do my best to chat with him. If he doesn't want to talk to me, I will hug him. I don't know those complicated things. I can only wash clothes and cook for him. If he doesn't dislike it, I am willing to stay by his side and share some things for him, even if there's only a little. Luo Weiyu said softly. Su Qingzu was silent now. Luo Weiyu said these things, seemingly trivial, but they're trivial things. Su Qingzu's eyes could not help but soften. She asked that on purpose just now, just wanting to know how Luo Weiyu responded. That's it. After hearing Luo Weiyu's answer, Su Qingzu didn't know what to say. How could there be such a stupid person in the world? Su Qingzu was silent, but his heart was deeply touched. At this time, Luo Wei said in the rain, if he doesn't need me anymore, I will leave quietly by myself without delay. Tired him, don't you regret it? Su Qingzu asked in a low voice. No regrets. Luo Weiyu's voice was not loud, but her tone was extremely firm. She owes him what she intends to use in her life to pay it back. As for what he owes her, keep it in my heart forever. After speaking, Luo Weiyu asked Su Qingzu, what about you, what do you think? Su Qingzu whispered, my situation is a little more complicated than yours, but the result is the same as you. For Su Qingzu, she had only Yifei as an option. The two women looked at each other, both understood each other's thoughts, and the atmosphere eased a lot. Su Qingzu stretched her waist, her expression became lazy, her graceful figure was fully revealed, she whispered softly, speaking of which. Cheap guy. Luo Weiyu smiled lightly. The conversation between Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu made Yifei hear clearly. Although Yifei was on the second floor, his hearing was astonishing after he achieved great inner strength. Whether it is Su Qingzu or Luo Weiyu, they have deep feelings for him, especially when I heard Luo Weiyu's words. Yifei was moved even more. How lucky to have a woman like this. Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu almost talked, and only then did Yifei go downstairs at 5.5. Yifei went downstairs and saw Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu stop talking, both of them were looking at him. One is as cold as ice, and the other as gentle as water, just like the moment when I first saw them. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two women was not as awkward and stagnant as when they first came, Yifei was also a little relieved. At this time, Su Qingzu changed the subject in due course and asked, I read the news bulletin, did Duan Qizheng take refuge in you? Su Qingzu also had a business dealing with Yifei. Chapter 248. The situation is urgent. Yeah, did you read the news announcement of Qizheng Group? Duan Qizheng has already turned to me. Yifei smiled. Meaning, lightly said, Su Qingzu cares about Yifei very much. She also knows that undercurrents are surging in Yandu and many things are about to happen. Especially Su Qingzu also vaguely heard about the Zheng family and knew the seriousness of the matter. Su Qingzu knows the contradiction between Yifei and Chen Luo best. Ever since Yifei and Chen Luo became enemies, the Su family has also been involved. Therefore, she knew very well that Chen Luo was a person with great vengeance. At this time, Yifei wooed Duan Qizheng, isn't this provoking Chen Luo? Su Qingzu was very worried about this. Su Qingzu whispered, then Chen Luo is there. Well, Chen Luo may have been a bit aggressive recently, don't you worry, I've thought about it a long time ago. Yifei said. Luo Weiyu's eyes widened as she listened, only then did she know that it was involved in the battle between Chen Luo and Yifei. Luo Weiyu's impression of Chen Luo was also very poor, but she didn't know much about the battle between Yifei and Chen Luo. Then you must be careful, Su Qingzu whispered. Don't you worry, I know. Yifei smiled and said, I have arranged someone to protect you. You should also pay attention during this time. Hearing that Yifei was around him, he also arranged personnel to protect him. Su Qingzu suddenly looked soft and said, I know, then. I'll take you there. Yifei let Luo Weiyu stay in the villa, then drove Su Qingzu to the Su group and then returned to the villa. When Yifei returned to the villa, he found Luo Weiyu was cleaning the room in the villa. When Yifei came back, the corner of his mouth was even more sweet. Sweet smile. When Yifei saw this busy shadow, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he took Luo Weiyu into his arms from behind and whispered. Said Weiyu. Luo Weiyu trembled, turned around and was held in her arms by Yifei. She leaned on Yifei's shoulder and whispered, Yi. Yeah. I suddenly felt that I was very useless. Qingzu and the others could help you, but I only know how to cook and clean. Luo Wei said in the rain. The sound is a little low, and it seems a little lost. Yifei couldn't help smiling. Hearing Luo Weiyu's words, he knew that this sunny girl also had troubles. And it is worrying about it. Yifei took her slender hand and smiled. Didn't you just say that? You help me wash and cook, I think this. It is better than everything. Besides, I don't want you to know too much, I prefer to be simple. Yifei looked at the crystal innocent and lovely girl in front of him, with a smile on his lips. Upon hearing this, Luo Weiyu's face blushed, and she glared at Yifei slightly. You just eavesdropped on it, obviously Yifei just now. It was overheard. How can this be regarded as an eavesdropping? I am just listening, but you haven't noticed that Yifei smiled. Meaning, Luo Weiyu's face turned redder, and Yifei's words made her unable to refute. Yifei smiled softly and said, how can you be useless for me, you are my best safe haven. And, Luo Weiyu nodded lightly, her face full of sweetness and pleasantness. The two smiled, but at this moment, Yifei hugged Luo Weiyu again. In Luo Weiyu's exclamation, Yifei hugged him. Led her into the bedroom. Naturally, it can only be noticed, and it cannot be said in words. The next day was all in peace. Yifei ordered Haiwu to monitor Chen Luo's movements, and Chen Luo was also surprisingly cunning at this time, leaving no flaws. In the black fight and others can monitor and track too tightly. After all, Chen Luo is not a low force, and he is also a great energy player. Master, Chen Luo's actions made Yifei even more vigilant. Because he knows that the more forbearing Chen Luo's performance is, the more crazy what he will do next. With Yifei's understanding of Chen Luo, he is this kind of person. Yifei could only increase his vigilance. He also planned to lure the snake out of the cave and lure Chen Luo to take the initiative to do it on him. During this period of time, Yifei went out with weapons on his body, and also wore a special bulletproof vest. It can be said that he was well prepared. The time of the day is all right. The next day, Yifei received a WeChat message from Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin asked him to go to dinner. The reason was that Mu Zijin asked next week. My parents have time and want to make an appointment with Yifei. Mu Zijin wanted to talk about this with Yifei. Yifei readily agreed that this matter is also very important to Yifei. Although Mu Lao agreed with Yifei and Mu Zijin, the relationship between Yifei and Mu Zijin has been determined. But Mu Zijin's parents still have to pass, so that the relationship between Yifei and Mu Zijin can also be. It is officially confirmed. Yifei set up a famous restaurant in Yandu, a revolving restaurant in a high-rise building in Yandu. The restaurant is located in a 5-star hotel 3. Floor 0, overlooking the night scene, beautiful scenery. That night, Yifei drove to the hotel and took the elevator straight to the restaurant. When he arrived at the restaurant, Yifei reserved a position by the window. He sat in the restaurant and waited for Musijin to arrive. Soon, Musijin also arrived. Musijin's face is still face to the sky, completely faceless, but she can hide the smoothness of her face. She walked to Yifei and sat down. Yifei smiled and asked, "What do you want to eat?" "I want to eat vegetable salad, let us have another light meal." Musijin smiled lightly and blinked his eyes brightly. Yifei couldn't help but said, "Why eat so little?" Musijin said with a bitter face, "I haven't exercised in the past few days. I feel that I have gained weight and can eat more." Who said, "Your figure hasn't changed a bit, where did you get fat?" Yifei whose eyes rolled and looked at Mu 173 Zijin. "Office could it be that I can see where I get fat?" Musijin's face suddenly blushed, and the bad guy is really getting thicker and thicker in front of her now. Musijin gave Yifei a blank look. "You can eat more yourself, I'll just eat fruits and vegetables." Also, Yifei didn't tease anymore, after ordering a few foods. Soon, the food came in one portion. At this time, Musijin stood up and said, I'll wash my hands first." "Good." Yifei watched Musijin's graceful figure leave, and the night outside the window gradually fell. Yandu was brightly lit. When Musijin went to the bathroom, Yifei suddenly heard crazy screams around him. "Fire! Fire! Fire! On fire!" Yifei stood up abruptly. He realized something. Only seeing billowing smoke coming out in vain, all the restaurant guests were in a panic, and the surrounding sirens were loud. It really caught fire, and the fire was very fierce. Is it Chen Luo? Yifei's thoughts changed sharply, but he couldn't care about so much. The situation was urgent now. Chapter 249 Crazy Move. On fire. Moreover, the fire was so intense that Yifei saw the billowing smoke and felt the fierceness of the fire. This Western restaurant was instantly chaotic, and the whole restaurant was in a mess. The fire spread rapidly, and the flames around the restaurant also spread. Thick smoke continued to rise, and the fire was raging. Around the restaurant, the staff and guests all seemed crazy one by one, and they were all caught up in this. The curtain was terrified. Immediately afterwards, they rushed out frantically, all heading for the safe passage. Screams, crying, and calls for help all followed. In an instant, this restaurant became a **** on earth. Everyone is in a state of madness. I don't know where the fire started. It also started outside the hotel. Fire. The sky is full of fire, and the main burning floors seem to be the 30 or so floors. The fire is in a blink of an eye. It swallowed everything and burned quickly. Although there are some emergency measures in the hotel, they are completely insignificant in the face of the fire. The flame also burned the exterior wall of the hotel, and it burned almost at the same time from the exterior and interior of the hotel. The fire is raging. This fire is more than fierce. Many people who come to this hotel are either rich or expensive, but at this moment they have long lost their former elegance, all of them. Panic, fleeing everywhere, running wildly everywhere. The pungent black smoke is still spreading rapidly. The crimson fire engulfed everything. The restaurant carpets, wooden tables and chairs, and even the ceiling were all combustibles. Insanely fueled. Under such circumstances, the fire was burning and frantic. At this moment, the hotel seems to be a **** on earth. People fleeing frantically, some even took the elevator to escape in a panic, and more people flocked to the safety pass. Road, but this restaurant and hotel are connected together, so the number of people is very large, plus the peak of the number of people at dinner. Because a stampede to occur, the flame engulfed everything. Yifei saw the surrounding scenes at this time, and realized that the situation was not good. The current situation is really dangerous. Yifei bounced off the seat almost when he noticed the spread of the fire, realizing how critical the situation was. But instead of escaping, he went to find Musijin. Musijin is still in the bathroom now. Yifei rushed to the bathroom and found that the bathroom was also full of people at this time. Yifei looked around and didn't see Musijin's trace, but he didn't have time to think too much, so he took off his jacket immediately. Use the jacket to collect water in the wash basin of the toilet, wet the entire jacket, and then use the soap jacket to make it simple. Cover your mouth and nose with a towel. In the event of a fire, the most feared thing is not the fire, but the dense smoke. The fire smoke contains a large amount of harmful gases such as carbon monoxide, which can easily cause poisoning when inhaled into the lungs. Yifei covered his mouth and nose while searching for Musijin in the crowd. The fire is getting bigger and bigger. Yifei searched around for Musijin's figure, and after a while, he finally found Musijin. Musijin was at the location of the two-person hotel just now. Obviously Musijin went to Yifei at the first time when he discovered the fire. She and Yifei shared the same thoughts, and immediately thought of each other as dangerous situation. Upon seeing this, Yifei rushed to Musijin's front. Musijin was also surprised when he saw Yifei. Yifei, are you okay? As Musijin spoke, she frowned and coughed slightly. I am fine, first cover your mouth with this dress. Yifei tore the clothes in half, and the soap clothes covered Muzzy. Musijin's mouth adapts. Musijin took the clothes and covered her mouth, feeling a little more comfortable. Then Yifei whispered, now the fire is getting bigger and bigger, let us take the fire exit and escape quickly, otherwise it will be too dangerous. Between life and death, Musijin did not hesitate, she hugged Yifei tightly and nodded vigorously. Musijin's injury was not completely healed yet, Yifei took Musijin's hand and quickly ran towards the safe passage. Together, the two went downstairs quickly, but the problem is, the fire downstairs is bigger. The fire started from downstairs. Yifei and Musijin are on the 30th floor. The flames are currently blazing into the sky. Yifei feels that the center floor of the flame is on the 28th to the 30th floor, thick smoke billowing, only to see. Some people even started to lose their support and fell to the ground. The glass in the building outside was even burnt, and the sound of glass falling directly from the 30th floor continued. Yifei pulled Musijin through the crowd, and the two quickly walked downstairs. Fortunately, both Yifei and Musijin's physical strength are extraordinary, and Yifei wets the clothes and makes Musijin cover his mouth and nose. The man finally went downstairs quickly. However, the safe passage downstairs is too crowded and there are more and more people. I can get past the front, the fire is too fierce. No, I can live. Yifei noticed that the exit of the safe passage in front had been blocked by the fire, making it difficult to go downstairs. After noticing this scene, Yifei looked at the safe passage door next to him again. Before he could think about it, he kicked it away. The safe passage door, intended to go downstairs from the safe passage on the other side. Yifei kicked up, and he kicked a big hole in the safety access door, and then Yifei kicked it again and shut the door. Kick away completely. Go here. Yifei also reminded others by the way. Then Yifei hugged Musijin, and the two rushed out of the safe passage and found another fire exit in the hotel quickly. Walk down, race against time. The thick smoke was getting heavier and heavier, but fortunately, Yifei had done a good job of eagerly teaching measures, and he always kept a tiny breath. Musijin's face is slightly pale, her injury has not yet healed, and now after strenuous exercise, she can help but cough. It's a bit uncomfortable. I'll carry you. Yifei said nothing, and immediately went downstairs and begged with Muzijin on his back. Muzijin felt Yifei's powerful arms and generous back. Time was extremely at ease. She hugged Yifei tightly. The last time she pushed Yifei away from the bomb, this time it was Yifei who hugged her and quickly escaped from the fire. The two went downstairs quickly. Yifei and Muzijin were the first to go downstairs almost among all the victims. Not only that, Yifei also take other people and follow him to escape. Soon, Yifei and Muzijin finally reached the safe floor. Yifei had time to think about the fire at this moment. This fire is by no means simple. 10 of them are related to Chen Luo. Chapter 250 The handle that makes Chen Luo must die. Yifei carried Muzijin on his back, and the two finally reached the safe floor. Yifei breathed a sigh of relief and put Muzijin down. The flames were burning upwards, and the floors that Yifei and Muzijin had reached were already low floors, which were safe for the time being. Muzijin and Yifei also took off the soaked clothes, and they leaned closely together. Temporarily safe, Muzijin leaned in Yifei's arms. Yifei held Muzijin's waist tightly, and then sealed Muzijin's mouth without hesitation. Muzijin's cheeks were fair, her lips were pink and moist, her mouth was sealed by Yifei. She also hugged Yifei tightly and responded warmly. Should be. The two of them hugged each other tightly, separated after a while, panting. Yifei and Muzijin could hear each other's breathing and heartbeat, and they felt peaceful for a while. Let us go downstairs first to avoid any accidents, Yifei said softly. Okay. Muzijin also nodded slightly, and the two rushed downstairs together. Downstairs of the hotel, there's already a master alarm bell. Many people gathered on the street, and at the same time fire trucks gathered outside the hotel. Countless firefighters rushed. At this moment, Yifei and Muzijin are safe, as long as they get out of the corridor. 067 Yifei and Muzijin are completely safe. Complete, but Yifei held Muzijin at this moment, and didn't he immediately leave the corridor. What is wrong? Muzijin leaned against Yifei and asked in a low voice. Yifei also lowered his voice. Don't you think this fire is a bit strange? Muzijin was stunned, and then said I also think there's a problem with this fire. What do you mean? I think Chen Luo did it, Yifei said directly. The battle between Yifei and Chen Luo had entered the final stage. And especially after Yifei let Duan Qizheng take refuge, Chen Luo is now completely betrayed and Chen Luo lost everything. Chen Luo wanted to take action against Yifei. There was only one possibility, and that was to take risks under extreme circumstances. That is why Yifei sent bodyguards to protect Su Qingzu and other women. But Yifei did not expect that Chen Luo would surprise himself. In this fire incident, Yes is related to Chen Luo, and Yes is Chen Luo's ghost. Yifei thought that Chen Luo would give it a go, but he really liked CADF that Chen Luo would take such a move. But thinking about it carefully, Chen Luo chose to use fire as a cover to get rid of Yifei, which is really a feasible choice. After all, with Yifei's current force value, if someone said to deal with Yifei is simply unrealistic, even Chen Luo himself. It takes a lot of time to make a decision with Yifei, let alone other people. Ordinary martial arts masters would only be easily killed by Yifei, a master with great internal strength. Therefore, Chen Luo wanted to avenge Yifei and kill Yifei. Yifei was thinking, and the more he felt that this incident had nothing to do with Chen Luo. I thought about this possibility, but would Chen Luo be so crazy? Muzian said in a low voice. Yifei said solemnly, you don't understand Chen Luo. Chen Luo is very retaliatory, and he is now on the verge of collapse. An addict can do anything. It is often his enemy who knows a person best. Chen Luo is absolutely in a crazy state now. It is not surprising that he would do such a thing. Then what do you plan to do? Muzijin looked at Yifei with bright eyes. Yifei embraced Muzijin's slender waist and hugged her tightly in her arms. Muzijin heard Yifei's breathing and heart. There was a jumping sound, and his cheeks blushed slightly. Just listening to Yifei said if Chen Luo did this thing, then it is dead, no one can save him. Yifei was right. If the chief envoy behind this fire is really Chen Luo, then Chen Luo is really crazy. After all, this is a 5-star hotel, not only Yifei and Muzijin but also many of the guests. Coupled with such a serious fire, the impact is even worse. Once Chen Luju made this matter exposed, he would definitely dig his own grave, and he would definitely die without a place to be buried. No other family in Yandu can protect him, nor dare to protect him. Yifei and Muzijin are also considered fatal this time, and it is indeed not easy for them to escape from such a large fire scene. But Chen Luo won't admit that he did it, and the investigation will take some time. Muzijin panted, in front of Yifei. Exhales light blew in her ears, and she exercised too vigorously when she went downstairs just now, and Muzijin also needed to slow down. Bai Jing was not in good health. Yifei smiled. Actually, I have an easier way, but I need your cooperation. What way? Muzijin asked. After a while you go out first, and then declare to the public that I am missing. As for me, I will hide first, and then secretly collect this matter. Evidence if Chen Luo learns about my disappearance or even death, he will be careless and wait for Chen Luo to show his feet. He will definitely die, Yifei said. Yifei's meaning is very simple. He needs Muzijin's cooperation and declares that Yifei is missing or even dead. In this way, it is easy for Chen Luo to relax his vigilance. Once Chen Luo revealed his flaws, it was when he was bound to die. At that time, no one in Yan can save Chen Luo. Hearing what Yifei said, Muzijin thought for a while, and said it is okay, this matter is handed over to me. Then you go out of the fire exit first, and I will leave from the other side. Yifei whispered road. Okay. Muzijin glanced at Yifei deeply, then whispered then you must be careful. Don't you worry. Yifei gently kissed Muzijin's forehead. Muzijin personally leave the fire exit first, but Yifei hurriedly took off his coat, changed his clothes, then simply dressed up in disguise and left from another exit. Yifei trot all the way and left the hotel. At this time, the fire was extremely strong. The outer walls of the 20th to 30th floors of this hotel were covered by flames. Go is extremely terrifying, the fire is terrifying and terrifying. Yifei quietly exited the fire scene. All he had to do now was to dig out Chen Luo's mortal handle and then give Chen Luo a fatal blow. Chapter 251 Yifei's death. The fire has not yet been extinguished. The fire blazed into the sky. As the floor burned by the fire was above the 25th floor, the firefighters wanted to put out the flames with all their strength. It is also very difficult. The fire lasted for at least an hour before it was finally extinguished. When the flames were extinguished, only the high-rise glass of this 5-star hotel was almost completely broken, and several floors were even burnt. The flames burned to darkness, a mess. It can be seen that this fire is terrible. In this blaze, many people have definitely lost their lives. The fire is really too big, it doesn't seem to happen naturally. Yifei quietly left the scene. According to his agreement with Muzijin, Yifei will be missing in this fire. After Yifei's disappearance, he will also use this to create a fake death image and track Chen to the bait. As long as the fire has something to do with Chen Luo will definitely reveal the news of Yifei's disappearance or even death. Flaw. What Yifei had to do now was to hide it. Yi's house in Villa T go. Yifei sent a text message to his parents, Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu, so that they don't have to worry, and pretended to be Yifei. Always looked like, and then he quietly called Bairuoxi. Yes, Yifei was going to Bairuoxi. There are also several private villas in Bairuoxi. Yifei called Bairuoxi and arranged for Bairuoxi. Went to one of the private villas. Under the leadership of the servant, Yifei entered the door of the villa. This villa is very private and has a single courtyard. It is also a distance from Yandu district, so you don't have to worry about being discovered by Chen Luo. The environment of Bairuoxi's villa is quite good. It is a Nordic style. Yifei did not regard himself as an outsider. In fact, he and Bairuoxi's relationship is now also advancing by leaps and bounds. Yifei sat on the sofa in the villa, waiting for Bairuoxi to return. As night approached, Bairuoxi quietly arrived at the villa. In order not to reveal his whereabouts, Bairuoxi was also very secretive. When Bairuoxi arrived at the villa, she saw Bairuoxi wearing a white windbreaker, boots, flesh-colored silk stockings, and graceful. Mayo's figure is eye-catching. Bairuoxi's bright eyes also looked at Yifei and said softly, what you said today shocked me. What exactly is going on? The hotel catches fire at night. Yifei faintly explained a few words. With Bairuoxi's ice and snow cleverness, he knew Yifei immediately. What is this idea? Bairuoxi said you were suspecting Chen Luo. Yifei nodded yes, I just suspect Chen Luo. This matter is likely to be related to Chen Luo, so I plan to play the role of the failure first. Trace population. Yifei briefly talked about his plan. Bairuoxi frowned slightly. If it is true, then Chen Luo is too crazy. He is now driven to a dead end by me, he should be crazy. Yifei closed his eyes slightly and said lightly. Bairuoxi said yes, he is desperate. Chen Luo must die this time. As long as this fire has something to do with him, he will definitely die. Yifei said. Bairuoxi sat beside Yifei, and Yifei smelled a faint fragrance from Bairuoxi's body. Bairuoxi smiled softly and said it seems that you have a plan for yourself. I want to get involved in this matter. I am surprised that you. It seems to know that the Zheng family is going to be unlucky. This is also the place where Bairuoxi was puzzled. Yifei seemed to have already guessed through Chen Luo's behavior, unknowingly Chen Luo lost all the backing. This makes Bairuoxi puzzled. Yifei smiled and said the Zheng family's affairs have nothing to do with me, I can only say that Chen Luo is unlucky. Perhaps. Bairuoxi said again, then you will live with me for the past 2 days. Anyway, there's no shortage of food and clothing, so I feel wrong. You 2 days. Bairuoxi smiled, and immediately the whole house was bright and radiant. Yifei said, don't be wrong, I'll sleep in your bedroom tonight. Speaking of which, I haven't slept in your boudoir, I am a little curious. Yifei blinked at Bairuoxi, his face was playful. Bairuoxi's face turned red, and he gave Yifei a white look, and said, don't mess around, don't mess up my bedroom. Why don't you stay with me tonight? Yifei blinked. Bairuoxi blushed even more, but did not speak much. Yifei got the answer eloquently. He didn't tease Bairuoxi anymore, but turned on the TV news. Seeking flowers. Oh, there must be a news report on such a big fire today. If Chen Luo did this thing, he would definitely watch it too. The TV is on, Yandu News Channel. Evening news. Sure enough, on the TV, the hostess is broadcasting news content, then the news is broadcast, and Yifei also listened to it. Clearly, after playing several irrelevant content, Yifei finally heard the news he wanted to hear. At about 6:30 this evening, a big fire broke out in the New World Hotel in the central city of Yandu. The 27th floor of the hotel burned, causing hundreds of people in the hotel and restaurant to be trapped in the fire. The incident caused at least 10 deaths and 3 lost. Trace. Among them, Yifei, the chairman of China's famous entertainment company Brilliant Entertainment, was in the missing person's name. Suspicious was found at the scene. Dead body. The specific cause of the fire is still under investigation, and some experts speculate that it was caused by the burning of the insulation layer after the combustible material caught fire. Fire. Yifei squinted slightly when he heard the news report. As soon as this news came out, Chen Luo didn't know what would happen. Bairuoxi sighed lightly. It seems that the impact of this incident is indeed great, and the news about your accident has also been exposed. Yifei squinted, smiled slightly, and said, yeah, it is really interesting to see the suspected death in the news. Think, Ruoxi, you borrow my computer for use. What is wrong? Bairuoxi lent her laptop to Yifei while wondering. Yifei turned on the computer and operated it skillfully. He smiled and said, forget, I am proficient in hacking techniques, I plan to remotely connect and monitor Chen Luo's movements. If he did this, I will be able to get evidence soon. Yes, Yifei used a lot of methods. Yifei can monitor Chen Luo's movements through computers and electronic devices. If he can get evidence such as recordings, etc. Then Chen will directly fall into hell. Chapter 252. Like a dance, Bairuoxi's eyes were filled with surprise when he saw Yifei's movements. Yifei's speed was too fast. He has absolutely no hacking skills. It is not that Bairuoxi has never seen a computer expert, but he has never seen someone like Yifei. Yifei used the computer to remotely set a virus on Chen Luo's electronic device and through the electronic monitoring device. Monitor Chen Luo's every move. After getting this done, Yifei was also a little relieved, and said well, as long as Chen Luo takes action, he will definitely reveal. Horse feet. Well, it depends on whether Chen Luo was behind the fire. Bairuoxi whispered actually, you fit 5. 0 times a bit. Yifei smiled and said if you don't enter the tiger's lair, you want to be a tiger. Chen Luo is not difficult for Yifei to deal with, especially when Yifei has the advantage now. But the real trouble is the network of connections behind Chen Luo. Especially after extinguishing Chen Luo, the person Yifei is likely to deal with is Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu is an outsider in the book Genius Doctor. Chen Luo is his close disciple. If Yifei kills Chen Luo, the next person to deal with is likely to be him. So Yifei must have an upright reason, so that no one can fault it, so as to get rid of Chen Luo. Otherwise, it would be a bit tricky with Wu's personal connections and network. In fact, some wiretapping equipment was also placed in Chen Luo's villa. Everything is in place, except for Dongfeng. Yifei said lightly. You have prepared so well, it is no wonder that Chen Luo can compare to you. Bairuoxi whispered Chen Luo didn't lose in justice. Yifei's mouth curled up, he embraced Bairuoxi's waistline, and chuckled softly. Don't talk about these things first, I just want to ask you these two. God miss me not. Bairuoxi's face was slightly red, and the two had officially established a relationship since that thunderstorm night. It is just that the closeness between the two was limited to hugs and kisses, and no further action was taken. No. Bairuoxi made a pretty face and deliberately said I didn't miss you. Although he said that, a smile appeared on Bairuoxi's face, and his smile could not be hidden. In fact, although Bairuoxi said that he didn't think of Yifei, in fact, he always thought of Yifei's figure these days and nights. Even the night when she first returned to Yandu, she hadn't fallen asleep all night. When Bai Ruoxi went to the company the next day, and even took a nap during a meeting, the executives of the Bai group were puzzled. Endless. President Bai has always been serious about his work, and he actually took a nap at a meeting, which is almost unheard of. Seeing this, Yifei encircled Bai Ruoxi's waist and said, "It is not too early now, let us rest." Bai Ruoxi's face was reddish, and she was slightly silent. She tilted her head, unwilling to look at Yifei. Noting Yifei's look, Bai Ruoxi also knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to escape today. But she didn't want to escape either. Bai Ruoxi moved her lips and whispered, "You go take a bath first." Hearing this, Yifei's eyes lit up and immediately went to take a bath. Soon, Yifei came out with a bath towel after taking a bath. A narrow smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, staring at Bai Ruoxi. Immediately afterwards, Bai Ruoxi bit her mouth and went to bath in the same way. Yifei lay in Bai Ruoxi's bedroom, waiting for Bai Ruoxi to come out of the bathroom. He glanced at Bai Ruoxi's bedroom and found that the style was still a little girlish, with blue and white tones as the mainstay. It is clean and refreshing, which is in line with Bai Ruoxi's own characteristics. Yifei lay on the bed, and after a while, he found Bai Ruoxi walking in front of him wearing a bath towel. In the darkness, Yifei and Bai Ruoxi embraced. At this time, the other side. Chen Luo sat alone in the room of the villa. He took a puff of cigarettes, puffing out the mist, squinting his narrow eyes. There are endless triumphs in the middle. "Hey, Yifei, you also have today, and you also have today." Chen Luo was full of pride, he saw TV news. Later, I knew my plan was successful. That is right, Yifei guessed a little bit well. This time the fire was Chen Luo's chief envoy. Chen Luo tried his best. He also retaliated against Yifei frantically. At all costs, he finally made. This fire broke out. It turns out that the effect of this fire is amazing. Chen Luo was very excited. He saw news reports and knew that Yifei was missing in this fire, and a suspected body of Yifei was also found at the scene. Body is waiting for final confirmation. Upon learning this news, Chen Luo did not immediately believe it at first, and then he sent someone to keep